It is widely acknowledged that the illustrious young master of the prominent Nangong family in the capital, Nangong Sihua, is a man of serene disposition, devoted to a life of asceticism and spiritual reflection. Despite being in the prime of his youth, he remains unencumbered by worldly desires. Just when the public believed this enlightened being was destined for Buddhahood, an astonishing revelation emerged. He has a daughter. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief as they witnessed the once austere and cold-hearted monk-like figure being gradually overwhelmed by the charm of his naive and innocent daughter.
Ha!
It turns out even a monk can be flustered. Nangong Sihua gazed at his sweet, innocent daughter, pondering how someone as astute as himself could have fathered such a simple-minded child. With a resigned sigh, he placed a hand on his forehead. Oh well, if she is foolish, then so be it. As long as he keeps a close watch on her, she should not be led astray. Chapter 1. Indeed, how could the young master possibly have a child? Ding dong. A delightful little cherub stood on tiptoe, straining to reach the doorbell. Why was it so high? The small child stretched her short legs, her round little face contorted in concentration. Not far away, a sleek, understatedly luxurious Bentley glided to a stop. The little one was utterly focused on ringing the bell and paid no heed to the vehicle parked behind her. Is Daddy not home? She pondered, scratching her chubby cheek in confusion. Nangong Sihua, resting with his eyes closed, leisurely twirled a string of prayer beads in his hand. The car remained motionless for quite some time. Curiosity piqued, Nangong Sihua slowly opened his enchanting eyes.
What is it?
He murmured, his voice ethereal and magnetic. Master, there is a little one blocking the entrance, replied his loyal assistant, Tang Li, with utmost respect. A child? Deal with it, Nangong Sihua said nonchalantly, before closing his eyes once more, lost in thought as he continued to turn his beads. Tang Li found himself in a quandary. What kind of deal did the master imply? Was it akin to the manner in which he dealt with those who dared to offend him? However, the child appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years old, while he himself was in his 20s. It hardly seemed appropriate to intimidate a small child, yet he feared that any delay might provoke the young master's ire. Thus, Tang Li exited the vehicle and approached the little girl. Little one, whom are you looking for? He inquired, squatting down politely. Hello, uncle. I'm looking for Daddy, she replied sweetly, turning to face him. Her mother had abandoned her for a wicked sister, and to avoid hunger, she had come to seek her father. Daddy? Tang Li questioned, puzzled. It must be the child of one of the employees. Can you tell me your father's name, little friend? My daddy's name is Nangong Sihua. Yes, that's the name, she affirmed earnestly, nodding to ensure she hadn't made a mistake. Tang Li's pupils widened in shock as he stared at the child. What? Nangong? Sihua. How could her name be identical to that of his master? Little one, please think carefully before you speak. This is quite alarming. Tang Li scrutinized the child closely. It was impossible. His master was a man of ascetic values, devoted to a life of piety, immersed in scriptures. At this rate, he might as well be on the path to enlightenment. At 37, he was a single man, a source of great concern for the elder Nangong, his grandfather. To claim he had a child was as unbelievable as a sea king turning over a new leaf. Uncle? The little girl observed Tang Li's bewildered expression, wondering if she had said something incomprehensible. Why did this uncle look so perplexed, so silly? Dear child, please wait here for a moment, Tang Li instructed. This matter required consultation with the young master. Returning to the car, he looked upon the elegant and dignified figure of his master in the back seat. Tang Li hesitated, words caught in his throat. Speak, Nangong Sihua finally commanded.
Well,
Master, the little one outside claims she has come to find her father, Tang Li explained. Nangong Sihua felt his foolish subordinate was about to utter something shocking, so he slowly opened his eyes to regard Tang Li. Tang Li instinctively shivered under the icy gaze of his master. Have you lost your mind? Such nonsense, and you believe it. Ah? Tang Li stared blankly at Nangong Sihua. Was that what the master meant? That he was not clever? Investigate the child's background, Nangong Sihua ordered. He was curious to see who would dare send a child as an undercover agent. Understood, master. Should I bring the child up? Tang Li pondered for a moment. Indeed, how could the young master possibly have a child? It was likely a ploy from another family. Nangong Sihua remained silent, closing his eyes in tacit agreement. Tang Li exited the vehicle and lifted the little girl inside. Uncle, is what you said true? Is my daddy really in the car? She asked excitedly. Yes, the master is in the car, Tang Li replied, unable to deny the adorable little cherub. Sigh, just look at this soft and delightful little creature. It was evident she could not possibly be his master's child. His master would never father such a charming child. He would more likely produce a little monk. Tang Li opened the car door for the small girl. The little one, being quite short, found it a tad challenging to climb into the vehicle. She braced herself, her little legs flailing as she struggled. The left leg couldn't reach, so she switched to the right. Her round face was filled with determination. At some point, Nangong Sihua opened his eyes. Intrigued, he watched the little bundle of rice struggle to climb up. This little rice ball seems rather silly and amusing. Tang Li, observing his master's interest, dared not assist the child. He feared that any displeasure from the master might result in the little one being tossed aside. After much effort, the little girl finally managed to get into the car, only to trip over the carpet and tumble forward. With a gentle thud, she landed face first on the floor. Fortunately, the carpet was soft, and she was unharmed. Sitting on the ground, she rubbed her little head. Nangong Sihua watched her actions. How foolish. "Daddy? Are you my daddy?" the little girl inquired. Nangong Sihua cast her a sidelong glance but did not respond, continuing to turn his prayer beads. Undeterred, the little girl persisted. "You must be my daddy, because you are so handsome, the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Daddy, why aren't you talking to me, Daddy? Can you not speak?" "Alright, so it turns out Daddy really cannot speak. How pitiful," she said with a look of sympathy directed at Nangong Sihua. Meanwhile, Tang Li, who was driving, struggled to suppress his laughter. "Ha ha ha, this little girl is simply too adorable." Nangong Sihua ignored her, continuing to close his eyes and rotate his prayer beads. It seemed as though everything around him was of no concern. After a while, the little girl grew tired of talking and settled down on the carpet to rest. Moments later, the car came to a stop. Tang Li respectfully opened the door. Nangong Sihua descended from the vehicle with an air of elegance and grace. The little dumpling spotted the scene and eagerly tumbled out of the car. "Oh dear. How high up?" Nangong Sihua observed the little dumpling sprawled out, her tiny feet straining to reach the ground. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found this little fool somewhat endearing. With a thud, the little dumpling landed on her bottom. Nangong Sihua braced himself, anticipating the impending wail of this adorable yet foolish child. Ugh. He despised the sound of children crying. The mere thought of it made him furrow his brow in discomfort. However, to his surprise, the little fool simply stood up and rubbed her tiny behind, giggling joyfully, as if proud of her swift descent from the vehicle. Nangong Sihua chose to disregard the little fool, lifting his leg to depart. Seeing her father leave, the little dumpling hastily scurried after him on her short legs. Tang Li observed the round little bundle, devoid of neck or waist, and found her rather charming. Quite adorable indeed. The butler hurried out to greet them. "Young master, the old gentleman has arrived," the butler announced. Nangong Sihua seemed to anticipate the reason for his grandfather's visit, his expression growing slightly impatient as he frowned. Chapter 2. At long last, the Nangong family has a successor. "Nangong Sihua, you rebellious grandson." The old man's voice thundered from within. The little milk dumpling appeared startled, quickly hiding behind his father while curiously peeking inside. Nangong Sihua gazed down at the glutinous rice ball at his feet, seemingly deep in thought. Tang Li feared that the young master might inadvertently kick the little one away. The irate elder of the Nangong family stormed out. At 37 years of age, he had no girlfriend, let alone a boyfriend. It infuriated him to no end. The little dumpling blinked her big eyes at her grandfather, who looked quite fierce. "Immediately bring me back a girlfriend, or a boyfriend will suffice. Otherwise, you'll face the family law." 20 lashes. The elder bellowed. "Don't hit my daddy." The little milk dumpling, upon hearing her grandfather's threat against her father, momentarily forgot her fear and stretched her chubby little hand to shield her father. If something happened to him, she would truly be left without anyone to feed her. The elder stared in shock at the short and pudgy little dumpling. "Child, what did you call him? Has he aged? Is he hard of hearing? How did he hear this little one call him father of the eldest grandson?" "Daddy," the little dumpling affirmed. The elder. Is that truly the case?" Nangong Sihua regarded this adorably naive child, finding her surprisingly brave. "Sihua, is this really your child?" The elder urgently sought confirmation. "If you believe it to be so, then so it is," Nangong Sihua remarked, turning to leave. "Nangong Chiyu, you better explain this to me. Is this your child?" The elder shouted at his grandson's receding figure. Nangong Sihua, the heir of the Nangong family, whose name was Sihua and courtesy named Chiyu, did not even pause in his stride. The little dumpling could only watch her father's cold silhouette gradually fade away. His hair was so long, much longer than her own. The elder was exasperated. This grandson was free to do as he pleased. Yet, gazing at the adorable little dumpling, the elder felt a pang of sorrow. Sigh. She bore no resemblance to Sihua in his youth. He had never been so cute. But what if there were a genetic mutation? What if she truly was his great-granddaughter? Perhaps a paternity test would be prudent. Seeing that her father was ignoring her, the little dumpling patted her hungry little belly and glanced at her grandfather. While this grandfather seemed a tad fierce, hunger was a more pressing discomfort. Thus, she waddled over to him and tugged at his trousers.
Grandpa,
"Could you please give me something to eat? I'm so hungry," the little dumpling implored in her sweet, high-pitched voice. "Quickly, inside. Great-grandfather has ordered food for you." The elder responded, his heart melting at the sight of the obedient and sweet little dumpling. "Thank you, great-grandfather," she cheerfully replied. "Hee, fierce grandpa is a good grandpa." The elder lifted the little dumpling and placed her on the sofa, instructing the kitchen to prepare meat soup while feeding her some fruit to tide her over. "Little one,
how old are you?"
2 years. The little dumpling proudly held up 2 chubby fingers in response. 2, you say? And what is your name?" The elder asked with a grin. "They call me Little Bastard. Bad mommy and bad sister call me Little Bastard, and sometimes Little Wild Child. I have 2 names," the little dumpling said with a hint of pride. The elder was nearly shocked into silence by her answer. This 2-year-old child had no comprehension of the meanings of those names. His anger flared. How could anyone name a child such things? While she might not understand now, the hurt she would feel upon learning this in the future would be immense. Clearly, the childless mother was not a good person. "How about this, little one? Great-grandfather will help you choose a more pleasant name, shall we?" the elder proposed. "Okay." The little dumpling had no objections and continued to enjoy her fruit. The elder gazed at her with deep concern.
Sigh.
Such a lovely child. How could they treat her so cruelly? After finishing her meat soup, the little dumpling began to feel drowsy. The elder instructed someone to carry her to a guest room for a nap. In the upstairs study, Nangong Sihua sat before his writing desk, meticulously copying Buddhist scriptures, the incense burner wafting a thin plume of fragrant smoke. "How is she?" Nangong Sihua inquired in a calm voice. Tang Li paused for a moment before realizing that the young master was referring to the little dumpling. "She just finished eating and has gone to sleep," he replied. "Huh, still a little foolish pig," Nangong Sihua chuckled lightly with a sharp tongue. Tang Li wished to retort, but he dared not. Nangong Sihua said nothing more, instead focusing on his scriptures. The little dumpling slept soundly until evening, at which point the paternity test results were revealed. The elder of the Nangong family excitedly examined the results, throwing his head back in laughter. "Haha, the Nangong family finally has a successor. Sihua." The elder exuberantly pushed open his grandson's door. Nangong Sihua, eyes closed, was turning his prayer beads.
"What is it?"
he asked. "Take a look for yourself." The elder handed him the test results. Nangong Sihua glanced at the paper nonchalantly, but his demeanor shifted to seriousness upon reading the outcome. How could this be? That foolish little dumpling is truly my child. The circumstances surrounding her arrival, you will need to investigate those yourself. However, the child is undoubtedly of the Nangong lineage, and you must accept this responsibility, the elder stated with gravity. The elder cared little for how the child came to be. All that mattered was that she belonged to the Nangong family. And do give your daughter a proper name. Do you know what they call her? Little Bastard and Little Wild Child. How pitiful. With a deep sigh, the elder lamented. Upon hearing the term Little Bastard, Nangong Shihua's grip on the prayer beads faltered, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "I will uncover the truth about this little fool," Nangong Sihua replied calmly, though his voice harbored an icy undertone. It was just the right time to seek a bit of amusement, as he had no pressing matters at hand. Seeing that his grandson had made up his mind, the elder felt reassured and departed. The room fell silent, the outside world filled with the low chirping of insects, while wisps of smoke curled within. Everything appeared exceptionally tranquil. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Sihua rose and made his way to the adjoining study. The study housed rows of wooden shelves filled with ancient texts, including bamboo scrolls. Nangong Sihua picked up a scroll, examining it closely before perusing other ancient tomes. After a considerable time, he knelt at his writing desk, his long, jade-like fingers grasping a brush. He inscribed several characters onto rice paper, and once the ink dried, he carefully set it aside. The following day, the little dumpling awoke, sitting on the bed, seemingly bewildered. Shouldn't she be mopping the floor? Otherwise, she would have no food to eat. Thus, the little dumpling got out of bed, brushed her teeth, and then scampered off to find a rag. The servants of the Nangong family were well aware of the young master's preference for tranquility. So they moved about quietly, careful not to make a sound. Tang Li observed as the little darling awoke, concerned that her cries might disturb the young master. Isn't it typical for children to wake and immediately call for their mothers?
To his surprise,
She merely glanced at him and inquired about the whereabouts of the rag and small basin. Tang Li was utterly confounded. What did she need those for? To wash her face? Or perhaps to scrub the floor? The little darling, with her big innocent eyes, replied matter-of-factly, "If I don't scrub the floor, I won't have any food." Tang Li was taken aback, gazing at the little one in disbelief. Surely, her guardians were excessively cruel to compel a 2-year-old child to clean floors, and to threaten her with hunger if she refused. Chapter 3. Brother, are you a bad person? This was nothing short of abuse. Utterly inhumane. Little one, here you need not scrub floors to earn your meals, Tang Li crouched down to explain. Simply tell the butler or that auntie what you wish to eat. The little darling furrowed her small brow.
is that so?
My mean mother and sister said I wouldn't have food if I didn't work. What do you mean? A cold voice interjected from behind the little darling. It was the young master. Tang Li hastily stood and respectfully addressed him. Father. The little darling joyfully leaped towards her father, only to be halted by Nangong Sihua, who gently pressed a finger to her forehead, preventing her advance. Young master, the little one just mentioned she needs to scrub the floor. If she doesn't, she won't have food, Tang Li elucidated. Hearing this, Nangong Sihua's brows knitted together. Scrub the floor? No food if she doesn't? This little fool has endured such hardship before. The little darling was still straining on her short legs, trying to reach her father. Nangong Sihua regarded her with a mixture of exasperation and pity. So naive. It was no wonder she had been bullied like a quail. If it were him, he would have shoved the rag and the bucket of water down the throat of whoever had mistreated her. Father, why won't you let me hug you? The little darling pouted, feeling wronged. Nangong Sihua chose not to console her distress, but instead pulled a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to her. This is your name. The little darling took the paper and, upon glancing at it, scrunched her little bun face in confusion. Nangong Sihua assumed she disliked it and was about to comment on her lack of appreciation when he saw her point at the characters on the paper. Her innocent eyes wide with inquiry. Father, I don't recognize these. Nangong Sihua's hand, which had been rotating the prayer beads, momentarily halted. He seemed at a loss for words. You can't read? He asked, astonished. Well, young master, it's entirely normal for a 2-year-old to be illiterate, Tang Li interjected, noting that the young master had assigned her a name, thus naturally addressing her as little young master. Nangong Sihua cast a glance at the child, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Very well, he acquiesced, indicating the characters on the paper. Nangong Qingli, courtesy, name Lingsheng. From now on, you shall be called Nangong Qingli, with Lingsheng as your courtesy name. Little Qingli scratched her head. Does that mean I won't be called little bastard anymore, but this new name? She asked, pointing at the paper. Indeed. Furthermore, if anyone dares to call you little bastard, you must retaliate, Nangong Sihua instructed, observing her with a hint of disapproval. After all, you carry the blood of the Nangong family. It is unacceptable to be treated like a dumpling. But I can't fight back, little Qingli lamented. Nangong Sihua sighed in exasperation. Is this truly my daughter? She bears no resemblance to my character. Not wishing to engage further with the naive child, he sauntered away. Tang Li watched the young master, and little Qingli flashed him a sweet smile. Ah, the young master is indeed both adorable and simple, a veritable sweet, naive darling. The butler had already prepared breakfast. The elder had been so excited about the arrival of his great-granddaughter that he had stayed up all night and had only just fallen asleep as dawn broke. At the table sat only Nangong Sihua and little Qingli. Before Nangong Sihua lay a bowl of soy milk, a bowl of porridge, and a vegetarian bun, while little Qingli had soy milk, 2 large meat buns, and 2 tea eggs. Nangong Sihua ate with elegance and poise, while little Qingli took her time, appearing to consume her food at a snail's pace, making her seem rather clumsy in comparison. Tang Li, shortly, have Nong Yu check her pulse, Nangong Sihua casually instructed. We must ensure she doesn't waste away. With this little fool around, his grandfather would not rush him into marriage. It seems she serves some purpose after all. Understood.
Tang Li replied respectfully.
Meanwhile, little Qingli savored a large meat bun slowly, her cheeks puffed out adorably. The bun was barely nibbled at. After finishing his meal, Nangong Sihua wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and then watched as little Qingli continued to eat. He was curious to see just how long it would take her to finish her breakfast. After an eternity, She had only managed to bite off a small corner of the bun. Little Qingli diligently continued to gnaw at the large meat bun, her round eyes sparkling with joy. Nangong Sihua observed for a while and mused, is it truly that delicious? A mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he reached out to snatch the bun from her. Little Qingli stared at her father in bewilderment. Father, do you want to eat too? This one is for me. That one hasn't been touched yet. Please eat that. She pointed to the untouched large meat bun. Seeing her adorably foolish expression, Nangong Sihua returned the bun to her mouth and closed his eyes. Resuming his meditation with the prayer beads, embodying a serene, ethereal demeanor. Little Qingli gazed at her father in confusion. Does father want to eat or not? Oh well. I'll just eat myself. Adults can find their own food when they're hungry. After finally waiting for the little fool to finish her meal, Nangong Sihua proceeded to the Buddhist hall to transcribe scriptures. Little Qingli obediently sat in a chair, watching a handsome older brother take her pulse. This brother is so good-looking. Nangyu examined the bruises on her body. Since when did the Nangong family indulge in child abuse? He shot a disapproving glance at Tang Li. My dear Nangyu, the little young master was only just found yesterday, Tang Li explained. Nangyu was taken aback. Has the master incurred some scandalous debt outside? Little young master. Tell your brother. Who did this to you? He asked, looking at the naive little Qingli. The mean mother and sister did it, and by the way, my name is Nangong Qingli, not little young master. You can call me Lily, little Qingli replied, blinking her big eyes.
Father named me.
She wore a proud expression. Nangyu chuckled lightly. Little young master is a term of endearment we use for you. You will grow accustomed to it. Oh, little Qingli replied, somewhat understanding. Little young master, your body is a bit weak. I will prescribe some medicine for you. After a few days, you will be well. As for your injuries, I will prepare an ointment that will ensure no scars remain.
Nangi u spoke genli.
Thank you, brother, little Qingli replied with a sweet smile. You're welcome. Subsequently, Nangyu tidied up his belongings and quietly inquired about Tang Li. Are you certain that this child is the young master's daughter? I fail to see the resemblance. I remarked skeptically. What do you mean? Tang Li shot me a sidelong glance. The young master is clearly someone with cunning and guile, while this child appears easily deceived. Nanyu observed the little Qingli, who was engrossed in her apple. That can't be. The young mistress may simply appear innocent. Perhaps she possesses a hidden sharpness. Tang Li boldly speculated. It is impossible for the young master's genes to produce a naive and sweet child. This is a conviction I hold firmly. A simple test will reveal the truth, Nanyu replied with a mysterious smile. Little young mistress, would you like to come home with me? I have many delectable treats. Nanyu's smile radiated like a blooming flower. Food? Really? Is there a lot? Little Qingli's big eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Nanyu. Indeed. A great abundance, Nanyu assured her. All right then. Brother, let us go. Little Qingli exclaimed, hopping off her stool to take Nanyu's hand. Nanyu glanced at Tang Li.
See?
Easy to deceive, isn't she? Brother? Little Qingli looked up, puzzled as to why he wasn't moving. Young mistress, you cannot go with strangers like this. What if he is a bad person?
Tang Li admonisha earnestly.
Oh, I see, little Qingli pondered, stroking her chubby chin. She then sincerely asked, brother, are you a bad person? Tang Li met the innocent gaze of the young mistress. Well, Nanyu looked into her clear.
Bricht Eis
Chapter 4. What other children possess? How could the young master's child lack?
No. No.
That is splendid. Little Qingli clapped her hands joyfully. Then let's hurry and enjoy the delicious food. Nanyu felt a headache coming on. Young mistress, I have some matters to attend to today. May I bring you some treats next time? All right, little Qingli nodded obediently. Tang Li summoned a servant to entertain little Qingli while he and Nanyu proceeded to report their findings. The two of them stood respectfully outside the Buddhist hall, awaiting the young master, who had yet to finish his recitation. They must not disturb him. After half an hour, a voice called from within, come in. Nangong Sihua was seated inside, surrounded by the fragrant wafts of sandalwood incense, perusing Buddhist scriptures. Young master, I have completed the pulse diagnosis for the young mistress. Nanyu spoke with reverence. She exhibits signs of slight malnutrition, her energy and blood appear somewhat deficient, and there are several injuries, likely inflicted by someone striking or pinching her. Striking and pinching? Nangong Sihua raised her cool gaze. Indeed. The young mistress claimed it was her mother and sister who caused these injuries. Some appeared to be old wounds, Nanyu confirmed with a nod. Humph. Nangong Sihua scoffed, rising to her feet. Both Nan Yu and Tang Li shuddered at the ominous air. It seemed someone was destined for misfortune. What of that foolish child situation? Nangong Sihua inquired, her phoenix eyes glinting with cold light. It has been clarified that a woman named Su stole your sperm while you were in the hospital for artificial insemination. She intended to use this child to enter the Nangong family, but upon hearing of your formidable reputation, she abandoned the idea. However, by that time, the child was already 7 months along and could not be aborted. Therefore, she gave birth and a year later, married into the Qin family, who had an 8-year-old daughter. To win over her stepdaughter, Su resorted to abusing her own child, Tang Li reported.
Chendafu?
Nangong Sihua contemplated for a moment. Indeed, the man who drove his wife to her death by living off her, Tang Li had thoroughly investigated the Qin family, knowing their secrets inside and out. Humph. Teach the Qin family, and that woman a lesson. Caring for the foolish child is everyone's responsibility, Nangong Sihua remarked nonchalantly. Though that foolish child may be dim-witted, she is still a member of the Nangong family. We cannot allow them to bully her. Young master, there is something regarding the young mistress that I believe you should be informed of. Nan Yu hesitated before speaking. The young master possesses an abundance of cunning, yet not a single trait has been passed on to the young mistress. What else has the foolish child done? Nangong Sihua looked at him with curiosity. Nan Yu recounted the earlier incident of luring little Qing Li home with food, summarizing that the young mistress should not be so easily swayed by a mere snack. Truly a foolish child, Nangong Sihua scoffed. Young master, you should educate her. What if one day she is abducted? There are many human traffickers about. Tang Li added. Then we shall eradicate every den of traffickers, Nangong Sihua replied coldly. The Nangong family will not be trifled with. Though that foolish child may be naive, it does not justify her being taken. The fault lies with the traffickers. Young master, while eradicating traffickers is feasible, should the young mistress be abducted by a man when she grows up, then as her father, you would surely be infuriated, Nan Yu mused, stroking his chin. Humph. Nangong Sihua smirked darkly. Then I shall send that man to T country for reform, and upon his return, he shall serve as the young mistress's maid. Both Tang Li and Nan Yu shivered in unison. Truly, you are formidable, young master. Nan Yu, you shall reside here for the next few days to tend to the foolish child's health, Nangong Sihua commanded.
Yes.
Young master, do you not have a fondness for the young mistress? Nan Yu inquired. Otherwise, why would you be so concerned for her? Humph, fondness? Why would I take a liking to a mere child?
Nangong Sihua scoffed.
Her presence keeps the old man from pestering me, you see? Nan Yu suddenly understood. It was a strategy to fend off marriage proposals. In the garden outside, little Qing Li was playing merrily. Grandpa Butler, could you please arrange a swing for me? The bad sister had one before, but I've never played on one, little Qing Li said enviously. The bad sister always played on the swing in front of her, leaving her to watch longingly. Young mistress, I shall immediately arrange for a grand swing for you. The butler replied indignantly. If other children have swings, how could our young mistress go without? He decided to procure an even more luxurious swing for her. The young mistress, with her adorable and soft demeanor, and her sweet smile, was as endearing as a little rice ball. What was wrong with providing her with a finer swing? Nangong Sihua, feeling a headache coming on, descended the stairs. The foolish child needed some education. After all, what if she ended up being sold and innocently handed over money? It would be quite vexing for him to have to rescue her. Xing Er, come here, Nangong Sihua called in his cool voice. Little Qing Li perked up at the sound of her father calling her and hurried over. Nangong Sihua observed the little one, who was still slower than his own stride, and thought that his patience would surely be tested today. What is it, Papa? Little Qing Li blinked her big eyes at him. Nangong Sihua regarded her with a mixture of affection and exasperation. Remember, if anyone ever offers you food and asks you to go home with them, you must hit them immediately. Do you understand? He instructed, twirling the Buddhist beads in his hand. Why would I hit someone who brings me food? Little Qing Li asked, her large eyes filled with confusion. Because they are bad people who wish to abduct you, Nangong Sihua explained. If you are taken, they might eat you. Little Qing Li gasped, her eyes wide with shock. I'm not tasty. I don't want to be eaten, so I must be smart.
Nangong Sihua patiently reiterated.
If Lily desires to eat, what should be done? Lily fears she may not be able to resist. Xia Qingli appears somewhat troubled. Nangong Sihua takes a deep breath, his fingers tightly gripping the prayer beads. Violence is not an option. After all, she is his own flesh and blood. Perhaps, next time, Lily should first inquire if the person is a villain before indulging? Zaya Kingly suggests with a clever twist of her mind. Nangong Sihua retorts, were it not for the bond of blood, I would cast her aside in an instant. Nowadays, punishing children is against the law. He must not succumb to anger, thus. He recites a passage from a sutra. After inhaling deeply a few times, he declares, from now on, anyone who offers you food must first seek my permission. Or that of Tang Li and Nan Yu. Do you understand? Repeat after me. In the future, I must ask Daddy, Uncle Tang Li, and Brother Nan Yu before consuming anything given by others. Zaya Kingly obediently echoes his words. Very well, Nangong Sihua nods, somewhat reassured. This little fool has finally comprehended. Now, go and play. He waves his hand dismissively. Do not linger here to vex him. All right, Daddy. Zaya Kingly nods obediently, then beams a sweet smile at him. Nangong Sihua squints his phoenix eyes. Why the sweetness and softness? Does she not realize such charm makes her susceptible to being sold? Nan Yu and Tang Li, lurking in the background, stifle their laughter.
Ha ha.
The young master has likely never felt such helplessness in his life. The little young master is truly remarkable. In Chapter 5, a small figure bounces energetically. The old master Nangong awakens and immediately seeks his great-granddaughter. Great-granddaughter, come to great-grandfather. Zaya Kingly, engrossed in planting flowers, rushes over upon hearing his call. Great-grandfather, you're awake. Are you hungry? She sweetly inquires, tilting her head up. I've already eaten a bit, so I'm not hungry. The old master Nangong joyfully responds as he lifts Zaya Kingly into his arms. Great-grandfather, Daddy has given me a lovely name. Would you like to know what it is? Zaya Kingly asks, her big eyes sparkling with excitement, her face clearly saying, ask me, please.
Oh.
What name has your father bestowed upon you? Please tell great-grandfather. The old master Nangong asks affectionately. Nangong Qingli, courtesy name Lingsheng. Isn't it beautiful? Zaya Kingly proudly lifts her chin. Indeed, our Qingli's name is the most beautiful. The old master praises. He. Zaya Kingly giggles, clasping her hands in delight. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua sits with an imposing demeanor on the Qin family's sofa.
Chen Dafu, Sujue.
And the 8-year-old Qin Jinji kneel on the ground. Several assassins clad in black, their faces obscured, aim their weapons at them. Young Master Nangong, what is the meaning of this? Have we offended you in some way? Chun Dafu speaks, trembling with fear. Suyu lowers her head, too frightened to speak. Had their misdeeds been uncovered? Suyu, do you not owe this young master an explanation? Nangong Sihua, like a celestial deity, gazes down at Suyu, who kneels before him. Young master, I was momentarily blinded by ambition. I will immediately ensure that child is removed from your sight.
Sujue pleads,
bowing her head in desperation. She should never have entertained the fanciful notion of marrying into the Nangong family through the child. A ruthless man like Nangong Sihua would never wed her for the sake of a child. He might very well dispose of both her and the child. Removed? Nangong Sihua's gaze turns frosty. This woman truly harbors no maternal affection for the little fool. Perhaps it is for the best. He need not worry about the little fool's feelings when he acts. The child of this young master is not for you to discuss. In the future, when you see Sheng you shall avoid her. Do you understand? Nangong Sihua turns the prayer beads in his hand.
Huh?
Suyu appears bewildered. What does the young master mean? Has he discovered that little bastard? Tang Li, unwilling to remain silent, strides forward and delivers a resounding slap to Suyu's face. What the young master means is that you are forbidden from disturbing the little young master. The little young master is now a member of the Nangong family. This card contains funds as a reward for bearing the little young master, Tang Li states, tossing a card to Suyu. However, the matters concerning your mistreatment of the little young master will still need to be accounted for. He then produces 2 vials of medicine and glances at the assassins behind him. They immediately force open Suyu's and Qinjinji's mouths. Tang Li administers the concoction. This will render one's voice akin to that of a duck, while this other will cause pain akin to being gnawed by ants each month. Chun Jinji struggles, calling for his father. Suyu desperately shakes her head, refusing to swallow. Once Tang Li finishes administering the medicine, the assassins release the 2. Suyu gags violently, clawing at her throat. Chun Jinji, utterly petrified, stares blankly. Young master. It's done. Tang Li returns to Nangong Sihua's side respectfully. MHM, let us go home. Nangong Sihua rises. Clad in a pristine traditional Chinese robe adorned with a bamboo hairpin, he embodies the image of an aloof scion from a distinguished family. Yet in Suyu's eyes, he is a demon who wields no bloodied hands yet inflicts unbearable torment. After Nangong Sihua departs, Chen Dafu strikes Siyu across the face. You wretched woman! Why didn't you reveal earlier that the bastard was the young master's child? You nearly caused my ruin. Chen Dafu's face, flabby with rage, trembles. Had he known that the little bastard belonged to the Nangong family, he would have exploited this opportunity for wealth long ago. This chance for fortune has slipped away due to this woman. Hurry and find your daughter. Mend your relationship, or I shall deal with you myself, Chen Dafu warns. But after how we treated the child, she will surely not want anything to do with me, Siyu cries, her voice hoarse. You are her biological mother. And she is but a 2-year-old child who knows nothing. A few trinkets will easily win her over, Chen Dafu scoffs. Besides, with that child, you need not worry. Once you establish a connection with the Nangong family, glory and prosperity will soon follow. Take Jinji with you, Chen Dafu instructs his daughter. Jinji, you must befriend your sister. Father will buy you many lovely dresses. Chen Dafu encourages. She is not my sister. She is merely a little bastard. Chen Jinji screams petulantly, her voice shrill and unpleasant. Jinji, do you still want those dresses? If you do, you must do as I say. Chen Dafu scolds sternly. Understood, father, Chen Jinji replies meekly, intimidated by her father. It's all that little bastard's fault that father is so angry with you. With this thought, Chen Jinji immediately casts a disdainful look at Suyu. Get lost. Hurry and fetch me some water. My throat is killing me, she bellows. Suyu, feeling her own throat grow sore, initially attributes it to her tears. However, as time passes, her voice becomes utterly hoarse and unrecognizable. Chen Dafu expresses his disgust. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua returns home to find the little fool tending to her flowers. Daddy, you're back, Zaya Kingsley exclaims joyfully, rushing to him. Nangong Sihua observes the black dirt smudged on his clothing from her little hands. Gripping his prayer beads tightly, he silently reminds himself, the child is his own. Hitting children is wrong. Tang Li, take the little young master to wash her hands thoroughly. Nangong Sihua commands with a stern expression. Yes, young master, Tang Li replies, suppressing a laugh. Ha ha ha. At last, I have witnessed the young master facing adversity. What are you laughing at? Nangong Sihua inquired, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Tang Li quickly stifled his smile. Young master, I am not laughing, he asserted earnestly. But Uncle Tang Li is laughing. Li chimed in, her big eyes sparkling as she raised her little hand. With a woeful expression, Tang Li lamented. Little master, you're going to get me into trouble. Sheng is indeed an honest and good child. Tang Li, you shall be responsible for the sanitation of the restroom this month, Nangong Sihua remarked, gently patting little Qing Li's head, as one would a kitten. Yes. Li is a good child. Little Qing Li nodded enthusiastically, affirming herself. Tang Li took little Qing Li to wash her hands, and while at it, he helped her don a lovely pink skirt and fashioned her hair into an adorable bun. Little Qing Li gazed at her round, fluffy hairstyle. Uncle Tang Li is truly amazing, she exclaimed in awe. Of course, Uncle knows many hairstyles. Tang Li replied with pride. As the secretary and personal steward of the young master, he must excel in a myriad of skills. I want to show Daddy, little Qing Li joyfully declared, scampering out with her tiny figure bouncing. Just as Tang Li was reflecting on the young master's cuteness, he suddenly remembered that it was the young master's time for incense offering and prayers. He must not be disturbed. The young master would be quite displeased. Little master, wait for me, Tang Li called after her. In the study, Nangong Sihua was striking a wooden fish while reciting scriptures. Daddy, look at my new skirt. Isn't it beautiful? Little Qing Li's cheerful voice rang out. Nangong Sihua rubbed his temples, exasperated. This little fool truly cannot remain still for a moment. Are all children so full of energy? Daddy? I can't reach the door. Little Qing Li lamented, tugging at the door. Come in, Nangong Sihua's cool voice resonated. Daddy, I'm not tall enough to open it, she replied, her tone laced with frustration. Nangong Sihua felt that heaven must have sent this little fool to temper his temperament. He opened the door for little Qing Li, who gazed up at her tall father with wide eyes full of admiration. Daddy, you look so handsome, she gushed. Your clothes are beautiful too. Nangong Sihua had changed into a light blue traditional robe embroidered with bamboo branches. The soft hues accentuated his ethereal aura, and his long hair was elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, framing his delicate features and enchanting phoenix-like eyes. He observed the short, stout little figure before him, noting her discerning eye.
Daddy, look.
Uncle Tang Li made me this cute bun. Isn't it pretty? Little Qing Li asked with eager anticipation. It's rather ordinary. Nangong Sihua replied, playfully pinching her soft hair. The little fool's hair was indeed quite soft and pleasant to the touch. Come in, he instructed. Little Qing Li trotted in with a cheerful demeanor, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. When Nangong Sihua retrieved a meditation cushion and instructed her to sit, she looked utterly perplexed. Daddy, what is this for? To meditate. Cross your legs. He pointed to her little stubby legs. Daddy, I can't cross them, she protested, gazing at him with innocent eyes. Nangong Sihua mused that indeed, such chubby little legs could hardly cross. Ultimately, little Qing Li plopped down on the cushion. Then, Nangong Sihua began to read the scriptures aloud to her. Little Qing Li, bewildered, stared at her father. What is Daddy saying? She leaned in to see the words, only to discover she could not comprehend any of it. Daddy is so impressive. As the recitation continued, little Qing Li began to drift into slumber. Just as she was about to succumb to sleep, Nangong Sihua mischievously poked her to keep her awake. Each time she looked at him in confusion, wondering why he kept poking her. After several nudges, she grew irate, her little face puffing up in annoyance. She glared at him, sulking in silence. Unperturbed, Nangong Sihua continued his recitation. Finally, after he finished, little Qing Li had valiantly struggled to keep her eyelids from drooping. Daddy finally finished. She sighed in relief, then climbed up to return to her slumber. Nangong Sihua observed the unsteady little fool as she walked, and with a kind heart, he escorted her back to his chamber. Upon returning, she quickly kicked off her little slippers, lay down on the bed, and tucked herself in snugly. Good afternoon, Daddy, she sweetly murmured. 3 seconds later, the sound of even breathing filled the air. Nangong Sihua seemed somewhat astonished. The little fool sleeps remarkably well, having turned into a little piglet. He gently lowered the canopy for her. As he stepped outside, Tang Li approached with a letter in hand. Young master, a letter from Shicai. Nangong Sihua nodded, taking the letter back to the study. He produced a jade-green porcelain bottle and used a brush to evenly coat a blank sheet of paper with the liquid inside. Gradually, words began to emerge on the paper. Nangong Sihua casually read through it, noting that the message conveyed the completion of a task, with the sender expected to return in a couple of days. After finishing, he burned the letter and fell into a contemplative silence. He had no desire to marry or have children, although the little fool had come to him unexpectedly. She was now the sole heir of the Nangong family. Thus, she had much to learn about inner strength, medicine, sorcery, management, and strategy. Recalling how easily the little fool had been deceived by a mere morsel of food, he pondered the likelihood of her being able to learn. For the first time in his life, Nangong Sihua felt confronted with a particularly challenging predicament. Sigh, he sighed, then began writing practice sheets. The little fool could hardly recognize all the characters. Best to start with basic writing. Meanwhile, little Qing Li was sleeping soundly, blissfully unaware that her father had already begun arranging tasks for her. When she awoke, still drowsy, she stumbled to wash her face. Little master, you're awake. The young master is downstairs waiting for you to dine, a servant respectfully announced. Little Qing Li waddled down the stairs with her short legs. Nangong Sihua was resting with his eyes closed. Awake, little piglet, he teased lightly. Daddy, Li is not a little piglet. If Li were a little piglet, then Daddy would be a big piglet, she retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Where's great-grandfather? Little Qing Li glanced around, not spotting him. He has returned to the ancestral home. I will take you to see him another day, and introduce you to the family tree. Nangong Sihua explained, observing the little one on the floor. Little Qing Li nodded, somewhat understanding, and made an effort to climb onto the stool to sit properly.
Let's eat, Nangong Sihua commended. Yes.
Soon, a variety of dishes were served. Little master, this is a meat soup specially prepared for you by the young master. Please enjoy. Tang Li presented a bowl of meat soup to little Qing Li. Little Qing Li looked at her father with delight. Nangong Sihua took a sip of the broth with a white jade spoon and glanced at the little fool. How can you grow taller without eating some meat? You're still so short, he remarked with his characteristic sharp tongue. Nangong Sihua stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, his figure tall and elegant. Little Qingli was perhaps only 3 heads tall, and not even as high as Nangong Sihua's calves. Daddy, Lili is still small. I will grow taller in the future. She earnestly rebutted her father. Nangong Sihua was amused by her serious demeanor. Eat well, he instructed. Little Qingli nodded happily and began to relish the meat soup. Nangong Sihua, having consumed only some vegetables and rice, set down his chopsticks. Little Qingli continued to laboriously eat the meat soup. Nangong Sihua accepted that the little fool was slow in her eating and patiently waited for her to finish the meat soup, consume her vegetables, and then gnaw on a small chicken leg. He glanced at her little belly, noting her hearty appetite, though it was not a matter of great concern. Half an hour after their meal, Nanyu brought a bowl of medicine. Young master, it's time to drink your medicine. Little Qingli looked at the dark concoction, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Nanyu Gij, must I drink it? She pleaded, gazing hopefully at Nanyu. Young master, I toiled all morning to prepare this. Can you bear not to drink it? Nanyu feigned a look of grievance. Nangong Sihua, seated nearby perusing ancient texts, glanced up at the medicine. Nanyu went to fetch some honey. Nanyu, bring some flower nectar, Nangong Sihua instructed. Yes, young master, Nanyu replied. Nangong Sihua elegantly lifted the bowl of medicine. Shinger, come here, he called. Daddy, must I really drink it? Little Qingli looked at her father with wide, pleading eyes. If you drink it, you won't have to practice your calligraphy today, Nangong Sihua murmured softly.
Thank you, Daddy.
Little Qingli exclaimed, leaping forward to plant a kiss on Nangong Sihua's cheek. He instinctively raised the bowl high, momentarily stunned. Did the little fool just kiss him? Chapter 7. No, I want to stay here with Daddy. Is this how children express their affection? Daddy? Little Qingli looked at her father, puzzled by his sudden stiffness. Drink your medicine, Nangong Sihua snapped back to reality, bringing the spoon to his daughter's lips. With a resigned sigh, Little Qingli opened her mouth and took a sip, her face scrunching in distaste. Nangong Sihua gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief before she took another sip. When Nanyu returned with the honey, he found a heartwarming scene. The young master appeared gentle, his eyes subtly twinkling with amusement as he tenderly fed medicine to Little Qingli, who obediently swallowed it. In truth, Nangong Sihua harbored a certain concern for his daughter, but after 30 years of solitude and minimal familial affection, he found it challenging to navigate the relationship with his child. Fortunately, Little Qingli, blissfully naive and sweet, remained unaffected by her father's cool demeanor, always clinging to him whenever they met. Nanyu, have you had your fill of watching? Would you like to join Tang Li in tidying up? Nangong Sihua inquired, setting down the bowl. No. How could I take Tang Li's job? Nanyu hurriedly scurried in to hand the honey jar to the young master. Go ahead, Nangong Sihua accepted the nectar. Yes, my lord. Nanyu withdrew. Nangong Sihua fed a spoonful of honey to Little Qingli, who, savoring the sweet nectar, revealed 2 adorable dimples. Go play, he suggested. No. I want to stay here with Daddy, she insisted, unwilling to leave. As you wish. He casually tossed her a jade 9-linked ring to play with. Thus, Little Qingli sat contentedly beside her father, engrossed in her toy, while Nangong Sihua resumed his study of ancient texts. As time passed, he occasionally glanced at the small figure seated on the carpet, thinking that next time he should lay down a thicker rug in the study. Little Qingli, a small, soft bundle on the carpet, appeared exceptionally endearing and obedient. Nangong Sihua couldn't help but smile slightly, finding a certain pleasure in having a little creature by his side. As night fell, Nanyu brought in a small wooden tub, filled with herbal liquid. Young master, come and soak in this. It will prepare your body. And you won't need to drink that bitter medicine. Nanyu rolled up his sleeves. I want Daddy to wash me, Little Qingli declared. Young master, he's busy right now. Can we wait until tomorrow for him to help you? Nanyu coaxed. All right, Little Qingli complied and climbed into the wooden tub, the green liquid reaching her neck. Nanyu thoughtfully added 2 small rubber ducks. Little Qingli played joyfully with the ducks, and Nanyu watched with tenderness. Once she was sufficiently soaked, he rinsed her off with fragrant warm water. Nanyu Gij, this water smells wonderful. What did you put in it? Little Qingli asked curiously. I added a scent I personally crafted. Do you like it? Nanyu replied gently. I love it. Wow, Nanyu Gij, you're amazing. Little Qingli admired him. The young master is far more impressive. I am not even 1/10 as capable, Nanyu modestly stated. Wow, Little Qingli blinked her big eyes. Daddy is amazing. And so is Nanyu Gij. You have such a sweet tongue, Nanyu remarked, pinching her cheek playfully. Now tell me, in little Qingli's heart,
Who is more impressive, Daddy or me?
no lying now, he teased.
Daddy.
In Lili's heart, no one is more impressive than Daddy. My daddy is the best. Little Qingli exclaimed like a little fan. The young master will surely be pleased to hear that, Nanyu said as he helped little Qingli into her pajamas, feeling content. Outside the door, Nangong Sihua was taken aback to discover that he held such a grand image in his little fool's heart. This admiration from his daughter felt rather delightful. Nanyu carried little Qingli back to her room, tucked her in, and began to tell her stories. The more he narrated, the more engrossed she became, her excitement palpable. After 5 stories, Nanyu looked at the little master with wide, round eyes, helpless. Little master, it's quite late. You should sleep now. I can't sleep, little Qingli said earnestly. Nanyu Gija's stories are too fascinating. Nanyu, at a loss, decided to seek assistance. Little master, please wait a moment. All right, she replied. Nanyu rose to find Nangong Sihua. My lord, would you mind checking on the young master? She says she cannot sleep. Nanyu spoke respectfully. Nangong Sihua, engrossed in his duties, paused to set down his pen. What's the matter? He inquired. The little fool was sleeping well during the day. Why can't she sleep at night? I told her stories, and she became quite addicted, Nanyu answered honestly. Stories? Nangong Sihua looked at Nanyu, puzzled. What stories are you telling at this hour? Indeed. I read some parenting advice online that suggested telling stories before bed can help children settle into sleep, Nanyu explained. Nangong Sihua. This is something he truly does not comprehend. Perhaps he should explore relevant literature in the future. If one chooses to raise a child, one must do so with finesse. I shall take a look. Nangong Sihua stood up, casually picking up an ancient text. Upon seeing her father arrive, little Qingli grew even more excited, scrambling out from under the covers to seek a hug. Nangong Sihua, somewhat unaccustomed to being embraced by a small, cuddly creature, said, Sheng'er, it's very late. You should be sleeping. Father, I too wish to sleep, yet this place denies me rest. Little Qingli pointed to her small head and lamented. No, you desire slumber. Nangong Sihua gently tucked Qingli into her bedding. Close your eyes. All right. Qingli obediently shut her eyes. Nangong Sihua then retrieved an ancient tome and began to read to her. 3 minutes later, the sound of even breathing filled the air. Nangong Yu, observing from behind, gave a thumbs up. It seems the young master must take charge. Nangong Sihua lowered the bed curtains and extinguished the light before quietly stepping outside. Nangong Yu, assign a guard to the entrance to ensure her safety, Nangong Sihua commanded coldly. Understood. Qingli enjoyed a peaceful night's slumber. The following day, she lingered in bed. I am so sleepy. My eyes one tea open, she mumbled. Qingli, rise and join me for breakfast. Nangong Sihua prodded the covers. No, Qingli protested, wrapping herself tighter in the quilt. Nangong Sihua frowned. Skipping breakfast is detrimental to your stomach. Qingli, eat first, then you may sleep. He pulled back the quilt and lifted her to wash up. Drowsily, Qingli had her face washed. The warm towel on her face finally roused her somewhat. Father, why are you up so early? She inquired. Because I do not indulge in sloth like some little piglet, Nangong Sihua replied, watching his daughter brush her teeth and wash her face. All right, I suppose I did wake up late, Qingli conceded.
Nangong Sihua chose à délicate.
Pale yellow dress from her wardrobe for her. After she had finished washing up, he dressed her in the lovely gown adorned with spring flowers, giving her an adorable appearance. Observing his daughter's hair, Nangong Sihua realized he could only style his own and had never assisted another in doing so. At that moment, Tang Li arrived with some hair accessories. He noticed the young master frowning, holding a wooden comb, appearing somewhat at a loss, unsure of where to begin. Sir, these are the accessories you instructed me to select from the storeroom. Tang Li opened the wooden box and presented it. Nangong Sihua glanced at it and casually picked up a necklace, a sizable piece of mutton fat jade fashioned into a lock, intricately connected with patterns, exuding elegance. Do you like it? He asked the little one on the floor. Very much. Qingli responded enthusiastically, nodding her head. Nangong Sihua adorned her with the necklace. Tang Li, please style her hair attractively, he instructed. I still have some matters to attend to, he added, feeling a twinge of guilt as he touched his nose. Yes, young master. Tang Li accepted the comb and began meticulously styling Qingli's hair. Nangong Sihua, having claimed he had affairs to manage, watched intently. So, it should be done this way, he mused. The little one is fine. Soft hair only required a hairband and some delicate floral pins for embellishment. Tang Li, perceiving the young master's concern, patiently explained. Qing Li, admiring her beautiful reflection in the mirror, happily swung her feet. Upon catching a glimpse of her father, she curiously asked, "Father, aren't you supposed to be dealing with matters?" Nangong Sihua felt a bit awkward at her words. "It's not urgent," he replied calmly, maintaining his composure despite a hint of inner turmoil overlying in front of his child. Tang Li internally chuckled, maintaining a serene expression, eager to avoid any unwanted chores. "Then, father, shall we go eat?" Qing Li suggested, taking hold of her father's large hand. "Indeed." Nangong Sihua clasped his daughter's soft little hand.
Ah.
"Are all children's hands so soft?" He pondered, realizing he had never perceived the distance from the second floor to the first as quite so extensive, having to match Qing Li's pace. Eventually, Qing Li grew weary and stretched out her small arms. "Carry me, father." "Very well." Nangong Sihua lifted his chubby daughter into his arms. Qing Li nestled against his shoulder, bursting with joy, even making a silly face at Tang Li trailing behind. Rawr! Tang Li feigned fright at the adorable little one's antics. At the dining table, Nangong Sihua set Qing Li down in a chair. "Qing Li, today I must step out for a while. You will be home alone. Should you need anything, call for Nangong Yu," he informed her. "Some individuals are becoming restless again," he added. "All right, father, please return early." "I will patiently await your return at home," Qing Li replied. Nangong Sihua nodded. Today's meal consisted of small wontons, which Qing Li devoured in 2 bites. After finishing his own meal, Nangong Sihua washed his hands, ruffled his still-eating daughter's hair, and then departed with Tang Li. Upon descending the stairs, Nangong Yu noticed Qing Li still at the table. "My little lady, how long have you been at that bowl of wontons? You still haven't tea finished?"
He teased.
"Nangong Yu, I'm a bit full," Qing Li admitted with a hint of distress. "Then let us not eat any more," Nangong Yu suggested, patting her head. "No, we must not waste food. It is wrong to waste food," Qing Li insisted. "Then may I have it?" Nangong Yu asked, eyeing her adorable demeanor.
"Sure."
Qing Li pushed her bowl toward him. Nangong Yu finished it in just a few bites before lifting Qing Li outside for some fresh air. "Nangong Yu, have you known father for a long time?" Qing Li inquired curiously. "Indeed, the young master rescued me nearly 20 years ago," he replied. "Little lady, you may not know, but I was picked up by the young master from the roadside." "That such a wonderful person could be unwanted is quite sad," Qing Li said, her expression somber. "Nangong Yu, you're so gentle. Some things, little one, you're still too young to comprehend. When you grow older, you will understand that those who are not favored, no matter how well they perform, will eventually be cast aside." Nangong Yu spoke gently, gazing at Qing Li. "The little lady is quite fortunate, although she may not be favored by her mother. She is cherished by the young master." He discerned that the young master was gradually learning the ways of fatherhood. "Nangong Yu, father wants you, Qing Li wants you, and Uncle Tang Li wants you too. If anyone bullies you, just tell Qing Li, and I will help you bite them." Qing Li consoled. "I will be fierce. Biting hurts. What if you are unable to bite them?" Nangong Yu chuckled, inquiring. "Then I will call father. Father will surely prevail," Qing Li declared, clenching her tiny fist. "Then I shall rely on the little lady to protect me," Nangong Yu said with a gentle smile. Qing Li will protect you," she affirmed, nodding vigorously. After playing in the garden for a while, Nangong Yu glanced at the time and realized he needed to prepare medicine for the little lady. He was not confident in others doing so. "Little lady, you may play in the garden for a while longer. I will go prepare your medicine. If you need anything, call for the steward, all right?" Nangong Yu squatted down and pointed to the steward nearby.
"Okay."
Qing Li nodded obediently, returning to her fascination with the lovely flowers and butterflies. Nangong Yu stood, gave the steward a few instructions, and then departed. Qing Li chased after the beautiful butterflies running about. A person dressed in servant attire stealthily approached her. Meanwhile, another servant arrived with the menu for the following day to discuss with the steward. The butler furrowed his brow upon hearing the young master's request for pickled bamboo shoots, realizing that fresh winter bamboo was currently unavailable. "Let me check," he said. It was imperative that the young master's desires were met without error. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingli was engrossed in watching a plump little bee gather nectar from flowers when suddenly she was seized, her mouth and nose covered. Reacting instinctively, she bit down.
"Ouch."
"You little rascal, have you learned to bite after just a few days?" Sudui exclaimed, wincing in pain. "Let go." With that, she tossed Xiao Qingli onto the grass. The child rolled twice before sitting up, dazed. Sweet daughter, it's me, your mother. Did you miss me? Suyu looked at Xiao Qingli's adorably foolish expression, a cold chuckle escaping her lips. How could she have given birth to such a simpleton?
No.
Xiao Qingli replied honestly, shaking her head. The bad mother didn't like her, and she didn't like the bad mother either. You. Remember to tell young Master Nangong that you adore me and that you can't live without your mother. Suyu commanded sharply. If you do well, I'll buy you a dress. If you don't, I'll punish you severely. No, Xiao Qingli protested. Children must not lie. If you don't obey me, I am your mother. The more Suyu looked at her daughter, the more she found her displeasing. How wonderful it would have been if she had given birth to a boy. After all, in a prestigious family like the Nangongs, boys were highly valued. Most importantly, boys inherited, while girls were destined to be married off. She was so close to being the mother of the future head of the Nangong family. It was all because of this worthless daughter. Xiao Qingli began to shout, "There are bad people. Bad people are coming to catch me. Be quiet." Suyu attempted to cover Xiao Qingli's mouth, but the child rolled away, a nimble little ball of fluff. The butler had already heard the commotion and rushed over. "Young master, are you all right? Are you hurt? Where are the bad people?" He inquired anxiously, lifting Xiao Qingli to check for injuries. They ran that way. Xiao Qingli pointed in the direction Suyu had fled. "Someone pursue." The butler called to the servants. He first took Xiao Qingli to see Nanyu, fearing she might be hurt. Nanyu was engrossed in preparing medicine with a small fan. "How did you get so dirty?" he asked, chuckling at the sight of the grassy little ball. "Brother Nanyu, it was the bad mother who threw me onto the grass," Xiao Qingli said, pouting with grievance. Chapter 9. After work, I will bring my daughter a small cake. Nanyu furrowed his brow at her words and crouched down to look at Xiao Qingli. "Tell brother Nanyu where it hurts." He examined her little arms, which looked like lotus roots. "It doesn't hurt. The grass is soft." She shook her head. Still not at ease, Nanyu took her pulse, concerned about any possible internal injuries. "If anything feels wrong, you must tell brother Nanyu immediately, all right?" He gently brushed the grass off her head. "MHM, Xiao Qingli nodded. "Butler, find out who allowed that woman to enter," Nanyu said coldly. "Yes," the butler replied, casting a fearful glance at Nanyu. The impression he had of Nanyu was that of a gentle and refined young man, but when angered,
He could be quite intimidating.
Nanyu was determined to remain vigilant. If someone had infiltrated, it indicated that the Nangong family was not safe. The young master was in charge of the family and there were many enemies, so he needed to protect the young master carefully. Especially since the young master lacked the ability to defend himself. "Young master, once you finish your medicine, brother Nanyu will take you to change clothes, all right?" He gently proposed to Xiao Qingli. "Okay," she obediently nodded. Nanyu found a small stool for her to sit on. After the medicine was ready, he poured it out to cool, intending to feed it to her after she finished her meal. "Brother Nanyu, this medicine is sweet," Xiao Qingli exclaimed in surprise.
Indeed.
"Doesn't he young master dislike bitterness?" "So, I specially formulated it to be sweet without compromising its efficacy," Nanyu explained. "Thank you, brother Nanyu." Xiao Qingli joyfully hugged his arm, nuzzling like a little kitten. It was the young master's instruction, Nanyu clarified. In truth, the young master cared deeply for the young master.
That deal was Lily.
Xiao Qingli beamed even brighter. "Yes, the young master really likes the young master," Nanyu affirmed. Hee. Xiao Qingli smiled sweetly, cradling her face. "When will daddy come back?" She missed him. After administering the medicine, Nanyu took Xiao Qingli upstairs to change into a fresh outfit. The butler had also uncovered how Suyu had gained entry. "Young master Nanyu, it has been clarified that Suyu gave this servant 200,000 to allow her to enter disguised as a servant while purchasing ingredients. Another servant was her accomplice," the butler reported. "Young master Nanyu, she gave me 20,000 to divert the butler's attention," a servant sobbed. The servant who was weeping on the ground was the same one who had brought the menu to the butler earlier. "Take her away, and wait for the young master to handle it upon his return," Nanyu instructed. Yes. Nangong Sihua had yet to return by evening, and Xiao Qingli continuously peered towards the entrance. "Why hasn't he daddy come back yet? Brother Nanyu, why hasn't he daddy come back yet?" she asked, her little face scrunched in worry. "The young master might be occupied with matters, which is why he is late," Nanyu patiently reassured her. "All right." Xiao Qingli sighed and sat down on a small stool at the door, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed ahead, waiting for her father's return. Observing the unhappy young master, Nanyu stepped into a corner to call Tang Li, Hello, Tang Li, when will you be back? The young master is waiting for you. Tang Li glanced at the young master, who was waiting in line to buy small cakes. We should be home in about half an hour, he replied. Okay. Tang Li hung up and looked at the ethereal young master. It was said he had gone to buy cakes himself, despite the young master insisting on doing it. The girls buying cakes couldn't help but scream internally, wow, what a handsome man. Like a snow lotus on a mountain. A celestial being that has descended from the heavens. They could only admire him from afar, too intimidated to approach. When it was Nangong Sihua's turn, the attendant asked what he would like. He studied the small cakes seriously. Which cake is suitable for a 2-year-old girl? He inquired. The surrounding girls listened to his clear, ethereal voice, thinking, Mama, I could listen to this voice for 100 years and never tire of it. Sir, these options are more suitable for children. They have lower sugar content and are quite adorable, the attendant pointed out several cakes. Your daughter will surely love them. Please wrap these for me. Thank you. Nangong Sihua replied, handing over cash. The attendant hesitated, glancing at the money in her hand, as she lacked sufficient change. Many people now used mobile payments,
Leaving the store short on cash.
No need for change, Nangong Sihua said, carrying the small cakes as he left. Onlookers watched him drive away, marveling at what an imposing yet handsome father he was. After work, he would bring his daughter a small cake. Tang Li respectfully opened the car door for him. Young master, Tang Li remarked, South Yu just called, saying that the little young master has been eagerly awaiting your return. Yes, I shall return shortly, Nangong Sihua replied, glancing at the small cake in his hand. Surely, this little fool will appreciate it. At the Nangong residence, little Qing Li caught sight of her father's car from a distance and scampered over to greet him. South Yu hurriedly followed suit. Little young master, slow down. Nangong Sihua observed the approaching bundle of joy, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. It seems my efforts in bringing her a small cake were not in vain. As soon as Nangong Sihua stepped out of the car, little Qing Li wrapped her arms around his legs. Daddy, you've finally returned. Lily missed you so much. At this moment, she resembled a kitten who had found its mother, exuding an overwhelming sense of affection. Here, I brought you a small cake, Nangong Sihua said, holding the cake in one hand while taking his daughter's hand with the other. Daddy is the best. Little Qing Li exclaimed joyfully, blowing on her colorful rainbow skin. Nangong Sihua's lips curled into a satisfied smile. At the dining table, little Qing Li delightedly savored the small cake. Daddy, it's so delicious. I'll bring you more next time. But after this bite, no more until you finish your meal. Nangong Sihua gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. As the dishes were served, little Qing Li swung her legs as she munched on the bamboo shoots. These bamboo shoots are so tasty. Nangong Sihua took a sip of soup, noting the freshness of the bamboo. No wonder this little fool enjoys them so much. Tang Li. I recall there's a patch of barren land in the back mountain. Let us plant some bamboo there, he instructed. Upon hearing this, little Qing Li joyfully asked her father, Daddy, does this mean we can go to the back mountain to dig up bamboo shoots to eat? Indeed, Nangong Sihua nodded. There will be as many as you desire. After finishing their meal, Tang Li took little Qing Li out for a stroll. South Yu reported the situation regarding Su Yu. Young master, this is the current state of affairs. Su Yu is courting danger. Nangong Sihua's expression turned cold. And what of Sheng Er? Replying to the young master. The little young master has not sustained any injuries, South Yu answered. Very well. Seek out the northern realm and select 2 younger assassins to accompany Sheng Er. Nangong Sihua instructed, twirling the prayer beads in his hand. And Su Yu? South Yu inquired. Isn't she returning tomorrow? Nangong Sihua chuckled. The insects he controls should find Su Yu quite to their liking. South Yu nodded in understanding, and then departed. Nangong Sihua reclined on the elegant couch, preparing to close his eyes for a moment's rest. Daddy,
Where are you?
little Qing Li's sweet voice echoed. With a sigh of resignation, Nangong Sihua thought, having raised this little fool, I am granted no moment of peace.
Daddy?
In the study, he replied. Upon hearing her father's voice, little Qing Li hurriedly trotted to the study. She plopped down on the fluffy carpet, gazing at him. Sheng Er, whom did you meet today? Nangong Sihua reached out to stroke her little head. Chapter 10. Teaching this foolish daughter to learn to complain. Being bullied without knowing to report it. Treating it as mere decor. Truly a little fool.
Huh?
Little Qing Li was momentarily perplexed, then began to count on her fingers earnestly. Brother Nan Yu, butler grandpa, sister servant and the pretty butterflies and the chubby bees. Nangong Sihua face-bombed. In her world, butterflies and bees were considered people as well. Ah, and the bad person, Mama. Little Qingli exclaimed, nearly forgetting. Daddy, the bad person Mama bullied me. She told me to lie, she said indignantly. How can a child lie?
What lie?
Nangong Sihua's eyes flashed with coldness. So it turns out, it wasn't that the little fool didn't report it. She had simply forgotten. Tell Daddy that Li Li cannot be without bad person Mama, Little Qingli said. Humph. Nangong Sihua let out a cold laugh. This woman truly had the audacity to say such things. Sheng Er, from now on if someone bullies you, you must tell me, do you understand? He began to teach his foolish daughter the importance of complaining. Little Qingli nodded. Nangong Sihua gazed at his round, somewhat foolish daughter, pondering how she would fare as she grew older. Little Qingli, unaware of her father's concerns, simply looked at the prayer beads in his hand with great interest. Noticing her fascination, Nangong Sihua offered her the beads. Little Qingli touched the golden lotus on the beads. Daddy, this flower is so beautiful. What kind of flower is it? She inquired. Lotus. Do you like it? Nangong Sihua asked. I do. Upon hearing his daughter's response, Nangong Sihua contemplated that there should still be a solid gold lotus in the storeroom. Since this little fool liked it, he decided to give it to her. Young master, the people have arrived, a cold voice echoed from outside the study.
Come in, Nangong Sihua commanded.
Little Qingli looked on with curiosity. In the next moment, a burly man, bearing 2 blades on his back, entered with 2 young boys. Greetings, young master, the Northern Realm said respectfully. And little young master. The 2 boys knelt down, echoing the salutation. Rise, Nangong Sihua replied lazily. Little Qingli blinked her big eyes at the Northern Realm. The Northern Realm, in turn, gazed at the legendary little young master. She is quite different from what I had imagined. I thought the little young master would be as mature as the young master, but instead, she is a soft and adorable bun.
Shengya.
Go see if they meet your approval. Nangong Sihua gestured toward the 2 boys. Little Qingli dashed over, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at the 2 older boys. Big brothers, what are your names?
She asked.
Replying to the little young master. We do not have names, one of the boys answered. Please, little young master, bestow us with names, the other, who had a delicate appearance, added. He understood that the Northern Guardian had chosen them to serve as this little girl's protectors. However, Li Li was not well versed in characters. Little Qingli frowned. Daddy, could you help them name themselves? She looked at her father, aware that while she knew few characters, her father was knowledgeable. Of course, Nangong Sihua nodded. The 2 young boys immediately knelt down, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, young master. They understood that only the 4 great guardians could receive names from the young master. Their ability to be named by him was solely due to the little young master's request. Big brother, you hurt your hand. Li Li will go get you a band-aid. Little Qingli noticed the injury on the Northern Realm's hand and promptly ran to her room to fetch a band-aid. The Northern Realm called out anxiously, little young master, no. But little Qingli had already dashed out the door. The Northern Realm looked at the small injury caused by the knife, something he hadn't even noticed. As he stood in a daze, the 2 young boys were under the pressure of Nangong Sihua's presence. Since the little young master likes you, then you shall follow her and protect her from now on, Nangong Sihua said coldly. The Northern Realm must have already told you about the fate of traitors, right? Rest assured, young master, we vow never to betray you and to protect the little young master with our lives. The 2 boys immediately pledged their loyalty. From now on, you shall be called Song Hai, and you shall be called Hao Yu, Nangong Sihua declared. Thank you, young master. At this moment, Xiao Qingli returned with a band-aid in hand. Brother, extend your hand, she instructed as she tore open the cartoon-themed band-aid. Bei Jing stiffly extended his hand. With puffed cheeks, Xiao Qingli blew on his wound. Don't worry, I will be very careful, she assured him. Meanwhile, Bei Jing remained rigid, unsure where to direct his gaze. Xiao Qingli placed the band-aid on him. There you go, she said cheerfully. Remember to change it, okay? She handed several more band-aids to Bei Jing. Thank you, young master, he replied, somewhat at a loss. You're welcome, Xiao Qingli replied sweetly. Bei Jing's cold, hard expression nearly melted away under her warm smile. Shenger, come here, Nangong Sihua called, feeling a twinge of jealousy, as this was his daughter. Xiao Qingli returned to her father's side. Shenger, these 2 will stay with you to ensure your safety. This one is called Song Hai, and the other is Hao Yu, Nangong Sihua informed his daughter. I remember, Pair, Xiao Qingli nodded. You may leave now. Nangong Sihua instructed. Yes, sir. The three of them stepped outside, while Beijing returned to the back mountain, with Song Hai and Haoyu standing guard at the entrance. You two take good care of the young master. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you either, Beijing warned. Understood. Nangong Sihua, with some leisure time, began teaching his daughter about fragrance blending. This is the scent of gardenia, he said, placing powdered gardenia flowers under her nose. Xiao Qingli took a deep sniff. Father, I remember. This is the scent of agarwood, he continued patiently. Xiao Qingli listened intently, eager to learn. Young master, the old master is on the line, Tang Li announced, handing the phone to Nangong Sihua. Grandfather, he answered. You go away. Let Qingli take the call, the old man said. TSK, Xing'er, it's your great-grandfather on the phone, Nangong Sihua said, bringing the phone closer to his daughter. Great-grandfather, do you miss Pair? Xiao Qingli asked in her cheerful, youthful voice. Of course. When will you come home to see your great-grandfather? The old man replied with delight. I don't know. Father didn't tell me, Xiao Qingli responded. Nangong Sihua, when will you bring my precious great-granddaughter back? The old man demanded. After finishing up his business, Nangong Sihua held the phone away. Hurry up. Step aside. I want to talk to Pair, the old man said, looking displeased. It's late. She needs to sleep. Xing'er, say goodbye to your great-grandfather, Nangong Sihua instructed. Goodbye, great-grandfather. Goodbye, precious great-granddaughter. After hanging up, Nangong Sihua took his daughter to bathe. Which one do you like? He asked, presenting a row of fragrances he had blended himself for her to choose from. Xiao Qingli sniffed each one and ultimately selected a warm scent. Good choice. Nangong Sihua adjusted the water temperature for her bath, then let her immerse in the water. Xiao Qingli took a towel and began scrubbing herself, ensuring she was clean and fragrant. After her bath, Nangong Sihua applied rose water to her hair. From 100 pounds of roses, they could extract only a small bottle, making it perfect for hair care. Once her hair dried, he tucked her into bed. Sleep well. Good night, father. Xiao Qingli obediently closed her eyes. Chapter 11. On closer inspection. The little bun was quite adorable. Nangong Sihua turned off the light. Song Hai and Haoyu could only rest behind the screen. Yet, for them, it was more than satisfactory. At least it was warm, unlike the damp cold of the training grounds. They were both rescued, and for them, merely surviving was sufficient. They had no luxury to wish for better living conditions. Song Hai, Haoyu, I'll get you a small blanket. You'll catch a cold if you don't cover yourselves at night, Xiao Qingli said as she crawled out of bed in the dark. Haoyu quickly turned on the bedside lamp. Young master, it's unnecessary. We're not cold, Song Hai replied. Yes, it is necessary, Xiao Qingli insisted. Young master, let me help, Haoyu said, noticing her tiptoeing to reach the closet. He hurried to assist her. In the end, Song Hai was covered with a pink strawberry blanket, and Haoyu with a light yellow cloud-patterned one. Both of them stared at the blankets, feeling somewhat out of place as they regarded the adorably designed covers. After glancing at the already sleeping young master, a warm feeling enveloped them. The young master would surely be a wonderful master. The next morning, Xiao Qingli awoke to see a silver-haired figure leaning close to her. Father, there's a monster, she exclaimed, frightened, wrapping herself tightly in her blanket. Young master. Song Hai and Haoyu immediately turned their anxious gazes toward Shicai.
11. She smiled slightly.
He hadn't anticipated that the young master's daughter would be so timid. He had rushed back overnight just to catch a glimpse of the young master's child. It could be said that her personality bears no resemblance to the young master. Had it been the young master, he would have undoubtedly given him a punch. The young master merely wraps herself in her blanket. I'm leaving, Shicai said, losing interest, as the silver accessories on him jingled as he walked away. Song Hai and Haoyu were helpless. The protector had scared them and then left. Young master, that's not a monster. It's protector Shicai. Haoyu gently reassured her. Xiao Qingli peeked out from her blanket. That scared Pair to death. Young master, it's time to get up and freshen up, Haoyu said softly. Xiao Qingli rose to wash up. Song Hai silently tidied the room. As Xiao Qingli descended the stairs, she saw that frightening brother looking at her with a smirk. Young master, come here, Shicai beckoned.
No.
Where's brother Nanyu? Where's my father? Xiao Qingli hesitated to approach. They've gone to the back mountain, so it's just the two of us now, Shicai said mischievously. I want to find my father. Xiao Qingli attempted to dash outside, only to be effortlessly lifted by Shixi. Protector Shixi, please put the young master down, Zhang Hai, and How You urged anxiously. I just want to play with the young master. You don't need to be so tense, Shixi replied indifferently. You bad big brother. Let me down. Xiao Qingli flailed her short limbs in protest. Remove the bad and just call me brother, Shixi teased her. Humph. Xiao Qingli pouted in annoyance. Here. Brother will give you a little pet, Shixi said. A pet? Xiao Qingli's curiosity piqued immediately. What kind of pet? Is it a little rabbit? Or a kitten? To her surprise, Shixi pulled out a small green snake for her.
Protector undicesimo C.
That snake is venomous. How you exclaimed in alarm. I know, Shixi replied, clearly unfazed. He certainly knew about the snake he raised himself. Protector Shixi, please hand the young master over to me, How You insisted frantically. Knowing it's poisonous and still letting the young master play with it is unacceptable. No, Shixi refused. Then we will have to offend you, How You said. His expression darkening. Want to snatch her? You all can't outmatch me, Shixi boasted. Xiao Qingli gazed at the little snake on her shoulder, its pea-sized eyes watching her. She reached out her tiny hand to touch it. It's so cool. As Shixi witnessed the two youths lunging towards him, he promptly seized Xiao Qingli and dashed towards the door. Catch me if you can.
He.
Just as he exited, he collided with Nanyu with a loud thud. What are you doing, Shixi? Nanyu sighed, grasping Shixi to prevent him from tumbling. Brother Nanyu.
Daddy.
Xiao Qingli joyfully extended her small arms. Nangong Sihua embraced his daughter, then reached out to grasp the snake around her neck.
Undicesimo C.
Nangong Sihua cast a sinister glance at him. You allow your daughter to play with a venomous snake? Are you seeking a whipping? Young master. I believe the young mistress enjoys it quite a bit, Shixi stammered, retreating in fear behind Nanyu. I see you have a fondness for snakes as well. Perhaps you should spend a day in the snake den, Nangong Sihua remarked. Nanyu, quickly intercede on my behalf. Shixi tugged at Nanyu's sleeve. Without hesitation, Nanyu pushed him forward.
Undicesimo C.
You've changed. Daddy, the snake is almost dead, Xiao Qingli observed, gazing at the snake with its head tilted and tongue lolling. Shinger, aren't you afraid?
Nangong Sihua inquired, somewhat astonished.
Had his naive daughter changed her temperament? Not at all. It's so tiny, and Lili is much bigger than it, so of course, I'm not scared.
Xiao Qingli raplia.
This isn't merely about size. Nangong Sihua stated. Young master, it's not a matter of whether you are larger, it's about whether you can overpower it, Nanyu added.
Ah?
So the reason young mistress isn't afraid of the snake is this, Shixi mused. No, Shinger, this is a venomous snake. It could bite you. Nangong Sihua attempted to explain to his daughter. It might bite Lili, but Lili can bite back. My mouth is bigger than its. So, I can definitely bite harder. Xiao Qingli blinked her big eyes and declared. Nangong Sihua sighed again, as did Nanyu. It appeared that the young mistress remained as adorably naive as ever. Nangong Sihua tossed the snake back to Shixi. You, never mind. He gazed at his innocent daughter, abandoning any further explanation. Young master, you need not worry. This bracelet, when worn, will render the young mistress immune to all poisons. Shixi removed an ancient silver bracelet from his wrist. He had bestowed his treasured bracelet upon the young mistress. So there was no need to cast him into the snake den. Nangong Sihua accepted it, adjusting the mechanism to shrink the bracelet before placing it on his daughter's chubby little hand. Shinger, remember, you must not take off this bracelet, do you understand?
Nangong Sihua instructed. Lili understands.
Xiao Qingli nodded earnestly while gazing at the bracelet on her wrist. Only then did Nangong Sihua feel somewhat reassured. Shixi was a master of poisons, having been immersed in toxins since childhood. The things he created were still trustworthy. Young master, now that my bracelet is gone, could you? Shixi's eyes shifted towards Nanyu. Nanyu, who oversaw the medicinal herbs of the Nangong family, understood his intent to procure some poison to craft a new bracelet. Nanyu handed him the key. Nangong Sihua then carried his daughter to the study. Shixi leaned against Nanyu's shoulder, observing the back of his master cradling the adorable child. Is this truly the cold, austere young master who spends all day in meditation? It feels rather surreal to see him with a little one, Shixi exclaimed in astonishment. Do not be surprised, you will encounter many more astonishing sights in the future, Nanyu replied, pushing him away. You seem quite fond of that little bun. Shixi remarked, casting a glance at Nanyu. Indeed, the young mistress is delightful, Nanyu affirmed with a smile. As you spend time with her, you'll discover just how charming she is, even if her adorableness sometimes borders on foolishness. Humph, I would never develop an affection for a 2-year-old little bun, Shixi retorted. Feigning pride. Suit yourself, but do not tease the young mistress, or the young master may cast you into the wilds of the tropical rainforest for survival training. Nanyu cautioned kindly. The mere thought of the giant pythons and piranhas of the rainforest sent a shiver down Shixi's spine. Those creatures were indeed formidable adversaries. After grooming his daughter's hair, Nangong Sihua took her downstairs for a meal. Xiao Qingli clutched a large meat bun and began to munch on it. Shixi's gaze unconsciously drifted toward her. Upon closer inspection, the little bun was quite adorable, with her chubby cheeks. Chapter 12. What makes you think I like Shenger? Is it simply because she is your child? Bad uncle, don't stare at Lily while she eats. It makes her shy, Xiao Qingli pouted, her little brows furrowing as she looked at Shixi. And what of it? Shixi responded defiantly, determined to steal another glance. Xiao Qingli turned to her father.
Daddy.
She called out to her great support.
11 chi.
Nangong Sihua shot a fleeting glance at Shixi. Immediately, Shixi lowered his head, pretending to be a timid quail as he sipped his porridge. Nanyu shook his head in resignation. Shixi insisted on provoking the young mistress. Perhaps only she could truly connect with him, considering Shixi's psychological age in the Nangong family was only 3. Xiao Qingli cast a triumphant glance at Shixi. In turn, Shixi feigned a fierce glare at her. Unfazed, Xiao Qingli returned a playful, fierce expression.
Oh.
This little bun has quite the spirit, Shixi remarked. Ignoring him, Xiao Qingli continued to nibble on her meat bun. After breakfast, Xiao Qingli followed Nanyu to learn about medicinal herbs, while Shixi attempted to disrupt their lesson. Consequently, Nanyu swiftly incapacitated him with 3 needles. Shixi gazed at his erstwhile good friend, astonished at his newfound coldness. How could the illustrious Poison King allow himself to be subdued in such a manner? Did he not care for his dignity? Next time, he would have to subject Nanyu to his newly developed toxin. This is licorice. Nanyu patiently explained the properties of the herb he held.
Xiaoqing lilistana tintanli.
Time slipped away unnoticed, and Shixi's limbs had grown numb. Xiao Qingli gradually recounted what Nanyu had taught her. Whenever she stumbled, Nanyu gently corrected her. Watching the little buns speak slowly, Shixi urged, "Hurry up. My blood flow is nearly stagnant." At long last, once Xiao Qingli finished her recounting, Nanyu released Shixi from his constraints. Xiao Qingli scampered off to find her father, eager to report her newfound knowledge. "Daddy, Lily learned about many kinds of herbs," she exclaimed, perching on her father's shoulder. "Oh, what did you learn? Tell Daddy," Nangong Sihua said, setting down his pen and smiling at his daughter. Xiao Qingli excitedly shared her accomplishments in her sweet, childish voice. "Wonderful," Nangong Sihua praised. He then retrieved 3 boxes from the nearby bookshelf. "Daddy, what are these?" Xiao Qingli asked curiously. "Open them and see for yourself," Nangong Sihua replied. As she opened the boxes, a brilliant golden light flashed. Inside lay a golden lotus, crafted from pure gold and the size of an adult's palm. Xiao Qingli's mouth fell open in awe. "So shiny. Open the other 2," she urged, discovering a silver lotus and a white jade lotus within. "Did you not say you liked lotuses last time? Here are 3 for you to play with," Nangong Sihua declared grandly. "Thank you, Daddy," Xiao Qingli cooed, snuggling against him. Nangong Sihua savored his daughter's affection. "Why not go play with Nanyu and the others? Daddy has some matters to attend to," he suggested, looking down at her. "Okay.
Gang hai, how are you
Come help Li carry these," Xiao Qingli called out. Song Hai and Hao Yu entered to assist her in transporting the 3 boxes outside. Xiao Qingli then led Song Hai and Hao Yu off to play with Nanyu, who was busy and had no time to entertain her. "Young master, I am currently busy preparing medicine and cannot leave. Would it be all right if I come to find you once I am finished?" Nanyu gently explained to Xiao Qingli as he crouched down. The obedient Xiao Qingli nodded in agreement. She then sat on the carpet, playing with Song Hai and Hao Yu. "Wow, what a magnificent silver lotus!" Shixi exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the lotus crafted from pure silver. He had a fondness for all things made of silver. "Young master, may I take a look?"
11 chi inquired.
"Of course," Xiao Qingli replied graciously. Shi Xiai held the silver lotus in his hands, utterly captivated. Oh, I adore it. But if I were to snatch something from the young master, he would undoubtedly flay me alive. However, he could trade something with Xiao Qingli. On his recent expedition to the snowy mountains, he had sought snow lotuses and snow spiders, and even found a young snow eagle. He wondered if the young master would be willing to make a trade. Little Bun, may I offer you something in exchange? Shi Xiai proposed. I am not Little Bun, Xiao Qingli retorted, associating the name with the large meat buns she feasted on daily. Oh, then I shall call you Little Tangyuan, Shi Xiai remarked, glancing at the plump little dumpling. Is that all right? I can trade you the young snow eagle. It's quite adorable.
11 pouted, nuzzling against Xiao Qingli.
She pushed his face away, saying, I need to consult my father before agreeing. Xiao Qingli felt a flicker of interest.
All right.
Just remember to ask, Shi Xiai replied, nodding eagerly. Song Hai and Hao Yu exchanged glances, surprised at Shi Xi's childishness. That evening, Nangong Sihua sat in a chair within the dungeon, observing the disheveled Su Yu. Shi Xiai, I leave her to you, Nangong Sihua stated coldly. Understood, young master, Shi Xiai responded, excitement evident in his voice, as his pets were also hungry. Su Yu looked in horror at the insects and snakes slithering towards her.
Ah!
Young master Nangong, please spare me. Her hoarse cries echoed throughout the dungeon. I warned you not to disturb my daughter. Since you dared to provoke death, you must bear the consequences, Nangong Sihua replied, his demeanor languid. Yet the chill in his gaze was enough to instill terror.
Ah!
Young master Nangong, do you not like children? I could bear you a son more adorable than her. Su Yu trembled, watching a tiny snake the size of her thumb burrow into her clothing. Since young master Nangong favored that little imp, perhaps she could offer him a clever and charming son.
Ha! Nangong Sihua laughed.
Drawing a dagger as he approached Su Yu, she gazed at him, his smile reminiscent of a demon. Struggling against her bindings, she writhed backward. Nangong Sihua stepped on her foot, and she felt a piercing pain in her ankle. What gives you the impression that I cherish Xing Air simply because she is your offspring? Nangong Sihua slashed Su Yu's face with the dagger. The bugs and tiny snakes, drawn by the scent of blood, surged forward. So do not overestimate your own cleverness, Nangong Sihua chuckled, tapping her face with the dagger. To use Xing Air to win my favor is a daydream better suited for you. The foolish girl, despite her naivety, could clearly discern between malice and kindness. Su Yu's face was left mangled and bloody. Take her back to the Qin family in a while, and inform Qin Dafu that if he dares to entertain any more wicked ideas, I, Nangong Sihua, can guarantee that by dawn, the Qin family will cease to exist in the capital, he commanded, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his hands clean. Last time, I caused them to lose half their assets, yet they haven't learned their lesson. Yes, came the obedient reply. Nangong Sihua tossed the soiled handkerchief onto the ground and departed. Shi Xiai observed the wretched woman. Humph, even the young master can be manipulated by her. Although little Tangyuan is foolish, the young master is akin to a reincarnated vixen with countless schemes in mind. Just watch, her fate will be equally tragic. After bathing and perfuming himself, Nangong Sihua entered his daughter's room. Inside, Nanyu was gently singing a lullaby to the peacefully sleeping Xiao Qingli. Upon noticing the young master's arrival, he rose to offer his seat. Nangong Sihua gazed affectionately at his daughter's serene visage, tenderly brushing his fingers against her cheek. He then glanced at Song Hai and Hao Yu, signaling them to follow him outside. The two followed anxiously behind Nangong Sihua and Nanyu. In the study, Song Hai and Hao Yu bowed their heads, while Nanyu stood to the side, preparing ink for the young master. You two shall reside in the adjoining room. Tomorrow, I will have someone connect the two rooms, Nangong Sihua instructed. Yes, young master. Chapter 13. Wow, so it turns out that Li Li is a flower. Remember the rules of the Nangong family's death warriors. The capable shall prevail, and you may be replaced at any moment, Nangong Sihua admonished. Young master, we will never slacken our efforts. Please rest assured. Song Hai and Hao Yu knelt in response. I look forward to your performance. You may withdraw. Song Hai and Hao Yu exited. Meanwhile, the slumbering Xiao Qingli felt as though she were floating. It seemed she had ascended to the clouds. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a white-bearded old gentleman. Where am I? Xiao Qingli asked, sitting atop a fluffy white cloud. Little golden lotus. You need not know who I am. You simply need to understand your task, the elder of the southern pole replied kindly. But I am not Little Golden Lotus. My name is Nangong Qingli, Xiao Qingli asserted earnestly. I mean, your true essence is that of a little golden lotus. The elder of the southern pole waved his hand, and with a resounding poof, Xiao Qingli transformed into a plump little golden lotus. She stared in astonishment at her radiant golden petals. Wow, so Lili is indeed a flower. And such a golden flower at that. Does that mean Lili is quite valuable? The elder of the southern pole replied.
It's not about value.
Ahem, to get to the point, your task is to save the arch-villain led by your father. The old gentleman cleared his throat. What is an arch-villain? Xiao Qingli inquired, eager for knowledge. It means a bad person. The elder of the southern pole wiped the sweat from his brow. My father is not a bad person.
Xiao Qingli protesta.
Her small voice filled with indignation. I shall ignore this old gentleman. She turned her back, sulking. The elder of the southern pole sighed, pondering whether it was a bit much to ask a newly transformed little golden lotus to undertake the task of saving a villain. Snow Spirit, do you think we should send someone else for this assignment? He asked the youth behind him. The youth, with misty blue hair and clad in a moon-white, white-sleeved robe embroidered with a ninefold cosmic lotus, exuded an air of elegance. It shall be her, the Snow Spirit replied coolly. But she is still too young. The elder of the southern pole expressed concern. I will accompany her, the Snow Spirit declared, gently picking up the fuming little golden lotus and cradling her in his palm. Xiao Qingli gazed at the stunningly beautiful youth.
Who are you?
I am Snow Spirit. Listen carefully. If you do not save your father and the others, they will face dire fates, the Snow Spirit explained. So you must obediently follow my instructions. Do you understand?
Wah?
Lili doesn't want her father and brother Nanyu to die. Xiao Qingli began to cry. Xuelingzi pondered. Did he water this little golden lotus too much when he first planted it? Otherwise, why does it cry so easily? Stop crying. It's not dead yet, Xuelingzi consoled. Xiao Qingli looked at Xuelingzi's cold demeanor, stifling her tears with a sense of grievance. Xuelingzi pressed her forehead, bemused by how even after transforming from a flower into a human, this little golden lotus remained so naive. We can rescue your father and the others. So you must heed my words, Xuelingzi explained patiently. One must cherish the flowers they cultivate. The little golden lotus trembled its petals in response. Be good. I shall assist you when the time comes, Xuelingzi said, gently caressing her petals. After all, she had nurtured her from a mere seed. How could she not care? Thank you, big brother, Xiao Qingli exclaimed, joyfully fluttering her petals. All right, let's return. Xuelingzi waved her hand, and the little golden lotus vanished from sight. At the Nangong residence, Xiao Qingli nestled her little head against the pillow. Handsome brother, she murmured. In a flash of silver light, a pale blue lotus mark appeared on her forehead. Xuelingzi stood by the bedside, observing the peacefully sleeping Xiao Qingli. She recalled how, when she was still in her icy pool, the moment she saw Xuelingzi, she would cling to her. Now that she had transformed into a human, she no longer sought her out. You little white-eyed lotus, Xuelingzi thought, is it because you now have a father in the mortal realm that you've forgotten me? Annoyed, she pinched the chubby cheek of the little girl. When in flower form, you were plump and adorable. Now, as a human, you're still just a little ball of flesh. As dawn approached, Xuelingzi returned to the lotus mark on her forehead. The next day, Xiao Qingli awoke and examined her little arms and legs. I haven't transformed into a golden flower after all. Last night, she seemed to have dreamt of becoming a radiant flower, accompanied by a white-bearded old man and a handsome young brother. The young brother was nowhere to be found. It seemed she truly had been dreaming. In her own realm, Xuelingzi observed Xiao Qingli pondering whether she had been dreaming as she displayed a certain foolishness in her actions. With a resigned sigh, she shook her head. Nangong Sihua glanced at the time, thinking his daughter should be awake by now. He ascended the stairs to check on her. Upon entering, he found her sitting on the bed, lost in thought. What troubles you? Nangong Sihua asked, chuckling at the sight of his daughter.
Papa.
I had a dream last night where I transformed into a golden flower, Xiao Qingli animatedly recounted, sitting on the bed. As Nangong Sihua selected an outfit for her, he responded, Oh, you became a flower? What else happened? There was a white-bearded old man and a handsome young brother, she replied. A young brother? Nangong Sihua inquired, puzzled. Yes, he was very handsome. Indeed, quite handsome. Nangong Sihua selected a light green waist-length dress and gently pinched his daughter's cheek. Have you learned to read? Or are you just thinking about handsome young brothers?
Mm.
He said, brushing aside her bangs, revealing the lotus mark. He examined it closely. It appeared not to be drawn on, but as if it had always existed. Tang Li, summon Nangong Yu and Shicai, Nangong Sihua commanded. Yes, sir. What is it?
Papa?
Xiao Qingli asked, her face etched with concern. You've grown a flower on your forehead. Does it hurt? Nangong Sihua pressed the lotus mark gently. It doesn't hurt. Xiao Qingli replied, looking bewildered. Nangong Yu and Shicai entered the room. Young master, how may we assist you? Nangong Yu asked. You too? Look at the mark on her forehead and discern what it is, Nangong Sihua instructed. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu turned to Xiao Qingli and noticed the pale blue lotus mark on her forehead. They examined it closely, but found nothing unusual. There's no poison. Nor is she cursed, Shicai said. Young master, if you cannot identify it, how could we? All we know was taught by you. Xuelingzi, sipping tea, observed the reflections of their faces in the water mirror, bemused. Truly, one should not look too closely at anything, for it diminishes its beauty. The three scrutinized for a long while without discovering anything noteworthy. Papa, could it be that because I dreamt of becoming a flower, I grew this flower?
Xiaoqing lipundarat.
Surely, it cannot be that mystical, Nangong Sihua replied. Transforming into a flower? What kind of flower? Nangong Yu asked. Is it that remarkable? If I dreamt of a dragon, would I turn into one the next day? Shicai added. Eventually, Nangong Sihua dressed his daughter, and after breakfast, he took her to the temple atop Suwu Mountain. There resided the enlightened monk, Master Huigong, who was said to possess the ability to see through a person's karmic ties. Many sought him out, but Master Huigong only engaged with those deemed fated. Without such a connection, even the offering of mountains of gold would not elicit a word from him. Nangong Sihua cradled his daughter as they approached the entrance, where a young monk stood guard. Just as he prepared to explain their purpose, the young monk spoke first. Amiba, Master Huigong has been expecting you for some time. Please follow me. A flicker of surprise crossed Nangong Sihua's eyes as he instructed Tang Li to wait outside, carrying his daughter along with the young monk. In the back mountains meditation hall, Master Huigong sat by the stream, brewing tea. Master, the visitors have arrived, the young monk announced respectfully. Good. Please. Nangong Sihua and the young master, have a seat. Master Huigong gestured invitingly. Thank you, Master Huigong. Nangong Sihua knelt on the bamboo mat, cradling his daughter in his arms. Thank you, Master Huigong, Xiao Qingli chimed sweetly. Good child, Master Huigong said kindly, regarding Xiao Qingli, and handed her a piece of candy. Thank you. She replied with a sweet smile. Nangong Sihua, I know what you wish to inquire about, Master Huigong said, pouring a cup of clear tea for him. The mark on the young master's forehead is harmless. You need not worry. Thank you, Master Huigong. Nangong Sihua expressed his sincere gratitude. Do you recall, 10 years ago, when the elder Nangong brought you here, I mentioned that your fate was unresolved unless you encountered a benefactor? Master Huigong continued. I remember, Nangong Sihua replied coolly. His fate was that of a lonely star, doomed to an ill fate, and those around him would be affected as well. Your daughter is your benefactor, Master Huigong declared. Nangong Sihua gazed incredulously at his daughter, who was obediently savoring her candy. It was indeed his daughter. Papa, what is a benefactor?
Xiaoqing li nushan lin kirat.
It means a lucky star. Shener is Daddy's little lucky star, Nangong Sihua explained. Hee hee. Does that mean I will bring good fortune to Papa?
Xiaoqing li beamat.
Yes. Nangong Sihua nodded.
Yay.
Lily is Papa's little lucky star, she proudly declared, hugging him. The young master has a strong affinity with Buddhism, Master Huigong suddenly remarked.
What?
Nangong Sihua thought, puzzled by the implication that his daughter might become a nun. What nonsense! He dismissed. Do not be so surprised, Nangong Sihua. I merely spoke of affinity, not suggesting that the young master should renounce the world, Master Huigong clarified. Xuelingzi let out a cold snort, thinking, the golden lotus is a sacred relic of Buddhism, and this little golden lotus was nourished by the essence of heaven and earth. If that old bald man dares to make my little golden lotus renounce the world, I'll go and uproot his mountain myself. Only then did Nangong Sihua feel relieved. Master Huigong, I shall first take her to the hall to offer incense. Please excuse me, Nangong Sihua said as he lifted his daughter. You may proceed, Huigong replied with a smile. Nangong Sihua, together with his daughter, made their way to the grand hall. Kneeling upon the mat, He bowed his head in reverence, holding his prayer beads as he offered incense. Little Qingli attempted to imitate her father. Yet her plump form prevented her from bending down, so she merely nodded her tiny head, appearing adorably endearing. Tangli, please hand the incense offering money to the abbot, Nangong Sihua instructed. Certainly, young master, Tangli responded. After donating the offering, Nangong Sihua cradled his daughter and began their descent down the mountain to return home. As they passed by a quaint cake shop, Nangong Sihua called for Tangli to stop. Father will take you to buy a little cake, he announced. All right, she replied enthusiastically. Hand in hand, Nangong Sihua led his daughter out of the car to queue for the cakes. Onlookers marveled at the pair of traditional father and daughter. Wow, their looks are astonishing, one exclaimed. The little one is truly adorable. Such a round little body, it's true that children really don't have necks or waists. I wish I could take her home. Noticing a young lady's gaze upon her, little Qingli beamed sweetly. The surrounding gentlemen, accompanying their girlfriends to purchase sweet treats, felt their hearts melt. Oh, dear, how cute she is. They lamented. We want a daughter just like her. Darling, after we marry, let us have a daughter as lovely as that. One young man suggested. Your daughter resembles you. Do you possess your father's good looks? A lady retorted. The young man glanced at Nangong Sihua, feeling suddenly inadequate. Little Qingli tugged at her father's sleeve. What's wrong? Nangong Sihua inquired, bending down to her level.
Papa.
That young lady and young man complimented me on my cuteness, little Qingli said joyfully. Indeed, Sheng'er is very adorable, Nangong Sihua agreed. I am so cute because Papa is just as cute, little Qingli declared. No, he is not cute at all, Nangong Sihua replied. As long as you are cute, that is all that matters. He need not be cute. When it was their turn, the attendant greeted them warmly. Sir, what would you like? Isn't that the strikingly handsome father from the last cake purchase? Someone whispered. Is that his daughter? How adorable. Sheng'er, do you want that one? Nangong Sihua asked, squatting down to his daughter. Papa, I want that little bunny. She pointed to a cream rabbit cake. Very well, he nodded. Papa. Can I bring other little cakes for brother Nanyu and the others? Little Qingli asked eagerly. Of course. But will you only take them for Nanyu and not for your father? Nangong Sihua shot a glance at the little white-eyed wolf. You only remember them, and not your old father? Papa, we can share the bunny cake together. Little Qingli replied while selecting her cakes. Don't you want to share a cake with me, Papa? Nangong Sihua cleared his throat, realizing the situation. The attendant struggled to suppress laughter. Haha, an easily jealous father. Little Qingli chose several cakes, and the attendant packaged them for Nangong Sihua. After he paid, he held the colorful cakes in one hand while clasping his daughter's hand with the other. Little Qingli bounced along joyfully. Master Nangong, exclaimed Xiao Rulan, running excitedly towards them. What a surprise to see you here. Nangong Sihua frowned. Who is she? Apologies, I do not know you, he said, attempting to leave with his daughter. I am the daughter of the Xiao family. My father is Xia Zhenggeng. Xiao Rulan stepped forward to block Nangong Sihua's path. He felt a wave of impatience, yet refrained from showing anger in front of his daughter. Step aside, he commanded coldly. Papa, who is this sister? Little Qingli inquired softly. I do not know her. She has likely mistaken me for someone else, Nangong Sihua patiently explained to his daughter. Only then did Xiao Rulan notice little Qingli. She had been so excited to encounter Master Nangong that she hadn't realized he was accompanied by a child. Did she just hear this child call him Papa? When did Master Nangong have a daughter? Seizing the opportunity, while Xiao Rulan was momentarily distracted, Nangong Sihua swiftly lifted his daughter and strode away. Once they were in the car, his irritation began to wane. Papa, eat, little Qingli said, offering him a small piece of cake. Nangong Sihua took a bite. Quite good, he remarked, feeling his mood lift considerably. A short while later, Tangli returned after being sent to fetch some snacks. On the way home, little Qingli enjoyed her cake, occasionally feeding her father a bite. Tangli transitioned from shock to acceptance. Ah, men. We agreed not to indulge in sweets. Yet now, he seems quite pleased to eat what the young master offers. Indeed, a man with a daughter has no principles. Upon returning home, little Qingli shared the cakes with Nanyu and the others. When Shitzi received a cake, he unexpectedly began to cry. Little Qingli looked at him, bewildered. Don't cry. Bad brother, she said, somewhat panicked. What's wrong with bad brother, Nanyu? Nanyu shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Bad brother, please don't cry. I'll give you the silver lotus, little Qingli consoled him. She had asked her father, who said she could share whatever he gave her. She remembered that bad brother particularly liked silver lotuses. Really, really? Shitsi said, his eyes brimming with tears.
Really?
Little Qingli nodded vigorously. Then can you call me Brother Shitsi? He pressed. Sure. She replied again with a nod. Whoa, in all my life, this is the first time someone bought me a little cake. How moving! Shitsi exclaimed, hugging little Qingli. Tangli looked disdainfully at Shitsi while eating his cake. A grown man needing to be comforted by the young master. Have some dignity. Chapter 15. The Rescue of the Villainous Overlord. Little Qingli extended her small hand to pat him. Brother Shitsi likes it, I will buy it for you next time. Don't cry, even 2-year-old Lily doesn't he cry. Little Qingli gazed at Shitsi with a mature expression. Oh dear, Lily is only 2 and already learning to comfort others. What has become of this world? Shitsi extended his hand for a pinky promise with her. Little Qingli, mimicking an adult, made a childish expression as they sealed the promise. Ultimately, Shitsi joyfully devoured his cake while holding the silver lotus. Brother Nanyu, please take this cake for Brother Beijing's, Little Qingli said, presenting a small cake to Nanyu. Certainly. Nanyu replied gently as he accepted it. After sharing all the cakes, Little Qingli happily ran off to find her father. Meanwhile, at the Xia household, Xia Rolan returned home and immediately sought out her father. Father, Master Nangong actually has a child, she exclaimed. Are you certain? Xia Zhengang responded sternly. I heard the child call Master Nangong Papa, and he acknowledged it. This cannot be false. Xia Rolan declared excitedly. What should we do? I was still contemplating marrying Master Nangong. Rolan, do not fret, since the Nangong family has not made an official announcement. It suggests that the child is likely just an illegitimate offspring, Xia Zhengang reassured her. Is the child a boy or a girl? A girl. There is no need for you to worry. She is merely an illegitimate daughter. As long as you capture the heart of the young Master Nangong, you shall marry into the Nangong family in the future and bear a son. The Nangong family would never allow an illegitimate child to inherit their lineage, said Xia Zhengang with an air of confidence. However, the thought of becoming a stepmother fills me with a sense of indignation. Xia Rolan mused, feeling discomfort at the idea. I would be raising another woman's child. Cannot that child be eliminated? I could certainly bear a child for the young master, Nangong, instead. Rolan, if you cannot swallow this grievance, you may choose not to marry, Xia Zhengang suggested. No, I must marry the young master, Nangong. As for that child, once I am in the Nangong family, she will be at my mercy, Xia Rolan declared with pride. If Nangong Sihua were to overhear this conversation between father and daughter, he would surely be repulsed to the point of losing his appetite. When did he ever say he wished to marry her?
He does not even know who she is.
The very notion is absurd. This peculiar pair seems to be utterly convinced that Nangong Sihua will undoubtedly take Xia Rolan as his bride. Alas, Nangong Sihua remains oblivious. At this moment, he is wholly engrossed in teaching his daughter how to write. Yes, apply pressure to your wrist, he instructs, guiding his daughter's chubby little hand as they inscribe the characters Nangong Qingli onto the rice paper. After their writing session, Nangong Sihua places his daughter on the carpet to play while he attends to his affairs. The atmosphere is tranquil and warm. Little young master, Shitsi calls out, peeking through a crack in the door and beckoning to Little Qingli. Little Qingli blinks at Shitsi, then glances at her father. Daddy is busy and not paying attention to her. Thus, she stealthily crawls outside. Nangong Sihua catches a glimpse of his oblivious daughter and cannot help but smile in exasperation. Shitsi successfully steals the little young master away, joyfully carrying her down the stairs. Little young master, I have something wonderful to show you, Shitsi says mysteriously. What is it? Little Qingli asks curiously. Haha, you will never guess what I am giving you. It's a baby snow eagle, Shitsi boasts. Little Qingli looks at Shitsi in confusion. Kitty Gidge. You are so silly. In the living room downstairs, a cardboard box awaits.
Tajda.
A baby snow eagle. Isn't it adorable? Shitsi exclaims as he opens the box.
Wow.
It's so cute. Little Qingli gasps, leaning over the box to marvel at the fluffy little snow eagle, still retaining its soft down. It's still quite young. It's probably only about a month old. I found it abandoned by its mother and brought it home because I felt sorry for it, Shitsi explains. Don't be afraid, little snow eagle. From now on, Lily will take care of you. Little Qingli coos gently, stroking its soft fur, perhaps sensing her kindness. The baby snow eagle nudges her hand with its head. The two younglings gaze at each other. Little young master, when the snow eagle grows up, its wings will span 2 meters. Then it will be able to protect you, Shitsi proclaims.
Wow.
That's amazing. Little Qingli thinks 2 meters must be incredibly long. Last time, when her father measured her height, she struggled to stand on her tiptoes and still did not reach 1 meter. The two of them sit on the carpet, playing with the little snow eagle. How about we name it by Chiao? Doesn't that sound fitting? Shitsi suggests confidently. The snow eagle pecks at Shitsi. Little Qingli feels that name is too casual. What about calling it Shui Bao? She proposes, looking at the snow eagle. The little creature happily nuzzles against her. Then from now on, you shall be called Shui Bao, Little Qingli declares, lifting the snow eagle into her arms. Shitsi watches the two young ones playing joyfully, feeling somewhat alienated from their world. Never mind. He will force his way in during dinner. Nangong Sihua observes his daughter engrossed in playing with the bird, seemingly neglecting him entirely. Xinger, stop playing and come here, he beckons.
Daddy.
What do you want with Lili? Little Qingli asks, clutching Shui Bao. Ahem. Baby birds shouldn't be held for too long when they are young, otherwise, they won't grow properly, Nangong Sihua explains with utmost seriousness. Really? Little Qingli exclaims in astonishment. You don't believe your father? Nangong Sihua counters. Of course. Little Qingli trusts her father, so she reluctantly places Shui Bao on the ground. The snow eagle looks bewildered, having just been cradled in its owner's warm embrace, only to find itself on the cold floor. Nangong Sihua casts a sidelong glance at the bird on the ground. If it dares to compete for his daughter's affection, it must first shed its fluff. Shui Bao whines for Little Qingli to pick it up. She declines. No, Daddy said you can't be held too much. You want to grow big, be good, Little Qingli reassures it. Shui Bao curls up sadly. Nangong Sihua triumphantly lifts his daughter, heading toward the study. Didn't you say you wanted to eat hot pot? I'll take you tomorrow, he promises. Really? Little Qingli exclaims with excitement. Indeed, tomorrow. Daddy will spend the whole day with you, Nangong Sihua says, patting her little head. Xuelingzi overhears their plans for the hot pot restaurant and frowns unconsciously. According to the narrative of this world, Nangong Sihua will meet the heroine at the hot pot restaurant, leading to their eventual entanglement and his affection for her. Yet, the heroine is destined to be with the male lead. Thus, the love that cannot be attained will twist Nangong Sihua's psychology, breeding a disdain for the world. Consequently, he wishes to obliterate this world, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. Therefore, he has called upon Xiao Jinlian to save this world. One seeks to prevent its destruction, while the other, in order to grow, must accumulate merit. By saving the antagonist and thus saving the world, Xiao Jinlian can attain supreme merit. It seems necessary to discuss this with Xiao Jinlian tonight. Little Qingli happily hugs her father's neck. Before going to bed, she selects the outfit she wishes to wear the next day, happily tucking herself under her little blanket. Noticing no one around, Xuelingzi emerges from the mark between her brows. She then waves her hand to create a soundproof barrier. Little Qingli gasps in surprise. Chapter 16. The Trio of Misfortune. In her dreams, the beautiful young man reappears. Has she dreamed of him again? Yet, Lili is not asleep. Little Qingli scratches her little head in distress. Stunned? Xuelingzi reaches out to pat her head. It's really the young man, Little Qingli exclaims, reaching out to poke Xuelingzi. Silly child. It seems you forgot everything I told you last night, Xuelingzi replies with a hint of exasperation. Despite the reproachful tone, there is no trace of blame, only a sense of indulgent affection.
What?
Little Qingli asks, utterly bewildered. To save your father, Xuelingzi states.
Right.
Little Qingli finally recalls the entirety of her dream from last night. I must save Daddy and Brother Nanyu. Yes, tomorrow. Under no circumstances must you let your father encounter this person, Xuelingzi commands, conjuring an image of a beautiful woman with a wave of her hand. Her appearance is strikingly exquisite, fitting the archetype of an ethereal beauty in people's hearts.
Yeah, Lili remembers.
Little Qingli nods, staring intently at the image for several seconds to ensure she retains the memory. Remember, do not speak of me to anyone, understand? Xuelingzi instructs. I remember. This is our little secret between me and the handsome young man, Little Qingli declares, extending her pinky to make a promise with Xuelingzi. Xuelingzi links her cold, fair hand with the chubby little finger. All right, our little secret, Xuelingzi agrees with a sense of indulgence. Good. After completing the ritual, Xuelingzi tenderly tucked her little Jean Lian under the covers. Sleep well, beautiful brother. Good night, said Xiao Qingli sweetly. Good night, Xuelingzi replied. Only returning to the mark once, Xiao Qingli had drifted off to sleep. Little Jean Lian, keep up the good work. The following day, Xiao Qingli woke up early, clutching her clothes as she sought out her father. Nangong Sihua was taken aback by his daughter's early rising. His hair was still unbound. Why are you up so early?
Sheng'er?
He inquired, lifting her into his arms. Because I want to play with Daddy. I'm so happy. Xiao Qingli exclaimed. We can't go out to play just yet. We need to have breakfast first, Nangong Sihua replied. All right then. I'll wait for you to tie your hair, and then we can exercise a bit, he said, observing his increasingly plump daughter. Little chubby girl needs some exercise. Xiao Qingli nodded enthusiastically. Nangong Sihua quickly tied his hair and dressed his daughter in a lovely, pale yellow dress that fell to her waist. The dawn was still dim, the sun yet to rise, and the morning air was refreshingly crisp. Hand in hand, Xiao Qingli joyfully trotted alongside her father towards the back mountain of their villa. Along the way, she chattered incessantly, asking her father about everything she saw. Nangong Sihua patiently answered each of her queries as she flitted about like a cheerful little sparrow. Daddy, look. It's Brother Beiyong. Xiao Qingli pointed excitedly at Beiyong, who was practicing his swordplay in the woods ahead. Upon noticing the young master and little master, Beiyong quickly sheathed his sword. Young master, little master, he greeted respectfully. Brother Beiyong, can I touch your sword? Xiao Qingli's round, sparkling eyes gazed longingly at Beiyong's imposing blade. No, you might hurt yourself, Beiyong replied, wary of allowing the little master to handle such a sharp weapon. Shungo, you can touch it when you grow up, alright? Nangong Sihua added. Okay, Xiao Qingli said, her eyes momentarily clouded with disappointment. She wished to grow up quickly, so she could handle the impressive sword. Noticing the little master's disheartened demeanor, Beiyong quickly offered. How about I show you a set of punches instead? What brings the little master to the back mountain? Nanyu asked, surprised as he carried a basket brimming with herbs on his back. I'm here to exercise with Daddy, Xiao Qingli declared. Only by keeping fit can one truly thrive, she added. You're absolutely right, little master. Would you like to join me in washing the herbs? Nanyu suggested kindly. Little Tang Yuan, your brother Shitzi, has come too. He'll take you for a ride, Shitzi exclaimed, bursting onto the scene with the intent to scoop Xiao Qingli into his arms. Nangong Sihua let out a cold chuckle, causing Shitzi to halt abruptly. Good morning, young master. Good morning, little master, Shitzi greeted with a smile. It seems you all have ample leisure time, Nangong Sihua observed, casting a sweeping gaze over the trio. They all quickly lowered their heads, fearful of incurring the young master's displeasure. Then let me check if you have been slacking off recently, Nangong Sihua said, elegantly rolling up his sleeves. Shitzi, you come first. Shitzi's face twisted in apprehension. Young master, please don't hit my face. It will affect our overall average attractiveness, he protested. Enough nonsense, Nangong Sihua retorted, handing his daughter the prayer beads he had been holding. Yes, sir, Shitzi replied, casting a lingering glance at Nanyu and Beiyong, reminiscent of a warrior embarking on a perilous journey. Nanyu and Beiyong silently wished him well. Thus began Shitzi's unilateral correction by Nangong Sihua. Young master, take it easy, Shitzi exclaimed, awkwardly evading his strikes. Nangong Sihua's every move was swift, precise, and forceful. Xiao Qingli watched her father in admiration. Go, Daddy, you're amazing, she cheered. Little master, you should pay closer attention to whom you are cheering for, Shitzi retorted. Limping towards his companions, a gleeful smile plastered on his face. It's your turn now, Nangong Sihua called out to Beiyong. Nervously, Beiyong approached, his movements tentative. Young master, could you refrain from hitting my face? He implored, his stubbornness evident. He still had to train the assassins, and being seen with injuries would be quite embarrassing. Not a chance, Nangong Sihua denied, promptly launching an assault upon Beiyong's visage. Beiyong was left on the verge of tears, ultimately emerging with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Seeing that there was no escape, Nanyu reluctantly set down his basket. Young master, my expertise lies in medicine, so could you possibly go easy on him? You may use silver needles, Nangong Sihua replied. In that case, I must apologize, Nanyu said as he retrieved his silver needles. Nangong Sihua remained composed, and after Nanyu exerted himself to the utmost, he found himself pinned to the ground by the young master, feeling utterly drained. Once he had finished correcting his subordinates, Nangong Sihua straightened his attire and lifted his daughter to carry her home. Daddy is so impressive. You're the strongest person I've ever seen, Xiao Qingli exclaimed, showering her father with praise. Indeed, Nangong Sihua graciously accepted her admiration. After returning home, he and Xiao Qingli finished their breakfast before taking Tang Li out. Along the way, Xiao Qingli kept reminding herself to prevent her father from encountering that stunning sister. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Nangong Sihua allowed Tang Li to roam freely while he spent quality time with his daughter. Having seldom visited a shopping mall, he held Xiao Qingli's hand as they examined the store directory. Tang Li had provided him with a guide, mentioning a milk tea shop renowned for its delicious offerings, which he thought his daughter would enjoy. It's on the 4th floor, he noted, glancing between the guide and the directory. Let us go, Daddy, Xiao Qingli exclaimed, joyfully tugging at his hand. All right, he agreed. Nangong Sihua led his daughter to the elevator, ascending to the 4th floor. A long queue had already formed at the milk tea shop. Holding Xiao Qingli's hand, he joined the line, attracting the attention of those around them. What an extraordinary father-daughter duo, people whispered. The father is so handsome, and the daughter is utterly adorable. Daddy, there are so many people, Xiao Qingli remarked. Indeed. It must be quite delicious, Nangong Sihua replied. Have you ever had milk tea before, Daddy? Xiao Qingli inquired. No, he confessed, admitting he had never indulged in such sweet beverages. Neither have I. Xiao Qingli chimed, happily waving her little hands. I'm just like Daddy. If you like it, I shall buy it for you in the future. Nangong Sihua chuckled gently. Chapter 17. How about we arrange a childhood engagement between our two families? Having never experienced parental love himself, he was determined not to let his daughter suffer the same fate. Okay, once I earn money, I'll buy lots of delicious food for Daddy, Xiao Qingli declared. All right, I shall wait for you to treat me, Nangong Sihua said, patting her little head. As they enjoyed their time together, Nangong Sihua lifted his daughter to read the menu. Daddy, I want to drink this. Xiao Qingli pointed excitedly at a visually appealing picture on the menu. Very well, Nangong Sihua said, taking the receipt and waiting alongside his daughter. Not far off, two burly men widened their eyes, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Situ, am I seeing things? Is that Nangong? Ouyang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. It's indeed Nangong. But what is he doing here? Situ Jin asked, equally shocked. The sun must be rising in the west. Come on, let us go take a look. The two men approached, discovering that Nangong Sihua was accompanied by a small, cherubic bundle. What is going on here? Nangong, you. What is the situation? Ouyang Yuan trembled as he inquired. Who is this child? Upon seeing her two friends, Nangong Sihua cradled her daughter in her arms. Shinger, greet these two uncles. Nangong Sihua instructed. Ouyang Yuan and Situ Jin were left in a state of shock. Have they really not seen each other for just half a month? How could such a large child come about? Hello, uncles. The sweet little Qingli chirped. Ouyang Yuan felt his heart blossom at the sound of her tender voice. Hello, little niece, Situ Jin remarked, enchanted by the adorable appearance of little Qingli. Woe is me, my wife has borne me 3 sons, yet not a single daughter. Ouyang, too, had 2 sons and no daughters. To think that Nangong, a person so devoid of desires, who spends his days in fasting and meditation, could father such a delightful girl. It was simply unfathomable. Nangong, are you certain this is your daughter? She looks nothing like you. Your daughter is so soft and cute, while you perpetually wear a deadpan face, Ouyang Yuan commented. Perhaps she is my daughter. You must have strayed. Let me call your wife, Situ Jin quipped with a sharp tongue. You are the one who strayed, Ouyang Yuan retorted, exasperated. My wife is the only one for me. All right, I am Daddy's little girl and I love him, little Qingli exclaimed, tightening her embrace around her father's neck. Ouyang Yuan rolled his eyes, contemplating his next move. Well, Nangong, considering how familiar we are having grown up together. Ouyang began to lay the groundwork. Nangong Sihua merely observed, curious about his intentions. My second child is also someone you have watched grow, and he just turned 6 this year, Ouyang continued, rubbing his hands together. What if we arrange a betrothal between our families? We know each other well. And it would be far better than letting our little niece find someone from who knows where. Ouyang Yuan revealed his true motives. I also have 3 sons. Let her choose whoever she likes. I am willing to offer a dowry of 200 million. Situ Jin hastily added. I shall raise that to 400 million. Ouyang proclaimed. My son would even bring a dowry to join your family, Situ Jin declared. Nangong Sihua scoffed, interrupting the two. The sun has yet to set, and you are already weaving dreams. My daughter is destined to inherit the Nangong family. A dowry of 400 million is trifling. She would not even glance at it. And you wish to arrange some absurd betrothal? It is sheer folly. My daughter could remain unmarried her entire life. Nangong, please do not be like this. After all, we are the only ones among us with a daughter. Ouyang Yuan lamented. We are good brothers.
No worries.
I could sever ties with you both right now, Nangong Sihua replied. So ruthless. Ouyang Yuan exclaimed. It seems we must resort to cunning, Situjin remarked. Hearing their banter, Nangong Sihua took his daughter to fetch some milk tea. Little Qing Li took a sip from the sweet milk tea before handing it to her father. Daddy, is it good?
Delicious, Nangong Sihua nodded.
Daddy, I want to walk by myself, Little Qing Li declared, holding the milk tea. You've carried me for too long. It must be tiring.
All right.
Nangong Sihua said, fully respecting his daughter's wishes as he set her down. Little Qing Li, clutching her milk tea, took adorable little steps, beaming with joy. Following closely behind, Nangong Sihua was observed by the two towering gentlemen, both over 6 feet tall, who gazed at Little Qing Li with admiration. Indeed, daughters are ever so charming. Look at her plump little figure, her delightful little steps. In contrast to their own rascally boys. The envy that surged within them for Nangong Sihua reached its zenith. Situ, how on earth did this cool-headed Nangong produce such a lovely daughter? The genetic variance is astounding, Ouyang Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Why can't I have a daughter? Because you lack the fortune for it, Situjin replied. You speak as if you possess such luck, Ouyang Yuan retorted. Nangong Sihua regarded his two friends. Why are you still here? He asked, exasperated. Oh, come on. Nangong, it's been so long since we last met. We should at least share a meal together. Ouyang Yuan insisted, draping an arm around Nangong Sihua. Indeed, let us dine together. You surely miss us, right? Situjin added, similarly encircling their friend. Not particularly, Nangong Sihua replied bluntly. Suddenly, Little Qing Li tumbled to the ground. Not one to get up on her own, she patiently sat and awaited her father's embrace. Nangong Sihua rushed to check on her. Where did you fall? Does it hurt? He asked, anxiously. It doesn't hurt. Little Qing Li shook her head as she was cradled in her father's arms. Fortunately, due to her low center of gravity, she had not sustained any injury. Such a brave little niece, not even crying after a fall, Situjin remarked, producing a piece of soft candy for Little Qing Li. She looked at her father. Daddy said I should ask before eating anything given by others.
Nangong Sihua nodded.
Thank you, uncle, Little Qing Li said sweetly as she accepted the candy. Situ, how did you have candy on you? Ouyang Yuan inquired. For soothing children, Situjin replied. My youngest is only 4 years old, and sometimes needs a little candy to keep from crying. Nangong Sihua brought his daughter to a hot pot restaurant, with Situjin and Ouyang Yuan unashamedly tagging along. Nangong Sihua had reserved a private room. The waitress, Jiang Ning, entered with a tablet, astonished. Do all uncles look this handsome now? Little Qing Li recognized her as the beautiful lady from the previous night. No, I can't let Daddy see. Thus, Little Qing Li stood in her father's embrace, covering his eyes with her little hands. Snowlingzi, observing from the imprint, sensed something was amiss. This was not right. The first encounter between the heroine and the antagonist occurred when the heroine was harassed while working a summer job, coincidentally rescued by Nangong Sihua. Due to the heroine's aura, the antagonist, Nangong Sihua, fell for her at first sight. In the narrative, Nangong Sihua was brought to the hot pot restaurant by Ouyang Yuan and Situjin. The characters had aligned, yet the plot was askew. Could it be due to the influence of Little Jin Lian? What is it, Shenge? Nangong Sihua inquired gently, noticing his daughter's unusual behavior. And nothing. Little Qing Li said, her tiny paws still firmly covering her father's eyes. Ouyang Yuan and Situjin exchanged glances. What has happened to our little niece? Little Jin Lian, you may release your father now, Snowlingzi gently urged in her mind. Since the storyline had altered, there was no longer a need for restraint. Chapter 18, No worries, this young master will naturally take care of everything. After hearing the words of the handsome brother, Little Qing Li finally lowered her hands. Nangong Sihua did not scold his daughter, interpreting her actions as a moment of mischief. Shinger, what would you like to eat? Nangong Sihua asked, taking the tablet from her. He did not spare a glance at Jiang Ning. Observing this scene, Snowlingzi pondered. How had the plot shifted? The antagonist was not drawn in by the heroine's aura. Hence, the antagonist would not harbor hatred born from love. Snowlingzi thought, I cannot comprehend. What exactly is amiss? Little Ching Li selected shrimp paste, beef, and fish balls. Nangong Sihua opted for some vegetables and a dessert before passing the tablet to his two friends. Just as Ouyang Yuan finished placing his order, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his wife. Ouyang Yuan, why haven't you returned home yet? Came a gentle female voice. Ouyang Yuan immediately bent down in a servile manner. I was dining with Situ and Nangong. Nangong has a daughter now, he replied. Are you certain? The young master Nangong has a daughter? Lu Yener clearly expressed her disbelief. Indeed. I'll show you on video. She's absolutely adorable. Ouyang Yuan asserted. As he activated the video, the camera focused on Xiao Qingli, who was currently playing with the Buddhist beads on her father's hand. Lu Yana was taken aback. So cute. Is there any chance we could borrow her? Xiao Qingli looked up and saw a beautiful ant on the phone screen. Lu Yener wished she could leap through the screen. So adorable. So soft and cute. Hello. Little darling, I'm your Aunt Lu, Lu Yener greeted warmly. Aunt Lu, hello. Xiao Qingli sweetly smiled and waved her tiny hand. That's lovely. What is your name, dear? Lu Yener asked gently. Nangong Qingli, but you can call me Lily, Xiao Qingli replied. Lily, I'll come to see you next time, Lu Yener promised. Tomorrow, I'll have my husband take her to visit the Nangong family, she decided. All right. Xuelingzi glanced at the completely overlooked female protagonist. It seems Xiao Jilian's appearance has altered the narrative. Once all the dishes were served, Lu Yener reluctantly ended the call. She wanted to see what gift she could bring for baby Lily. Nangong Sihua was just about to prepare food for his daughter when Jiangning stepped forward to assist. Sir, may I help you? Jiangning offered softly. No need. You may leave, Nangong Sihua replied coldly. Understood, Jiangning said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. No one had ever turned her down before. Nangong Sihua cooked the food and fed it to his daughter. Daddy, Lily wants to eat something spicy. Xiao Qingli requested. All right. I'll prepare some for you, but just a little. Nangong Sihua nodded in agreement. Okay. Xiao Qingli's cheeks were puffed as she relished her meal, her round eyes brimming with satisfaction. Ouyang Yuan and Situ Jin exchanged smitten glances. So adorable. Even while eating, she's just precious. The two looked at the man who had become a devoted father. Oh, if only Lily were our daughter, we would gladly become doting fathers as well. They pulled out their phones to record a video. Nangong Sihua cast them a glance, and they immediately pretended as if nothing had happened. Nangong Sihua contemplated purchasing a camera to document his daughter's growth. After dinner, he shooed his two friends away. What business do you two have here? You're simply drawing attention, he remarked, before taking his daughter out for a stroll. Xiao Qingli, tired from walking, requested to be carried. Daddy, I'm sleepy. I want to go home, she said, resting her head on his shoulder. All right, we'll head home, Nangong Sihua replied, cradling his daughter as he called Tang Li to come pick them up. Daddy, are you happy? Xiao Qingli inquired. Happy. Nangong Sihua gently patted his daughter's back.
Sleep now.
Xiao Qingli fell asleep in her father's embrace. Soon, Tang Li arrived to take them home. Upon returning, Nangong Sihua placed his daughter in her room and attended to his affairs. Young master, it seems the company has become aware of the young lady's existence and is beginning to stir. The people from the family are also starting to move. They previously discussed adopting a child for you, but now that you have a biological child, I fear they may resort to desperate measures to harm the young lady. Tang Li informed him. After all, the young lady's existence encroached upon their interests. Who do they think they are? Nangong Sihua scoffed. It appears I have been too lenient lately, which has prompted such foolish thoughts from them. As for the family back home, let them flounder for now, he stated. When will Dongju and Songshi return? Nangong Sihua asked, turning the Buddhist beads in his hands. Songshi cannot return for the time being. There is an auction in Yen City that requires his oversight. Dongju is still on a mission, Tang Li explained. Once Dongju and Songshi return, I want everyone to come back to the family estate with me, Nangong Sihua commanded. Tang Li's eyes widened in shock. The young master had never taken them all back at once. He usually only brought one or two. Young master, are you planning to?
Tang Li prubat tantatibeli.
It's time for the Nangong family to cleanse itself of parasites, Nangong Sihua declared, opening his eyes with a glint of ruthlessness. After all, Sheng would one day inherit the Nangong family. In the past, he could afford to be indifferent, but since his daughter was destined to take over, he had to eliminate those who were blind to their own interests. Young master, the little lady is only 2 years old. Is this not a bit premature? Tang Li suggested delicately. What of it? If my Sheng desires it, I would make her the head of the Nangong family right now, Nangong Sihua proclaimed, with authority. If those oblivious ones are not dealt with, they will only serve as obstacles for my daughter. How could that be allowed? Young master, being the head of the family is quite taxing, Tang Li cautioned. Have you forgotten how adamantly you resisted becoming the head of the family in the past due to its burdens? That's why you are still the young master. Rest assured, I shall manage everything myself, Nangong Sihua reassured him. He would personally help his daughter cultivate her various aids. In Xiao Qingli's room, Shi Ci quietly attempted to enter, only to be caught by Song Hai and Hao Yu. Guardian Shi, please do not disturb the young lady's slumber, Hao Yu insisted. I merely wish to take a look. I want to wake her, Shi Ci replied. You may not enter, if you persist. I will have to call upon Guardian Nanyu, Hao Yu warned. Then I want to look. Why threaten me with Nanyu? I'm not afraid of him. What I fear are his silver needles. Shi Ci had no choice but to leave in defeat. Just then he spotted that pesky bird. It went in. Xue Bao joyfully dashed into Xiao Qingli's room. Why didn't you stop that wretched bird? Shi Ci protested.
Oh.
The young lady has said that Xue Bao can come and go freely, Hao Yu replied nonchalantly. Shi Ci felt aggrieved. I'm not even as favored as that bird. Xuelingzi observed the peacefully sleeping Xiao Jinlian. Carefree, she slumbered like a piglet. He needed to return to the upper clear sky to see how Nangong Sihua's plot had unfolded. In the upper clear sky, Xuelingzi directly approached an ancient, grand door. A little celestial boy emerged respectfully. Hongming Zuns, please enter. Xuelingzi stepped into the library, searching for the life story of Nangong Sihua. Hongming Zuns, why have you returned? Is everything not going smoothly? Nanji Xianwing inquired cautiously, his words laced with respect. Despite appearing old, the Hongming Zuns before him looked merely 11 or 12. However, he was the ninefold Hongming Lotus, a being from the ancient times. Chapter 19. Sometimes, the young master need not be so insistent. Alongside the revered ones of ancient times such as the Emperor Tree, Fusang, and the immortal Phoenix, Xuelingzi meticulously scrutinized the life of Nangong Sihua.
So, it was indeed this way.
The emergence of little Jinlian had disrupted the original fate. Nangong Sihua's fortune was intertwined with that of little Jinlian. Thus, it was imperative to safeguard Nangong Sihua. Yet, how could the fortune of little Jinlian be linked to that of Nangong Sihua? Typically, such bonds were only found among blood relatives. Although little Jinlian's current form bore a genetic connection to Nangong Sihua, her true essence did not. How could an ordinary mortal possibly possess a blood relationship with a sacred lotus? He had nurtured little Jinlian with his own hands. Aside from him, no one else had ever laid eyes on her. What could possibly be the reason? It was indeed puzzling. After finishing her contemplation, Xuelingzi returned to her mark. Little Jinlian had awakened and was currently playing with Shitzi and Xue Bao. In the kitchen, Nan Yu and Tang Li watched the young master with concern. Let us hope the kitchen does not explode. The young master insisted on cooking for the little young master, claiming he wanted to be a competent father. With a loud bang, the pot exploded. Nan Yu and Tang Li exchanged glances. So even the young master has his shortcomings. Nangong Sihua furrowed his brow, staring at the pot. Something was amiss. He was following the steps precisely. Once more, he was determined to ensure Xing tasted the fruits of his labor. Nan Yu, Tang Li, fetch me another batch of ingredients, Nangong Sihua commanded. Wait, bring a few more, he added. Understood. Nan Yu and Tang Li quietly went to gather the ingredients. The young master sometimes need not be so persistent. Nan Yu, perhaps we should advise him, Tang Li suggested with concern. After all, the little young master is only 2 years old. All right, let us be tactful, Nan Yu replied. At that moment, little Qingli was blissfully unaware of the culinary disaster that awaited her. She was diligently teaching Xue Bao to read. Xue Bao, with a bewildered expression, pondered. Must a bird also learn? When Nan Yu and Tang Li returned with the ingredients, Nangong Sihua continued his culinary endeavors. By dinner time, he emerged from the kitchen with a pot of something unidentifiable. Little Qingli gazed into her bowl, unsure whether it contained porridge or something else. Daddy, what is this? She inquired. A nutritious meal for you, my dear, Nangong Sihua replied. Tang Li, Nan Yu, Shitzi. and Beijing all exchanged speechless glances at the contents of the little young master's bowl, then silently communicated. Would the little young master vomit it out on the spot? Nanyu, have you prepared the medicine? Do not worry. Under the expectant gaze of Nangong Sihua, little Qingli picked up her spoon and took a bite. Is it delicious? Nangong Sihua asked. Little Qingli struggled to swallow. The expressions of Nanyu and the others were filled with worry as they observed the little young master. If you cannot endure it, please do not hesitate to speak up. Daddy, it's delicious, little Qingli declared. Nanyu and the others were taken aback. Little young master, you need not flatter the young master so. Is it truly delicious? Nangong Sihua inquired. Somewhat surprised. Could it be that while it appeared unappetizing, it was actually delightful? Let me have a taste, Daddy, Nangong Sihua insisted. Though his daughter claimed it was tasty, he still wished to identify areas for improvement. Before little Qingli could intervene, Nangong Sihua had already taken a bite. In that instant, he felt as though he had tasted the myriad flavors of life. Coughing, he exclaimed, "Sheng'er, do not eat any more," and took away her bowl. Little Qingli gazed at her father, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Daddy, next time you will surely make something better, she comforted. Nangong Sihua nodded. Yes. He must strive to improve. Little Qingli took a sip of milk. Alas, she nearly choked on the saltiness. After coaxing his daughter to sleep that night, Nangong Sihua sat alone in his study, poring over cookbooks. He refused to give up. Once he finished studying the recipes, he confidently made his way to the kitchen. Tang Li watched his master cooking, hesitating to speak. When the dishes were finally ready, Nangong Sihua said, Tang Li, come and taste. Tang Li froze in place. What did the young master just say? Yes, young master. Tang Li approached with unsteady steps, picking up chopsticks to taste a dish. How is it? Nangong Sihua inquired. Young master, it's too bitter. The little young master does not like bitter food, Tang Li replied with difficulty. What about the other dish? Nangong Sihua placed his hopes on another. Cough. The flavors are too rich. The little young master is still young and cannot handle such strong tastes, Tang Li carefully articulated. It seemed neither dish was suitable for Sheng'er. I learned other recipes as well, Nangong Sihua said as he took out a notepad and sketched 2 dishes. Young master, my stomach is unwell, Tang Li said, clutching his abdomen. You should rest. Call Nanyu and Shitzi down, Nangong Sihua instructed. Understood. Tang Li thought to himself. Brothers, I am sorry. The next day, little Qingli awoke, dazed, sitting on her bed. Daddy, Li is awake, she called out. But Nangong Sihua did not appear as usual. Brother Nanyu? Still no one. Brother Shitzi. Uncle Tang Li. Still no response. Little Qingli scratched her head. Why was there no one today?
Ganhai, how
The 2 entered. Haoyu was the first to scoop up the little young master. Haoyu, where are my daddy and the others?
Little Qingli asked.
The master is feeling a bit unwell, Haoyu replied. I want to see my daddy, little Qingli said anxiously. Little young master, let us change into proper clothes first, or you might catch cold in your pajamas, Haoyu soothed.
All right.
Little Qingli randomly picked an outfit, changed, and finally donned her little embroidered shoes. She then scampered off to find her father. At that moment, Nangong Sihua lay in bed, his complexion pale, and 4 drip in his hand. Daddy. Little Qingli rushed to her father's bedside, worry etched on her face. Daddy, are you in pain? She asked. Glancing at the needle in her father's hand, her small voice tinged with a hint of tears. I am fine, dear, Nangong Sihua reassured her, gently patting her head. Did Daddy not cover himself well with the blanket? Little Qingli queried. Yes, Nangong Sihua admitted awkwardly. He could not tell his daughter that he felt unwell from consuming his own cooking. Then you must rest well. I will go check on Brother Nanyu. Little Qingli said. Go on, Nangong Sihua replied softly. Little Qingli ran to see Nanyu, who was also weakly lying in bed within 4 drip. Brother Nanyu, how are you? Little Qingli leaned over the bedside, concern filling her eyes as she looked at Nanyu. Nanyu smiled at the little young master. I'm fine. A good sleep will do the trick. Oh, Daddy is sick too, and Brother Shitzi and the others are unwell as well, little Qingli sighed. Li can hardly take care of everyone. It's just a coincidence, Nanyu said, his smile slightly strained. That's because they all ate what the young master made. Little Qingli then went to check on Shitzi and Tang Li before trotting downstairs to find the kitchen. Song Hai and Haoyu followed closely behind. The butler was in the kitchen, inspecting the situation. Young master, what brings you to the kitchen? Are you feeling hungry? The steward inquired with a smile.
Oh no.
I have come to prepare food for father and brother Nanyu, replied Xiao Qingli. The steward hesitated, concerned about the potential dangers of the young master getting hurt, which would surely incur the wrath of the master. Fear not, young master. We shall keep a watchful eye to ensure your safety, Hao Yu assured. Chapter 20. What an adorable little sister. May I take her home?
Certainly.
Song Hai fetched a chair. Lily is making porridge for father and brother Nanyu, Xiao Qingli announced. Standing atop the chair, she meticulously washed the rice, while the chef observed nearby. Song Hai and Hao Yu stood protectively by her side to prevent any falls.
Indeed.
The young master is doing splendidly, the chef praised. Is this water sufficient? Xiao Qingli inquired. Quite enough, the chef responded, assisting her in placing the pot on the stove. Xiao Qingli then proceeded to wash the vegetables, her small face serious, as she concentrated intently. It needs some meat to be truly delicious, she declared after finishing the vegetables and setting off to find the meat. You must set that down. It's dangerous, Hao Yu cautioned, taking the knife from her small hands. Allow me to assist you. Thank you, Hao Yu, she replied. The porridge was nearly ready. Standing on the stool, she vigorously stirred the pot with a spoon, while Song Hai watched nervously, fearing that she might scald herself. Finally, she added the meat and vegetables.
All right.
Xiao Qingli exclaimed as she jumped down from the stool. Hao Yu helped ladle the porridge into bowls. Xiao Qingli, with her short legs, trotted upstairs, followed closely by Hao Yu and Song Hai, who were carrying the porridge. Father, it's time for your porridge, Xiao Qingli announced as she fed him with a small spoon. This is made by Lily with the help of Hao Yu, Song Hai, and Uncle Chef. Is it tasty? She asked eagerly. Delicious, Nangong Sihua affirmed. Much better than my own cooking. Hao Yu, Song Hai, please deliver the porridge to brother Nanyu while I tend to father, Xiao Qingli instructed, her eyes filled with concern for her father. Oh, if only Lily could clone herself, Nangong Sihua mused, delighted by his daughter's care. Indeed, daughters are a comforting presence. Once the porridge was consumed, Xiao Qingli watched as her father took his medicine. Please rest well, father. When you wake, you will feel better, she said, tucking him in. Very well, Nangong Sihua replied, closing his eyes. Watching him drift off to sleep, Xiao Qingli then made her way to check on brother Nanyu. Brother Nanyu, have you taken your medicine? She asked, her tone mature for her age. You must take it to recover quickly. I have. And the porridge made by the young master is delightful, Nanyu affirmed. Really? Xiao Qingli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. It surpasses even the finest delicacies, Nanyu added. It is said that even the Poison King, Shitzi, was no match for the young master's cooking. Then please rest well, brother Nanyu, Xiao Qingli said, ensuring he was covered with a blanket. Yes, I shall heed the young master's advice and rest properly, Nanyu promised. Next, Xiao Qingli approached Shitzi, who was playing with his pet snakes. Upon seeing her, he hurriedly tucked them away. Brother Shitzi, have you taken your medicine? She inquired. I don't need to. I am the Poison King, he replied nonchalantly. You must take it, she insisted, presenting the medication prescribed by the doctor. Brother Nanyu listened well. With a sigh of resignation, Shitzi accepted the medicine from her hand. Afterward, she reminded him to rest properly, and he nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the snakes peeked out curiously at the young master. Go back, Shitzi commanded, glaring at them. Disobediently, the creatures continued to gaze at Xiao Qingli. Hello there, she waved at them cheerfully. One little snake ventured forth, its round eyes fixated on her, twisting its body playfully. Behave, or you won't have dinner tonight, Shitzi warned, causing the snakes to retreat. Xiao Qingli reminded Shitzi once more to rest before dashing off to visit Tangli. Afterward, she finally sat down to enjoy breakfast. Following the meal, she played with Xuebao. The creature's soft fur began to shed, giving way to sleek, white feathers. Song Hai observed, bemused, as Xuebao resembled a moldy kiwi. Why is the young master so fond of this little fluffball? Young master, Mr. Situ has arrived, the steward announced. Uncle Situ is here, Xiao Qingli exclaimed, jumping up to run outside, with Xuebao scampering after her. Situ Jin arrived with his wife and 3 sons. His wife had insisted on coming to see her niece after seeing her photograph. Wow, she's even cuter in person, Wu Dai exclaimed as he rushed to admire Xiao Qingli. Hello, Uncle Situ. Xiao Qingli greeted warmly. Where is your father? Situ Jin asked as he crouched down. Father is unwell and resting, Xiao Qingli replied in a sweet, childish voice. Dear Lily, I am your Aunt Dai, Wu Dai said, playfully pushing her husband aside. Hello, Aunt Day, Xiao Qingli responded. Dear, this is my eldest son, Situan, who is 10 years old and quite the bookworm, Wu Day introduced. Thank you for that description. Mother, Situan replied dryly. This is the second, Situ Nian, aged 6 and a bit of a troublemaker, Wu Day continued. You really are my biological mother, Situ Nian quipped. And this is the youngest, Situ Yu, aged 4, a shy little one, she added, rolling her eyes at her sons. Hello, elder brothers. I am Nangong Qingli, 2 years old, Xiao Qingli said, holding up 2 fingers. Little Qingli, how adorable. Situan smiled. I shall call you Lily from now on, and you must call me Big Brother. I will protect you, Situ Nian proclaimed, puffing out his chest. Hello, Sister Lily. Little Situ Yu blushed, his face turning crimson. What a coincidence, Situ, you are here too, Ouyang Yuan called out. Situ Jin turned to see Ouyang Yuan arriving with his wife and child. Hello, Uncle Ouyang. Xiao Qingli greeted him. Lily, I am your Aunt Lu, Lu Yenner said gently, exuding warmth typical of the Jiangnan region. Hello, Aunt Lu, Xiao Qingli replied. Hello. Sister Lily, I am Ouyang Yuni, he introduced softly.
Hello, Sister Lily, I am Ouyang Yuner.
If you call me brother, I will take you to play.
Ouyang Yuner chimed in energetically.
Please come inside, Situ Jin urged. Lu Yenner gazed at the throng of people blocking the way, pondering the situation.
Indeed.
Sister Lu speaks the truth, Wu Day called out. The steward wiped the sweat from his brow. With so many guests arriving, it was unfortunate that the young master had fallen ill, along with several others, including Mr. Tang Li. Surely, summoning the Northern Guardian was not an option. After all, their expertise lay solely in training. Never mind, we shall manage the hospitality ourselves, he decided. Knowing her 2 friends had arrived, Nangong Sihua donned her attire and descended. Her long hair, cascading to her waist, was neatly tied with a hairband. Father, why aren't you resting? Little Qingli looked up at her father with concern. I am quite well, Nangong Sihua reassured her, gently patting her daughter's small head. Cradling her daughter, she turned to the steward. Prepare tea and snacks, she instructed. Understood. The steward replied dutifully. Ouyang Yuner and Situ Nian wished to play with their younger sister but hesitated to compete with Uncle Nangong for her attention. Chapter 21. From now on, should anyone dare to kiss your cheek, you are to respond with a punch. They settled down. Come here, my little Lily. Aunt Lu has a gift for you. Let us see if you like it. Lu Yen presented a square gift box. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Little Qingli accepted the box with a sweet smile. No need to thank me, my dear. Open it and see if it pleases you, Lu Yen encouraged. The more she looked at her, the more she adored the child. Such a good and sweet baby, she remarked, her voice soft and tender. Little Qingli opened the box to reveal a lovely dress, transitioning from deep to light blue, adorned with numerous pearls and diamonds that sparkled under the light. How beautiful! She exclaimed. No girl could resist something that glimmered. Thank you, Aunt Lu. If you like it, I shall buy you more lovely dresses whenever I come across them. Lu Yen promised indulgently. Ouyang Yuni chimed in, Mother, you have never been so gentle with me. Ouyang Yuna lamented. Woo, I wished for a race car. But Mother insisted I earn it myself. A boy must not rely on his parents. Here, my little Lily, this is a gift from Aunt Day. Wu Day presented a small golden rabbit. ISNT at the year of the rabbit? I thought you might like this little golden bunny. Wu Day handed a 3-pound golden rabbit to Nangong Sihua, knowing that her little Li could not carry it herself. Thank you, Aunt Day. Little Qingli petted the small golden rabbit. Nangong Sihua set her daughter down to play. Sister Li, let's play hide and seek, suggested Ouyang Yuner.
All right.
I'll be the seeker, declared the eldest, Situan, as he began counting. Little Qingli hurried to find a hiding spot. 4-year-old Situ Yu squeezed himself into a narrow crevice, while the others also found their places. Little Qingli, however, was still searching for a place to hide, and as the counting neared its conclusion, she anxiously nestled beside her father. Nangong Sihua smiled indulgently, using her wide sleeves to conceal her daughter's small figure. Little Qingli, petite in stature, was hidden at her feet and was nearly invisible. Situan began his search, calling out, Come out, I can see your shoes. He swiftly pulled out his younger brother, Situ Nian. Yuner, I see you, Situan declared, as Yuner emerged blushing. Situan continued to find the others, but could not locate Sister Li. Little Qingli curled her round little body tighter. Situan, with a glint in his eye, declared loudly, Sister Li must not be in the living room. I shall search elsewhere. After waiting a moment, little Qingli curiously peeked out. Ha ha ha, found you,
Sister Lily.
Situ and exclaimed triumphantly. Little Qingli, still bewildered, responded, Huh? Didn't you say you were going to look somewhere else? Foolish girl. Nangong Sihua observed her daughter's confusion, understanding that this was a clever ruse. Such profound strategies. Little Qingli lamented. You will understand in time, Nangong Sihua said affectionately, gazing at her daughter's little head. The children played until noon before reluctantly gathering for lunch. Daddy, I don't want to eat vegetables, Situ Nian complained. Look at your sister. She's not picky at all, Situ Jean pointed out. Situ Nian glanced at little Qingli, who was happily eating the vegetables her father had given her. I'll eat, he declared, begrudgingly taking a bite of his greens. Concerned that his sister might see him falter. How could he maintain his imposing image in front of her? After lunch, both families took their leave. Little Lily. Aunt Lu will come to see you another day, Lu Yen promised. All right, little Qingli nodded obediently. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, brothers. Suddenly, little Situ dashed forward, planting a kiss on little Qingli's cheek. Nangong Sihua gasped in shock. Situ Jean hurriedly whisked his son away. Son, you are quite bold. I never imagined the usually shy boy would dare to kiss my precious daughter in front of Uncle Nangong. Nangong Sihua's expression darkened as she wiped her daughter's face with a handkerchief. Situ, remember this moment. Tang Li. Immediately procure an entire cart of test papers to deliver to the Situ family, stating it is for Situ. And inform Situ Jean that he must supervise his son's completion. Otherwise, I shall ensure he experiences the consequences of his actions, Nangong Sihua commanded. Understood, young master. Tang Li replied, hastily setting to work. Did the young master mean a cart or a trainload? Nangong Sihua gently advised her daughter, Sheng'er. If anyone dares to kiss your cheek in the future, feel free to retaliate with a punch. No need for courtesy. Got it, Daddy, little Qingli nodded. Now, let us take a nap. After you wake up, I will take you to the company, Nangong Sihua said. What is a company? Little Qingli inquired. It's where Daddy works, though I usually don't go. There's another uncle in charge, Nangong Sihua explained. Little Qingli nodded, somewhat understanding. Nangong Sihua led his daughter upstairs. You be good and sleep. Call for Daddy when you wake up, he said, gently helping her out of her little shoes. Okay. Xuelingzi, having overheard their plans to go to the company, quickly warned, little Jinlian, do not get into the black car this afternoon. Someone tampered with the black business car that Nangong Sihua frequently uses. It was that very vehicle that had led to a tragic accident, leaving Nangong Sihua disabled and causing a fatality. Little Qingli nodded. Sheng'er, who are you talking to? Nangong Sihua asked, puzzled by his daughter's demeanor. No one. Little Qingli replied, somewhat guiltily. A handsome brother said not to speak of it. Nangong Sihua, noticing her daughter's evident unease, sensed she was concealing something from him. At just 2 years old, she was already keeping secrets from her father. His heart ached. Rest well, he said, tucking her in. He then departed, feeling a profound sense of loss as thoughts of his daughter and their diminishing closeness filled his mind. Little Qingli wondered, what's wrong with Daddy? Meanwhile, Xuelingzi chuckled secretly, knowing that little Jinlian remained particularly fond of him. After all, she was the blossom he had nurtured with his own hands. Her upbringing had not been in vain. Little Qingli soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Nangong Sihua furrowed his brow as he perused books on parenting in his study. The titles included How to Foster Greater Dependence of Children on Their Parents and Understanding the Psychology of Children. He was determined to learn diligently, aiming to cultivate a stronger bond of reliance from his daughter. Time slipped away unnoticed. Upon awakening, little Qingli called out for her father. Hearing her, Nangong Sihua closed his book and said, Come, let Daddy help you put on your shoes. After adorning his daughter with her shoes, he lifted her into his arms and made his way to the door. Upon seeing the black car, little Qingli scrunched her face and protested, Daddy, I don't want to ride in the black car. Why not? Nangong Sihua did not perceive her as being unreasonable, but rather listened attentively to her concerns. Xuelingzi whispered to little Qingli, advising her to tell her father that the car was broken and therefore unsuitable for riding. Daddy, the car is broken. We can't ride in it, little Qingli echoed. Master, I inspected the car yesterday and found no issues, Tang Li interjected. No, Daddy can't ride in it. And neither can anyone else. The car is broken, little Qingli insisted anxiously. All right, Daddy won't ride in it. Tang Li, please check the car, Nangong Sihua instructed, confident that his daughter was not being capricious. Chapter 22. I will only have Sheng'er as my child. Tang Li promptly conducted a thorough inspection of the vehicle and discovered that the brakes and accelerator had been tampered with. Master, the brakes and accelerator of this car have been manipulated, Tang Li exclaimed, astonished. A cold glint flashed in Nangong Sihua's eyes. The consequences of him and his daughter boarding such a vehicle were unthinkable. Tang Li, investigate further, he commanded. Yes, master. Sure, shall we take another car? Nangong Sihua inquired patiently.
All right.
Ultimately, he took his daughter in a white business vehicle to the company. Upon arriving at the company, Nangong Sihua carried his daughter out of the car. As they entered the building, the receptionist gazed in astonishment at her elusive boss, who had unexpectedly appeared with an adorable child in his arms. Wasn't he supposed to be on a path to enlightenment? How did he come to have a daughter? Moreover, the little girl was utterly charming. Greetings, master, the receptionist managed to say, as Nangong Sihua casually nodded before ascending to the top floor via the exclusive elevator with his daughter. Daddy, is this our home? Little Qingli inquired, unaware of her family's wealth. Indeed, Nangong Sihua replied, chuckling at her innocence. It seemed she had no notion of her father's assets. He contemplated taking her to explore their family business one day, as she was destined to inherit it. Upon reaching his office, which was adorned in a distinctly traditional Chinese style, he instructed Tang Li, notify them to convene a meeting. Understood. The senior executives were alerted to the meeting, personally summoned by the master. Some with ulterior motives began to feel uneasy. Had the master discovered something? As all awaited anxiously in the conference room, Nangong Sihua, unhurried, brewed tea while cradling his daughter. Little Qingli contentedly sipped on yogurt. Once the time was right, he leisurely rose and carried her into the meeting room. The expressions of all present were varied, each taken aback by the revelation that the seemingly unattached master had a daughter. Many of you have served the Nangong family for years, and I trust you recall my words, as long as you remain diligent and fulfill your duties. I shall ensure you are well rewarded. Nangong Sihua's cool voice resonated in every ear. Little Qingli continued to enjoy her yogurt. Manager Su, Manager Liu, I am still here, yet you have sought to align yourselves with another master. I shall grant you that wish, he stated. Tang Li, inform the HR department to terminate these two individuals. Managers Su and Liu were struck by disbelief. Hadn't they heard that the master would eventually adopt a distant relative to inherit the Nangong estate? They had hoped to position themselves favorably. If they aligned with the new head of the family, they could become esteemed figures, basking in wealth and privilege. Yet, they never anticipated the sudden appearance of the master's daughter. Master, do you intend for the young lady to inherit the Nangong family? Queried another senior executive sitting near the front. I believe it is inappropriate. Although she is the master's first child, she is still a girl. It may not be suitable for her to inherit the Nangong legacy. The master should marry soon and father a son to ensure stability for the family. Tang Li felt exasperated, realizing that such antiquated views still lingered. Did they truly believe the master was seeking their counsel? He was merely informing them. It seemed that as the master busied himself with his young daughter and with Song Shi absent, these individuals had grown complacent. I believe there is nothing wrong with the young lady inheriting the Nangong family. It is rather the antiquated views of some that are out of place. Jiang Zhu boldly ridiculed. They believed the master had recently been too amiable, emboldening them to voice disparaging remarks about the young lady. Am I mistaken? If the young lady were to marry, she might very well take our family's legacy with her, Director Song interjected. Out of respect for your age, allow me to enlighten you. Boys can now be adopted into families, Jiang Zhu retorted. You're meddling in affairs that don't concern you. With your lackluster work ethic, I foresee a retirement at 40. Tang Li stifled a laugh, realizing that engaging Jiang Zhu in a quarrel was a fool's errand. Indeed, I find the young master to be delightful and see no issue with her inheriting the Nangong estate, Zhang Lan chimed in. Having long heard of the master's daughter and now seizing the chance to meet her, she truly is precious. Nangong Sihua remained unfazed by their bickering, simply watching his daughter relish her yogurt, so easily content. You, Director Song gasped, exasperated. Master, if you truly wish to avoid marriage, you could adopt a boy. The young lady need only enjoy a life of comfort within the Nangong family, another director proposed. And here comes another relic, Jiang Zhu remarked. I merely speak the truth. After all, it would be best for the young lady not to be burdened, as she should simply enjoy a life of luxury within the Nangong family. Though appearing to express concern for little Qingli, these sentiments masked a deeper disdain. Luxury? True wealth lies in holding power in one's own hands, Jiang Zhu countered. Observing his friend's formidable debating skills, Jiang Lan chose to occupy himself by crafting an origami crane for the little one. Little Qingli gazed at the crane being passed from beneath the table, her wide eyes lighting up as she looked at Jiang Lan. She softly said, "Thank you, brother." Jiang Lan was tempted to pinch her soft cheek, only to be met with a piercing glare from Nangong Sihua, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. Fearing for his own safety, Nangong Sihua observed that the moment had arrived. Silence enveloped the room. No sooner had she spoken than the conference room fell into a hushed stillness. "I will only have Xing'er as my child. The Nangong family has but a single heir, and that is Nangong Qingli," Nangong Sihua stated with a calm demeanor. "I am merely here to inform you, not to engage in discussions." She directed her gaze toward Director Song. "You hold your daughter in such contempt. I have heard that your esteemed son indulges in debauchery at bars, and is currently finding himself in the police station." Nangong Sihua continued. "It seems that Director Song is unfit for this position. Perhaps you should first attend to your son's upbringing before voicing your opinions. Otherwise, it might lead this young master to question your intellect." Her words were laced with biting sarcasm. "And you, Director Gu? Do you believe that a young lady should merely remain docile and enjoy her comforts? I recall that your family is currently sustained by your 23-year-old daughter, while your esteemed son, nearly 30, continues to live off his parents. It appears that it is you, Director Gu, who lacks the capability to ensure your daughter does not bear the burden of supporting the family." She fixed a cold stare upon Director Gu. "You are all well aware of your own ulterior motives. I trust my message has been sufficiently clear. The heir is solely my daughter," Nangong Sihua declared with unwavering authority. "Should anyone dissent, they may leave." Chapter 23. This left him, a father, feeling devoid of accomplishment. After finishing her statement, Nangong Sihua embraced her daughter and exited, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Zhu noted some individuals were visibly pale. Some have truly lost their bearings. Although the young master does not frequent the company often, he remains acutely aware of all matters, great and small. Those who underestimate their own worth and attempt to stir trouble may find themselves dismissed, as is now the case. Who would want to hire someone dismissed by the young master? Jiang Zhu remarked, relishing the unfolding drama, before rising to leave with Jiang Lan. In the office, Nangong Sihua perused the documents brought by Jiang Zhu and Jiang Lan, while Jiang Zhu observed the young master playing with a Rubik's Cube on the sofa. Quietly, she approached young Qingli. "Little master, would you like some candy?" Jiang Zhu produced a colorful assortment of sweets wrapped in exquisite glassine paper. "Thank you, brother." Young Qingli glanced at her engrossed father, thinking that he belonged to her, and since he was right there, this brother would not deceive her with treats. "Can I pinch your cheeks?" Jiang Zhu asked. "Of course." Young Qingli presented her chubby face. Jiang Zhu reached out to pinch it. "Oh, are all children's faces this soft?" She was tempted to pinch again, but young Qingli covered her face, indicating that the previous candy was the only allowance for such indulgence. Tang Li entered, having sliced some fruit. "Little master, would you like to have some fruit?" he inquired, placing a platter before young Qingli. "Thank you, Uncle Tang Li." After organizing the documents, Nangong Sihua approached his daughter. "Have you been waiting long? Are you bored?" he asked with a smile. "I'm not bored. Brother Jiang Zhu and Brother Jiang Lan are teaching me how to solve the Rubik's Cube. Look, I can do it," young Qingli exclaimed, holding up the cube. "Xing'er is very clever," Nangong Sihua praised, affectionately ruffling her hair. Though she might appear naive and sweet, her intellect was commendable. "Yes, yes, yes." Young Qingli enthusiastically agreed with her father's compliment. Nangong Sihua noticed the candies in her daughter's bag. "Xing'er, you've already had 3 pieces of candy today. You cannot have any more." He pointed to the sweets in her bag, signaling for her to surrender them. "Father, I didn't steal any," young Qingli insisted, handing over the candies. "Really?" Nangong Sihua scrutinized his daughter, who seemed a bit evasive. "All right, you did sneak one," she admitted. "Master, aren't you being a bit too strict? A piece of candy won't cause any harm." Jiang Zhu couldn't help but interject. "Little by little accumulates. If she eats too much, her teeth will suffer. Are you willing to take responsibility for that?" Nangong Sihua retorted lightly. Little master, it's best not to consume too many sweets. Cavities can be quite painful." Jiang Zhu quickly amended his statement upon meeting the young master's icy gaze. "Father, I understand my mistake. I won't sneak any more," young Qingli assured her father. "Good, Xing'er is truly obedient." Nangong Sihua indulged her. Let us head home for dinner. What would you like to eat tonight? He asked while lifting her into his arms. I want chicken legs. Young Qingli replied joyfully.
All right.
Jiang Zhu leaned against Jiang Lan's shoulder, watching the father-daughter pair as they walked away. Do you think the young master's changed? She mused. Indeed. He has softened quite a bit. Jiang Lan concurred with a nod. Truly, having a child makes all the difference, Jiang Zhu remarked. What are you two whispering about regarding the young master? Tang Li suddenly appeared behind them. Oh dear, you startled us. Both Jiang Zhu and Jiang Lan exclaimed in unison. What are you still doing at the company? Jiang Zhu questioned, puzzled. Oh, the young master asked me to organize this work for you. Remember to complete it. Tang Li handed a mountain of documents to Jiang Zhu and Jiang Lan. The two could only lament, clutching the half-meter-high stack of papers. The young master remains just as he always was. Gentleness is a myth, Jiang Zhu sighed. Isn't it possible that the young master's tenderness is reserved solely for the little master? Jiang Lan suggested. Alas, the life of a worker, Jiang Zhu exclaimed dramatically. The young master said that once you complete this batch of work, he will reward you with a luxurious 5-day seaside vacation, Tang Li announced. Tell the young master that I willingly serve him, Jiang Zhu immediately responded with eagerness. The young master is not like some bosses who merely paint grand visions. His promises are always kept, Jiang Lan added earnestly. Same here, he affirmed. The two immediately set to work with their documents. As Tang Li descended the stairs, he pondered when the young master might grant him a holiday. It had been quite a while since he had taken a break, and he too wished to visit the seaside. In the car, Nangong Sihua looked at his daughter. Sheng'er, is there anything you desire? He asked. Nothing. Young Qingli shook her head. Nangong Sihua found himself at a loss, gazing at his daughter. No, dear, you should at least share with Daddy what you wish for.
Do not be so devoid of wants.
It leaves me feeling like an unaccomplished father. It was disheartening that his daughter did not coax him for gifts. Really nothing? Nangong Sihua pressed on.
Nope.
What do you want, Daddy? I can buy it for you. Great-grandfather has given me plenty of pocket money, young Qingli countered. Great-grandfather has given you money? How much? Nangong Sihua inquired. Shouldn't it be his duty as a father to provide pocket money? I don't know. Great-grandfather gave me a card and said it has a lot of money in it for me to spend freely, young Qingli replied. Nangong Sihua.
Sheng'er.
That money from your great-grandfather is meant for his retirement. You should just use your father's money, he instructed. Oh, so if great-grandfather has given me money, does that mean I won't have any left? Young Qingli asked, concerned. Exactly. So use your father's. I can earn money. Nangong Sihua continued to persuade her. Okay. Then can you help me give great-grandfather some money? I will earn money in the future to spend on you and great-grandfather, young Qingli declared. Nangong Sihua nodded in agreement. Tang Li, who was driving, remarked, Young master, it isn't right to mislead the little master like this. If the old man finds out, he will surely use his cane on you. Nangong Sihua led his daughter back home, retreating to his study to transcribe Buddhist scriptures. Xiaoqing Li was engaged in play with Shitzi. Shitzi Gij, don't tug at Xuebiao's fur. Xiaoqing Li exclaimed, snatching Xuebiao from Shitzi's hands. It's bound to shed anyway, Shitzi retorted. Xuebiao, incensed, pecked at him. Shitzi lifted its foot, teasingly, you little rascal, you've grown some courage. Dongjue, you're back, Shitzi said, glancing past Xiaoqing Li. Curiously, Xiaoqing Li turned her head to discover a tall figure clad in black standing behind her. Dongjue's face was obscured, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Xiaoqing Li blinked at Dongjue, remarking, you're so tall. Not at all, Dongjue responded coldly, his voice cutting through the air. Xiaoqing Li appeared bewildered, while Shitzi understood the implication. It's quite splendid for the young master to be like this, Shitzi commented. Why should he resemble the young master? After observing Xiaoqing Li for a moment, Dongjue ascended the stairs to find Nangong Sihua. Shitzi Gij, who is he? Xiaoqing Li inquired. He is your brother Dongjue, who had business outside, and just returned today, Shitzi explained. Let me tell you, he speaks to us a mere handful of times throughout the year. Shitzi lamented. I trained with him for 3 months, and he uttered only 3 words to me. Xiaoqing Li's eyes widened in astonishment.
Wow.
I talk so much, every day. In the study, Nangong Sihua diligently transcribed Buddhist scriptures, with wisps of incense rising beside him. Having completed his report, Dongjue stood quietly nearby, awaiting further instructions from the young master. Dongjue, Nangong Sihua put down his brush. Young master, you command, Dong Jue replied respectfully. You shall take a break for a while. After Song Shi returns, come back to the family estate with me, Nangong Sihua stated coldly. Understood. Young master. Dong Jue hesitated. Nangong rose and adjusted his attire. Do you truly have a child? Dong Jue questioned. Yes, she is 2 years old this year, Nangong Sihua replied as he exited the door, with Dong Jue following closely behind. She is very adorable, Nangong Sihua remarked, his demeanor softening when speaking of his daughter. Adorable? Dong Jue echoed, his voice laced with skepticism. What does adorable mean? Nangong Sihua regarded his subordinate, who seemed solely focused on tasks. It is time to grant them a holiday. Baba. Xiao Qingli rushed over upon seeing her father. Baba, Shitsi Gij keeps tugging at Xuebiao's fur. Xuebiao is almost bald. She reported. It's fine. Let them resolve their issues themselves, Nangong Sihua replied. Each must rely on their own abilities. If Xuebiao wishes to avoid being bullied, it must grow stronger. But Xuebiao is still small, Xiao Qingli hesitated. Shitsi Gij is already an adult. Shinger, your father tells you, even if you help Xuebiao today, in the future, Xuebiao must learn to protect itself, Nangong Sihua patiently explained, despite his daughter's naivety. So, if I am bullied, must I become strong like Xuebiao? Xiao Qingli asked.
Well,
If someone bullies you, just tell your father, and I will take care of it, Nangong Sihua replied, exhibiting a double standard. Shitsi and the others fell silent, recognizing the hypocrisy. All right, let us dine, Nangong Sihua announced. Hum, my big drumstick.
Xiao Qingli exclaimed joyfully.
At the dining table, she savored her large drumstick while Nanyu and Shitsi sat on either side. Dong Jue observed Xiao Qingli curiously, attempting to discern what the young master found adorable. Dong Jue Gij, do you want to eat too? Xiao Qingli asked, thinking he was eyeing her drumstick. Dong Jue shook his head. Xiao Qingli regarded the masked figure with intrigue. This brother is quite peculiar, she mused, continuing to gnaw on her drumstick. Dong Jue finished his meal in 2 minutes, watching as Xiao Qingli continued her slow consumption. She eats so slowly, he thought. Noticing her struggle, Nangong Sihua assisted his daughter by tearing the meat into strips. Dong Jue observed her delight in eating, wondering, is it truly that delicious? Isn't eating merely to satiate hunger? As an undercover guard, he usually consumed food only to survive, sometimes enduring hunger for 3 days and nights. By the time Nanyu and the others had finished their meals, Xiao Qingli was still not done. Patiently they waited, intrigued by the young master's determination. Though she ate slowly, it was evident she was putting in great effort, her cheeks puffed and her bright, clear eyes filled with satisfaction, providing a rather heartwarming sight. Once she finished the last bite in her bowl, Xiao Qingli patted her little belly. Baba, I'm full. Well done, Nangong Sihua praised. Go with your brother Nanyu to digest your meal. He has some traitors to deal with, he added. Dong Jue's task this time was to capture those traitors. But Baba, aren't you going? Xiao Qingli tilted her head, asking. Father has matters to attend to, Nangong Sihua explained. Little master, let us go, Nanyu suggested, sensing the young master's obligations, and took Xiao Qingli's hand. Shall we see if there are fireflies?
Right.
Xiao Qingli's attention swiftly shifted to the fireflies. Nangong Sihua led Dong Jue and Shitsi to the dungeon. Upon seeing Nangong Sihua, several bloodied figures crawled toward him like rabid dogs. Young master, I beg you, do not kill me. Please spare us for the sake of our past service, they pleaded. Spineless wretches. Betrayal is betrayal, one individual scoffed from the corner. Nangong Sihua, twirling his prayer beads, regarded them coolly. Who said I was going to kill you? He replied blandly. Death would be too simple a fate for you. Youth master, we realize our mistakes, truly, several of them quivered, bowing their heads in fear. Because of your betrayal, both Nanyu and the Northern Territory suffered grievous injuries, and several brothers lost their lives. Nangong Sihua's eyes glinted with a chilling intent. The traitors fell silent, their guilt palpable. Nangong Sihua produced a pitch-black vial. Dong Jue, Shitsi, he commanded. Without hesitation, Dong Jue and Shitsi restrained the individuals. Behave yourselves, or else, Shitsi warned, stepping on one of them. It was they who caused the severe injuries to Nanyu and the Northern Territory, especially the latter, which nearly rendered it crippled. It took a long time to recover. Nangong Sihua uncorked the vial, releasing several plump, white maggots. This is the half-moon floating life goo. It will inflict excruciating pain for half a month without resulting in death, Nangong Sihua explained, his tone deceptively kind. The maggots burrowed into the traitors' bodies.
Ah,
They writhed on the ground, feeling as though ants were gnawing at them, their insides ablaze with agony. Young master, you've cultivated such formidable goo, Ashitsi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the porcelain vial in Nangong Sihua's hand. Take it, Nangong Sihua tossed the vial to Shitsi. Thank you, young master, Shitsi replied, elated. Nangong Sihua approached the corner, surveying the individuals he had reclaimed.
why?
He questioned from his elevated stance. Betrayal is betrayal. I have wronged the young master in my nurturing of him. Yuanxiu lamented. What have you done to wrong us, young master? You must not think this way, Shitsi retorted, gripping Yuanxiu tightly. We were all rescued by the young master, who personally taught us various skills, yet you have the audacity to betray us. Shitsi shouted at his former comrade with fury. Because of you, Nanyu and the Northern Realm almost perished. I owe them my deepest apologies. Even if you were to torture me mercilessly, I would bear no resentment, Yuanxiu declared solemnly as he knelt. Nangong Sihua sighed deeply. Yuanxiu, I recall when I found you. You were merely 8 years old. 2 decades have passed since then. He remembered saving the frail child at the age of 17 and bestowing upon him the name Yuanxiu. Young master, I have indeed wronged you. They used my daughter to threaten me, leaving me with no choice. Yuanxiu wept as he recalled the past. I implore you, for the sake of my past service, spare my wife and child. Very well, Nangong Sihua nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, young master. Yuanxiu bowed deeply 3 times.
See?
Nangong Sihua murmured softly, closing his eyes and turning his prayer beads. Shitsi angrily hurled a small vial. Young master, Yuanxiu initially intended to keep this from you. But I believe you ought to know. Yuanxiu picked up the vial and spoke. Your father is still alive. He faked his death years ago. Yuanxiu recounted. I meant to keep it secret, but that day I inadvertently overheard his plans for you. For he was driven to action by the kidney failure of the child he had with that woman. Yuanxiu recalled that fateful day. I hope the young master remains vigilant. Nangong Sihua ceased his rotation of the prayer beads. Shitsi and Dongjue exchanged worried glances with the young master. Understood, Nangong Sihua replied in a flat tone. I have heard that you have a daughter now. May the little one always be safe. Yuanxiu swallowed the medicine. What a pity that he cannot witness her grow. Chapter 25. The Little Young Master is the Young Master's Redemption. Nangong Sihua's prayer beads spun ever more rapidly. Before long, Yuanxiu's breath ceased. Nangong Sihua cast a glance at him. Shitsi, have Tang Li send some money to his child. Consider it a blessing for Xing'er. Yes. Nangong Sihua replied as he exited the dungeon, followed closely by Shitsi and Dongjue. I never expected the young master's father to still be alive. He faked his death and abandoned the Nangong family years ago. What shall the young master do? Upon returning to the parlor, Nangong Sihua encountered Nanyu, who was leading the little young master back.
Daddy.
The little Qingli exclaimed joyfully, rushing to him and wrapping her arms around his leg. Xing'er, let daddy hold you, Nangong Sihua said as he lifted his daughter into his arms. Nanyu noticed something amiss in the young master's demeanor and glanced at Shitsi. Shitsi signaled for Nanyu to leave. If only the little young master were here now, Nanyu thought. Thank goodness for the little young master. Daddy, what is wrong? Why do you look unhappy? Little Qingli inquired. Xing'er, you are my only child, Nangong Sihua murmured. You will always stay by daddy's side, won't you? Of course. Qingli will always be with daddy, she nodded earnestly. Daddy, did someone bully you? I can bite them for you, the little girl offered, believing someone had upset her father. Xuebao gets unhappy when brother Shitsi bullies him too. No, daddy is just a bit sad. Nangong Sihua gently stroked his daughter's head. Don't be sad, daddy. Tomorrow I will ask Grandpa Butler to make us something delicious, and that will cheer you up, little Qingli declared, standing in her father's embrace and patting his shoulder like a miniature adult. Very well. Nangong Sihua gazed fondly at his daughter. Having her by his side was enough.
Now.
Daddy, help me wash up. Qingli needs to sleep, she reminded him, noticing the time. All right, what fragrance would you like tonight? Nangong Sihua asked as he lifted her into his arms. I want jasmine, she replied. Very well. Nanyu and the others hid in a corner, observing. Thank goodness for the little young master, otherwise, the young master would be left alone in sorrow, Shitsi remarked. Indeed. The existence of the little young master is not merely a source of comfort for the young master, it is his salvation, Nanyu added. What do you mean by salvation? Shitsi questioned, puzzled. If the young master's father were to return with that woman and her child, it is highly likely that the old man would. Tang Li interjected. Nanyu and Shitzi pondered this notion. The old man might pressure the young master to accept them. As for me, wherever the young master goes, I shall follow. It was the young master who rescued me. I am devoted to him. What nonsense is the Nangong family? I would poison them all, Shitzi declared. Indeed. Dong Jue agreed. Everything I have today is a gift from the young master, Nanyu smiled. Why hasn't he Songsha returned yet? Shitzi murmured. The auction doesn't start for another 2 days. It may be a week before she comes back, Nanyu explained. After little Qingli finished washing up, Nangong Sihua tucked her into bed. Good night, he whispered, lighting a soothing fragrance to aid her sleep. Uh-huh. Daddy, you should sleep early too, little Qingli replied obediently. Nangong Sihua dimmed the lights, leaving only a night pearl casting a gentle glow. He returned to his chamber to take a bath. The old man must have known about that man long ago, which is why he was so eager to summon me back. On one hand, he truly wished to add Xing'er to the family tree. On the other, he likely intended to announce that man's return before everyone, along with that daughter and her child. Nangong Sihua rubbed his temples in frustration. Let them be. Having Xing'er is enough for me. After finishing his bath, Nangong Sihua donned a silk nightgown and approached the window, lost in thought as he gazed at the luminous moonlight, his fingers idly turning the prayer beads.
Daddy?
Came little Qingli's voice from outside the door, knocking gently. Daddy's room light is still on. He must not be asleep, she reasoned. Nangong Sihua snapped back to reality and turned to open the door. What is it? He asked, looking down at his daughter, who was clutching her pillow. I can't sleep. I want Daddy to keep me company, little Qingli said. Daddy seems sad, and I want to be with him. Why aren't you wearing shoes? You'll catch a cold, Nangong Sihua chided gently as he scooped her up. I forgot, little Qingli admitted with a shy smile. Nangong Sihua set her down on the bed, and she placed her small pillow beside her. He brought a warm towel to wipe her little feet, noticing her delicate ankles. Xing'er, have you gained weight recently? He asked. No, little Qingli replied earnestly. I've just grown taller. Then let us weigh you, Nangong Sihua said, retrieving the electronic scale. He carefully lifted his little piglet of a daughter onto the scale, diligently recording the data. You've gained 3 pounds. He then fetched a ruler to measure her height. Very well, it's the same as last time. Daddy, did I grow taller? Little Qingli asked with anticipation. Indeed, you've grown 3 centimeters, Nangong Sihua confirmed. Little Qingli beamed with joy. She had finally grown taller. All right, it's already 10 o'clock. You ought to sleep, or you won't grow any taller. Nangong Sihua advised. Okay, Daddy should sleep too, she insisted. Very well. Nangong Sihua turned off the lights, leaving only a bedside lamp aglow. Xiao Qingli quickly succumbed to slumber, while Nangong Sihua gazed at his sweet, fragrant daughter, his heart softening like cotton candy. Xing'er, rest assured. Your father will provide you with an environment filled with joy and devoid of worries, he promised. Xue Lingzi observed the tender bond between father and daughter. Indeed, Xiao Jinlian had grown fond of and dependent on this father figure, and Nangong Sihua was undeniably affectionate towards her. It was splendid that Xiao Jinlian had someone who cherished her so dearly. After a night of peaceful slumber, Xiao Qingli sat up in bed, her fluffy hair tousled. Daddy, she called out in her sweet, childlike voice. Why aren't you sleeping a little longer? Asked Nangong Sihua. It's only 6 o'clock, and you mustn't be a lazy pig. Yawning, Xiao Qingli replied, I'm not a lazy pig. Nangong Sihua cradled his daughter and carried her back to her room, where she washed up and donned her little overalls. Finally, he styled her hair into a bun, securing it with a lovely floral hairpin. Daddy, shall we go dig for bamboo shoots? Xiao Qingli suggested eagerly. Of course, Nangong Sihua replied, fetching 2 bamboo baskets for collecting herbs. Hand in hand, they ventured towards the back mountain. The summer sun always rose swiftly. The morning sunlight filtered through the bamboo grove, casting dancing shadows on the ground. As they searched for bamboo shoots, Nangong Sihua explained to his daughter, these shoots, with their pointed tips, are particularly tender. Xiao Qingli nodded enthusiastically, yes. Tender bamboo shoots are the tastiest. She began to dig with her little hoe. As Nanyu returned from foraging for herbs, he spotted the master and young mistress digging for bamboo shoots and joined them. After filling a basket, the father and daughter slowly made their way home. Upon returning, Xiao Qingli sat on a small stool alongside Nanyu, peeling bamboo skins. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua was in his study, making a phone call to Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu, Come back, he instructed. What has happened? Jiang Zhu inquired, puzzled. Forget about the company. Nangong Sihua, will not be a pawn for anyone else, he asserted. All right. I'll return with Jiang Lan right away. Though Jiang Zhu was unsure of the reason behind the master's words, he obeyed without question. After hanging up, he went to Jiang Lan's office. Jiang Lan, let's go, we're on leave.
Huh?
Jiang Lan looked bewildered. How did we get leave? The master said so. We're heading to him now, Jiang Zhu explained. Let's stop by the store first and pick up some small gifts for the young mistress, Jiang Lan suggested. Good idea. I wonder what she would like. Chapter 26. Off to the seaside. Song Shi was also urgently summoned back. In the end, the four protectors from the four directions, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Ju, returned, alongside Tang Li and Song Shi. Xiao Qingli looked around, noticing an influx of visitors in her home, including an unfamiliar uncle adorned in glimmering gold. It's my first time meeting the young mistress. How about I gift her a gold chain? Song Shi proposed, removing his large gold chain and offering it to Xiao Qingli. Thank you, uncle, she accepted gratefully. Come, let me put it on you. A girl should wear something splendid, Song Shi remarked. Song Shi, do you think everyone should be as gaudy as you? Shitzi interjected. You seem eager to drape yourself in gold. It lacks taste. What I possess is elegance. Do you not understand? Song Shi retorted. Xiao Qingli, however, did not wish to wear it. The chain felt heavy, and she feared it might strain her neck. Uncle Song Shi, doesn't your neck get tired? She asked with genuine curiosity. Young mistress, not at all. I've recently acquired 2 more that I haven't even had the chance to wear yet, Song Shi replied. Xiao Qingli nodded in admiration. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua discussed matters with Jiang Zhu and Jiang Lan in his study. Master, when shall we visit the Nangong family? Jiang Zhu inquired. The old man has concealed such significant matters from you, even allowing that woman and her child to stay. Isn't that tantamount to acknowledging the illegitimate child as status? He continued. The master has worked tirelessly for the Nangong family only to be subjected to such indignation. This calls for retribution. He cannot swallow this grievance. There's no rush. Let the Nangong family stew in their own turmoil, Nangong Sihua replied calmly. But Jiang Zhu still struggled to reconcile his feelings. Jiang Zhu, the master has a plan, Jiang Lan reassured him. All right, let us go have dinner, Nangong Sihua said, rising from his seat. Downstairs. Xiao Qingli sat in the center of the sofa, with everyone else neatly arranged on either side, captivated by a cartoon. What are you all watching so intently? Jiang Zhu asked curiously. A cartoon. It's quite amusing, Shitzi replied. Jiang Zhu observed 2 bears being chased by a bald man and scoffed.
What is so interesting about that?
It's childish. The others glared at him in unison, while Xiao Qingli blinked her big eyes in his direction. Jiang Zhu awkwardly chuckled. I'll go check on the dishes. He hastily departed. Nangong Sihua lifted his daughter into his arms. Shall we go play at the seaside? He asked. What's the sea like? Xiao Qingli inquired, her curiosity piqued. The sea is a brilliant blue, teeming with colorful fish, corals, pearls, and countless creatures, Nangong Sihua answered.
Wow.
The sea sounds beautiful, Xiao Qingli exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Nangong Sihua concurred. When shall we go? She pressed eagerly. This afternoon, he replied tenderly. Hooray! Xiao Qingli cheered, nestling against her father's shoulder. We're going to the seaside. At the dining table, Nangong Sihua occupied the head seat, with Xiao Qingli beside him, while the others arranged themselves according to age. Xiao Qingli eyed Song Shi's golden bowl with curiosity. Young mistress, would you like me to gift you a golden bowl? Eating would be delightful from it, Song Shi offered. No, thank you, she shook her head, for she had her own bowl. Nangong Sihua placed a piece of bamboo shoot on her plate, and she ate happily. The others discussed what to do and eat at the seaside, since the master would cover all expenses. Let me check the place we're heading to. Their coconut chicken is quite good, Shitzi suggested. And they have roasted suckling pig, Jiang Zhu added. We can also go surfing. Xiao Qingli listened intently. Wow. Roasted suckling pig. And a seafood feast. Shitzi chimed in. Nangong Sihua focused on feeding his daughter, and after finishing the meal, everyone went to gather their belongings. Tang Li granted leave to all the household staff. Nangong Sihua helped his daughter pack her clothes, while Xiao Qingli played on a nearby carpet. Once everything was ready, they headed to the airport, turning off their phones before boarding the plane. Meanwhile, Chaos erupted at Nangong's company, with signatures missing and no one reachable and collaboration stalled. Where could managers Jiang Zhu and Jiang Lan have gone? Even Song, the general manager, was uncontactable. Ultimately, they could only reach the old master of the Nangong family. Upon learning of the situation, the old master used his phone to call Nangong Sihua, but found it was also turned off. Dad, what's wrong? Nangong Rahai asked. Sihua must have discovered that you brought back that woman and her child, the old man sighed. Sihua is genuinely angry now. He has withdrawn his people from the company, and I cannot reach him either. That's just perfect. Let Xiahua take over the company, Nangong Rahai remarked. Father, I have returned, and I bring you a grandson. As for that wayward child, there is no need to concern ourselves with him, he continued. Rahai, after all, Sihua is still your child. The elder Nangong expressed, with a hint of worry. I have only Xiahua as my son, Nangong Rahai replied. The elder Nangong chose to say nothing further, though he felt a sense of injustice for Sihua. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua emerged from the plane, cradling her peacefully slumbering daughter. Others around her donned sunglasses and pulled along wheeled suitcases. Look over there, so many handsome men. One girl exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, and they all possess long legs. I would estimate that they are all above 185 meters. Another girl remarked, pointing at a man in traditional Han attire with long hair,
who was holding an adorable child.
Haha, he resembles a character from a novel I recently read, she added. Which character? Came the response. The tyrant and his beloved daughter. The girl replied. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a resemblance. Little Qingli was sound asleep on her father's shoulder. The group arrived at the hotel, where Tang Li had reserved the entire top floor. Each room boasted a balcony with a breathtaking view of the ocean. By the time they reached the hotel, little Qingli had awakened and rushed to the balcony to gaze at the distant sea. The ocean is truly beautiful, she exclaimed. Little master, come and play, Shitzi called from the outdoor pool. The weather here is much warmer than in the capital, Jiang Zhu declared as he stripped off his shirt and donned knee-length shorts to dive in. Nanyu, Beijing, Dongjue, come down quickly, Shitzi urged.
Ziang Lan.
Stop tidying up and join us. Little Qingli scampered back to the room, where Nangong Sihua was organizing their belongings. Daddy. Lili wants to go play with Brother Shitzi and the others, she said eagerly. Go ahead, but be careful, Nangong Sihua advised. Once you're done, come join us too. Little Qingli added. All right, he agreed. Little Qingli dashed outside to join Shitzi and the others. Nanyu watched as she approached, clutching a small yellow duck float. Brother Shitzi. Brother Nanyu. Lili is here, she announced. Nanyu scooped her up gently. You mustn't run near the pool. What if you fall? He cautioned softly. Lili remembers. I won't run or I'll fall, she nodded earnestly. Nanyu carefully fitted the float around her and then gingerly carried her into the water. Shitzi and Jiang Zhu swam over quickly. It's so refreshing, little Qingli exclaimed in delight. Nanyu, can you take off your shirt? It must be uncomfortable when it's clinging to you, Shitzi remarked. I'm not accustomed to being exposed, Nanyu replied, maintaining his modest demeanor.
Dongzhe, Beijing, Ziang Lan.
Come down and play, little Qingli encouraged joyfully. I'm coming right now, Beijing replied, somewhat bashfully shedding his shirt to reveal his sun-kissed skin and chiseled abs. Jiang Lan entered the pool fully clothed, while Dongjue stood on the shore, wearing only half a silver mask. Tang Li and Songshe approached from behind. Shitzi exchanged knowing glances with them regarding Dongjue. Songshe gave an approving gesture. Dongjue, what is that over there? Shitzi attempted to divert his attention. As Dongjue turned to look, Songshe seized the moment to push him into the water, but he deftly evaded her grasp. Instead, Songshe lost her balance and fell headlong into the pool. Ha ha ha. Shitzi clapped and laughed heartily. Tang Li shook his head in resignation. How could one think to ambush Dongjue? He mused. Little Qingli stifled a giggle. Emerging from the water, Songshe's gold chain glimmered in the sunlight.
Dongjue,
she cried. But he merely regarded her with indifference. Feeling slightly intimidated, she turned and wrapped her arms around Shitzi's neck. It's all your fault, she pouted. You simply lack the ability, Shitzi retorted, and soon they were splashing each other playfully. Nanyu pulled little Qingli back a notch. With her yellow duck float, she paddled her little legs energetically. Nanyu, help me, Shitzi called, struggling against Songshe. Nanyu feigned disinterest as the group continued their playful antics. Nangong Sihua approached. Little master, Dongjue greeted respectfully. Why aren't you joining in the fun? Nangong Sihua inquired. Dongjue hesitated. If the little master wishes for you to join, then you shall, he added.
Dongjue.
This is your private time. You are free, Nangong Sihua smiled. Yes, little master, Dongjue replied, lowering his head. Daddy, are you coming in? Little Qingli beamed. I'll just watch you all play, Nangong Sihua said, settling into a nearby chair. Okay. Little Qingli resumed her play with Shitzi and Nanyu, a group of young men, in their 20s and 30s, frolicked in the water like teenagers. Feeling outnumbered, Shitzi took little Qingli hostage. Who dares splash me? He challenged. Nanyu swiftly intervened, freeing the hostage. And Shitzi found himself outnumbered. After a while, Nangong Sihua wrapped little Qingli in a large towel, fearful she might be cold. He cocooned her snugly, leaving only her adorable head visible. Nanyu and the others joined them on the shore, drying their hair. Dongjue attentively watched Nangong Sihua as he tended to little Qingli's hair. Shitzi, noticing Dongjue's dry demeanor, decided to sneak up beside him and bumped him with a playful nudge. With a splash, Dongjue fell into the pool. Shitzi chuckled at the bewildered expression on Dongjue's face. What is the point of perpetually wearing that stern expression? The others struggled to suppress their laughter. Dongjue, silent and composed, emerged and swiftly captured Shitzi, lifting him effortlessly before tossing him into the pool in a graceful arc. With a cool demeanor, he walked away. Shitzi plummeted into the water, creating a large splash. Ha ha ha. The others erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Daddy, brother Shitzi is so unfortunate, little Qingli remarked. Indeed, Shitzi tends to provoke trouble, Nangong Sihua said, cradling his daughter as he headed back to their room to change clothes. Meanwhile, in the capital, chaos was brewing. Ouyang Yuan and Situ Jin, hearing of their friend's company descending into turmoil, attempted to reach Nangong Sihua for clarification, only to find his phone switched off. They tried Tang Li's number, but it too went unanswered. Situ frowned and called Ouyang Yuan. Have you made contact?
No, Ouyang replied.
What on earth is happening? Situ inquired. I heard that Nangong Rahai has brought that woman and her child into the Nangong family, Ouyang disclosed. What? The elder Nangong did not intervene? Situ exclaimed in disbelief.
No.
You know very well that the elder Nangong places the utmost importance on the lineage of the Nangong family, Ouyang sneered. Isn't this tantamount to bullying Nangong? Situ seethed. His teeth clenched. It is a blatant slap in the face of the Nangong family. Ouyang's frustration mirrored Situ's. After all, when Nangong Rahai had passed, Nangong's mother had followed suit in a fit of despair, cruelly leaving only the 7-year-old Nangong behind. Yet, it turned out that Nangong Rahai had faked his death. And now he returned with that woman and a child. Now, as Nangong propelled the family to new heights, he sought to reclaim power for that illegitimate child, leaving the Nangong family in a precarious position. Ouyang Yuanyu's anger escalated. It seems Nangong has some plans, C2 Jin remarked. Nangong Ruhai could hardly match up to Nangong. Perhaps if the old master were younger, he could still contend with Nangong, but now he grows increasingly muddled, Ouyang Yuan sarcastically stated. Indeed, let us observe how Nangong proceeds. We shall discreetly coordinate our efforts, C2 Jin replied.
C2 Hin.
Acknowledges Nangong Sihua, not the entire Nangong family. Very well. The old master of the Nangong family is deeply troubled.
Ruhai.
Take Xiaohua and stabilize the company as situation, the old master of Nangong instructed. Understood. I shall head there immediately.
Nangong Zuhai Z Ponde Cheferlin.
Go. And ensure the company remains stable, the old master of Nangong expressed his high hopes. Rest assured, father. Xiaohua's capabilities are no less than that of the wayward Nangong Sihua, Nangong Ruhai assured confidently. He swiftly exited to find his son. Just as he stepped out, he was abruptly halted by his wife, Meng Rolan. Darling, where are you off to?
Meng Zulan inquit.
The old master summoned me to take Xiaohua to the company, Nangong Ruhai replied gently. Really? The old master has agreed to hand the company over to Xiaohua. Meng Rolan grasped Nangong Ruhai tightly, questioning him.
Indeed.
Nangong Ruhai nodded affirmatively. Overjoyed, Meng Rolan's heart raced with excitement. Once her son establishes himself at the company, she would indeed become the matriarch of the Nangong family. She envisioned how those servants would no longer dare to underestimate her. Meng Xianlan, you cannot compete with me, nor can your son surpass mine. What of the eldest daughter of the Meng family? She was ultimately driven to her demise by this adopted daughter. Then you should hurry along, Meng Rolon urged softly. Very well. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua and the others prepared for a beach barbecue. Dongju, go fetch that coconut, Shi commanded. Barbecue paired with refreshing coconut water. How delightful, he added. Unmoved, Dongju remained indifferent. Shi rolled his eyes, pondering his next scheme. Reluctant, huh? Alas. It seems the young master will not feast on coconut chicken tonight. Shi feigned a sigh. Dongju cast a questioning glance at Shi. The young master has been clamoring for coconut chicken. He claims he cannot sleep if he cannot have it tonight, Shi explained. Hearing this, Dongju pursed his lips as he gazed at the coconut tree. Then, he produced several throwing darts, and with a flash of cold light, several coconuts plummeted to the ground. Another flicker of light followed as coconuts from other trees also fell. Dongju picked up a few before turning to leave. Shi stood dumbfounded. He had intended to ask Dongju to climb the tree, but this unexpected method had taken him by surprise. Xiao Qingli and her father lounged on the balcony, swinging their short legs while sipping juice. Dongju gaga, would you like some juice? Xiao Qingli eagerly called out upon spotting him. Without a word, Dongju placed the coconuts at her feet and coldly departed. Chapter 28. Lily will always stay by daddy's side. Xiao Qingli blinked in confusion. Dongju gaga means these coconuts are for you.
Nangong Sihua explained.
Oh, I see. Xiao Qingli clapped her hands.
Dongyu ye. Thank you.
Lily likes them very much, she shouted after his retreating figure. Hearing her sweet voice, Dongju stumbled briefly before hastily quickening his pace. As night fell, Shi and the others gathered for the barbecue. Xiao Qingli sat on her little stool among them, while Nangong Sihua reclined nearby, eyes closed and turning his prayer beads. Young master, try my grilled chicken wings, Shi enthusiastically urged. Nanyu, observing the charred morsels, snatched one and shoved it into Shi's mouth. How dare you serve the young master something so burnt, so bitter? Shi grimaced, then disdainfully tossed the chicken wing into the trash. Young master, eat this, it's low in oil and salt. Nanyu offered her grilled chicken leg. Thank you, brother Nanyu. Xiao Qingli accepted the chicken leg and scampered over to her father. Daddy, have some chicken leg, she said. Nangong Sihua opened his eyes to regard his little daughter. All right, he replied, taking a small bite. Is it delicious? Xiao Qingli asked eagerly. Very delicious. Nangong Sihua replied tenderly, gazing at her. Xiao Qingli took a bite as well, her face lighting up with two adorable dimples. Nangong Sihua quietly watched her, his eyes filled with affection. After Xiao Qingli finished, Nangong Sihua wiped her little hands clean. Go and play, he said, ruffling her hair. No, I want to stay with daddy. Xiao Qingli clung to his leg, observing the little trinket at his feet. Nangong Sihua lifted her into his arms. It's rather dull by daddy's side, he remarked. Not boring at all, Xiao Qingli chimed sweetly, wrapping her arms around his neck. Lily will always be by daddy's side, never leaving. Very well, daddy will always be with Xing Er too. Nangong Sihua's heart softened like a pool of warm water. Holding his daughter, he gazed at the moonlit sea. Our Xing Er will grow up happily, and daddy will also grow up joyfully, Xiao Qingli declared.
Nangong Sihua chuckled softly.
All right, we shall heed Xing Er's words. Daddy, why is the moon sometimes round and sometimes crescent? Xiao Qingli inquired, gazing curiously at the moon. It is influenced by the sun's movement, the earth's revolution, and the moon's rotation, Nangong Sihua explained. Huh? Xiao Qingli looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes. What is daddy saying? Nangong Sihua face-bombed. It was his fault for being so profound. To put it simply, he pondered how to explain it in a way his daughter could grasp. Xiao Qingli looked at him earnestly, seeking knowledge. After a considerable effort, Nangong Sihua finally clarified the moon's phases. Then he heard his daughter ask Daddy, why can't the sun and moon appear at the same time? Why do the stars in the sky twinkle? Daddy. Why? Nangong Sihua lifted his daughter as he stood. It's time for you to sleep. Tomorrow, Daddy will take you to collect seashells. Collect seashells? Why do we need to chase away the sea?
Xiao Qingli kastionat, puzlat.
Nangong Sihua paused, realizing he needed to simplify his explanations. Collecting seashells doesn't mean chasing away the sea. You can think of it as Daddy taking you to gather shells. He opted for a simpler explanation.
Yay!
Tomorrow, Daddy will take me to collect shells. Xiao Qingli exclaimed excitedly. Nan Yu and the others played until dawn before gradually returning to their rooms for some rest. Xiao Qingli, eager to collect shells, woke up early in excitement. Nangong Sihua dressed her in a convenient yellow overall and placed a small yellow duck hat on her head. Daddy will wash up first. You be good and wait for me, he said as he changed into more practical attire.
Okay.
Xiao Qingli scampered out to the balcony to play. We're going to collect shells, she exclaimed. Oh, isn't that Dong Ju Gaga? Spotting Dong Ju leaning by the pool. Xiao Qingli nearly called out but quickly covered her mouth, remembering that Nan Yu and the others were still asleep. She then dashed out the door. Brother Dongjue, what brings you here? The soft and tender voice of Xiao Qingli inquired. Dongjue cast a glance at the young master but remained silent. Xiao Qingli reached out to grasp Dongjue's hand. Brother Dongjue, could you please crouch down? She gently requested, sensing that he seemed unwell. Dongjue, holding her delicate little hand, obediently squatted down. Xiao Qingli tiptoed to touch his forehead. Instinctively, Dongjue wanted to evade her touch but restrained himself. Brother Dongjue, your forehead is quite hot. Xiao Qingli exclaimed in astonishment. You are ill, Brother Dongjue. You must return to your room to rest, she urged anxiously. Dongjue responded softly. Xiao Qingli attempted to support him, but her height proved inadequate. She could only awkwardly waddle away in search of her father. Father, Brother Dongjue is sick. Xiao Qingli called out. Do not worry, I shall check on him, Nangong Sihua replied, lifting his daughter as they sought out Dongjue. Dongjue sat in the room as if nothing were amiss. Upon entering, Nangong Sihua immediately noticed and stood up. Dongjue, lie down. I will take your pulse. Nangong Sihua said softly. Young master, I am fine, Dongjue insisted. Lie down, Nangong Sihua frowned. Dongjue, with meticulous demeanor, complied and lay down. Xiao Qingli struggled to cover him with a blanket. Nangong Sihua proceeded to take Dongjue's pulse. After a brief moment, he said, Your stomach is not well. Do not consume Sajita Dongshik on an empty stomach in the future. It was likely the spicy barbecue from the night before that had upset his stomach, leading to a fever. I will administer a few acupuncture needles, Nangong Sihua declared, producing his silver needles. Young master, there is no need for such trouble. Dongjue felt a sense of inadequacy. Brother Dongjue, when you are ill, you must obediently receive treatment. You cannot be willful, Xiao Qingli admonished him earnestly. Nangong Sihua sterilized the needles and then carefully began the acupuncture. Watching the gleaming needles pierce Dongjue's body, Xiao Qingli silently hugged herself. Li must not fall ill. Being sick means taking medicine and enduring needles. It is too frightening. After half an hour, Nangong Sihua inquired, How do you feel? As he tidied the needles. Thank you, young master. The pain has subsided, Dongjue replied. Then you should rest well, Nangong Sihua said with concern. Brother Dongjue, you must rest properly and not be mischievous. Xiao Qingli added earnestly. Dongjue nodded at the adorable sight of Xiao Qingli. Nangong Sihua took his daughter outside. Chapter 29 Dad. Please do not squeeze your voice. Xiao Qingli reminded with concern. Brother Dongjue, you must rest well, she reiterated. Dongjue nodded once more. Nangong Sihua led his daughter to the retreating tidal rocks, where Xiao Qingli held a small bucket. Father, where can we find seashells? She asked, peering closely at the ground. Nangong Sihua picked up a cat's eye shell. Here, he said. Xiao Qingli gazed at the dark object added to her bucket, puzzled for a moment. Why does it look different from those on television? The shells on TV are all colorful. Why is the one you found so dark, father? Is this a shell? She queried with innocent curiosity.
Indeed.
It is an edible shell, Nangong Sihua affirmed. Xiao Qingli's eyes sparkled as she looked at the dark object in her bucket.
So it can be eaten,
she exclaimed, mimicking her father's actions in picking more. Nangong Sihua also caught a crab, intending to educate his daughter, but upon seeing the fierce creature, he hesitated for a moment. Then, with a flick, he stunned the crab. Holding it, he began to explain to his daughter. As Xiao Qingli listened to her father discuss its scientific name and living habits, she only grasped one phrase. The meat is delicious. This crab is very tasty. After finishing his lesson, Nangong Sihua sought out other species to introduce to his daughter. Xiao Qingli continued her diligent search. Father, what is this long creature? She asked, pointing at an unidentified object. Nangong Sihua approached to examine it. That's a type of sea snake, he explained. It is venomous. Fortunately, my daughter is wearing the bracelet given by Shitzi, which keeps poisonous snakes at bay. Got it. It's very dangerous and should not be touched. Xiao Qingli recalled her father's previous warnings about venomous creatures. That's right, Sheng'er is very clever. Nangong Sihua praised. Xiao Qingli continued her exploration while Nangong Sihua followed a couple of steps behind, allowing her the freedom to discover the world at her own pace. Father, what is this?
She pointed at a dark object.
A sea cucumber, Nangong Sihua replied, picking it up. Xiao Qingli nodded. It looks a bit ugly. The father and daughter wandered further away. Beyond the sea, the sun broke through the clouds, casting radiant beams. Observing the sun's ascent, Nangong Sihua took his daughter back. Father, carry me. Li's little feet are tired, Xiao Qingli pouted, raising her arms to be held. Nangong Sihua, looking at his chubby daughter, took her in one arm while holding the bucket with the other. You are the best, father, Xiao Qingli sweetly declared, wrapping her arms around his neck. Upon returning to the hotel, Nangong Yu and the others had yet to awaken. Nangong Sihua handed the seafood from the bucket to the hotel kitchen for preparation, also requesting they make a chicken soup for Dongjue. Sheng'er, come. Daddy will help you take a bath, he said, pulling his daughter away from the sofa. Your skin has touched seawater. It is better to wash up. Okay. After a fragrant bath, Nangong Sihua dressed his daughter in a delicate floral sundress adorned with hand-sewn silk flowers. As the skirt swayed, the flowers seemed to come alive. He styled her hair into a princess-like updo, finishing with a beautiful floral hairpin. Xiao Qingli resembled a lively flower sprite in the woods. Nangong Sihua looked on with satisfaction, patting her head and encouraging her to go play. He then took out his phone to turn it on. During this outing, everyone had turned off their devices to avoid distractions. Frowning, he observed the hundreds of missed calls and messages, mostly from a company, some from the Nangong family, friends, and his subordinates. Nangong Sihua first returned calls to his two friends. Nangong, you finally answered. Ouyang Yuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Rest assured, I am fine. Nangong Sihua reassured him. The Nangong family has sent Nangong Rahai with that illegitimate child to the company, but most of the staff are resistant, Ouyang Yuan informed his friend. He has even removed Jiang Zhu and Jiang Lan from the company, indicating he may be planning to abandon it altogether. It was only after the old master of Nangong made a late-night visit that the situation was barely stabilized. Ouyang Yuan continued. After hearing the words, Nangong Sihua fell into a momentary silence. He understood. A trace of disappointment laced his voice. Indeed, he had been cast aside. Nangong, if you need anything from your brother, do not hesitate to speak. Ouyang Yuan sighed and remarked. All right, thank you, Nangong Sihua replied with a faint smile. What are brothers for? Have I not already received enough help from you? Ouyang Yuan responded in a nonchalant manner. By the way, how is your little niece? Ouyang Yuan inquired, concerned for her after his wife learned about the situation in the Nangong family. Sheng'er, come here, Nangong Sihua beckoned his daughter. Little Qingli put down her toy and hurried towards her father. Uncle Ouyang, Nangong Sihua brought the phone closer to his daughter. Uncle Ouyang, have you eaten? Little Qingli asked in her sweet, childish voice.
I have.
What are you up to? Ouyang Yuan mimicked Little Qingli's tone. It was difficult to gather news from Nangong's side, but it was easier regarding his niece. Waiting for dinner. Little Qingli exclaimed. This morning, Daddy took me to collect a lot of delicious shells. Is that so? Then you must eat well and come back early. Aunt Lu and your two brothers miss you very much, Ouyang Yuan continued, adjusting his voice. Just then, Ouyang Yuner, who had just come downstairs, heard her father's peculiar tone and looked at him in disbelief, feeling slightly nauseous.
Dad.
Please stop using that voice. Ouyang Yuan was absorbed in his conversation with a soft-voiced Little Qingli. The sound of my little niece's voice is delightful, so sweet and adorable. Goodbye, Uncle Ouyang. Little Qingli waved seriously while on the phone. Goodbye, sweetheart. Come back soon. Ouyang Yuan replied with a smile. Ouyang Yuner continued to rub his arms, covered in goosebumps. Ouyang Yuan turned to his silly son. Hurry and go to school, stop dawdling. His voice shifted from the playful tone to a deep bass. Ouyang Yuner stared at his father, noticing the stark contrast. It's still an hour until class. Why should I go so early? He replied. Aren't you going to study? You only scored 45 last time. Hurry up and put in some effort. Ouyang Yuan grabbed his son and picked up his backpack, heading towards the door. The butler promptly opened the car door. Ouyang Yuan tossed his son inside, then swiftly closed the door and clapped his hands. One little beast taken care of. Ouyang Yuan hummed a tune as he went upstairs to check if his wife had woken up. Meanwhile, after finishing his call with his two friends, Nangong Sihua dialed his subordinates, Jiang Mei and Jiang Ju, as well as the four young masters of Finghua Shuiyue. Do not rush. Let us observe how things unfold. Nangong Sihua coldly instructed. Young master, when will you return to deal with these troublesome spirits? Young master Shui asked. You have no idea how infuriating that woman is. Soon, Nangong Sihua replied. We shall await the young master's return to slay our foes and dominate the Nangong family.
Ha ha ha.
Young master Shui laughed heartily. Nangong Sihua hung up the phone, speechless. How did he end up with such a juvenile subordinate? He turned to glance at his daughter, who was obediently sitting at the dining table, drinking porridge. Chapter 30. Someone is following. Her movements were still slow, yet possessed an inexplicable charm. Daddy, hurry and eat. Or, it will get cold. Little Qingli exclaimed as she saw her father finally finish his call. Nangong Sihua nodded. After they finished their meal, he took a travelogue by Su Xiaka and began to read it with his daughter. Nangong Sihua explained the local customs and geographical features depicted in the book. Little Qingli listened intently. Daddy, when can we go to these places? She asked with a hint of longing. Perhaps it will take some time. But I will take you to different places so you can experience diverse landscapes and meet a variety of people, broadening your horizons, Nangong Sihua replied. What one learns from paper is ultimately superficial. True enlightenment comes from experiencing more. Yes, yes. I want to go with Daddy, Little Qingli exclaimed joyfully. All right, let us continue. Nangong Sihua said gently. The sunlight outside gradually grew more intense, and before they realized it, it was noon. Nangong Yu and the others began to rise one after another. After getting ready, Nangong Yu sought out the young master. Since the balconies of the various rooms were not far apart, Nangong Yu effortlessly jumped over. Young master. Little young master, he called out. Nangong Sihua nodded. Brother Nangong Yu, you're awake. Little Qingli exclaimed, her face lighting up as she looked at Nangong Yu, who wore a slightly loose, casual white shirt paired with black trousers, his gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, standing there like a youthful moonlight. Nangong Yu sat cross-legged beside the little young master, and time felt serene and beautiful. Others began to rise as well. Dong Ju felt much better after a nap. The group gathered in the dining room to enjoy a seafood feast. Shixi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the delicious food. Waking up to a feast like this is pure bliss. Let us eat, Nangong Sihua announced. At his words, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Nangong Sihua cracked open a crab and extracted the meat for his daughter. Nangong Yu had also peeled several shrimp for Little Qingli. She relished the food, gratefully accepting their offerings. Dong Ju quietly picked out the fish bones from the steamed fish and served the meat to the little young master. Little young master, are we going surfing this afternoon? Will you join us? Shici asked. What is surfing? Little Qingli blinked her eyes at Shici. It's riding the waves in the sea, Shici explained earnestly. Others chimed in. Do you want to add some detergent and make bubbles while you're at it? Little Qingli looked at her father. Daddy, I want to go. No, Sheng'er, you're too young. Let us wait until you grow up, all right? Nangong Sihua rarely refused his daughter. Surfing was truly not suitable for a 2-year-old baby. Okay, Little Qingli said, feeling a bit disappointed. It will take a long time for me to grow up. How about I take you to the aquarium? Nangong Sihua couldn't bear to see his daughter upset. There are many creatures from the ocean inside, like big sharks, stingrays, and beautiful jellyfish. Little Qingli was quickly captivated by her father's description. In the afternoon, Nangong Sihua took his daughter to the aquarium. Tang Li, feeling worried, wanted to follow but was turned down by Nangong Sihua, who expressed a desire to spend some quality time alone with his daughter. After purchasing tickets, Nangong Sihua carried his daughter into the aquarium. The aquarium was semicircular, with the deep blue ocean overhead. Little Qingli tilted her head back, mesmerized by the colorful fish swimming above. Daddy, these fish are so pretty, she exclaimed in awe. Nangong Sihua tenderly responded. Daddy, I want to get down. Little Qingli said. Nangong Sihua set her down and took her hand. Little Qingli leaned against the glass, watching as curious fish swam by to observe the little human. Xuelingzi, upon witnessing the scene, cast a spell to summon the fish to swim towards her. Before Xiao Qingli, an increasing number of fish gathered. The onlookers, captivated by this astonishing spectacle, hastily took out their phones to capture the moment and share it online. Nangong Sihua, observing the throng of people, furrowed his brow in discomfort. Yet, seeing his daughter's enthusiastic demeanor, he stifled his unease. After a while, Xiao Qingli noticed the crowd surrounding them and expressed her sentiment with a hint of concern.
Baba.
I don't like crowded places. Let us go. All right, Nangong Sihua replied, lifting his daughter into his arms as they sought a quieter locale. Among the crowd, two individuals wearing sun hats noticed Nangong Sihua's departure and swiftly followed suit. With heightened vigilance, Nangong Sihua cast a sidelong glance at the pair pretending to observe the fish. Shinger, no matter what happens, do not be afraid, he reassured his soft and adorable daughter. With Baba here, Lili is not afraid of anything. Xiao Qingli responded obediently. Nangong Sihua quickly led his daughter outside before entering a narrow alley, with the two pursuers closely trailing behind. Upon turning a corner, the crowd had vanished. The two men anxiously searched for them until Nangong Sihua appeared behind them, cradling his daughter. Shinger, watch how daddy deals with the bad guys, he said gently. Baba can defeat the villains. Xiao Qingli exclaimed, shaking her little fist. The two men swiftly turned around, assuming defensive stances. A flicker of disdain crossed Nangong Sihua's eyes. They exchanged glances before charging at him with knives. With one arm holding his daughter and the other blocking the attack, Nangong Sihua moved with fluid grace. In no time, both men lay unconscious at his feet. Nangong Sihua looked at his daughter, who appeared entirely unfazed and rather exhilarated. Baba, we defeated the bad guys. She cheered, raising her tiny fist in triumph. Baba is even stronger than the panda on TV. Indeed, let us treat you to some yogurt, Nangong Sihua replied, disregarding the fallen men as he turned to exit with his daughter. He found a yogurt vendor and bought a serving adorned with blueberries and other fruits for Xiao Qingli. With joy, she scooped a spoonful for her father, who bent down to take a taste. After sampling it herself, she cheerfully swung her legs. Across from them, in a restaurant, a well-dressed man sat with an exquisitely refined little boy and a beautiful woman. Yu Xiuyan gazed through the floor-to-ceiling window at the yogurt shop across the street. Isn't that his arch-nemesis, Nangong Sihua? How curious that he is seated at the entrance, he mused, surprised that he had not received news of the Nangong family's bankruptcy. Xiuyan, what's the matter? Tang Jingzhu inquired, while the little boy, Yu Linji, also looked in his father's direction. Nothing, Yu Xiuyan replied, shaking his head. Lin Jingzhu, would you like to go out tonight? He had been overly proud and self-absorbed, leading to the loss of his wife and child.
Now,
he found himself in a desperate pursuit. Wherever is fine, as long as he doesn't come along, Yu Linji remarked, glancing at Yu Xiuyan. Yu Xiuyan, feeling a pang of disappointment, thought to himself, no wonder he asked my son. He gives me no face at all. He cast a pleading glance at his wife. However, Tang Jingzhu felt helpless. If their son rejected him, there was little she could do. The road to reclaiming his wife will be long. Outside the yogurt shop, Nangong Sihua cradled his daughter, admiring the sunset. The horizon appeared ablaze, resplendent beyond measure. Shinger, I'm truly sorry. We must return early, he said, his eyes filled with remorse as he looked at her. They had initially promised to enjoy 5 days by the seaside, but now he had to address pressing matters concerning the Nangong family. Although he had not wished to return so soon, he noticed an increasing number of followers today. During his encounter with the two men, he recognized their techniques as those of the Nangong family's assassins. The Nangong family was evidently growing impatient. If it were just me, I would be unafraid. But with you by my side, I cannot allow any mishap, he thought resolutely, glancing at his daughter. It's all right, Baba. We can play at home, Xiao Qingli said sweetly. We're not going home. Daddy will take you to the Nangong family, he replied gently. As long as I'm with Baba, I'm happy to go anywhere, Xiao Qingli declared, her eyes brimming with adoration for her father. Good girl, Shinger, Nangong Sihua whispered, embracing her. Baba is the best, Xiao Qingli said, her tone filled with complete trust. Our Shinger is the finest child in the world. I am truly fortunate, Nangong Sihua stated as he walked back, holding his daughter. The twilight cast a warm glow upon them, the brilliant hues obscuring their features, merely allowing their silhouettes to emerge. As they searched for a taxi, Yu Xiuyan, having just finished dinner with his family, spotted Nangong Sihua and couldn't resist confronting him. Oh, Nangong Sihua. Has the Nangong family gone bankrupt, reduced to wandering the streets? Nangong Sihua chose to ignore him, instead directing his attention to Tang Jingzhu. Miss Tang, it's a pleasure to meet you, he said, deliberately emphasizing her title. Good day, Mr. Nangong, Tang Jingzhu replied politely and with grace. Yu Xiuyan's expression darkened instantly. Was it necessary to remind him that she was still Miss Tang and not Mrs. Yu? Miss Tang, as the saying goes. A wise person does not fall into the traps of love. One must be cautious to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past, Nangong Sihua remarked, his words laden with implications. Nangong Sihua, Yu Xiuyan seethed, nearly charging forward. Do not bully my baba. Xiao Qingli protested fiercely, raising her small hands defiantly. Xiuyan, be careful. You might frighten the child, Tang Jingzhu interjected, concerned for Xiao Qingli. Nangong Sihua, since when did you have a child? Yu Xiuyan inquired, astonished as he looked at Xiao Qingli. Mr. Yu, perhaps you should tend to your own affairs first, considering Miss Tang and her child have yet to accept you. Nangong Sihua shot back. Yu Xiuyan's face darkened further, akin to a charred pot bottom, while Tang Jingzhu offered a resigned smile. Their mutual disdain remained palpable. Yu Linji quietly observed Xiao Qingli, thinking how adorable she was. He wished for a sister too, having heard that sisters often resemble their fathers. He glanced at his own father, who was not quite a father in his eyes yet. Never mind if my sister looks like him. She certainly wouldn't be as lovely as this one. I must find a handsome uncle for mommy. Nangong Sihua, with a hint of pride, regarded the furious Yu Xiuyan. He had the protection of his daughter, while Yu Xiuyan did not. Yu Xiuyan, surprisingly understanding Nangong Sihua's unspoken message, glanced at his son, who was looking at him with obvious disdain. Mr. Nangong, how about I give you a ride home? I drove here, Tang Jingzhu offered, unable to bear the sight of the adorable little girl waiting for a taxi with her father. My mother is an excellent driver, Yu Linji remarked. Yu Xiuyan interjected. What about him? He traveled 1,000 miles to pursue his wife and finally got his family to agree to dinner. Now he's being abandoned here for Nangong Sihua. Thank you, Miss Tang, Nangong Sihua said. This way, please, Mr. Nangong, Tang Jingzhu directed. A few of them entered the car, leaving Yu Xiuyan alone in the breeze. He stood there, forlornly watching the vehicle disappear into the distance. The atmosphere inside the car was rather harmonious. Hello, I am Yu Linji, he introduced himself, extending his small hand to the charming Qingli. Hello, I am Nangong Qingli. You can call me Lily, she responded, offering her tiny hand in return. Yu Linji graciously took her hand. Wow, this little sister's hand is so soft, he exclaimed. 3 seconds later, Nangong Sihua observed the lingering handshake. Why are you holding my daughter's hand for so long? With that, he firmly pulled his daughter's hand back. Yu Linji felt he had overstepped and glanced apologetically at Qingli. Mr. Nangong, did you come here to play with your daughter? Tang Jingzhu asked while driving. Yes, Nangong Sihua replied coolly and distantly. Your baby is truly adorable, Tang Jingzhu remarked, unfazed by the earlier tension. Indeed, she is very cute. As he spoke of his daughter, Nangong Sihua's demeanor softened considerably. Tang Jingzhu noted the change in his tone, realizing he was a doting father. She had encountered this young master at 2 banquets when she married Yu Xiuyan, where others described him as a killer with a rosary. Despite his Buddhist beliefs and compassionate demeanor, he was ruthless and decisive, his cold and detached phoenix eyes revealing a sharpness that seemed to see through the world. Yet, after having a daughter, those eyes now radiated warmth. My daddy is also very cute, Qingli proudly declared. Only a daddy as adorable as him could have a daughter as lovely as me. Yes, indeed. The young master is quite charming, Tang Jingzhu chuckled, never having considered the word cute could apply to him. Nangong Sihua looked helplessly at his daughter, who gazed at him with innocent eyes, seemingly asking if her words were true. All right, if my daughter thinks he's cute, then he must be, he conceded. After a while, Tang Jingzhu's car halted before the hotel. Mr. Nangong, we have arrived, she announced. Thank you, Miss Tang, Nangong Sihua replied politely. You're welcome, she smiled. Goodbye, Aunt Jingzhu. Goodbye. Brother Linji. Qingli waved softly. Goodbye, Lily, Yu Linji said, feeling a twinge of reluctance as he had not spent enough time with this adorable little sister. Nangong Sihua watched Tang Jingzhu leave before turning to embrace his daughter and enter the hotel. Nan Yu and the others, back from surfing, were seated in front of the television, game controllers in hand. Upon seeing Nangong Sihua, they hastily set down their controllers. Young master, little young master, they greeted. Jiangzhu, Jianglan, you two go find Jiang Mei and Jiangzhu. The rest come with me to the Nangong residence, Nangong Sihua instructed. Young master, what happened? Nan Yu asked softly, sensing that something was amiss. It was unlike him to suddenly decide to visit the Nangong family without reason. Nangong Sihua briefly explained about being followed today. After hearing this, Shi was infuriated.
How dare they?
Do they think we're easy targets? The audacity of someone from the Nangong family to follow and confront the young master was outrageous. I'll make sure to teach them a lesson when I get back. Shi growled. The others felt similarly vengeful toward the Nangong family. Young master, the tickets have been booked, Tang Li stated seriously. Everyone pack your things, Nangong Sihua ordered. Understood, young master. Chapter 32. Don't worry, Daddy, I will protect you. Everyone hurried to prepare their belongings. Nangong Sihua also returned to his room to gather things for himself and his daughter. 20 minutes later, they all set off for the airport.
On the way,
Shi recounted how the old master of the Nangong family had bullied Nangong Sihua. Even though Qingli could not comprehend the complexities of their grievances, she understood that her daddy was being mistreated. No one should bully her father, not even her great-grandfather. She was determined to protect him. Feng, Hua, Shui. And you were waiting at the entrance upon learning that the young master was returning with the little young master.
Feng.
What do you think the little young master is like? Hua mused, stroking his chin. According to Nanyu, he's an incredibly adorable baby, Feng replied, wearing a standard smile.
Cute?
A miniature version of the young master sounds utterly unimaginable, Hua admitted, struggling to picture it. The young master's child must be quite charming. Yes. A bit fantastical, they all speculated about the little young master's appearance. Meng Rulan had just returned from a spa treatment and saw the four standing at the entrance, mistakenly thinking they were there to flatter her, especially since her son was now managing the company and soon to be the young master of the Nangong family. Given your performances today, I shall graciously overlook your past disrespect towards me, Meng Rulan proclaimed with an air of superiority. I'm tired. Carry my bag. Feng, Hua, Shui, and you exchanged glances, as if she were delusional. Is she out of her mind? Graciously overlooking? Shui stated bluntly. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you want me to have my son throw you out of the Nangong family? Meng Rulan shot back with fury. Go ahead. I'm curious to see if your son can manage that, Shui retorted disdainfully. Over the past few years, the four had been managing many affairs of the Nangong family. The notion that some newcomer, barely back for 2 days, could dismiss them was laughable. They must not know what the four sons of the Nangong family were capable of. Without the necessary skills, the young master would never have allowed them to remain in the family. You will regret this. Meng Rulan fumed. Leave. You, finding her annoying, shot her a cold stare. Very well. Meng Rulan stormed off to find Nangong Rahai and Nangong Sihua, feeling unwell. Pathetic, Shui scoffed. Agreed, Huan nodded in agreement. I look forward to the young master's return, Feng smiled. Once he is back, let us see how they continue to act arrogantly. Meanwhile, Meng Rulan rushed into the study to find Nangong Rahai and Nangong Sihua, who were both overwhelmed dealing with the affairs of the Nangong family. Their authority in the family was waning as the four, who were loyal to Nangong Sihua, made their presence felt. At that moment, it was challenging to find someone suitable to replace them. Rahai, you must take charge for me, Meng Rulan cried. Nangong Rahai, already frazzled, felt his irritation mount further at her outburst. However, as the woman he had loved for so long, he still patiently rubbed his temples and asked, What's wrong?
Who bullied you?
The four of them, Feng, Hua, Shui, and you, disregard me, showing me no respect at all, Meng Rulan lamented. How can they treat me this way? You are clearly the head of the family, Ruhai, and now they dare to behave like this towards me. Perhaps they will soon disregard you as the family head as well, Meng Rulan added with embellishment. Rulan, please endure for now. We cannot take any action against Feng, Hua, Shui, and you just yet, Nangong Ruhai consoled her. But Ruhai, you are the head of the family. You could simply issue a command to punish them and take revenge for me, Meng Rulan said, clinging to Nangong Ruhai's arm in a playful manner. Nangong Sihua observed his mother's eager attempts to curry favor and felt a flash of disdain in his eyes. She only knows how to ingratiate herself with men to seek her own vengeance. If she had any real capability, she would make the people of the Nangong family respect her willingly. Nangong Ruhai also wished to command Feng, Hua, Shui, and you. But they utterly ignored him, even dismissing the old master's words. He found himself powerless. Rulan, be obedient. I promise I will avenge you in the future. Nangong Ruhai insisted, unwilling to admit his inability to influence Feng, Hua, Shui, and you, thus resorting to excuses. For now, the four of them still serve a purpose for us. Once we have utilized them fully, you may take your revenge as you wish. However, Meng Rulan was solely focused on using Feng, Hua, Shui, and you to assert her dominance, and was about to say something more. Meng Rulan,
Nangong Ru ay shouted in irritation.
He was already exasperated, and this woman continued to pester him. Ruhai, please don't be angry. I am just too infuriated. Meng Rulan quickly soothed, caressing Nangong Ruhai's arm with her well-maintained hand. Please don't be upset, she pleaded, slipping her hand into Nangong Ruhai's shirt. He looked at the middle-aged Meng Rulan, feeling her touch, and for a moment, his thoughts wandered. But their son was still present. Xiahua, the doctor should be arriving soon. You should go, Nangong Ruhai urged, eager to send his son away. All right, father, Nangong Xiahua replied, casting a discreet glance down at Nangong Ruhai. His eyes filled with profound disdain and contempt. Once he exited, Nangong Ruhai could no longer contain himself. You little enchantress, he exclaimed in a rush. Meng Rulan, witnessing this reaction from Nangong Ruhai, felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. This man was still entirely under her control. Outside the door, Nangong Xiahua listened to the commotion within, a sickly, gloomy smile crossing his face. How could this mediocre father compete with Nangong Sihua? That night, the entire Nangong family was ablaze with lights. Nangong Sihua arrived at the Nangong residence alongside his 4 guardians, Feng, Hua, Shui, and Yu, as well as Tang Li and Song Shi. Young master, little young master. The 4 approached to take the luggage. Nangong Sihua nodded. It was the first time Xiao Qingli encountered Feng, Hua, Shui, and Yu, and both parties regarded each other with curiosity. The 4 were astonished, never expecting the little young master to be so adorably soft. Another 4 brothers. Daddy has so many brothers around him, Xiao Qingli remarked. Let's head inside.
Nangong Sihua instructed.
Yes. Upon seeing Nangong Sihua return, the servants hurried to report, Old master. The young master has returned. Sihua is back. Hearing of his grandson's return, old master Nangong was delighted. Where is Qingli? The little young master has returned as well, a servant added. He noticed the young master holding a child, which must be the little young master. Good, good, good. Go call Ru Hai and Xiahua, the old master commanded joyfully.
Yes.
By the way, tell Ru Hai to avoid causing trouble. The family should be happy together, old master Nangong advised with concern. Understood, the servant nodded. The old master adjusted his clothing and went to the entrance to welcome his grandson and great-granddaughter. Nangong Sihua walked up with his daughter in his arms. Don't worry, Daddy. I will protect you, Xiao Qingli said earnestly, clinging to her father's neck. Sheng'er will protect Daddy, Nangong Sihua replied, his mood brightening. Feng, Hua, Shui, and Yu remarked, Little young master, the young master does not need protection. He is very formidable. Sihua, you have returned. Old master Nangong greeted warmly upon seeing his grandson with his great-granddaughter. However, Nangong Sihua's demeanor was cold, and Xiao Qingli turned her back, leaving only a small back of her head visible. Not acknowledging great-grandfather, he bullies Daddy, she declared. Qingli, that is great-grandfather, Nangong Sihua noted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Xiao Qingli presented him with an indignant back. Tang Li, gather everyone in the ancestral hall, Nangong Sihua commanded, directly ignoring old master Nangong while carrying his daughter to the ancestral hall. Old master Nangong stood frozen in place, while others also disregarded him. As Song Shi passed by, he whispered, Old master, you have gone too far this time. You cannot have your cake and eat it too, it is rather greedy. The final outcome may be the loss of both. Upon hearing this, old master Nangong turned his gaze to Nangong Sihua's retreating figure. Could it be that he was truly mistaken? All he desired was a harmonious family. Navigating through the winding corridors, they arrived at the ancestral hall, where the eternal flame flickered and 3 incense sticks burned quietly.
Nangong Sihua bowed reverently.
Grandfather, I will ask you one last time, he said softly, gazing at the ancestral tablet. Are you truly going to include Nangong Xiahua in the family registry? The old master hesitated in his expression. Unfilial son. How dare you incite discord with your grandfather to prevent your brother from entering the family registry? I should have ended your life long ago. Nangong Ru Hai stormed in, followed closely by Meng Rulan. Feng and Shui intercepted the two. Nangong Sihua, let our family live in harmony and joy.
Shall we?
Old master Nangong pleaded. It seemed that the grandfather had made a choice. Nangong Sihua closed his eyes. Qiyu, Feng, Shui, release them, he instructed, turning around while holding his daughter.
Affiliales sont.
How dare you call others to stop your father? Nangong Ru Hai attempted to charge at Nangong Sihua. Bad man, do not hit my daddy. Xiao, Qingli exclaimed, spreading her tiny arms to shield her father, like a mother hen would protect her chick. Nangong Sihua stepped back, still cradling his daughter, and kicked out. Nangong Ruhai was sent flying several meters away. Ruhai, are you alright? Meng Rolan rushed to help him up. Sihua, how could you be so ruthless? He is your father, she admonished, her gaze filled with reproach as if Nangong Sihua had committed some unspeakable atrocity.
Father?
Did he ever fulfill even a day's worth of paternal responsibility towards me? Nangong Sihua retorted, his eyes dripping with sarcasm. Nangong Sihua, I am the head of the Nangong family. Beware that I may strip you of your position as young master. Nangong Ruhai glared at him as if he were a sworn enemy. Oh? Do you believe the Nangong family would want a head who faked his death for a mistress? Nangong Sihua replied with a playful smirk. The family members outside overheard this exchange. Indeed, the young master performed far better than the head of the family. If the head were to suddenly feign death and abandon the Nangong family, would they survive? The young master was different. Though sometimes lacking in empathy and difficult to deceive, he was undeniably far more capable than the head of the family. With the young master around, the Nangong family could flourish. You, old master, you do not control him. If he dares treat me this way, one can only imagine how he would treat Xiaohua. Nangong Ruhai barked. Do you truly wish to hand over the Nangong family to him? The elder of the Nangong family found himself in a precarious dilemma. Chiyu, I am profoundly grateful for your nurturing. After all these years of service to the Nangong family, I believe I have repaid that debt. Nangong Sihua stated as she gazed ahead. Chiyu, what are you intending to do? A wave of intense panic surged within the elder. I, Nangong Sihua, hereby voluntarily withdraw from the Nangong family. From this moment forth, the affairs of the Nangong family shall have no further connection with me. With that declaration, Nangong Sihua turned to the family tree, tearing off her page with resolute force. The sound of the rip echoed, leaving everyone astonished. They had not anticipated such unwavering determination from the young master. Chiyu, your grandfather has collapsed. Meng Rulan reacted with a surge of delight.
Ha ha ha.
Nangong Sihua, that fool, has willingly severed ties with the Nangong family. Does this not create space for her son? Young master, you must not do this. Others from the Nangong family exclaimed in unison. Nangong Sihua set the torn paper ablaze, the flickering flames illuminating her serene visage. Daddy, Xiao Qingli clung tightly to her father, a hint of worry in her eyes. She sensed his current distress. I am fine, Nangong Sihua gently reassured his daughter. Having you is enough. I do not desire the title of the Nangong family's eldest daughter. All I want is you, Daddy, Xiao Qingli declared earnestly, blinking her eyes. She then reached into her small bag and produced a card. This is for great-grandfather. She requested her father to set her down. The elder gazed wistfully at the card he had given to his great-granddaughter. After returning the card, Xiao Qingli scampered back to her father, ignoring the elder altogether. As your subordinate, Nanyu, I vow to serve the young master unto death. Nanyu knelt, declaring his loyalty. So do I, Shitzi. Tang Li, having grown up alongside the young master, affirmed his commitment. Feng, Hua, Shui, and Yu, along with several others, similarly knelt, pledging their allegiance to the young master. Outside, members of the Nangong clan murmured amongst themselves, it's over. The young master has taken all the elites with him. The Nangong family is doomed. You shall not leave the Nangong family. Do not forget, it is the Nangong family that has sheltered you. Nangong Ruhai panicked. Recently, he had taken charge of some affairs within the family and realized that the sudden loss of so many elites would undoubtedly cripple the Nangong family. The 4 guardians of the East, West, South, and North, as well as the 4 young masters of Feng, Hua, Shui, and Yu, each with their unique skills, collectively managed the family's affairs. With their departure, chaos would surely ensue, inviting adversaries to exploit their vulnerability. Meng Rulan looked at her husband in confusion. Isn't it advantageous that they have left, allowing our people to take their place? Chiyu, are you intent on destroying the Nangong family? The elder clutched his chest, distressed. Elder, Chiyu has already offered you 2 opportunities, and you chose otherwise, Nangong Sihua remarked coldly. Regrettably, you did not select me on either occasion. Coughing violently, the elder struggled for breath. Nanyu stepped forward, producing a silver needle to attend to the elder. What are you doing? Nangong Ruhai assumed Nanyu meant to harm the elder. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to prevent my young master from bearing the stigma of causing a death, Nanyu replied with a gentle smile. Otherwise, he would have no interest in intervening. As Nanyu administered the needle, the elder gradually regained his breath. Chapter 34. The subordinate suddenly became overly sentimental, and he found it disconcerting. Chiyu, you cannot destroy the Nangong family in such a manner. The elder's murky eyes fixated intently on Nangong Sihua. The young master grants them the freedom to choose. Those who wish to stay may do so, while those who wish to leave are free to go. No one can interfere, Nangong Sihua declared, gazing at those he had nurtured. Young master, I follow you. You rescued me when I was on the brink of death and taught me the art of healing. Where you are, there lies my home, Nanyu stated with unwavering resolve. When I was imprisoned in Miaojiang, it was the young master who liberated me from the dungeon. Since that moment, I vowed to follow him always, Shitzi added solemnly. Coughing slightly, Nangong Sihua felt a tinge of embarrassment, clenching his fist. We, Feng, Hua, Shui, and you, share the same sentiment. The young master has given us new lives. Feng smiled softly. Just as Beijing was about to speak, Nangong Sihua interrupted. Enough. Why are all you big men being so sentimental? Bring it on. Nangong Rahai stood up and shouted. No one is permitted to leave the Nangong family today, regardless of the circumstances. He would not allow Nangong Sihua to take so many people away. A group of assassins rushed in, surrounding Nangong Sihua and his entourage. Shitzi and the others immediately assumed a defensive stance. Nangong Sihua remained unperturbed, cradling his daughter. Shinger, do not be afraid, he reassured her. Lily is not afraid. I am very brave, Xiao Qingli proclaimed boldly. Rahai, what do you intend to do? The elder was astonished. Father, I cannot stand by and watch this rebellious child take all the elites away from the Nangong family. The family will perish. Nangong Rahai exclaimed vehemently. If the Nangong family fell, what significance would his return hold? After all the effort to elevate the family to its pinnacle as its head, he was the ultimate authority in the city. How could he allow this rebellious child to ruin everything? Have some dignity. We are not members of the Nangong family. We are loyal to the young master, Shitzi scoffed. Do not think we are unaware of your ulterior motives. When the Nangong family faced internal strife and external threats, you faked your death and abandoned us, leaving the young master, merely 7 years old, in this den of wolves. Now that he has brought the Nangong family to its zenith, you return with your mistress and child, eager to reclaim control. Have some shame. Shitzi unflinchingly exposed their true intentions. You cannot expect to reap rewards without effort. You, Nangong Rahai, embarrassed by his intentions being laid bare, seethed with anger. Seize him. Lock him in the dungeon. The assassins surged forward. Unfazed, Shitzi summoned the venomous creatures he had raised. The insects and toxins rapidly swarmed over the assassins, who soon collapsed, their faces turning ashen. Shitzi looked on triumphantly. His reputation as the Poison King was well-deserved. Continue. This is the perfect opportunity to test my newly developed poison, he said, holding up a small wooden box. Nangong Rahai's chest heaved with rage.
Get me.
Rahai, enough. The elder bellowed, interrupting. Let us discuss this matter tomorrow. Chiyu? There is no rush to leave the Nangong family. Moreover, many matters require transition. The elder's gaze toward Nangong Sihua was complex. Very well, Nangong Sihua nodded. Then departed with his daughter in tow, followed closely by Nanyu and the others. Once they had exited, Nangong Rahai approached the elder anxiously. Father, are you truly allowing Nangong Sihua to depart with these people? Can you even stop them? The elder retorted. He understood that if he were to firmly obstruct them, Qi would undoubtedly resort to a desperate struggle. He was well aware of his grandson. Once he had made a decision, it was unchangeable. Ultimately, it was the Nangong family that had wronged him. However, should they all depart, the Nangong family would suffer significant repercussions. At that time, the Ouyang and Sita families, along with others, would surely take advantage of their misfortune. Nangong Rahai remarked. If you possess the capability, then retain them. It is their own choice to follow Chiyu, not a compulsion from him. The elder of the Nangong family gazed solemnly at the ancestral tablet of the Nangong lineage. Had he truly erred this time? He refused to believe that they could remain indifferent to fame and fortune. Nangong Rahai strode away, convinced that as long as he offered sufficient incentives, they would inevitably be swayed. Having left the Nangong family, what could Nangong Sihua still provide for them? Nang Rulan hastily followed her husband, unable to conceal her delight in her stride. Her son would soon become the heir of the Nangong family. Nangong Sihua cradled his daughter as he returned to his courtyard. Nangong Sihua awaited him on the path, eager to see what kind of person the renowned ascetic of the capital truly was. From a young age, he had known he had a half-brother. This brother had risen to fame as a youth, and at the tender age of 23, he single-handedly elevated the Nangong family to its zenith, becoming a figure of admiration among all other families. From that moment on, legends of him spread throughout the capital. Nangong Sihua, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Nangong Sihua said with a hint of gloom in his voice. Is there something you wish to discuss? Nangong Sihua inquired calmly. Nothing of significance, merely coming to express gratitude for your voluntary relinquishment of the position of heir to the Nangong family. Nangong Sihua replied with a somewhat morbid smile. He was confident that he would surpass Nangong Sihua and elevate the family even further. Nangong Sihua, holding his daughter, calmly brushed past him. He believed that the position of heir was not as easily maintained as he presumed. The ability to command those beneath him would be a testament to his skill. Nangong Sihua watched the retreating figure of Nangong Sihua, convinced that regardless of the choices Sihua made, he was the true victor. If Nangong Sihua did not depart, then all his efforts would merely serve to adorn his own downfall. Should he leave, he would seamlessly assume control. No matter how one looked at it, he was destined to win. In Nangong Sihua's chamber, he was gently drying his daughter's hair. Daddy, when are we going home? Li doesn't like it here, asked the little girl, Qing Li. We shall return home soon, Nangong Sihua reassured her. Okay, little Qing Li nodded. Shimmer, if Daddy lost everything, would you still choose to follow me? Nangong Sihua playfully asked his daughter. Of course. Li can support Daddy, little Qing Li replied earnestly. Oh? And how would Li support Daddy? He curiously probed. A 2-year-old can make money to support him? By collecting bottles, of course. Li can carry a bag and gather bottles to support Daddy, Qing Li declared proudly. Nangong Sihua chuckled, envisioning his adorable daughter trudging along with a bag, gathering bottles, and then trading them for a few coins. Daddy simply cannot bear the thought of my little darling collecting bottles, he said affectionately. Little Qing Li, sensing her father's disbelief in her ability to support him, insisted repeatedly that she had countless methods to provide for him. Nangong Sihua could only smile softly. Watching his endearingly silly daughter brought him immense joy. All right, Sheng'er is the best. Now it's time for you to sleep soundly, he said, tucking her into bed. Little Qing Li obediently closed her eyes. Nangong Sihua sat by the bedside, gazing at his daughter, his heart swelling with tenderness. He must have consumed all his luck in life for the heavens to bless him with such a daughter. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water, casting dancing shadows among the trees. As the crescent moon shifted westward, the sun rose in the east, heralding the dawn of a new day. Little Qing Li lay on her pillow, sleeping soundly with her little bottom in the air. Chapter 35. Poisoning. Nangong Sihua had long risen to practice calligraphy. An incense burner adorned his writing desk, and behind him stood a beautifully embroidered folding screen. From a distance, he resembled an otherworldly deity from an ancient painting, exuding an ethereal grace. Daddy, Li is awake. Little Qing Li's sleepy voice called out. Nangong Sihua set down his brush and went to the bedroom. Seeing his daughter sitting on the bed with her hair in disarray, he embraced her tenderly and helped her wash up. Afterward, he dressed her in a light purple dress. Daddy, what are we having for breakfast? Little Qing Li inquired, her thoughts drifting to the meal. Nangong Sihua looked at this little foodie with exasperation. I've had someone prepare large meat buns for you. Upon hearing this, little Qing Li's spirits lifted instantly. Hooray! We have big meat buns. Li is so happy. Nangong Sihua sighed. His adorably silly daughter, so easily pleased by something as simple as a meat bun. What would happen if someone tried to tempt her with one? Upon reaching the dining area, several individuals were fervently discussing the conditions that Nangong Rahai had offered to retain them. Nangong Rahai said he would pay me this amount monthly. One said, holding up 2 fingers. Only 20,000? Another teased. You're quite cheap. Come serve under me, and I can offer you 30,000. You're worth only 20,000. Came the retort. It's 200,000. The proud one declared. He offered me 500,000, another remarked nonchalantly. Why does Nangong you receive 500,000? What about you, Beijing? Someone asked, doubting their worth. 40, Beijing succinctly replied. How can Beijing, this straightforward man, be worth 40,000? This is outrageous. You're the least valuable here, another chimed in, delivering a sharp blow.
I am devastated.
Here I am, the Poison King, and I'm the least valuable. This is utterly intolerable. Young master, little young master. The group greeted as Nangong Sihua entered, rising respectfully. Nangong Sihua nodded, taking a seat with his daughter on his lap. The one who felt the most dejected turned to little Qingli for comfort. Woo, little young master. Did you know that Nangong Rahai insulted me with money? He only offered me 20,000.
Who is that cheap?
And it's infuriating that Nangong Yu and the rest are worth more than me. Little Qingli frowned, her little face scrunching up in seriousness. Brother Shitzi, don't be sad. You are very valuable in Li Li's heart. How valuable? He asked eagerly. Very valuable. Little Qingli held up 3 chubby fingers. Shitzi's eyes brightened. 30,000? I didn't realize I was worth that much to little young master. Not quite. She shook her head. Could it be 300,000? Shitzi couldn't contain his glee. Little Qingli shook her head again. Is it 3 billion? Brother Shitzi, you are worth $3 in Li Li's eyes. Isn't that quite valuable? Little Qingli stated. 2 is less than 3, so in my heart, Brother Shitzi is more valuable than that naughty grandpa. Shitzi was left in shock. The others burst into laughter. $3. The illustrious Poison King held only a value of $3 in the heart of a little girl. Truly, that was quite a price. Young master, where can one find something so inexpensive? Shicai lamented. Xiao Qingli looked on with confusion. In her heart, Shicai was indeed quite precious. Annoyed, Shicai turned his head away. It's merely 3 coins. At the very least, it should be 10. As the servants brought in breakfast, Xuelingzi glanced over and noticed that all the food exuded a sinister black aura. This was alarming. The food had been poisoned. Thus, he hastily communicated in Xiao Qingli's mind, Little Jean Lian, these items are inedible. They are toxic. Xiao Qingli was taken aback and immediately grasped her father's hand. Father, brothers, we cannot eat. What's the matter? Nangong Sihua inquired, puzzled. Father, we cannot eat, Xiao Qingli insisted, resolute in her refusal. Very well, father won't eat, Nangong Sihua reassured his anxious daughter.
Undicesimochi, nanyu.
Please examine this food, Nangong Sihua commanded. Yes, the 2 replied, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the meal. As the Poison King, Shicai produced a venomous insect. Upon tasting the food, the insect exhibited signs of great excitement. This was a tonic. Shicai's expression soured. His insect thrived on poison, which, for them, was a rejuvenating substance. The stronger the poison, the more exhilarated the insect became. Furrowing his brow, Nanyu sprinkled a small pouch of powdered medicine over the food. The moment the powder touched the meal, it instantly rotted, emitting a foul stench. Nanyu used a silver needle to dissect the food for further examination. Young master, this is a substance that paralyzes the nerves, rendering the victim completely immobile. Shicai stated. It is composed of moonfrost flower, half-dead grass, and snake venom, colorless and tasteless. Nanyu concurred. A chilling aura emanated from Nangong Sihua's eyes. Tangli, interrogate everyone in the kitchen today, he ordered. Yes. Xiao Qingli gazed sorrowfully at the large meat bun. Alas, her beloved bun was wasted. Xuelingzi made himself invisible, sensing the presence of demonic energy in the vicinity. Little Jean Lian, being a sacred lotus, posed a tremendous temptation for demons, who could use her to absorb merit and enhance their power. Xiao Qingli blinked at the handsome young man who had emerged. How did you come out? Xuelingzi remained silent, merely patting her little head. Just as Xiao Qingli was about to speak, Xuelingzi made a gesture for silence. Instantly, she covered her mouth with her chubby hand. Nangong Sihua noticed his daughter's unusual behavior. Xing what troubles you? He asked. Father, could you please take away the large meat bun in front of Li Li? I fear I might be unable to resist taking a bite, Xiao Qingli said, somewhat bashfully. Haha, very well. Father will have someone prepare another for you, Nangong Sihua replied with a gentle chuckle. Father is the best. Xuelingzi formed a hand seal, casting a barrier around little Jean Lian to conceal her aura. With this barrier in place, demons would no longer be able to sense her presence. After securing the protective shield for little Jean Lian, Xuelingzi followed the trail of demonic energy to an attic in the Nangong residence. Inside, a man clad in a black robe was meditating, surrounded by a dark aura. Before long, the black-robed figure coughed up a mouthful of black-green blood. as the blood splattered onto the floor. It sizzled and corroded the wood beneath. It was unexpected that a mighty demon king would be so severely injured. This body was one he had usurped. One day, he would stain the 3 realms with blood. Worry etched on Schwelling's brow. The demon king had indeed usurped another's body. This complicated matters, as the celestial realm had strict rules against celestial beings attacking humans, lest they be struck by lightning. It seemed he would need to seek a corporeal form for himself. Though entering a human body would significantly diminish his powers, it was still preferable to being powerless. Chapter 36. Why does the young master seem so easily deceived? Schwelling's returned to the heavenly library, where Nanji Xian Wang was sipping tea. Upon seeing Schwelling's, he quickly bowed. Respected one, you have returned. Have you encountered any issues? He inquired cautiously, noting the somber expression on Schwelling's face. Send someone to investigate the situation in the demon realm, Schwelling's instructed. I have detected the presence of demons in the mortal realm. Yes, I will go at once. Nanji Xian Wang exclaimed in shock. The emergence of demons in the mortal realm heralded chaos. Utilizing his powers, Schwelling's searched the entire library for a suitable candidate. He could only enter the body of someone on the brink of death, their soul about to dissipate. Soon, a bamboo slip flew into Schwelling's hands. Opening it, he was taken aback. It was him. Schwelling's scrutinized the contents closely. Died in a car accident on July 3rd. Today is June 30th. Merely 3 days remain. Schwelling's replaced the slip and returned to his mark. Back at the Nangong residence, Nangong Sihua gazed at the trembling servant kneeling before him. Young master, I truly know nothing. The servant clung to a glimmer of hope. He had destroyed the poison, and as long as he refused to confess, they could do nothing. No, nothing? Nangong Sihua tapped his fingers on the table. Several of Nanyu's companions exchanged disdainful smirks. Unless the young master has evidence, he will be released. I truly know nothing, the servant cried out. Tang Li, Nangong Sihua closed his eyes, turning the prayer beads in his hand. Tang Li tossed a bag of dirt-stained coins and a small pouch of poison onto the ground. These coins and poison bear your fingerprints. How do you explain this? Tang Li spoke coldly. Impossible. That poison is not mine. The servant's panic was palpable. Realizing he had misspoken, he immediately fell silent. If you destroyed it, how then did we find it? Tang Li interjected. It's simple. The one who instructed you to poison did not intend for you to survive. Tang Li sneered. You are merely a pawn. Once a pawn has been used and no longer holds value, it is disposed of. The servant collapsed in terror. How could this be? He had thought fortune had smiled upon him, especially since the one who instructed him had promised 3 million. Confess, Nangong Sihua's tone grew impatient. Not wanting his daughter to witness such sordid affairs, he had sent her away to play in the snow and wind. Without her, he felt uneasy. Young master, I will speak. The servant realized that only the young master could protect him. The one who had commanded him to poison would undoubtedly not let him live. Last night, a man in black instructed me to place a packet of medicine in the young master's food. He promised me 3 million. The servant regretted his earlier greed. Had he not been blinded by wealth, he would not now face such dire consequences. Nangong Sihua lowered his head, rubbing the prayer beads, his delicate bangs obscuring his sharp eyes, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Not a shred of useful information. Tang Li, take the person and the evidence to the police station. Nangong Sihua commanded. Let them adjudicate as they see fit. Yes, young master. Spare me, the servant pleaded. The one who commanded me to poison will not spare me.
Ividi.
Tang Li signaled for the guards to take him away. When one commits a transgression, one must accept the corresponding punishment. As the hall once again fell into silence, Nangong Sihua pondered for a moment before rising to retrieve a small wooden box from within a room. Shitsi, extend to them a token of our gratitude, Nangong Sihua instructed. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Since they have resorted to poison, I shall return the favor with a curse. Understood, Shitsi replied, excitement palpable as he accepted the cursed insect from the young master. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua sought out his daughter. In the garden, Shui and you accompanied the little master on a swing. Little master, how does the young master treat you? Shui inquired, intrigued by the notion of the young master in the role of a father. Daddy is very kind to me. He buys Lily beautiful clothes and little cakes, milk tea, and tells me stories. Little Qing Li counted on her fingers, soon running out of digits. Shui and you were astonished. They never imagined that the young master, typically so aloof, could display such tenderness as a father. Buying little cakes? Telling stories? They found it hard to envision the ethereal young master queuing for cakes. We must ask Tang Li, they decided, knowing that as the young master's assistant, he would possess greater insight. Thus, Shui created a group chat on WeChat, adding everyone except Nangong Sihua. The group was dubbed Nangong F15. Meanwhile, the others received notifications of their inclusion. Upon seeing the group name, Shitzi remarked, "Who came up with such an old-fashioned name?" "I did." "Do you have an issue with it?" Shui retorted. "Yes. It should be called the Handsome Young Men's Chat Group, Nangongyu." Tang Li. Song Shi. Even Zhongzhu, working remotely, found the situation absurd. Dongzhu glanced at the chat, ready to mute notifications, but paused upon seeing Nangongyu post a picture of the little master enjoying a bun. Quite adorable, he mused, observing the little master, with her big, beautiful eyes brimming with joy, devouring a large meat bun.
Wow.
So cute, Shui exclaimed. Nangongyu, send more. Nangongyu obliged, sharing several more images.
Chisi.
Unwilling to be outdone, contributed a few of his own. Dongzhu, originally intent on silencing notifications, found himself unable to look away from the delightful pictures. Feng focused intently on pushing the little master on the swing, which was adorned with purple morning glories. With deft hands, he fashioned a flower crown to place upon her head. "Brother Feng, push higher." "Lili isn't afraid," little Qing Li giggled. "No, if I push too high, what if the little master flies off?" Feng gently declined, smiling. "All right," little Qing Li swayed her legs cheerfully, noticing the little dimples on her face. Feng's curiosity got the better of him, and he reached out to poke one. Little Qing Li looked at him, puzzled. "Brother Feng, why are you poking my face?" Feng, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Ah, little master, there was something on your face just now." In response, little Qing Li earnestly rubbed her chubby cheeks. "Is it gone?"
No.
"It's gone," Feng said, unconsciously touching his nose. Why did the little master seem so easily deceived, especially when she looked up at him? There was an innocent charm about her that made her seem quite naive. As little Qing Li continued to sway on the swing, exuding joy like a little sprite, Meng Rulan, clad in a qipao and fanning herself, approached with two maids in tow. "Oh, isn't this the illegitimate daughter of Nangong Sihua? How rude of you not to greet me, my dear," she scolded. Shui's expression soured instantly, while Feng's smile faded, his crescent-shaped eyes devoid of mirth. The members of the Nangong family understood that Feng was genuinely angry at this moment. The spirit within the mark, Shuelingzi, felt a surge of anger as well. However, as a celestial being, he could not act against mortals without facing repercussions. Yet, he was determined to retaliate for his beloved little Jean Lien. Shuelingzi emerged from concealment, subtly moving his hand from beneath his wide sleeves. Suddenly, Meng Rulan's face turned to the side, swelling red and bruised. "Shui, and you were taken aback." They had yet to make a move. Meng Rulan, too, was shocked. "Who struck me?" Shuelingzi's lips trickled crimson. Little Qing Li felt a chill on her forehead. "What happened to the pretty brother?" she asked. Shuelingzi summoned a frigid gust, sending Meng Rulan crashing to the ground. Chapter 37. The young master is only a truly flesh-and-blood person in the presence of the little master. At that moment, Meng Rulan lay face down, blood streaming from her forehead, her meticulously styled hair now a disheveled mess, a picture of utter disarray. Shuelingzi returned to the mark, clutching his heart.
Shui.
Holding his belly, laughed heartily. What goes around comes around. Who can escape the heaven's judgment? Little Qing Li observed the pitiable scene with confusion. "Brother Feng, what does illegitimate daughter mean?" she asked innocently. "Cough, little master, that." Feng stumbled, unsure how to explain. "Little master, it's a derogatory term, a form of insult. You may disregard it as mere nonsense," Shui clarified. "Oh," little Qing Li nodded. "It's an insult. This bad person insulted Li Li. Daddy said that if anyone bullies Li Li, I must learn to fight back." With that, little Qing Li jumped off the swing and dashed over, lifting her chubby leg as if to stomp down. Feng and Shui were stunned. Was the naive little master preparing to muster her courage? Little Qing Li hesitated and then turned to ask, "Brother Feng and Brother Shui, if Li Li steps on her and hurts her, do we have to pay for it?" Feng and Shui were left speechless. "Wait, little master, is this what you're worried about?" "That shouldn't be necessary," Shui replied uncertainly, as they had never considered this aspect when dealing with others in the past. The young master had never instructed them on such matters. Still hesitating, Little Qingli was taken by surprise when Meng Rulan grasped her foot in a desperate attempt.
Ah!
Startled, little Qingli reflexively kicked out, freeing herself and scampering behind Feng, clutching his leg for protection. Feng and Shui, hearing the little master's frightened exclamation, instinctively drew their weapons. Meng Rulan lost consciousness entirely. Shui approached to check her pulse. "Oh, she's not dead," he stated, wiping his fingers disdainfully. The two maids stood frozen in shock. "Take her back," Shui declared nonchalantly. Little Qingli peeked out from behind. "Brother Shui, did Lily cause trouble?" "No, little master, you did wonderfully. She was the one who bullied you." Feng gently reassured her. "What happened?" Nangong Sihua approached from behind a rockery.
Daddy!
Little Qingli ran towards him. Nangong Sihua squatted to catch his plump daughter. "Daddy!" Lily hit someone. Little Qingli clung to her father's neck, her voice muffled. "Who hit her? Why did they strike her?" Nangong Sihua inquired gently, aware that his naive and sweet daughter would not harm others without reason. "Shui and you," fearing that the young master would reproach the little young master, were about to offer an explanation, but were halted by Nangong Sihua's raised hand. He wished to hear his daughter speak. "A bad person just said that Lily is an illegitimate child and claimed she is rude. Brother Shui said that illegitimate child is an insult," Little Qingli explained. "Daddy said that if anyone bullies Lily, I should retaliate, so I stepped on her foot." "Ah, so that's how it is." Upon hearing the term illegitimate child, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Nangong's eyes. "It's all right, Sheng'er," he comforted his daughter softly. "Daddy, what does illegitimate child mean?" Although young, Little Qingli felt uncomfortable upon hearing the term. Sheng'er is not an illegitimate child. Sheng'er is Daddy's most beloved baby. Nangong Sihua refrained from explaining the meaning of the term but instead conveyed his affection for his daughter. "Yes, Daddy is also Lily's most beloved daddy." Hearing her father's reassurance brightened Little Qingli's mood. "Sheng'er, if others bully you, fighting back is self-defense. If you show mercy and do not retaliate, they will not perceive their wrongdoing. They will only intensify their bullying," Nangong Sihua patiently instructed his daughter. "Thus, your retaliation is merely a means of self-protection. Do not feel guilty." MHM, Little Qingli nodded. Nangong Sihua understood that his daughter might not fully comprehend at this moment, yet he felt it imperative to impart this wisdom. The world harbors many wicked individuals. He wished for his daughter to bask in sunlight yet remain aware of the shadows, so she can adapt to this world. With his abilities, he could shield her beneath his wings, exposing her only to the beauty of this world. However, he recognized that this was not the optimal choice. One day, he would inevitably depart from her life, leaving her to confront the world's darkness alone. The thought terrified him. He could hardly bear the idea of his daughter facing such despair. Thus, he wished for her to remain optimistic and thrive in this world, even after understanding its shadows. "All right, shall Daddy take you to eat something delicious?" Nangong Sihua carried his daughter back. "What delicious things are there?" Little Qingli's attention shifted to food. "There are little cakes, milk, candies, and cookies. Which one would you like?" Nangong Sihua asked indulgently. "Can I have them all?" Little Qingli inquired with anticipation.
"No, you cannot."
"All right then." "Shui," and you listened as the sounds faded. The young master only revealed his true, flesh-and-blood self before the little young master. No longer the aloof and unambitious figure of the capital. "Let us return as well," Shui remarked, glancing at the sky, "to compete with the little young master for the little cakes." "Shui," Feng called with a smile.
"Huh."
"After knowing you for so many years, this is the first time I find you so shameless," you laughed more brightly. "Oh, is that so?" "It seems you do not know me very well," Shui replied, feigning hurt. Upon returning to Nangong Sihua's courtyard, he fed his daughter little cakes. Little Qingli's cheeks puffed up adorably like a little hamster. "You can't eat any more after this bite," Nangong Sihua said gently. "Okay," Little Qingli obediently nodded. "Daddy said that little cakes shouldn't be eaten too much, otherwise, your teeth will decay." Once his daughter swallowed the last bite, Nangong Sihua took out a handkerchief to clean her hands and mouth. "Daddy, I want to play with Brother Shitzi," Little Qingli reported to him. "Go ahead," Nangong Sihua replied gently, removing the wilted flower crown from her head. Little Qingli ran off to find Shitzi. Nangong Sihua gazed at the flower crown, realizing how large his daughter's head was. "Shui, you, recount what just transpired." Nangong Sihua spoke coldly. Immediately, Shui and Yu recounted the incident. They found it somewhat miraculous. Although they had not moved, Meng Rulan had been left in a pitiful state. Nangong Sihua sensed that there was something extraordinary about his daughter, especially after she had acquired that lotus mark. However, Meng Rulan dared to speak ill of his daughter. It was tantamount to courting death. They could handle their own affairs, but they absolutely could not harm his daughter. Feng and Shui felt cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, bearing the weight of the young master's formidable aura. Meng Rulan was finished. They had never seen the young master so enraged. "You may leave now," Nangong Sihua commanded coldly. "Yes." Shui and Yu hurriedly fled, unable to withstand the young master's overwhelming presence. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Nangong Sihua retrieved his phone. "Young master," Zhang Zhu greeted respectfully. "Withdraw the funds from the Nangong family business," Nangong Sihua instructed. "Understood," Zhang Zhu replied solemnly. The unfortunate members of the Nangong family had once again provoked the young master. Initially, the young master had allowed the Nangong family some breathing room out of gratitude for the elders' nurturing. Now, with the withdrawal of funds, the Nangong family would soon confront a significant financial shortfall. After hanging up the phone, Nangong Sihua rose to head towards the pharmacy. Meanwhile, Shitzi and Nanyu were in disarray. Chapter 38, Transactions and Schemes. The little young master had taken colorful hair ties to style their hair into little buns. "Brother Shitzi, what color do you like?" "Lily will style your hair," little Qingli kindly asked. Shitzi gazed at the array of pink and red accessories. How could a grown man like these colors? Pink, he finally pointed seriously at a pink strawberry hair tie. "All right." Little Qingli cheerfully picked up the hair tie to style Shitzi's hair. Nanyu held up a mirror to examine the hair clips adorning his head. With styles resembling strawberries, apples, and lemons, his head appeared like a fruit salad. Nanyu chuckled helplessly. As long as the little young master was happy. Little Qingli fashioned Shitzi's hair into a high ponytail. Upon seeing her friend's appearance, Nanyu discreetly covered his mouth to suppress his laughter. Shitzi resembled a foolish son of a landlord. Shitzi, oblivious to the absurdity, gleefully grabbed a mirror to admire himself. "My looks remain impeccable," he declared narcissistically. Nanyu, sometimes excessive self-love can lead to losing oneself. Nanyu, Moon, and Hua had come to see Nanyu for acupuncture, only to be met with this shocking scene. "Ha ha ha, Shitzi, your hairstyle is truly ridiculous," Hua exclaimed, clutching his stomach in laughter. Even the typically stoic Moon struggled to contain a smile. "And what on earth is on your head, Nanyu?" Hua pointed at Nanyu's head, laughing until tears streamed down his face. "Brother Hua, Brother Moon, would you like some pretty hair clips?" Little Qingli sincerely offered a large box of adorable clips. Hua's laughter halted abruptly, and Moon shifted his feet back. This time it was Shitzi who laughed. "Come, come. The little young master will personally dress you up. You cannot refuse, or else the little young master will be sad," Shitzi teased mischievously. Hua and Moon regarded the eagerly enthusiastic little young master. "Well, fine then." At last, the flowers and the moon were adorned with charming hairpins. Shicai captured a photo and sent it to the handsome youth group chat. "Shui, are you all playing house?" "Feng, I must admit, the deadpan expression on Yu's face combined with those delightful hairpins is truly incongruous." "Tangli, aren't the hairpins I bought for the young master adorable?" "Song, sure. Why didn't you buy a golden hairpin?" "Tangli, I'm out of funds." "Song, sure. You're quite impoverished, aren't you?" Hua slowly sent a picture, depicting Shicai with an exuberant top knot, most notably with a rather narcissistic expression. "Shui, ha 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 ha. Tangli, splendid." "Shicai, I will poison you, Hua." Shui transformed Shici's photo into a meme, captioned "I and the most beautiful." Once released, everyone promptly saved it as their go-to meme. "Jiangzhu, while the four of us toil away, you all seem to be having a splendid time. It's unfair." The young master made a flurry of calls to withdraw funds. Tonight would be another sleepless night. Meng Rulan was carried away for treatment, and upon the doctor's diagnosis, it was revealed that she had multiple fractures. Nangong Ruhai's expression darkened. How could his wife be so brutally harmed in her own home? It was a sheer affront. "You two, recount the events in detail." Nangong Ruhai commanded coldly, staring at the two maids. The maids, trembling, recounted the account. "Are you certain you did not see Feng and Shui strike?" Nangong Ruhai was skeptical of such a bizarre occurrence. "Master, we truly did not witness young Master Shui and young Master Yu engaging in any altercation. The two young masters were approximately 10 meters away from Madam. We absolutely would not mistake that." The maids assured him. "You may leave now." Nangong Ruhai waved his hand impatiently. He had failed to catch any misdeeds of Shui and Yu. Could such a strange phenomenon genuinely exist? Is there truly a ghost in this world? Father, how is mother? Nangong Sihua entered, his face pale. Sihua, why aren't you resting properly in your room? Nangong Ruhai looked at his son's pallid complexion, feeling a pang of heartache. Father, it doesn't matter how much I rest. The doctor said if I don't undergo a transplant, my body can only endure until next year. Nangong Sihua replied with a bitter smile. Sihua, focus on your recovery. I will utilize the entire Nangong family's resources to find a suitable kidney for you. Nangong Ruhai reassured his son. What if you can't find one? Nangong Sihua's gaze darkened as he looked at his father. He was utterly exhausted from the torment of illness. Each dialysis session felt like a living hell. If a suitable match cannot be found, there's still Nangong Sihua. You are brothers. The likelihood of a successful match is high, so Sihua, you must not worry.
Nangong Ruhai Konson.
Their return was not solely for the Nangong family, but also because Sihua's illness could not wait. Nangong Sihua's kidney was Sihua's hope. Nangong Sihua nodded. His father and Nangong Sihua were at odds. Yet he was the sole son. He would never simply watch himself perish. He would remain clean-handed, waiting for his father and Nangong Sihua to engage in a life-and-death struggle. At that time, he would take over the Nangong family with integrity and honor. After the doctor attended to Meng Rulan's injuries, she was sent for surgery. Nangong Ruhai followed closely behind. Nangong Sihua watched them leave, then turned to the secluded attic of the Nangong estate. You've arrived. Where's the item I requested? The demon lord rasped. Nangong Sihua handed him a small box. The demon lord immediately opened it, absorbing the souls within to heal himself. Not enough. Far from enough. Greed seeped into the demon lord's voice. Frequent actions will expose me. Nangong Sihua explained. Did he think that taking lives for souls was so simple in modern society? A cloud of dark energy surged into his body. With this demonic energy, your actions will be much more convenient. As the dark energy entered, Nangong Sihua felt a significant relief from his frail condition. The poison you provided has been discovered by them. Nangong Sihua said with malice. Impossible. How could a mere mortal detect the poison bestowed by me? The demon lord expressed disbelief. His subordinates, Nanyu and Shitsi, one a medical genius and the other a toxicology prodigy, alongside himself, master of both medicine and poison, were formidable. Nangong Sihua asserted. Thus, next time, you must provide me with a more potent poison. Geniuses are often favored by the heavens. Their souls are more exquisite than ordinary folk. You must find a way to collect the souls of those few. The demon lord commanded outright. Do you think they are easy to deal with? Moreover, what benefit do I gain? Nangong Sihua regarded the demon lord, cloaked in a dark hood. The benefit is not only can I heal your body, but I can also grant you power. The demon lord tempted. The demon excels in ensnaring the heart, igniting the deepest desires and malice within.
All right.
But you must grant me some time. Nangong Sihua agreed. The terms of the transaction were established. As Nangong Sihua stepped outside, his phone buzzed twice in his pocket. Father, what is wrong? He answered the call. It's bad. You and your grandfather must hurry to the company. I just received a call from someone at the company, saying that SN has withdrawn their investment in our collaboration, and now the company is facing a severe financial shortfall.
Nangong Ruhai spoke urgently.
The stock has plummeted. Shareholders and employees are in a state of panic. How could SN suddenly withdraw? Nangong Sihua's expression darkened. I don't know. But you and your grandfather must get to the company right away. After hanging up, Nangong Ruhai glanced at the operating room, where Meng Rulan was being treated, and without hesitation, he left for the company. Rulan had doctors to care for her. The company's situation was more critical. Nangong Sihua, having ended the call, turned to seek out the elder. Hearing the news, the elder hurried to the company as well. Chapter 39. How can the young master raise such adorable children? The courtyard of Nangong Sihua was tranquil and harmonious. Smelling the medicinal scent on himself, he worried it might disturb his daughter. So, he decided to take a shower before seeking her out. After bathing, he arrived at the flower hall. What met his eyes were the vibrant decorations atop the heads of his 4 subordinates. You all, what is this? Nangong Sihua looked at his subordinates with a bewildered expression, taken aback by the absurdity of their hairstyles. Young master, Nanyu, Shitsi, Hua, and you respectfully greeted him as they rose.
Yes, Daddy.
Little Qingli rushed to embrace her father's leg. Nangong Sihua picked up his daughter and glanced at his subordinates. Please tidy yourselves first, he instructed. Understood. The four of them removed the hairpins and accessories from their heads, then tidied their disheveled hair. Nangong Sihua carried his daughter to the study, placing her on the carpet. He retrieved a few vases and jade pendants for her to play with. Little Qingli obediently engaged with her toys, rolling the antique vases around. Nangong Sihua attended to his matters. When little Qingli grew tired from playing, she nestled into her father's embrace to sleep. Nangong Sihua brought a blanket to cover her. Meanwhile, at the company, the elder sat in the conference room. What did SN say? The elder asked wearily. The representative from SN stated that this decision came from their president. They are merely following orders, a manager reported. Ruhai, please reach out to SN Company and express my desire to meet with their CEO, commanded the elder. Father, we have already inquired. And SN has made it clear that their CEO does not meet with anyone, Ruhai replied with a hint of exasperation. Grandfather, perhaps we should consider other companies, suggested Xiaohua. The only company that can rival SN is likely U Corporation, the elder remarked. Yu Shiyuan is a formidable individual, while not as elusive as SN CEO. He is still difficult to meet. Allow me to handle this, Xiaohua insisted. If I can secure a partnership with Yu Shiyuan, my position within the Nangong family will be firmly established. The elder gazed at his grandson. Very well, go forth. We must now place our hopes on you, Xiaohua. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall exert every effort, Xiaohua vowed. But why has SN suddenly withdrawn their investment? Ruhai pondered, bewildered. Who negotiated the original collaboration with SN? The elder inquired. At this question, everyone lowered their heads. It was common knowledge within the company that the head of the family was embroiled in a power struggle with his son and the young master. So, it is my fault that you are unable to provide answers, the elder exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. It was the young master who took Jiangzhu with him, someone murmured softly. Hearing this, the elder's expression darkened. Did she use negotiations with SN result in their sudden withdrawal? Surely, that rebellious child is behind this. If he cannot possess the company, he seeks to ruin it. Ruhai declared with vehemence. Ruhai, we cannot jump to conclusions without clarity, the elder cautioned. Additionally, there is another matter. The Ouyang and Sidu families have stated that they will not renew their contracts. Once this collaboration expires, their partnership with us will be entirely dissolved, a manager timidly reported. They have truly exhausted their efforts. The Ouyang and Sidu families are resolute in their refusal to renew, he continued. This is inconceivable. Our Nangong family shares a long-standing relationship with the Situ and Ouyang families. Ruhai exclaimed in shock. If they refuse to partner with us, who else would they collaborate with that possesses our family's strength? The elder sighed. The current heads of the Ouyang and Situ families grew up alongside Qiyu. Naturally, they harbor resentment towards Xiaohua taking over the company. Ruhai, you should reach out to the Yu family. Xiaohua, and I will pay a visit to the Ouyang and Situ families, the elder said wearily. If we can gain the recognition of the Ouyang and Situ families first, it may ease our subsequent negotiations with the Yu family. Understood, father. Yes, grandfather. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua returned to her room, gently placing her sleeping daughter inside before joining Jiangzhu and several senior executives for a video conference. As Sihua twirled a prayer bead in her hand, she donned black headphones to listen to her subordinates' reports. Young master, Ruhai has already approached the Yu family, Jiangzhu announced. Young master, the Nangong family has been persistently requesting to meet with you, a sharp-witted woman with flaming red lips interjected. I shall not meet with them, Sihua replied coolly. Young master, the F family from Europe wishes to discuss matters with you personally, Jiangzhu added. Europe. Sihua slowly turned the prayer bead, lost in thought. Very well.
She acquiesced.
In July, the lavender would be in full bloom, providing the perfect opportunity to take her daughter to see it. I shall make arrangements immediately, Jiangzhu stated. Daddy, little Qingli's drowsy voice chimed in as she wobbled into the room. On the other end of the conference, those who had never encountered the legendary young master widened their eyes in anticipation of her appearance. Jiangzhu and Jianglan, having previously met her, remained unfazed. Have you slept well? Sihua asked her daughter gently. Yes, I had a good sleep, little Qingli nodded. Super full. The executives in the meeting were taken aback. Is this truly the aloof young master? Why is she so gentle? Jiangzhu and Jianglan exchanged knowing glances. The young master only exhibited such warmth in front of little Qingli. Others could only dream of such privilege. Sihua lifted her daughter, with the camera capturing only little Qingli's adorable head. On the conference screen, her cherubic face appeared. Daddy, How come Jiangzhu and Jianglan are inside? Little Qingli leaned closer to the computer screen. Her curiosity piqued. Little master, Jiangzhu called out. Little Qingli's eyes widened in astonishment. She even reached out her tiny hand, only to find she couldn't touch them. Daddy, how did Jiangzhu and Jianglan get inside? She inquired with innocent wonder.
This is a video call.
Allowing us to see those we wish to meet without being limited by space, Sihua explained. One of the executives remarked, Young master, that sounds rather ambiguous. I also want one. Would that mean I could see Daddy anytime? Little Qingli thought joyfully. When you turn 3, or just a bit over that age. I will get you one, Sihua promised her daughter. At present, little Qingli was only 2, and Sihua intended to take her on various adventures. Okay. Little Qingli will be good. Her daughter replied obediently. The executives murmured, Little master is so adorably naive. Little Qingli sat in her father's embrace, attentively gazing at the screen. The executives couldn't contain their emotions. Oh, little master is simply irresistible. How could the young master raise such a delightful child? They resolved to form a group that very night to steal the little master. In the next chapter, dare to speak of my daughter, and you shall pay the price. Little master, do you miss me? Jiangzhu asked.
I do.
Little Qingli responded sweetly. Jiangzhu felt a wave of joy at her reply. See, the little master holds him dear. Jiangzhu adjusted his glasses and tidied his attire. Little master, I am Jiangzhu, responsible for the company's computer technology. He introduced himself. Little Qingli regarded the gentle brother with wide, curious eyes. What is a computer? Is it delicious? She asked. Jiangzhu pondered. How would she know if it's tasty? She has never eaten one. A computer is not a chicken. It's a form of knowledge, Sihua explained to her daughter. Oh, so it is a chicken. Little Qingli replied. Jiangzhu, you're nice, she said with a sweet smile and a wave. Jiangzhu's heart soared with delight.
Wow.
The little master is incredibly adorable, like a little kitten. I just want to ruffle her fluffy head. Jiang Mei, observing Jiangzhu's infatuation, stepped on his foot with her high heel. Jiangzhu grimaced in pain. Violent woman. Little master, I am Jiang Mei, she introduced herself. Little Qingli gazed at her beautiful and charismatic sister, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister, you're so pretty. The little master is quite charming as well. Jiang Mei replied with a bright smile. What about Jiangzhu? Isn't he handsome? Jiangzhu interjected, feeling a bit disgruntled. Go away. Jiang Mei pushed away his approaching head. Ahem, that's enough. The meeting is adjourned. Nangong Sihua extended his hand to turn off the video. If anyone is to be handsome, it should be him, the father. Sheng'er, in a few days shall we go and see the lavender? Nangong Sihua gently inquired, cradling his precious daughter. Is lavender beautiful? Asked Xiao Qingli. You shall see for yourself, and then you will know whether it is beautiful or not. Each person's perspective varies. Sheng'er must cultivate her own thoughts, replied Nangong Sihua. Xiao Qingli nodded. One must have their own thoughts. As night fell, after ensuring his daughter was sound asleep, Nangong Sihua took Nangongyu to the hospital where Meng Rulan was located. Upon sensing her father's absence, Xiao Qingli opened one eye and surveyed her surroundings. Where did Daddy go at this late hour? Never mind, I must focus on the matter at hand. Handsome brother, are you there? Xiao Qingli called out. Within the mark, the snow spirit was meditating to heal. Suddenly, hearing the call of the little golden lotus, Snow Spirit felt perplexed. Why is little golden lotus calling at such a late hour? Handsome brother, Xiao Qingli called like a small kitten.
What is it?
Snow Spirit materialized at her bedside. Handsome brother, are you alright? Xiao Qingli asked with concern. Snow Spirit looked at her, puzzled. Today, the mark on my forehead suddenly felt cold. Is something wrong? Xiao Qingli touched the mark on her forehead. Being the essence of little golden lotus, she shared a connection with Snow Spirit. I am fine, Snow Spirit reassured, gently patting her little head. Little golden lotus, I will be away for a few days, Snow Spirit said. Handsome brother, where are you going? Xiao Qingli asked, reluctant to part. Handsome brother is going to seek a new identity, one that will allow me to protect you openly and justly, Snow Spirit explained, stroking her little head. A new identity? Xiao Qingli looked at Snow Spirit in confusion. Yes, a new identity. When the time comes. Little golden lotus must not fail to recognize her brother, Snow Spirit indulged her. I won't. I will definitely recognize my brother, Xiao Qingli assured, patting her chest. All right.
It's quite late now, sleep.
Snow Spirit tucked her in again. Handsome brother, good night. With that, Xiao Qingli closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, under the dark night sky, Nangong Sihua and Nangong Yu arrived at the hospital's exterior wall, a blind spot for surveillance. They scaled the wall without ropes, climbing effortlessly. Reaching the 7th floor, they landed silently on the balcony, which was locked. Nangong Yu produced a wire and pried it open. The two entered the balcony. At that moment, Meng Rulan was soundly asleep. In her dreams, she sensed a gaze of death and jolted awake. With swift precision, Nangong Yu struck an acupoint on her, rendering her body immobile and voiceless. She could only look on in terror at Nangong Sihua and Nangong Yu. Nangong Sihua drew out a dagger. Dare to speak ill of my daughter? You shall pay the price. His voice resonated like a whisper from the depths of hell. As the saying goes, a single thought can lead one to enlightenment or damnation. At that moment, Nangong Sihua was no longer the detached, desireless figure of purity, but had transformed into a wicked demon. Tell me, if your face were to be ruined, would Nangong Rahai still love you? Nangong Sihua asked softly, as if inquiring whether she had dined. Tears streamed from Meng Rulan's eyes, desperate to call for help, yet no sound escaped her lips. With a flick of his wrist, Nangong Sihua sliced her face, crimson blood trickling down her cheek. Meng Rulan struggled frantically. A demon. Nangong Sihua is a demon. He produced a small vial. This poison is specially crafted for you. It is called ephemeral. It will elevate one's beauty to its zenith, only for it to gradually decay thereafter, Nangong Sihua explained with feigned tenderness. The fleeting beauty would bring immense suffering when lost. Watching her lovely visage rot away would surely be heart-wrenching. Meng Rulan was genuinely terrified.
No.
If my face is ruined, Rahai will surely despise me. I would lose everything. Nangong Sihua sprinkled the poison on her wound. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her. Meng Rulan's skin began to peel. He savored the agony etched on her face. Enjoy it well, Nangong Sihua murmured softly. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu stood watch. Nangong Yu, you may leave, Nangong Sihua instructed. Understood. Nangong Yu approached Meng Rulan and fed her a pill. Your venomous words must be silenced. It is better to remain quiet henceforth. Nangong Yu stated, devoid of her usual gentleness, replaced by an icy demeanor. They would never comprehend how damaging their words could be to a child. Nangong Sihua patted Nangong Yu's shoulder, and the two departed from the balcony, descending to the 1st floor and exiting through the hospital's main entrance. Nangong Yu's mood remained bleak. Nangong Sihua glanced at a nearby night market. Let us grab a bite, he suggested. Yes, young master. At the night market, a man with an ethereal presence and a gentle young man sat upon red plastic stools. What would you like to eat? Nangong Sihua offered the menu to Nangong Yu. Young master, I have little appetite, Nangong Yu replied glumly. Do eat something and have a drink. It will help you sleep better later, Nangong Sihua remarked. Otherwise, in Nangong Yu's current state, insomnia would surely ensue. Thank you for your concern, young master. Nangong Yu ordered some grilled vegetables, while Nangong Sihua ordered a pot of tea and a dozen bottles of liquor. Once the barbecue and drinks arrived, Nangong Sihua poured himself a cup of tea, while Nangong Yu poured himself a glass of alcohol. Chapter 41. Young Master. Resist Temptation. Young master, I miss my mother, Nangong Yu said, taking a sip of his drink. It was that man's fault. Why must my mother and I bear all the blame? He lamented. It was clearly Nangong how who deceived his mother, claiming he was unmarried, leading her on. Yet, in the end, it was said that his mother had seduced him. His mother was scorned for being an unwed mother, accused of breaking up a family, while he was labeled an illegitimate child. Nangong Sihua filled Nangong Yu's glass again. Life is already difficult for women in this world, he remarked. It is unfair, utterly unfair, Nangong Yu expressed his anguish. Nangong Yu, do you remember what I taught you? There is no fairness in this world, Nangong Sihua replied. There is only cause and effect. In the end, all matters will return to their roots. What is cause and what is effect? Nangong Yu blinked earnestly.
Questioning.
Nangong Sihua paused, hand poised above his teacup. Looking at Nangong Yu's expression, he momentarily thought of his own naive daughter at home, who often asked him the same way. Only those within the situation can truly understand. Nangong Sihua took a sip of tea, appearing unfazed. Nangong Yu remarked. He simply does not understand. When you cannot comprehend something, do not dwell on it. The more you think, the more tangled it becomes, Nangong Sihua advised. Understood, young master. Nangong Yu nodded like a child. Nangong Sihua sighed. Not only must one address the myriad peculiar inquiries of their adorably naive daughter, but one must also offer solace to the melancholic subordinates. It feels as though one is nurturing several children. Eventually, Nangong Sihua assisted the inebriated Nangong Yu back home. Within the Nangong residence, Nangong Sihua ensured that the drunken Nangong Yu was comfortably settled to sleep, took a refreshing bath, and then glanced at her peacefully slumbering daughter. Feeling reassured, in an effort not to disturb her child, Nangong Sihua retired to another room for the night. Little Qingli awoke and discovered that her father had not yet risen. Thus, she ventured off to play with Feng, Hua, and Yu. Sitting upon a stone bench, she faced Shui as they engaged in a game of Go. Feng, Hua, and Yu stood behind little Qingli. It's your turn, young master, Shui remarked, dropping a piece onto the board. Little Qingli gazed at the black and white stones, pondering her next move. Where should I place it? She queried. Yu pointed decisively here. Without hesitation, little Qingli placed her black stone in the designated spot. You're being biased, assisting the young master against me. Shui grumbled in dissatisfaction. Indeed, I am biased. Yu candidly admitted, exuding an air of defiance. Shui placed another piece on the board, noting that he could not counter Yu's prowess. Little Qingli, with her cherubic face, earnestly placed her own piece. Yu brazenly repositioned little Qingli's stone, stating, Young master, you should place it here. It can block his path. Little Qingli nodded in agreement. Shui contemplated his next move. Just then, the elder Nangong arrived with Nangong Rohai. Feng swiftly scooped up little Qingli, who appeared bewildered in his embrace. What's the matter? Shui called out, addressing the elder and the head of the family. Come to great-grandfather, the elder said kindly to little Qingli. However, she clung tightly to Feng, protesting no. Great-grandfather bullied daddy. I don't want to go. Look, great-grandfather has brought you some delicious treats, the elder coaxed, revealing a box of pastries. Shui immediately grew anxious, recalling tales from Nangong Yu and others about how a mere morsel could sway the young master. Young master, you must resist temptation.
No.
Little Qingli does not want sweet treats anymore, she declared with unyielding resolve. Not eating, the elder gazed at her with a hint of disappointment. Father, why do you indulge her so? Nangong Rahai interjected with discontent. I am your grandfather. Show some respect, he asserted with pride. Little Qingli turned her back to him, presenting her head as if to ignore his presence. She would not engage with the villain. Nangong Rahai, simmering with irritation, thought to himself how this child had been raised outside and lacked proper upbringing. Were it not for the necessity of using her to secure Nangong Sihua, he would never deign to converse with a mere 2-year-old. Do you have no manners? You cannot even address your grandfather properly. Nangong Rahai scolded. Head of the family. Mind your words, Feng warned with a steely gaze. You are not my grandfather, little Qingli retorted loudly. You are a bad person who bullies daddy. You,
Rahai.
Speak kindly to the child, the elder commanded. Nangong Rahai inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his temper. Convince your father to remain at the Nangong residence, otherwise, you will wander with him. Here, you can enjoy the privileges of the Nangong family's eldest daughter, and I will provide you with a generous allowance each month. He stated bluntly. Little Qingli, indignant, replied, I don't want your money. Is that the crux of the matter? The important thing is for you to persuade your father to stay, Nangong Rahai pressed. Feng, Hua, and you burst into laughter. Aha, splendidly done, young master. Why must the head of the family approach me for matters that could be conveyed directly? Nangong Sihua approached leisurely. Daddy. Little Qingli extended her small arms, yearning for a hug. Nangong Sihua welcomed her into his embrace. Sihua, today your father and I wish to discuss something with you, the elder began. Regarding your intention to leave the Nangong family, I hope you will reconsider, not only for yourself, but also for Qingli's sake. Remaining in the Nangong family will afford her the privileges of the eldest daughter and advantageous prospects in marriage, he implored earnestly. As long as Qingli resides in the Nangong household, you cannot truly sever ties with the family. Therefore, you will remain involved in Nangong affairs, he continued. How many times must I say this is for Xing's benefit? It seems that unless I agree to let my daughter stay, she will suffer because of my parental decisions, Nangong Sihua replied coldly. He was acutely aware of their ulterior motives. They were merely attempting to bind him to the Nangong family through his daughter, compelling him to serve their interests. Once Nangong Rahai and Nangong Xiahua solidified their positions, They would unceremoniously discard him and his daughter. Rest assured, I, Nangong Sihua, will ensure my daughter does not endure hardship. So you ought to concern yourselves with your own affairs, he stated assertively. Nangong Sihua, I shall observe how you survive without the Nangong family. Nangong Rahai shouted defiantly. He believed that Nangong Sihua's previous achievements were solely due to the family's influence. Without them, he was nothing. You are no longer the head of the Nangong family. Who in the capital would spare you a glance? Hua was seething with indignation, nearly compelled to confront Nangong Rahai. It was evident that the true master had single-handedly upheld the Nangong family, elevating it to unparalleled heights, earning the admiration of the entire capital.
Now,
to claim that the master had merely benefited from the family's name was utterly absurd. My daddy is so handsome that many people steal glances at him. Little Qingli countered. That villain said no one would look at daddy, but every time we go out, many people secretly admire him. The laughter of Hua and Shui erupted uncontrollably. Little Qingli gazed at them with confusion. Why are you two laughing? Did I say something incorrect? Immediately, they stifled their laughter. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Nangong Sihua affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. You are absolutely correct. Elder, I must ask you to depart. Lest you lose even your final semblance of dignity, Nangong Sihua declared. How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Nangong Rahai bellowed. Rahai, we are leaving. The elder replied, his countenance darkened. Chapter 42, Leaving the Nangong Family. Nangong Rahai seethed with frustration as he departed alongside the elder. Upon reaching the study, they had yet to sip their tea when the hospital called to inform them of Meng Rilan's predicament. Is her life in danger? Nangong Rahai inquired. Mr. Nangong. The esteemed lady is not in immediate danger, the doctor reassured. Then I shall not attend. I am quite busy. Handle it as you see fit, Nangong Rahai stated decisively. Disconnecting the call. He was currently overwhelmed, faced with an array of unresolved issues. Moreover, his presence would serve little purpose, for he was no physician. In the hospital room, the doctor observed the disconnected call and then glanced at the unconscious Meng Rilan. Well, given the Nangong family's indifference toward their patients, what can one do? He noted that the Nangong matriarch appeared considerably healthier than the previous day. How curious. One would expect illness to manifest as pallor and fatigue, yet after a night, she appeared rosy and radiant. Indeed, the world is vast, filled with wonders. Nangong Sihua prepared to depart with his daughter. However, the members of the Nangong family obstructed his exit.
Stand aside.
Nangong Sihua commanded sternly. Young master, we are left with no choice. The old master has decreed that you cannot take the young master away, the servant replied, visibly distressed. In an instant, Tang Li intervened, incapacitating the obstruction with a swift strike. Shitzi and 3 others promptly advanced to clear the path. Nangong Sihua cradled his daughter, leaving behind not a single possession of the Nangong family. Seeing they could not impede his departure, the servant hurried to report to the elder of the Nangong family. Old master, we could not prevent the young master from leaving. What are you all doing? You can't even stop one person. Nangong Rahai fumed. The servant replied, have you forgotten who the young master is with? Even if it were just him and the young master, they would still be unstoppable. Not everyone is as inept as some. Enough. Stand down. There is no need to obstruct him any longer, the elder commanded. Father, are we really going to let that ungrateful child leave just like that? Nangong Rahai exclaimed, anxious. They still needed that wayward child to help stabilize the situation. Do not fret. Once Sihua realizes the absence of the Nangong family, he will find himself adrift and inevitably return, the elder replied. Indeed, at that time, we shall have him begging for our assistance to return, Nangong Rahai said, excitement gleaming in his eyes at the thought. Without the protection of the Nangong family, he wondered how Nangong Sihua could possibly maintain his former grandeur. The news of Nangong Sihua's ostentatious departure from the Nangong family spread like wildfire throughout the capital, igniting a flurry of speculation. What could have transpired within the Nangong family that prompted such a resolute departure from Sihua? An informed source divulged that the scheming Nangong Rahai, presumed dead, had returned with his mistress and her child to contest the family fortune, and shockingly, the elder of the Nangong family had sanctioned it. Who could endure such indignity? Was it not a case of hard work only to end up making someone else rich? No wonder the young master sought to leave. At the Ouyang residence, Elder Ouyang observed the elder of the Nangong family and Nangong Sihua. Nangong. You know I have long ceased to concern myself with the affairs of the company. Everything is managed by Yuan, Elder Ouyang declared, adopting an expression of feigned ignorance. As for the collaboration between our families, I am even less informed. These matters are for the younger generation to handle. I now spend my days enjoying tea, practicing Tai Chi, and playing with the younger ones. Life is too comfortable. You are fortunate, Ouyang, to enjoy a life of leisure and retirement. The elder of the Nangong family replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. What a cunning old fox. I refuse to believe he is entirely oblivious to the company's affairs. What can I say? If my sons and grandsons are successful, I can rest easy. Elder Ouyang continued, inciting further irritation. Nangong truly has become senile. To drive Sihua away and place the management in the hands of the child of a mistress, what a ridiculous notion. The elder of the Nangong family's expression soured momentarily before reverting to his usual demeanor. Sihua, allow me to introduce you to your esteemed Elder Ouyang, he presented. Greetings. Elder Ouyang, Nangong Sihua said politely. Elder Ouyang acknowledged with a nonchalant nod, lapsing into silence thereafter. Before the elder of the Nangong family could utter another word, Elder Ouyang abruptly rose. Uni and Yuner must be finishing school. I must go pick them up. Shall we reconvene another day? He said, glancing at his watch. The elder of the Nangong family struggled to maintain composure. By all means, we shall take our leave then, he said, his displeasure evident as he departed with Sihua. Nangong Sihua remained composed, resolved that one day he would demonstrate his prowess, proving he was not inferior to Nangong Sihua. After they left, Elder Ouyang leisurely resumed his tea. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yuan, who had been hiding upstairs, emerged. Grandfather, weren't you going to pick up Uni and Yuner? He inquired with a smile. No, that was merely an excuse. You may fetch your own child, Elder Ouyang replied. If you were to provide me with a great-granddaughter, I might consider picking her up daily. Grandfather, are you truly concerned about Nangong's situation? Ouyang Yuan asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Rest assured regarding Sihua. With his capabilities, he will not suffer indignities. Elder Ouyang assured him. However, as his friend, you ought to invite him over for a visit, and bring along his daughter. Grandfather, to be frank, do you not wish to see Nangong's daughter? Ouyang Yuan expressed skepticism over his grandfather's seemingly innocuous intentions. The focus is on meeting my little niece. Elder Ouyang exclaimed. Oh. You and Sihua are like family to me. I have watched him grow, and I must see his daughter. How rare it is to behold my great-granddaughter. Grandfather, I sense a preference for girls over boys from you, Ouyang Yuan asserted. Nonsense. Your grandfather treats all equally. Elder Ouyang retorted. Oh. If both my sister and I fell into water, who would you save? Ouyang Yuan countered. Why, of course, your sister. Elder Ouyang answered without a moment's hesitation. Ouyang Yuan had a sister named Ouyang Ji, who had married far away years ago, leaving the elder in a foul mood for months. Now. He scrutinized his son-in-law with a critical eye. You see, Ouyang Yuan said, wearing a knowing expression. Get lost. Elder Ouyang kicked his grandson playfully. Quickly bring Sihua and my dear great-granddaughter here. All right, I'm on my way, Ouyang Yuan replied, playfully. Nangong Sihua returned to the villa he had purchased, his daughter in tow. Snow Treasure had shed its downy feathers, now adorned with hard, pure white plumage. It rushed forward, flapping and scampering to welcome its young master. Snow Treasure. Did you miss me? Xiao Qingli asked, lifting the bird into her arms. Snow Treasure instinctively retracted its sharp claws, nuzzling against her in response to her question. Chissy, disapproving of the bird's affectionate display, removed it from Xiao Qingli's embrace. What a large bird, still seeking to be coddled. Have some dignity, Shitzi admonished. Snow Treasure glared at this irritating human. How detestable. It squawked, struggling against Shitzi's grasp. Xiao Qingli sighed, noting the ongoing discord between Snow Treasure and Brother Shitzi. The household servants had all returned to work, while Song Hai and Haoyu's training had yet to conclude. Everyone resumed their normal routines, attending to their respective duties. Nangong Sihua had matters to attend to, while Nanyu accompanied Xiao Qingli in watching animated shows. Upon Ouyang Yuan's arrival, he mused, Is there no one here to welcome me? Mr. Ouyang, you have arrived, the butler was the first to notice. The young master is in the study. With that, the butler returned to his tasks. Chapter 43. The audacity to steal a child so brazenly. Ouyang Yuan, initially intending to head to the study, spotted Xiao Qingli seated on the sofa. He veered off, stealthily approaching from behind the sofa, hoping to startle her. However, Nan Yu, smiling with a needle in hand, caught his attention. "Mr. Ouyang, do dare to frighten the young master," she warned. "Ahem, my dear niece, Uncle Ouyang has come to see you," Ouyang Yuan said, straightening his posture. "Uncle Ouyang, what brings you here? Are you looking for Daddy?" Xiao Qingli asked sweetly.
Indeed.
"Your great-grandfather Ouyang asked me to fetch you and your father to visit the Ouyang family," he replied. Ouyang Yuan gazed at Xiao Qingli with the affectionate smile of a proud father. It must be said, his daughter was indeed more pleasing to the eye than that little rascal. "Daddy is upstairs," Xiao Qingli pointed upwards. "No worries, Uncle will carry you away, and your father will naturally follow." In a flash, Ouyang Yuan scooped up Xiao Qingli and dashed outside. "Ha ha ha, I shall take my little niece home." Nan Yu was taken aback. How audacious to brazenly snatch a child. Xiao Qingli was utterly bewildered. Where on earth was Uncle Ouyang taking her? Ouyang Yuan looked at his little niece, who resembled an exquisite doll, being cradled in his arms. "Haha, my little niece is truly too well-behaved. Someone is trying to abduct the little mistress." Nan Yu shouted. Others rushed out. "Who dares to seize the little mistress?" Nangong Sihua descended upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing his daughter being carried away by Ouyang Yuan, he sprinted forward with almost instantaneous speed. Ouyang Yuan, initially brimming with pride, was suddenly confronted by his friend. "What the? Nangong, your speed remains astonishing. Give her to me," Nangong Sihua said, his expression darkening as he glared at his friend for daring to brazenly carry off his daughter. "How audacious. Well, Nangong, my grandfather has invited you to our home, claiming he has yet to meet my little niece." Ouyang Yuan sheepishly returned the child to his friend. Xiao Qingli nestled comfortably in her father's embrace. "All right, let us go." Ouyang's grandfather's kindness was profound. Such a simple request was one he could hardly refuse. Ouyang Yuan willingly assumed the role of chauffeur. The trio arrived at the Ouyang residence, which exuded a distinctly European charm, complete with a grand sculptural fountain at its center. Upon hearing the sound of the car, Ouyang's grandfather emerged, his gaze falling upon the little girl in Nangong Sihua's arms. "Ah, indeed, she is Sihua's child, so exquisitely beautiful. Sihua, you've arrived." Ouyang's grandfather greeted with a warm smile. "Grandpa Ouyang," Nangong Sihua addressed respectfully. "Shinger, this is your great-grandpa Ouyang." He introduced his daughter. "Hello, great-grandpa Ouyang," Xiao Qingli chirped in her sweet voice. "Ah, so well-behaved." Ouyang's grandfather beamed with delight. "Come, let great-grandpa hold you. You're too heavy for me, so let me just hold your hand." Xiao Qingli, eager and determined, stepped down from her father's arms and took the elderly gentleman's hand with her little legs. Good.
Good.
Great-grandpa is holding your hand." Ouyang's grandfather held Xiao Qingli's hand, his smile radiating joy. Nangong Sihua watched the tender scene between his daughter and Ouyang's grandfather with a gentle gaze, then took out his camera to capture this beautiful moment. "My goodness, you actually carry a camera around," Ouyang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Come, take a picture for me." Nangong Sihua begrudgingly snapped a quick photo, then followed inside.
"No.
I asked for one picture, not just one. Why not take more handsome shots of me?" Ouyang Yuan hurried after him. Ouyang's grandfather and Xiao Qingli settled onto the sofa. "Here, Xiaoli, this is pudding, and it's delicious." The grandfather called for a serving of pudding. "Thank you, great-grandpa Ouyang," Xiao Qingli replied with a sweet smile. Ouyang's grandfather looked at her with loving eyes. "She resembles little Ji so much. Ji was just as adorable when she was young." After taking a bite, Xiao Qingli's happiness only grew. "Daddy, have a bite. This is really delicious." She immediately offered her tasty treat to her father, who graciously accepted. "It's delicious." "Thank you for sharing, Shenger," Nangong Sihua said, gazing at his daughter with fondness. Ouyang Yuan watched from the side, feeling sour as if he had bitten into a lemon. His two little rascals at home had never thought of their old father during meals, and they even feared he would steal their food. It was clear that a daughter was far more considerate. Shortly thereafter, Ouyang Yuni and Ouyang Yuna returned from school. Finally back home, the cartoon is about to start, Ouyang Yuna exclaimed, racing in with his backpack, wiping the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. Just as he tossed his backpack onto the floor, he spotted Uncle Nangong and little sister Li looking at him. "Ah, how come no one informed me that Uncle Nangong and little sister Li were coming?" He felt a bit mortified to have been seen in such an unrefined manner by little sister Li. "Brother Yuna, your backpack fell on the floor." Xiao Qingli exclaimed, jumping off the sofa to help him pick it up.
Ah.
Little sister Li, you didn't see anything. Ouyang Yuner grabbed his backpack and sprinted upstairs. Lu Yenu entered with Ouyang Yuni. Little Li, you're here. I've missed you so much. Lu Yener said with delight, rushing over to scoop up Xiao Qingli and shower her with kisses.
Xiao Qingli obediently enturet Lu Yaner's affektion.
Lu Yener was beaming with happiness, such a sweet, milky little baby. Nangong Sihua, with a frown, reclaimed his daughter. If anyone was to shower her with kisses, it should be him.
Sorry.
I got a bit too excited, Lu Yener said apologetically. Ouyang Yuner returned dressed in a little suit, having tidied up his hair. Hello, little sister Li, he greeted gallantly. Son, have you lost your mind? Ouyang Yuan exclaimed in shock.
Ouyang Yuner.
He no longer wanted a father like this. What are you staring at? Hurry and go do your homework. Ouyang Yuan urged his son to get to work. I want to write here.
Ouyang Yuner declared.
Wanting to do his homework while keeping an eye on little sister Li. Go ahead. Ouyang Yuni pulled out a blue origami crane he had folded during arts and crafts class. Little sister Li, this is for you. It's the first one I made today. He handed it to Xiao Qingli. Thank you, brother Yuni. This is my favorite milk stick. You can have it. Xiao Qingli offered one of her milk sticks from her little bag to Ouyang Yuni. He accepted it with a beaming smile. Ouyang Yuner looked at Xiao Qingli with puppy dog eyes. He wanted one too. Xiao Qingli pulled out another stick for Ouyang Yuner. She only had 3 in a day. And now she had just 1 left. But that was alright. She would have 3 again tomorrow. Good things are meant to be shared. Ouyang's grandfather watched the 3 children with satisfaction. Childhood friends are truly the best. Haha, look how well the 3 children get along. Ouyang Yuan remarked. Nangong Sihua, however, did not share the same joy. He reached out with his long, jade-like fingers and poked his daughter. What's wrong? Xiao Qingli turned to her father. What about daddy? Nangong Sihua inquired. Xiao Qingli pulled out her last milk stick to offer to her father. This is the last one, but if daddy wants to eat it, I'll give it to you, and I want to eat it today. Nangong Sihua held the milk stick, glancing at Ouyang Yuni and Ouyang Yuner. Humph. Ouyang's 2 brothers felt this was the first time they had seen Uncle Nangong act so childish. Nangong Sihua peeled open the milk stick and brought it to his daughter's mouth. Aren't you going to eat, daddy? Xiao Qingli asked, eager to feed her father. If daddy doesn't eat, Shenger will, Nangong Sihua replied gently. Xiao Qingli took a bite of the sweet milk stick. How delightful. Old Master Ouyang observed the noticeable transformation in Nangong Sihua. Indeed, once a person becomes a parent, their heart softens. Ouyang Yuner was diligently working on her homework in the living room, while Ouyang Yuan sat nearby offering guidance. Xiao Qingli curiously glanced over. I can't understand it. Daddy, will Li have to do homework in the future? Xiao Qingli inquired. You will have to once you start school, Nangong Sihua replied. Can Li skip school? Xiao Qingli asked innocently. No, every child must attend school, Nangong Sihua chuckled. Not wanting to go to school before even starting, what a little slacker she might become. Alright then, Xiao Qingli conceded. Once I start school, I will have to do homework. Looking at brother Yuner, it seems very difficult. Nangong Sihua found it amusing to see her daughter looking so troubled. It appeared that he too would have his share of worries in the future. Sihua, do you have any plans? Old Master Ouyang inquired. In a couple of days. I'm planning to take my daughter to Europe, Nangong Sihua stated. No, I meant your future plans. You can't allow the child to grow up with an unemployed vagabond. Old Master Ouyang replied, somewhat sternly. Since you've left the Nangong family, you must seek a new path. Rest assured, Grandpa. I have some savings and I run a small company. It is more than sufficient for the 2 of us, Nangong Sihua assured him. Old Master Ouyang sighed, pondering how much savings could possibly remain after all the earnings had gone to the Nangong family. A small company might not yield much profit, and what if the Nangong family exerted pressure again? What then would happen to Sihua and his daughter? As long as you have a plan, that's good. Old Master Ouyang nodded. He knew better than to stress the child. After all, Sihua had once been a proud individual. He would help quietly from the shadows. Meanwhile, incorrect. 5 plus 6 equals 12. Tell me, where does the extra 1 come from? Ouyang Yuan inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. I don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't have made a mistake. Ouyang Yuner replied. Ouyang Yuan stared at the ceiling in exasperation. Count again. If your fingers are insufficient, use your toes. Ouyang Yuan wiped away the answer in frustration. Upon hearing this, Nangong Sihua glanced at his adorably foolish daughter, involuntarily envisioning the future scenario of teaching her homework. He believed their lives ahead would be quite splendid. Occasionally, the living room echoed with Ouyang Yuan's frustrated exclamations.
No, 8510.
You've eaten 3 of them. Just a single sentence, and more than half was written in pinyin. Dad, don't be angry, drink some water. Ouyang Yuner quietly nudged a cup of water toward him. Ouyang Yuan indeed felt parched, and took a sip. Focus on the questions and continue, he instructed. It wasn't until dinner that Ouyang Yuner finally completed her homework. At the dining table, everyone was filled with warmth and joy, especially with Xiao Qing Li's adorable remarks, which brought much laughter to the gathering. After dinner, everyone settled on the sofa for a chat. Noticing the time, Nangong Sihua stood up, taking his daughter to bid farewell. Lu Yener felt reluctant. Baby, Auntie will miss you. Remember to come and play often, she said. Lily will miss Auntie Lu, Xiao Qingli responded sweetly. As Nangong Sihua carried his daughter to the car, the Ouyang family watched with lingering affection. Shall we head back? Old Master Ouyang suggested. Ouyang Uni hurriedly assisted Old Master Ouyang. Yuan, please discreetly support Sihua's company. Old Master Ouyang advised. Understood, Grandpa. Ouyang Yuan nodded. His bond with Sihua was well established. They had grown up together, sharing everything. Brothers in need would always lend a helping hand. Ouyang Yuan reminisced about their touching brotherhood. Wait a moment. When did Sihua open a company? How come he was unaware? The Nangong family had faced significant setbacks at the Ouyang and Sidu families. Grandpa, please don't be upset. Have some tea? Nangong Xiahua poured a cup for Old Master Nangong. Xiahua, it seems you must achieve some success for them to recognize you, Old Master Nangong remarked. I understand, Grandpa. Nangong Xiahua acknowledged. By the way, where is father? That ineffectual father of yours, where has he run off to? The hospital mentioned that your mother has vocal cord issues. So, he went to see her. He.s. resting now. You should go visit, Old Master Nangong said wearily. Nothing has gone smoothly these days. All right, Nangong Xiahua nodded. Old Master Nangong rose to rest, while Nangong Xiahua went to instruct the kitchen to prepare soup to take to the hospital. In the bustling marketplace, Nangong Sihua instructed the driver to return first. Since his daughter wanted to play claw machines, he took her to buy tokens. The father and daughter stood before a row of claw machines. Which one do you want, Xing? Lili wants that sheep. Xiao Qingli pointed at the plush sheep. Very well. Nangong Sihua inserted a token, mentally calculating the optimal angles and distances. Both pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the claw gripping the toy. However, the toy fell just before reaching the exit. They exchanged glances, both in disbelief. Nangong Sihua couldn't believe it. He had calculated everything perfectly. Again, he inserted another token. Still no luck. Once more, Xiao Qingli watched as the tokens dwindled and her father grew increasingly frustrated. Daddy, I suddenly don't want the sheep anymore. Let us get something else, she suggested. Don't worry, Daddy will succeed soon. Nangong Sihua replied earnestly. Watching her determined father, Xiao Qingli wondered. Was it truly that difficult to win a toy? She decided to give it a try herself. Grabbing a handful of tokens, she inserted one into the machine. Standing on tiptoes, she maneuvered the controls. The claw gradually descended and, with a satisfying thud, successfully dropped the plush toy into the exit. Daddy, I got a little rabbit. Xiao Qingli exclaimed joyfully. Nangong Sihua gazed down at his daughter in astonishment. She managed to win one? He felt outdone. Thus, he began observing how she succeeded. Perhaps there was a trick he was unaware of or some pattern to decipher. Ultimately, he discovered no secrets or patterns. Her success was purely a stroke of luck. It seemed that foolishly adorable children had quite the fortune. This was indeed the saying. Fools are blessed. Nangong Sihua surrendered, handing all the tokens to his daughter. Xiao Qingli had incredible luck, winning toy after toy. With her arms full of adorable plushies, they prepared to head home once their tokens were spent. Tang Li was already en route. Oh, this the expelled young Master Nangong? Now reduced to buying these inexpensive toys for his daughter, Xia Rulan remarked. Having just finished shopping with her group of friends, and was on her way back. To her surprise, she spotted Nangong Sihua with his illegitimate daughter, clutching a pile of cheap toys. After being expelled from the Nangong family, Nangong Sihua found herself in a state of despair.
Fortunately,
she had refrained from marrying into that family, otherwise, she would have had to endure their hardships. Ignoring the barking dogs, Nangong Sihua patiently awaited Tang Li's arrival to pick them up. How could she still pretend to be lofty now? Xia Rolan felt a surge of anger as she observed his ethereal, celestial demeanor. Despite his fall from grace, he still maintained an air of superiority. Little Qingli noticed her father's reluctance to engage with this person and chose to follow suit. I am speaking to you. Xia Rolan fumed, contemplating pulling at Nangong Sihua. In Chapter 45, titled A Gift from Father, Nangong Sihua deftly guided his daughter away from Xia Rolan's grasp. For a moment, I thought it was just the dogs barking. Nangong Sihua retorted with a sharp tongue. What are you bragging about? You've been cast out. Xia Rolan snapped back. Once revered as a paragon, he was now merely a fallen pawn. Indeed, what arrogance. As if he still considers himself the young master of the Nangong family, chimed in Xia Rolan's companion. In such a dire state, a few kind words might win us over. Perhaps we could spare some change for you. Nangong Sihua was undeniably handsome, far surpassing those pretty boys. Nangong Sihua, as long as you serve me well, I might just reward you with some money, Xia Rolan mused, her gaze lingering on his face. It was undeniable. In the entire capital, no man could rival Nangong Sihua's looks. Get lost, he replied coldly. Though little Qingli couldn't comprehend their words, she sensed her father's rising anger and glared fiercely at the villains. Still so arrogant. Tonight, you'll be serving my friends. Xia Rolan signaled her bodyguards to seize them. Seeing the menacing figures approaching to capture her father, little Qingli hurled her toy, which struck Xia Rolan squarely in the face. The force of her throw caused her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Ah! You little brat, how dare you hit me? Xia Rolan screeched, clutching her face in fury. Nangong Sihua set down the toy and lifted his daughter from the ground. Did you hurt yourself? He inquired with concern. No. Little Qingli shook her head. Roll on your nose, a nearby girl remarked, gazing at Xia Rolan's nose. What about my nose? Xia Rolan demanded, pulling out a mirror. Ah! Her scream echoed through the street as she discovered her nose had been misaligned. Her friends struggled to stifle their laughter. The fake nose had indeed been knocked askew. Xia Rolan had always boasted of her natural beauty, claiming she had never undergone any alterations. Quick, bring the car. Now. Xia Rolan shouted, covering her face. Her bodyguards, disregarding Nangong Sihua, rushed to escort her to the vehicle. Xia Rolan's friends, having enjoyed the spectacle, quickly surrounded her with concern. For her family's wealth was far superior to theirs. Nangong Sihua gently placed his daughter down and picked up the fallen toy. Little Qingli squatted beside him to retrieve it. Daddy, the toy is a bit dirty, she said sadly. It's all right. We can wash it when we get home, Nangong Sihua reassured her, eliciting a smile from little Qingli. When Tang Li arrived and beheld the young master cradling a pile of toys, he was momentarily taken aback. What to do? He desperately wanted to capture this moment in a photograph, for such a sight was rare. If only Shitsi were here, he would have had the audacity to take a picture. Tang Li assisted in placing the toys in the trunk before driving the father-daughter duo home. Upon their return, little Qingli excitedly shared the toys with Nan Yu and others. Shitsi received a plush caterpillar toy, joyfully snapping a photo to post online. Captioned, "The cutest young master gifting the most adorable toy to my beloved Shitsi." The post immediately drew mockery from her friends. Your beloved Shitsi? How shameless. Nan Yu scoffed. Unbelievable, Jiangzhu added. You're just jealous. Shitsi retorted. Jealous? Everyone had their own appeal, after all. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua was in a study instructing Tang Li on various matters. Understood, young master. I shall attend to it at once, Tang Li responded respectfully. The Xia family had foolishly provoked the young master. They must truly be feeling invincible. As Tang Li contemplated, he dialed Jiangzhu. I need you to hack into someone's computer. Who? Xia Rolan's. All right. I'll send you everything on her computer in 2 minutes. Jiangzhu concluded the call. 2 minutes later, he sent Tang Li a compressed file. Upon opening it, Tang Li was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xia Rolan to lead such a scandalous life. With this information, coupled with the dirt he had on her, it was more than sufficient to bring her down. Why did Tang Li possess dirt on Xia Rolan? Because he was not merely Nangong Sihua's assistant. He was also responsible for intelligence gathering. In a city filled with influential families, he was privy to many secrets. For instance, Hu's grandson was actually their son, and Hu's son was a facade of propriety while harboring unspeakable vices. That night, as the moon hung dark and the wind howled, a scandal involving Xia Rolan erupted. causing a stir in the silent night. Everyone began to discuss it fervently. Meanwhile, the police arrived at the Xia residence and took Xia Rulan into custody on charges of public indecency. Who would have guessed that a wealthy family could indulge in such debauchery? They often projected an image of superiority, but it turned out to be utterly deceptive. Indeed, appearances can be misleading. Dressed in her pajamas, Xia Rulan was taken away. "Dad, save me." Xia Zhengong looked at his daughter with exasperation. "Can't you clean up after yourself?" he scolded. "Foolish girl." Xia Zhengong approached with a wad of cash, smiling. Couldn't he entirely abandon his daughter? If the scandal escalated, the company's stocks would plummet. "Officer, this is surely a misunderstanding." "Not a misunderstanding. The evidence is irrefutable. Take her away." The officer disregarded the cash, signaling for Xia Rulan to be placed in the police car. Xia Zhengong watched the police vehicle leave, angrily tossing the money to the ground. Incapable of adapting, he thought. There were plenty of people who would gladly accept that money. He scrolled through his phone's contacts. "Director Zhang, I apologize for disturbing you so late. I would like to invite you to dinner tomorrow and bring some local specialties. What do you think?" "Sounds good. I'll reserve a private room." "Let us make it happen," Director Zhang agreed before hanging up. The following day, Nangong Sihua donned a rare white shirt and black suit jacket, an attire he seldom wore. After changing from his traditional garments and donning gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an aura of restraint. "Little piglet, rise and shine. Daddy is taking you somewhere special." Nangong Sihua gently prodded her daughter, who was reluctant to leave her bed. Xiao Qingli struggled to sit up, her spirit still adrift in the realm of dreams.
Where
"Are we going?" she murmured, still in a haze. "You will know when we get there," Nangong Sihua replied, lifting her daughter to prepare for the day. After a refreshing wash, she dressed Xiao Qingli in a splendid princess gown, a deep blue, soft fabric adorned with shimmering blue diamonds that sparkled brilliantly. Once the outfit was complete, Nangong Sihua styled her daughter's hair into delicate curls and intertwined 2 pearl hairpins into her locks. The round, petite pearls nestled among her fluffy black hair, resembling stars scattered across the night sky. "All done," Nangong Sihua said proudly, admiring her beautifully adorned daughter. "Indeed, she is my daughter, so lovely." He carried Xiao Qingli downstairs, where Nangong Yu and others were unusually dressed in suits. "Daddy, what are we doing today?" Xiao Qingli inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I have a gift for you," Nangong Sihua replied mysteriously. Chapter 46 revealed his overt favoritism towards his daughter. "What kind of gift?" Xiao Qingli asked excitedly, gazing up at her father. "Guess," Nangong Sihua teased, deliberately withholding the answer. "A little cake? Candy?" she ventured, listing all the treats she wished to indulge in. Nangong Yu chuckled softly. "Young master, what the young master is about to present you with will be enough little cakes to last a lifetime," he remarked, for those gifts combined were worth a fortune. Xiao Qingli's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? I can eat little cakes for a lifetime?" Nangong Sihua ruffled her hair affectionately. "Little glutton, always thinking about cakes and candies. Other thoughts hardly linger in your mind for more than 3 minutes. Yet, perhaps that simplicity was a blessing. A straightforward mind often leads to true happiness." After enjoying breakfast, the group set off in a luxuriously understated vehicle. At the company, Jiang Zhu and others awaited the young master's arrival, clutching bouquets made of snacks. Jiang Zhu eyed the snack bouquet skeptically. "Jiang Zhu, do you really think the young master will like this? Is it not too hasty? Do girls truly appreciate such things?" "Trust me, there's no mistake," Jiang Zhu responded confidently. "That little glutton of a young master would prefer a lollipop over diamonds or jewels any day. I can guarantee that if she had to choose between a lollipop and a diamond, she would undoubtedly select the lollipop." "Jiang Lan, are the reporters ready?" Jiang Mei asked, her concern evident. "All set, they have been carefully vetted to ensure no inappropriate questions arise," Jiang Lan assured with a smile. Having meticulously filtered the reporters to avoid any potential missteps, Jiang Mei still felt the need to double-check the arrangements. The employees were buzzing with anticipation, aware that their elusive, enigmatic boss would be making an appearance today, accompanied by his daughter. "They're here," Jiang Zhu exclaimed, pointing toward the driveway. The understated luxurious car came to a halt at the company entrance. Nangong Sihua emerged, cradling his daughter. "Welcome, young master." Jiang Zhu was the first to present the snack bouquet. Xiao Qingli held the bouquet made of strawberry cupcakes.
Wow.
"Thank you, brother Jiang Zhu." She beamed, her large, round eyes brimming with joy as she gazed at the cupcakes. Jiang Zhu winked at his friend, pleased that his prediction had proven accurate. Indeed, the young master adored it. Shicai and others joined them, and the group was now complete. From every corner, the delights of life converged, flowers and snow, the elegance of the four noble plants, complemented by Tang poetry and song verse. Jiang Zhu and others also presented a snack bouquet to Xiao Qingli. Her little dumpling-like face beamed with delight as she beheld the bounty of treats.
Wow.
There are so many snacks. Pair. Younger master, the press conference is ready, Jiang Mei stated with a serious demeanor. All right, Nangong Sihua replied, taking his daughter's hand as they entered the company, followed closely by his entourage, exuding charisma. Xiao Qingli held tightly to her father's hand, clutching a cupcake she had just snatched from the bouquet with her other hand. Her short legs struggled to keep up, and after a few strides, she realized she had to take many more steps than her father. I can't walk anymore. Daddy, carry me. She gleefully extended her small hands toward him. Naturally, Nangong Sihua would not refuse his daughter, and he bent down to lift his plump little girl into his arms. The group ascended to the top floor of the company. Reporters had set up their cameras, eagerly awaiting this momentous occasion, the first public appearance of the mysterious president of SN alongside his daughter. They were certain to capture stunning photographs for the front page. As the conference room door slowly opened, the reporters excitedly raised their cameras.
Wow.
The stoic CEO is holding an adorable child with a cupcake. Nangong Sihua positioned himself at the center, microphone in hand. Hello everyone, I am Nangong Sihua, the founder and current CEO of SN. His cool voice resonated throughout the conference room. Today, I shall transfer half of my assets to my daughter, Nangong Qingli. I invite you all to witness this. Nangong Sihua succinctly stated. Xiao Qingli's gaze was solely fixed on her cupcake. Mr. CEO, may I ask why you made this decision? A reporter inquired. Due to the malicious speculations surrounding my daughter, I wish to make it clear to everyone that she is my only daughter, and she shall share in everything I possess. Nangong Sihua declared emphatically. He silenced those who had continuously questioned his daughter's legitimacy. Sheng Er was his most treasured possession, not some illegitimate child to be hidden away. Previously, he had feared that revealing Sheng Er's identity would invite trouble, but the malice directed toward a child was unfathomable. Thus, he chose to proudly showcase his affection for his daughter. Let those who lack vision continue their misguided chatter. Shicai and the others erupted into applause. Bravo! The young master is magnificent. Half of those assets amounted to several hundred billion, with some investments continuously appreciating in value. Nangong Yu's expression was complex, a mix of envy and a hint of melancholy. She admired the young master's devotion to the young mistress while feeling a tinge of sorrow for her own situation, one that lacked familial choice. Young master, are you in need of more children? We wouldn't even ask for half, just a tenth would suffice. A mere 1% would be delightful. Soon, the lawyer presented the agreement. Nangong Sihua handed the pen to his daughter. Do you remember how to write your name, as I taught you? He asked gently. I remember. Xiao Qingli nodded earnestly. Good, write your name right here, he instructed, pointing to the signature line. Xiao Qingli took the task seriously, carefully inscribing her name. All right, she announced, placing the pen down. Nangong Sihua took the pen back and confidently signed his name. The lawyer collected the documents. Hello, President SN. May I inquire if your decision to bestow such a vast fortune upon your daughter indicates your hopes for her to succeed you in the future? A reporter queried. I offer her these assets not to bind her future, but to empower her, granting her the confidence to choose her own path in this world, Nangong Sihua responded. As the daughter matures, she will have the freedom to choose her own path and engage in pursuits that bring her joy. That is truly wonderful. Furthermore, I shall always be her unwavering support. Mr. Nangong is indeed a commendable father, the reporter remarked. May I inquire, dear Miss Nangong, who is the person you cherish the most? The reporter asked. Daddy, I love Daddy the most, the little girl, Qingli, replied in a sweet voice, her round, clear eyes brimming with affection for her father. Nangong Sihua gazed down at his daughter with tenderness, for she was his sole redemption in this world, the only source of warmth and beauty in his life. It seems Miss Nangong is quite dependent on Mr. Nangong, the reporter noted. The inquiries continued, and the revelation that Nangong Sihua was the president of SN had already spread throughout the capital. Everyone was astonished. SN was indeed under the aegis of Nangong Sihua. It is well known that SN encompasses numerous leading industries, each of which plays a pivotal role in its respective field, boasting considerable influence overseas. The Nangong family must surely regret their oversight. In the hotel, Nangong Ruhai was enjoying a deep slumber, oblivious to the incessant vibrations of his phone. Growing increasingly irritable, he pondered who could be calling at such an early hour. "Darling, your phone is disturbing me," a delicate voice chimed in. In the Nangong household, the young master, with a rather grim expression, was on the phone with his father. He had visited the hospital yesterday, but had not encountered him. The doctor mentioned that he had come and left shortly thereafter, and now his whereabouts were unknown. To his surprise, Nangong Sihua had remained so discreet. What a remarkable president of SN he was. Chapter 47. He was aware that the young master was affluent, yet he had no inkling of the extent of his wealth. "What is it, Xiaohua?" Nangong Ruhai finally answered the call. "Father, have you seen the news?" Nangong Xiaohua, noting the heavy drowsiness in his father's voice, deduced that he had just awakened. "What news?"
Nangong Zuhai Quaidit, Insedaimpue.
Nangong Sihua is the president of SN. Nangong Xiaohua articulated each word with precision.
What?
Nangong Ruhai exclaimed in shock, sitting upright in bed. "Nangong Sihua is actually the president of SN?" he murmured, repeating the revelation in disbelief. "How can this be? SN belongs to that rebellious son. Where are you? You must return at once," Nangong Xiaohua urged. "All right." Nangong Ruhai hastily searched for his clothing, carelessly placing his phone aside. "Darling, are you leaving already? You promised to accompany me shopping today," the sweet voice protested. "Be good. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I will take you another time," Nangong Ruhai replied. "You promised. How could I forget what I promised, my darling?" On the other end, as Nangong Xiaohua prepared to hang up, he overheard this exchange and scoffed disdainfully before ending the call. "Xiaohua, have you been able to contact your father?" the elder Nangong inquired as he approached. "I reached him. He will be back shortly," Nangong Xiaohua replied softly, deliberately omitting any mention of the previous conversation. Maintaining the facade of harmony within the household was of utmost importance. "That is good," the elder Nangong coughed. He had visibly aged, having once walked without a cane, but now he relied on it, struggling for breath. "Grandfather, please go inside. The morning dew is heavy." Nangong Xiaohua assisted the elder into the house. "How is your mother?" the elder Nangong asked. "The doctor said her vocal cords are damaged and she will not be able to speak again, but her complexion is excellent," Nangong Xiaohua informed him. He had expected his mother to appear haggard while recuperating in the hospital. Instead, she looked even better than before her hospitalization. The wrinkles on her skin had vanished, and her appearance had improved significantly. He discreetly inquired with the doctor if his mother had undergone any cosmetic procedures. The doctor assured him that they would not provide cosmetic treatments to patients recovering from injuries. After concluding the press conference, Nangong Sihua cradled his daughter and took her to his office, which had been newly decorated. A plush carpet adorned the floor, and stuffed toys were placed on the sofa. The coffee table was stocked with healthy snacks and fruits. Nangong Sihua set his daughter down on the carpet to play. "You can play by yourself for a while. Daddy has some matters to attend to," he said gently. "Okay. If you need anything, just ring this bell, and Jiang Mei will bring it to you," he added, adjusting his daughter's slightly disheveled bangs. Little Qingli nodded while hugging her bunny plush. "Oh my, Qingli is already 2 years old. She can take care of herself now." Nangong Sihua thought, but still feeling a twinge of concern, he called for Shi. Shi was currently engaged in discussions with Nanyu regarding the herbs they had cultivated, aware that the realms of medicine and poison were intertwined. Their exchange was proving fruitful. As Shi observed a toxic plant, his phone vibrated twice in his pocket.
Who could be messaging me?
He wondered. Upon checking, he saw it was from the young master. "Oh, it's Xiaohua. Nanyu, I will go spend some time with the young master," Shi said cheerfully. "Go ahead." Nanyu nodded in agreement. Arriving at Nangong Sihua's office, Shi spotted the young master, a plump little figure, happily playing with her bunny on the carpet. Little Qingli was oblivious to Shi's presence. As Shi crouched down stealthily to surprise her, she turned around just in time. Their eyes met. "Brother Shi, were you trying to scare me?" Little Qingli blinked her eyes with certainty. "How could I? Your brother Shi is such a kind person. How could he scare you? My little dumpling?" Shi feigned calmness, astonished that the little master had detected him. How remarkable! She was so perceptive that she could hear his light footsteps. In truth, little Qingli had accidentally caught sight of her reflection in the glass bowl on the coffee table. Shi sat cross-legged on the carpet beside her. "Little master, you are quite the little heiress now," he remarked, observing her. This was no ordinary child. She was like a moving treasure. Rich was an understatement. What does it mean to be a little heiress? Little Qingli inquired. Adults often used words that were beyond her comprehension. Well, it means you are very wealthy, Shi Ci explained. Half of the young master's assets.
Half.
He had once overheard Song Shi estimating the young master's wealth, which had left him utterly astonished. He knew the young master was affluent, but he had no idea how extraordinarily wealthy he truly was. This did not even account for the assets of the Nangong family. For many years, the young master had earned for the Nangong family, yet he had never claimed a single cent, considering it a repayment of the elder's nurturing grace. How much money does Qingli have? The little girl asked with curiosity. Buying a few buildings would not be a problem, Shi Ci replied. I don't want to buy buildings, I want to buy little cakes, milk tea, and candies, little Qingli said, counting on her fingers what she wanted to buy. Why buy buildings? I want to buy food. Lots of delicious food for everyone to enjoy. Yes, let's buy little cakes. Shi Ci looked on helplessly at the little gourmand. After Nangong Sihua had arranged matters concerning the company, she intended to take her daughter directly to Europe, accompanied by Dongju for safety. However, her daughter was craving the roasted duck from Tianxiangju. Nangong Sihua had no choice but to take Dongju and her daughter to indulge in the delectable dish. The trio arrived at Tianxiangju, only to unexpectedly encounter Yu Xiaoyan, who was with Tang Jingshu and Yu Linji.
Li Li Mei Mei, exclaimed Yu Linji joyfully.
Brother Linji, little Qingli shouted excitedly. The two children stood together, exchanging greetings. President SN, a pleasure to meet you, Yu Xiaoyan extended his hand. Little did he expect that the elusive President SN he had been investigating was none other than Nangong Sihua, his only rival for many years. Mr. Yu? The pleasure is mine, Nangong Sihua replied with equal courtesy. The two children completed their pleasantries as well. Nangong Sihua lifted her daughter and entered, while Yu Xiaoyan accompanied his wife and child inside. It had taken considerable effort to orchestrate a work trip for his wife to the capital. He needed to seize this opportunity. Nangong Sihua ordered a roast duck along with 4 happiness meatballs and several other signature dishes. The freshly roasted duck exuded an enticing aroma, its skin glistening with a mouth-watering sheen. The waiter began slicing it, while little Qingli stared intently, her large eyes reflecting her desire to partake. How slow. When can we eat? She lamented impatiently. Yet, the waiter continued to slice with utmost decorum. Observing the little master's eager expression, Dongju silently took the waiter's knife. Sir, I have not finished slicing yet, the waiter exclaimed anxiously. Return the knife. Dongju shot him a cool glance, as if to say, by the time you finish, we'll all be starving. The waiter, sensing the situation, stepped back obediently. The novice worker was still adjusting to his first day on the job. With more practice, he would surely improve. Dongju wielded the knife adeptly, slicing quickly. In just 5 minutes, a neatly arranged platter of roast duck was placed in the center of the table. The waiter couldn't help but marvel at his skill. Such impressive knife work. I wonder if this master would consider taking on an apprentice, he mused. Dongju returned the knife, without casting another glance at him, instead focusing intently on his meal. Nangong Sihua took a lotus leaf pancake, brushed it with sweet bean sauce, added slices of green onion, cucumber, and a few pieces of roast duck, and rolled it up to offer to her daughter. Little Qingli accepted it and took a bite. Her sparkling eyes filled with satisfaction. Nangong Sihua prepared another for Dongju. Thank you, young master, Dongju said, somewhat taken aback. Nangong Sihua looked at her daughter and served her some meatballs. Dongju watched the scene with a hint of envy. How fortunate it was to have parents. He didn't even know who his own parents were, nor if they would cherish him as the young master was cherished. Xue Lingzi emerged from the mark, sitting cross-legged in the air, observing the joyful little Jean Lian. Little Jean Lian, I will return soon, she promised, slowly fading from view. She needed to enter a human body, which required her soul to detach from her divine form. Little Qingli felt a coolness on her forehead. What happened to the handsome brother? Here, have a meatball. Nangong Sihua offered another large meatball to her daughter. Thank you, Daddy. Little Qingli immediately forgot about the handsome brother, her focus solely on the meatball. She speared it with her chopsticks and took a bite. So delicious. After finishing their meal, the three made their way to the airport to board their flight. In first class, Nangong Sihua watched her daughter, who was pressed against the glass, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. Daddy, it's so beautiful. Her little bun face was filled with awe. Nangong Sihua remained silent, instead tenderly stroking her little head. Amidst the world's magnificent landscapes, all he could see was his little dumpling before him. After a while, little Qing Li grew weary and began to doze off in her seat. Nangong Sihua called the flight attendant for a blanket. Wrapped in the blanket, little Qing Li fell asleep. Nangong Sihua sat beside her, perusing a parenting manual he had brought along. That evening, the plane landed in F country. The butler, previously contacted, was already waiting for them at the airport. Little young master, this way please," the butler, dressed in a tailcoat, greeted them respectfully, even performing a welcoming gesture for little Qing Li, carrying his daughter, Nangong Sihua, with Dongju bearing a mountaineering backpack and dragging 2 suitcases, got into the car. After about half an hour, they slowly drove into a European-style manor. This was a property Nangong Sihua had purchased at some point, unbeknownst to her. The manor was decorated in the European style of the last century, surrounded by vast pastures, vineyards, and wheat fields. Having slept for several hours on the plain, little Qing Li was wide awake. "Daddy, I can hear the sheep bleating," she exclaimed. "There's a pasture nearby. The milk you drink at home comes from here," Nangong Sihua explained. Concerned about the additives in store-bought milk for her 2-year-old daughter, he found the manor's pasture to be of great use. He arranged for the fresh milk and goat's milk produced here to be airlifted back home, ensuring his daughter could enjoy fresh and safe milk. "Can I go see the sheep?" little Qing Li inquired. "Of course. Tomorrow morning, Daddy will take you to see them," Nangong Sihua promised. Upon entering the house, adorned in a vintage European style with oil paintings adorning the walls and a bright color scheme, the butler attentively informed them, "Young master, little young master, the bathwater has been prepared." Nangong Sihua nodded while holding his daughter. Ascending to the upstairs room, he poured lavender essential oil into the bathwater, lifted his daughter, and gently placed her in, like a little dumpling being lowered into boiling water. "It smells wonderful." Little Qing Li wiggled her little nose. The lavender oil was added to promote better sleep. Nangong Sihua took a towel to wash his daughter, ensuring she was squeaky clean. Although he believed his daughter didn't truly need lavender to aid her sleep, little girls often enjoy smelling delightful. Once he had bathed her, he dressed her in a pure white nightgown and encouraged her to play with Dongju while he took his own bath. Dongju, holding the little young master for the first time, felt his entire body stiffen. The little young master smelled sweet and was soft, reminiscent of the clouds he had seen on the plain earlier. "Brother Dongju, let us watch a cartoon," little Qing Li suggested. "Sure," Dongju replied, carrying the little young master to the sofa in the living room to watch the cartoon. "These cartoons are all foreign," little Qing Li noted, unable to understand, and could only enjoy the visuals. Dongju also watched intently, one enjoying it for his age, the other out of curiosity for something he had never seen before. When Nangong Sihua came downstairs, the butler announced that dinner was served. The 3 of them sat at the dining table, where each dish was exquisitely presented, a single portion designed for each person, each plate meant for just one bite. It was Dongju's first encounter with French cuisine, and he looked somewhat bewildered. "The portions are quite small, and the process is so complex," he thought. As a killer, he was unaccustomed to this. His philosophy was to strike swiftly and decisively. After dinner, everyone went off to rest. Early the next morning, Nangong Sihua awoke as was his habit, and Xiaoqing Li followed suit. This devoted father first attended to his daughter, dressing her in a vividly colored dress reminiscent of an oil painting, with an exceptionally voluminous hem that prevented Xiaoqing Li from seeing her own feet as she looked down. He completed the ensemble with a pair of petite leather shoes and a charming little hat adorned with fresh flowers, securing the hat's silk ribbon beneath her chin in a lovely bow. "All set, off you go to play," Nangong Sihua said, gazing with satisfaction at his exquisite and adorable daughter. I'm going to see if Brother Dongjua is awake," Xiaoqing Li exclaimed, bounding off to find Dongjua. By now, Dongjua had already risen to engage in his morning exercises. Xiaoqing Li discovered him in the garden, where he was training with his upper body exposed, each muscle taut and brimming with strength. Due to his long absence from the sun, Dongjua's skin was particularly pale. Upon witnessing this sight, Xiaoqing Li, mimicking what she had seen on television, covered her eyes with her chubby little hands. "Oh no, I mustn't look. The book says, do not gaze upon what is inappropriate." Dongjua, sensing another's presence, turned to find it was the young mistress. He quickly donned his shirt, feeling a hint of embarrassment at being seen by her. "Brother Dongjua, it's time for breakfast." Xiao Qingli called out, her hands still covering her eyes, her voice sweet and innocent. All right, Dongjue replied as he finished dressing. Xiao Qingli then uncovered her eyes. Brother Dongjue is all dressed now, she chirped, scampering over to him. Dongjue gazed at the delicate and lovely young mistress. You look splendid, he remarked earnestly. Lily thinks she looks beautiful too, she replied, unabashedly confident. Hee, of course, the clothes chosen by Daddy are beautiful. Let us go back for breakfast, she said, taking Dongjue's hand. Dongjue accompanied Xiao Qingli, matching her dainty pace. The young mistress walked adorably, her small steps slow and rounded, resembling a dumpling in motion from afar. Upon returning to the living room, Nangong Sihua was already seated at the dining table, having prepared everything. Xing'er, come, drink your goat's milk, he urged, handing a bottle to his daughter. Thank you, Daddy. Xiao Qingli exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the bottle and began to drink, her innocence shining through. Drink more milk, and you'll grow tall. Young master, a letter has arrived from the Chris family, the butler announced, presenting a rustic invitation to Nangong Sihua. Glancing at it, Nangong Sihua noted, a soiree. I remember the exquisite desserts crafted by the pastry chef of the Chris family. Xing'er, would you like to attend the soiree? He inquired. There will be many little cakes to eat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingli's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, she exclaimed, eager to go. Very well, I shall take you tonight. Nangong Sihua replied. Seeing that the young mistress wished to go, the butler set about making preparations. After breakfast, the butler miraculously produced 2 bicycles, one of which had a large basket in front. Nangong Sihua's interest was piqued. Previously, he had paid no heed to such fanciful things, but now, with a daughter, his perspective had changed. He placed Xiao Qingli in the basket, checking for safety before setting off along the path outside the estate, with Dongjue trailing behind. My first time riding a bicycle, how novel, Xiao Qingli exclaimed, seated in the basket like a delicate doll. Daddy, sunflowers. She pointed excitedly at a vast field of sunflowers, a golden sea stretching endlessly before them. Nangong Sihua halted the bicycle, taking her hand as they ventured into the sunflower field.
Wow, Xiao Qingli exclaimed,
releasing her father's hand and joyfully running ahead. So beautiful. Nangong Sihua took out his camera to capture her delight. Initially, his photography skills were lacking, but after diligently studying composition and color, he had made remarkable progress. His current abilities rivaled those of a professional photographer.
Click.
A photo was taken, capturing a soft, adorable little bundle gazing up at the sunflowers, one bending slightly, as if curiously observing her. Nangong Sihua looked at the tender image with a gentle smile. Turning around, he noticed Dongjue, who was curiously sniffing a sunflower. It smells quite fragrant, he murmured, only to turn and find the young mistress aiming her camera at him. Flustered, Dongjue released the sunflower and glanced around nervously, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being caught by the young mistress. Nangong Sihua compared the 2 photographs. They conveyed distinctly different emotions. His daughter's image radiated joy, while Dongjue's seemed to tenderly embrace the sun. This led him to reminisce about the day he rescued Dongjue from a foreign gladiatorial arena. At 16, he had encountered the 8-year-old Dongjue, who had suffered grievous wounds from a beast. Dongjue had spoken a single plea in Chinese, "Save me." Without a second thought, Nangong Sihua had intervened. Their escape was perilous, and though Nangong Sihua himself was injured, he managed to bring Dongjue to safety. Upon returning home, he summoned a doctor to examine Dongjue and inquired about his family, only to discover that Dongjue had lost his memory. Despite his efforts to find any trace of his past, he was unsuccessful. Consequently, he decided to keep Dongjue by his side, naming him Dongjue. From a young age, Dongjue had been quiet, but after witnessing Nangong Sihua get injured on a mission, he expressed his desire to help. Initially reluctant, Nangong Sihua knew the harshness of training for assassins, yet Dongjue was resolute. Eventually, Nangong Sihua agreed to support him, provided he was certain of his path. From that day forth, Dongjue wore a silver mask, concealing half his face. Young master? Dongjue glanced at the young mistress, who appeared lost in thought. Is something the matter? Nothing. Go play with Xing'er, Nangong Sihua replied. Dongjue nodded and followed Xiao Qingli, who eagerly took his hand and ran ahead. Observing the joyous young mistress, Dongjue felt an inexplicable warmth spreading within him. The sky above was a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds, while beneath them lay the sunflowers and grassy fields, a breathtaking tableau. Suddenly, Xiao Qingli stumbled and fell. Young mistress, are you alright? Dong Jue rushed to lift her from the ground. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt at all. She reassured him, brushing off her dress. Nangong Sihua put away his camera. Let us head to the farm, he gently suggested. Okay, let us go see the sheep, Xiao Qingli exclaimed, joyfully running towards her father. The trio arrived at the farm, where not only were sheep and cows kept, but vegetables were also cultivated, tended to by the diligent butler. What a shame that such a splendid place is not utilized to cultivate some vegetables. Moreover, certain vegetables are simply unavailable in foreign lands. Little Qingli, with her small basket in hand, trotted off to the vegetable patch.
Daddy,
Look, such enormous tomatoes, she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight at the sight of the vibrant red fruit. If you wish to eat, simply pluck it, Nangong Sihua gently instructed. Little Qingli reached out, picked one, and could not restrain herself from taking a bite before it was washed. Nangong Sihua, caught off guard, was astonished that his adorable daughter would eat it without washing. Shinger, you must wash it first, he said with a sigh, taking the tomato from her mouth. Nearby, Dong Ju, who had been munching, thought, well, it probably won't hurt to eat it unwashed, and took another bite. Dong Ju, Nangong Sihua admonished, turning his attention to the other troublesome child. Dong Ju immediately hid the tomato behind his back. Little Qingli, undeterred, went to pluck a cucumber and, seizing the opportunity while her father was distracted, took another bite. Alas, Nangong Sihua sighed. Before long, little Qingli returned, her basket brimming with vegetables. Nangong Sihua washed them thoroughly before allowing his daughter to eat. The butler emerged with freshly squeezed goat's milk. Young master, would you like to experience milking a goat? The butler inquired enthusiastically. It would be a pity not to try, given that the young master is here. Nangong Sihua glanced at the robust goat and replied, no.
thank you.
However, little Qingli was intrigued. Butler grandpa, I want a milk, she declared. Nangong Sihua watched his daughter with a resigned expression. Her curiosity was quite strong. Very well. The butler eagerly led little Qingli to the experience. Fearless and unrestrained, little Qingli directly took to milking after a brief lesson from the butler. Nangong Sihua's heart raced with concern. What if the goat kicked her? Thankfully, the gentle creature posed no threat. Once the milking was completed, Nangong Sihua silently retrieved the needle he had previously held. Little Qingli's face radiated joy, as if she had unlocked a new life experience. Daddy, how magical. So, this is how the milk I drink every day is obtained. Alright, we should head back, Nangong Sihua said, wary that his daughter might become overly enthusiastic and attempt to milk the nearby cow, which was significantly larger and appeared far more intimidating. Little Qingli declared, washing her hands clean. Nangong Sihua dried them for her. Dong Ju returned with a rack of lamb, having come to retrieve it for their lunch of roasted lamb. Upon returning to the manor, the dresses for the evening's event had already arrived. Nangong Sihua examined the attire prepared for his daughter, a traditional Chinese style. The base was a rich crimson adorned with intricate floral patterns embroidered in gold and silver threads. It was a petite yet resplendent garment, exuding both elegance and vivacity, complemented by matching hair ornaments, antique safety locks, and delicate embroidered shoes. His own outfit was also traditional, designed as a complementary parent-child ensemble. Both garments were crafted from luxurious yun brocade, with the artistry of Su embroidery executed by hand. Dong Ju, committed to safeguarding Nangong Sihua and little Qingli, opted not to don the prepared traditional attire, instead wearing his usual clothes for practicality. After lunch, the stylist arrived to prepare their looks. Chapter 50. My Sheng'er is the most beautiful. Little Qingli obediently sat in the chair while the stylist, armed with a comb, styled her thick hair into a loose bun, securing it with a hairband and adorning it with a petite hairpin. The bangs were swept back, leaving only a few playful wisps framing her face. The stylist, ensuring no hairs were tugged, finally felt satisfied. Now, let's change your clothes, she said, struggling to contain her delight at the adorable cherubic face before her. Okay. Little Qingli replied, spreading her small hands wide. One by one, the stylist dressed her, finally tying a belt around her waist and placing a small jade lock around her neck. All done. The stylist beamed at her creation. What a delightful little bundle. In this hanfu, she resembles a pampered princess from ancient times. Thank you, sister, little Qingli said politely before dashing off to find her father. Daddy, look how beautiful I am. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua had dressed himself and styled his hair, witnessing his daughter's joyful entrance. You look beautiful. My Sheng'er is the most beautiful. he exclaimed, lifting his plump daughter into his arms. Daddy looks good too. My daddy is the most handsome. Little Qingli replied, her big eyes gazing adoringly at him. Nangong Sihua couldn't help but chuckle at her proud expression. He carried her downstairs, and the pair set off in the car towards the Chris family estate. As night descended, the sky ignited with a resplendent sunset. The Chris family hosted an outdoor soiree, where wine and champagne flowed freely amidst the clinking of glasses. The family patriarch, Jess, mingled with guests, yet his eyes frequently drifted toward the entrance. Why haven't they arrived yet? The car came to a gentle halt, and Nangong Sihua stepped out, cradling his daughter, with Dongju following closely behind. Sir, may I see your invitation? Inquired a waiter clad in a tailcoat. Speaking in French, Nangong Sihua presented the invitation. Mr. Nangong, please. The waiter seamlessly switched to Chinese. Thank you. Nangong Sihua nodded slightly. Upon spotting Nangong Sihua, Jess hurried over. Nan, you finally arrived, he exclaimed in halting Chinese. Jess, long time no see, Nangong Sihua responded, one arm around his daughter while extending a hand to Jess. Wow, is this your daughter? She's stunning like a doll. Jess marveled at little Qingli. Yes. This is my daughter, Ling Sheng, Nangong Sihua introduced. Miss Ling Sheng, welcome to the Chris family, Jess said, bowing in a gentlemanly manner. Mr. Jess. Little Qingli greeted sweetly. Wow, this uncle is so different from us. His eyes are blue, she exclaimed. Oh my goodness, Miss Ling Sheng, you are simply adorable. Akin to the celestial children in our mythology, Jess continued to compliment. Thank you, Mr. Jess, little Qingli replied sweetly. Nan, Miss Ling Sheng, shall we proceed inside? Jess suggested. Certainly, Nangong Sihua said, carrying his daughter inside. The attendees at the soiree cast curious glances at Nangong Sihua and little Qingli.
Who is that?
Jess is personally welcoming them. Their outfits are exquisite. They appear so refined. Nan, I know you don't drink. I've prepared tea especially for you. Jess indicated to the table with freshly brewed tea. This is renowned tea from your country. Do give it a try. Thank you, I also brought you a gift. Nangong Sihua said. Dongju, he called, and Dongju presented a box to him. Upon opening it, Jess's eyes widened in astonishment at the exquisite folding screen inside. Wow, this is truly magnificent, he exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to touch it, fearful of smudging its beauty. It is handcrafted, a traditional craft from our country. Known as Keisai, Nangong Sihua elaborated. Wow, this is truly exquisite. I must procure a safe to lock it away, Jess exclaimed, his eyes filled with wonder. How can such a magnificent piece of art be crafted entirely by hand? Jess, I would much prefer for you to showcase its beauty, Nangong Sihua remarked. Taking a sip of tea. Very well. I shall ensure that all who visit my home shall behold it. Jess comprehended Nangong Sihua's intention. Little Qingli, nestled in her father's embrace, slowly savored a slice of cake with a silver spoon. It's so delicious. Brother Dongju, this is wonderful. She eagerly recommended her treat to Dongju. Dongju accepted a small bite. Quite sweet, he remarked. Isn't it delightful? Little Qingli asked with anticipation. Dongju nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite good. Xing Air, shortly your father will be discussing matters with this gentleman in the study. You must stay close to Dongju and not wander off, understood? Nangong Sihua instructed her daughter. All right, Lili will obediently remain beside brother Dongju. I won't stray, little Qingli affirmed, nodding with her silver spoon in hand. Nan, if you feel uneasy, I shall call Hanno to accompany Miss Ling Sheng, Jess suggested. Observing Nangong Sihua's concerned expression. Was this what they referred to in their country as a daughter slave?
Hanno just called out.
Hanno, Jess's eldest son, aged 7, responded from the crowd. Before long, a boy clad in a suit and bow tie, with fair skin, golden hair and blue eyes approached.
Anno.
Please take good care of Miss Ling Sheng, Jess instructed in French. Of course, Hanno nodded. After Nangong Sihua imparted a few more words, Dongju followed Jess to the study. Hanno gazed at the exquisitely doll-like little girl, who was equally captivated by him.
Ello, hanno crouched down.
Little Qingli, not understanding French, looked at him with a bewildered expression. Switching to accented Chinese, Hanno greeted, Hello, Miss Ling Sheng, it is an honor to meet you. Hello. Little Qingli replied sweetly. Then, both children found themselves at a loss for words. Hanno felt a bit awkward, uncertain how to engage with such a lovely young girl. Little Qingli, however, showed no signs of embarrassment and continued to enjoy her cake. Do you enjoy cake? Hanno ventured to initiate a conversation. Yes, very much. Little Qingli nodded. Lily loves it. But Papa has said I mustn't eat too much, or my teeth will suffer. This mousse from my home is quite good. You should try it, Hanno offered, presenting a mousse to little Qingli. Thank you, she politely responded, then scooped a bite with her small spoon and tasted it. So delicious. So delightful. She beamed at Hanno. I'm glad you like it, Hanno replied with a gentlemanly smile. Brother Dongju, you must try this. It's truly delicious. Little Qingli insisted, offering the mousse to Dongju, confident in its tastiness. Dongju took a bite. Quite good, though not sweet enough. A tad more sweetness would be perfect, he candidly stated. Little Qingli was surprised that the usually taciturn Dongju had such a penchant for sweetness. Hanno looked at Dongju with curiosity. This individual was not in formal attire, yet Miss Ling Sheng referred to him as brother. Was he a servant or indeed her sibling? Brother Dongju, do sit down, little Qingli urged, observing him standing rigidly. You must be tired from standing so long. Miss Ling Sheng, who is he?
Hanno inquired.
Uncertain. He is brother Dongju, very capable indeed. Little Qingli declared proudly. Hanno scrutinized Dongju, momentarily perplexed about his status. In their household, social hierarchy was strictly observed. Servants were not permitted to sit alongside their masters. Chapter 51. Brother Dongju is a family member of both her and Papa. Perhaps it would be best to continue observing. Hanno, who is she? Several children, around 6 or 7 years old, approached. The girls wore crowns and princess gowns, while the boys donned suits and bow ties. This is Miss Ling Sheng, Hanno introduced. Hanno, how dare you sit with her? I won't allow it. A little girl indignantly pointed at little Qingli. Though little Qingli could not comprehend her words, she discerned the girl's furious expression. Lily has done nothing. She is merely enjoying her cake, she defended herself. Nive, that is quite rude of you, Hanno admonished. Pointing at someone is very impolite. I don't care. You belong to me, Nive shouted. Hanno was exasperated. I am not your possession. Nive's demeanor suggested she regarded him as her personal property. Little Qingli watched as the two seemed on the brink of a quarrel, with her at the center of it. Biting her spoon, she hesitated before speaking up.
Hanno.
What are you arguing about? Is it about Lily? This is not Miss Ling Sheng's issue, Hanno replied, his expression strained. Nive, seeing Hanno converse with little Qingli, grew even angrier and stormed over, attempting to shove little Qingli. Quick as a flash, Dongju scooped little Qingli up. Nive lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. Nive fumed on the floor, throwing a tantrum.
I am furious, absolutely furious.
I've never felt so humiliated. Nive, are you alright? Her loyal defender approached to help her. Go away, I don't want your help, I want Hanno. Nive forcefully pushed the boy away. Dongju glared at Nive, displeased that she dared to push the young mistress. How dare you glare at me, you servant? Nive exclaimed, instinctively fearful of Dongju's gaze but quickly regained her bravado, shouting in Chinese, I'm not afraid of you. Little Qingli understood her words now. She was angry. Brother Dongju is not a servant. He is family to Papa and me, she retorted loudly, her little face flushed with indignation. Brother Dongju is family to us. Not a servant. Just a servant. Otherwise, why is he dressed like a beggar? Nive incredulously replied, unable to believe little Qingli dared to contradict her. Having never experienced such indignity at home, little Qingli was now fuming like a pufferfish, struggling to break free. Apologize to brother Dongju, or I'll bite you, she threatened fiercely. Dongju was still reeling from little Qingli's declaration of family, feeling dizzy. I want tea. Nive stood defiantly, attempting once more to push little Qingli. In retaliation, little Qingli seized Nive's hand and bit down. Let go of me. Hanno and the others rushed to intervene, while Dongju responded swiftly, lifting little Qingli. Apologize to brother Dongju. Young mistress, it's all right, Dongju assured her. It truly doesn't matter. He was unconcerned with others' opinions. Who bullied you? A tall foreign gentleman approached, holding a champagne glass. Daddy, she bullied me. Moments ago. The once arrogant Nive hastily rushed to her father, weeping. Hanno, who on earth is your family inviting? How can these uncouth individuals possibly mingle with our esteemed lineage? Her father, Rick, responded with indignation. Mr. Rick, Miss Ling Sheng is a distinguished guest invited by my father, Hanno clarified. Moreover, it was Nive who initially bullied Miss Ling Sheng. He had grown weary of Nive's temperament, were it not for the familial ties. He would have preferred to distance himself from her. Miss Ling Sheng, in contrast, possessed a far more endearing nature. Hanno, how could you side with others? Neve exclaimed, as if provoked, emboldened further by her father's presence. She resorted to her usual theatrics, a tactic that had proven effective at home, drawing the attention of those nearby. Hanno felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Neve was on the verge of ruining the soiree hosted by their family. Neve, do not be upset. I will have them removed. Rick consoled his beloved daughter. Who do you intend to expel? A chilling presence approached. Nangong Sihua. Daddy. Xiao Qingli looked at her father. Her father has also arrived. What is it, Xing'er? Nangong Sihua inquired gently, taking notice of his daughter. Daddy. That person tried to push Li Li and claimed that brother Dongju is a servant. When Li Li asked her to apologize, she still attempted to push her. Xiao Qingli recounted slowly, reminiscing about the earlier incident. Then Li Li bit her. Upon hearing Xiao Qingli's words, Jess felt a wave of dizziness. Good heavens! Had I known, I would never have invited the Rick family. Hanno, is this true? Jess turned to his son, discerning that Nan's daughter was not lying. It was easy to detect falsehoods from such a young child. Yes, father, Hanno affirmed with a nod. Rick, Neve, you both owe Miss Ling Sheng and Mr. Nangong an apology, Jess stated with gravity. After all, Nan was someone he could not afford to offend. The Rick family needed to recognize the gravity of the situation and promptly apologize to quell Nan's ire, for he sensed the man's simmering fury. Apologize? I refuse. Neve exclaimed in disbelief. Uncle Jess was actually asking her to apologize, something no one had ever demanded of her. Xing'er, what do you think we should do? Nangong Sihua's voice remained gentle, yet a hint of anger lurked beneath. She should apologize to brother Dongju, Xiao Qingli insisted earnestly. Neve was resolute in her refusal to apologize. Nangong Sihua's patience had worn thin. If so, then let the sins of the child be borne by the parent, he declared, producing a silver needle. With a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light flashed. A thud echoed as Rick found himself kneeling on the ground. He clutched his knee in agony. It throbbed painfully, devoid of strength. Looking up at Nangong Sihua, he stammered, I am sorry. He understood the dire consequences of offending SN. Otherwise, his family would surely hold him accountable. Nangong Sihua did not even spare him a glance, instead cradling his daughter and moving to another sofa. Jess quickly summoned assistants to carry Rick away for medical treatment. After all, he was the host and could not simply disregard the situation. Nangong Sihua gently instructed his adorable daughter not to swallow the mouthwash. Do not swallow it, he advised, fearing that his innocent daughter might do so. Chapter 52. The young master cares for the little young master exceptionally well. Xiao Qingli obediently spat out the mouthwash. Nangong Sihua thoroughly checked his daughter for any injuries before feeling relieved. He then turned his attention to Dongju. Dongju, I apologize for the trouble. I will ensure you receive recompense. Those who have bullied you must face consequences. Young master, Dongju does not mind. Dongju replied. The only individuals he truly cared about were the young master, the little young master, and Nanyu. The opinions of others held little weight for him. Nangong Sihua regarded his subordinates. While Dongju could afford to be indifferent, as their young master, he could not allow himself to be so. Once Jess had resolved the issue with Rick, he hurried over to apologize to Nangong Sihua. Nand, I am truly sorry. I hope Miss Nangong was not frightened, Jess expressed with sincere remorse. It is nothing, Nangong Sihua replied nonchalantly. Jess glanced at his son.
Go on.
Hanno produced a gift box. Miss Ling Sheng, I deeply regret the fright you received. This is an apology gift I personally selected for you. Please accept it. Hanno offered. Xiao Qingli looked to her father. Can I accept it? Nangong Sihua nodded. Thank you, Hanno. Xiao Qingli accepted the gift. Hanno watched expectantly as she opened it, anxious to see if Miss Ling Sheng would appreciate it. However, when she did not open it, he felt a pang of disappointment. Miss Ling Sheng, do you not like the gift I chose? Hanno asked, feeling somewhat disheartened. Xiao Qingli looked at Hanno, confused. She had not even opened it yet. So, how could he assume she did not like it? Hanno, in our country, it is considered impolite to open a gift given to you in front of the giver. Nangong Sihua explained, clarifying why his daughter had refrained from unwrapping the present. Cultural differences between their two nations inevitably led to misunderstandings. Hanno's demeanor brightened upon realizing this. As the soiree progressed, Xiao Qingli began to feel drowsy. Why are the adults still awake so late? Li is so very sleepy. Is Shunga tired? Nangong Sihua observed his daughter's waning enthusiasm. Xiao Qingli nodded, patting her chubby cheeks. Then let us return home. Nangong Sihua lifted his plump daughter into his arms. All right, Xiao Qingli, rest your head on Daddy's shoulder. Jess. I will take my daughter home now, Nangong Sihua informed the host. Very well, Nan. Jess nodded in acknowledgement. Nangong Sihua cradled his nearly asleep daughter as they made their way home. Upon arrival, he found her fast asleep. Unable to bear the thought of waking her, he simply took a warm towel and gently wiped her down. This arrangement shall facilitate a more restful slumber. Little Qingli sleeps soundly, seemingly dreaming of delectable delights. Smacking her lips in delight, Nangong Sihua retreats to the adjacent room to cleanse himself, returning only after attending to some matters in the study. Good night, he whispers softly, gazing at his daughter's tranquil visage under the dim light. The following morning, little Qingli awakens. It seems I did not bathe last night. Am I smelly? She sniffs her little hands, still fragrant. Yet, a bath is indeed necessary, for Qingli is a tidy and conscientious child. Daddy. She calls from the edge of her bed. Nangong Sihua enters from the balcony, observing his still drowsy daughter with an amused smile. Daddy, I want to take a bath. Little Qingli insists. Very well, he replies, scooping her up to the bathing area. Daddy, where shall we play today? She inquires, clinging to his neck.
Today.
Shunga will stay home alone, as your father and Dongjue have some matters to attend to, Nangong Sihua explains. Can I come along? Little Qingli pleads with a pitiful gaze. Your father and Dongjue are discussing adult matters. Once they are done, we shall return home, all right? Nangong Sihua reassures her patiently. Okay. Little Qingli concedes, feeling a touch of disappointment knowing her father and Dongjue cannot accompany her. Though I am sad, I understand that you and Dongjue must handle important affairs. I shall not disrupt, she reflects. When Daddy returns, we will go see the lavender, shall we? Nangong Sihua, unable to bear his daughter's despondence, offers comfort, though he knows some matters are too perilous to involve her. All right, she nods. After preparing her for the day, Nangong Sihua takes her downstairs for breakfast. Daddy. I wish to eat dumplings, little Qingli expresses, eyeing the bread and milk. Homemade breakfast is the best. Young master, it is quite difficult to procure dumpling wrappers here. Should you wish for them, I can immediately send someone to find them, the butler interjects. I cannot roll the dough, Dongjue admits, lacking that particular skill. Little Qingli gazes expectantly at her father, who clears his throat under her hopeful gaze. Alas, I am also incapable, Nangong Sihua confesses. All right, she sighs, disappointment creeping in. The butler, unable to watch the little one so forlorn, suggests, Young master, I shall check nearby cities for dumplings. No need, I will eat them when I return home. Little Qingli wisely replies, knowing she can enjoy an abundance then. The butler feels warmth in his heart at her understanding nature. She is truly a good and kind child, unspoiled by excessive indulgence. After breakfast, Nangong Sihua departs with Dongjue, while the butler takes little Qingli to see the little lamb. The lamb, well-groomed and clean, appears plump and inviting. Little Qingli strokes its soft wool, and the lamb affectionately licks her hand, bleating in response. Curious. She gazes at the creature as the butler watches with a smile. The lamb kneels, allowing little Qingli to lie beside it, gazing up at the blue sky and white clouds, pondering what her father and Dongjue might be doing. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua and Dongjue arrive at the renowned F family estate. Mr. Nangong, please come in, an elegant foreign gentleman beckons. Nangong Sihua discreetly surveys the man's sidearm. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, they are halted by two bodyguards. With a frosty glare, Nangong Sihua regards the foreign gentleman behind him. What is the meaning of this? Mr. Nangong, please submit to a search before entering. Weapons are not permitted, the foreign gentleman smiles. Nangong Sihua scoffs, producing his own firearm. He had initially wished to avoid confrontation, but some individuals simply lack discernment, expecting him to disarm himself on their territory. Does he appear foolish? The foreign gentleman, underestimating Nangong Sihua's resolve, huffs dismissively, thinking the legendary SN founder is not so formidable after all. In the next instant, Nangong Sihua presses the gun to his forehead. The bodyguards swiftly draw their weapons, but Dongjue, ever prepared, deftly disarms them, seizing their guns. What was that you just said? I did not quite catch it, Nangong Sihua coldly inquires, his piercing gaze filled with an icy glare. I said, please allow me to search you. The The foreign gentleman dares to respond. In a decisive move, Nangong Sihua fires a shot into the man's leg. The foreign gentleman collapses to one knee, disbelief etched across his face. He cannot fathom that someone would dare to shoot him on the F family's grounds. May I now enter? Nangong Sihua's gun remains poised at his forehead, as if ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Mr. Nangong, there is no need for such hostility, a voice calls from within the villa. Chapter 53. By Ling Lan of the Bai family in Jiangnan. The hospitality of the F family is truly enlightening, Nangong Sihua remarks to the figure emerging from within. I apologize for the rudeness, Mr. Nangong. As fellow countrymen, let's not hold grudges against Mu for his lack of decorum, the elegantly attired elder in traditional garb states. Nangong Sihua is taken aback to discover that the head of the illustrious F family is not even a native. He holsters his weapon, and Dongjue tosses the confiscated firearms back to the bodyguards. Mr. Nangong, please come in, Mu Yuan invites. Nangong Sihua, feeling no need for formality, strides into the villa, with Dongjue closely following, ever vigilant. Mu Yuan observes Dongjue, a thoughtful glimmer passing through his eyes. The trio enters the study. Mr. Nangong, please, Mu Yuan gestures, pouring a cup of floral tea for him. Mr. Mu, I must formally inform you on behalf of SN that the technology in question is not for sale. Nangong Sihua states, regarding the jasmine tea in his cup. I see Mr. Nangong is resolute. Why not consider a partnership instead? Mu Yuan suggests, sipping his tea nonchalantly. Transfer to me the exclusive distribution rights in Europe, and we can negotiate profit sharing. Noting Nangong Sihua's steadfast demeanor, Mu Yuan takes a step back. Surely, it is possible to produce a product derived from that technology. I shall ponder it, Nangong Sihua replies vaguely. This cunning old fox seeks to acquire SN's newly developed traditional Chinese medicine extraction technology, intending to sell the resulting products at a premium back home. This could yield SN profits in the hundreds of billions. Are you certain you wish to deliberate further? Mu Yuan states slowly, emphasizing the potential for continuous revenue growth. SN is not in need of funds, Nangong Sihua replies, exuding an air of indifference. Mu Yuan chuckles softly, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Indeed, SN is a formidable entity, lacking for nothing. Mu Yuan refrained from discussing matters of technology and medicine, instead shifting the conversation to jasmine tea. The jasmine flowers in Huagua must have long since bloomed, he mused, a hint of nostalgia gleaming in his eyes. Nangong Sihua found it difficult to ascertain his intentions. Why the sudden mention of jasmine flowers? Mr. Nangong, if you would be so kind as to bring me a few jasmine plants from Jiangcheng, I would be willing to offer a reward of 10 million, Mu Yuan declared. You may go yourself, Nangong Sihua replied coolly. He had already expressed that he was not in need of money. I have promised a dear friend that I shall never set foot within the borders of Huagua again.
Mu Yuan smiled softly.
Then you should ask someone else, Nangong Sihua suggested. Those who go will not receive them. I desire the jasmine flowers personally cultivated by the Bai family of Jiangcheng, the Bai family renowned for their literary heritage. They would not part with them for just anyone.
Mu Yuan explained.
I merely wish to hold onto a cherished memory. He recalled the first time he had met her, standing amidst the pure white jasmine, clad in a simple qipao, holding a paper umbrella. That was the most breathtaking sight he had ever encountered. If Mr. Nangong is willing, I would be glad to return this to you, Mu Yuan said, rising to retrieve a wooden box. Nangong Sihua glanced inside to discover a national treasure of Huagua, stolen by a band of robbers years ago, and never returned home. Very well, Nangong Sihua acquiesced. He could refuse money without hesitation. But returning a national treasure was a request he could not easily decline. I await your good news, Mr. Nangong, Mu Yuan stated, hopeful that he would indeed bring back the jasmine flowers she had personally nurtured. So many years had passed. He wondered how she was and whether she still remembered him. Farewell, Nangong Sihua said as he departed with Dongjue. After Nangong Sihua left, Mu Yuan sat alone in his study for a considerable time, the fragrance of jasmine enveloping the room. Linglan, I wonder if you have thought of me over the years. You forbade me from inquiring about your whereabouts, threatening that if you discovered my attempts, we would never meet again in this life or the next. I have been afraid. Thus, for all these years, I have refrained from seeking information. I have crafted many kipeos for you. I wonder if you would like them. Sir, Madam invites you to see her, the steward announced. I shall not, Mu Yuan replied curtly. She mentioned that she wore the qipao you made, and that you would surely like it, the steward continued. Having watched Miss May grow up, he felt a pang of sympathy. Miss May was genuinely humble for him. Mu Yuan stood up, his face flushed with anger. How dare she wear the cheap how I made? That was intended for Linglan. Mu Yuan entered the room and saw Macy adorned in a pristine white cheapao. Darling, do you think I look lovely in this cheapao?
Macy exclaimed joyfully.
Take it off. You shall not touch her belongings. Mu Yuan's voice was laced with fury.
Why?
After all these years, can you still not let her go? Macy cried out in despair. Is Bai Linglan truly so exceptional that you cannot forget her after all this time? Indeed, Mu Yuan admitted candidly. When we wed, I made it clear that I would forever love Linglan. Fate had played a cruel hand. The Bai family had already promised him Linglan's hand in marriage, yet life can be dramatically unpredictable. He had almost married the love of his life. Macy wept inconsolably. In that moment, Mu Yuan appeared to age significantly.
Macy.
Are you truly unaware of your father's actions back then, or do you know but simply choose to ignore them?
Mu Yuan spoke softly. Macy froze in shock.
You couldn't possibly know, she stammered. It was only your father and I present. No one else could know. Ultimately, Mu Yuan left the room and instructed for Macy's cheapao to be burned. Upon returning home, Nangong Sihua discovered his daughter was not there. After inquiring, he learned she had gone to the ranch for some leisure. He set off to find her and discovered her napping beside his sheep. Shielding herself from the sun with a small parasol, a handful of wildflowers clutched in her hand. Not afraid of the heat, are you? He gently remarked as he sat beside her, lost in thoughts of Jasmine. What connection did Mu Yuan have with the Bai family? Bai Linglan. The name seemed familiar. She was the eldest daughter of the Bai family from years past. He resolved to investigate what had transpired with the Bai family. When Xiao Qingli woke, she spotted her father sitting beside her. Papa, you're back, she exclaimed, snuggling against his arm. Yes, Nangong Sihua replied, brushing the grass from her clothes and placing a flower crown woven from wildflowers atop her head. This afternoon, shall we go see the lavender? Yes. Xiao Qingli chirped sweetly. As they made their way back to the manor, Dong Ju was engrossed in eating chips, utterly focused on a snack. Upon noticing Nangong Sihua and Xiao Qingli's return, he hastily set aside his chips. Dong Ju, tidy up. We will be spending the night elsewhere, Nangong Sihua instructed. Understood, Dong Ju replied, heading upstairs to pack his belongings. After lunch, Nangong Sihua took his daughter and Dong Ju to see the lavender fields, traveling to a city renowned as the home of lavender, a legendary sea of purple. He had thoughtfully changed Xiao Qingli into a white dress for a more harmonious photo. Chapter 54. You have offended those not to be provoked. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, the fragrant aroma of lavender wafted towards them. Xiao Qingli joyfully leapt from her father's embrace and scampered towards the lavender to inhale its delightful scent. It smells so wonderful, she exclaimed. Nangong Sihua watched her with tender eyes. Dong Ju, curious, approached to take a whiff as well. Indeed, it is quite fragrant. Let us enter. There are hot air balloons inside, Nangong Sihua informed them, having researched the attractions.
All right.
Xiao Qingli eagerly dashed ahead. Be careful. Do not fall. Nangong Sihua cautioned with care. Xiao Qingli responded. Dong Ju silently trailed behind. Within the purple sea, a small figure clad in white joyfully raced about. Nearby, vendors were selling lavender crowns, which Xiao Qingli coveted. The stall owner, noticing the adorable child, kindly inquired if she would like one and quoted a price. Xiao Qingli did not understand French, nor did Dong Ju. Just as she was about to call for her father, she noticed him conversing with a beautiful young lady who was holding a smartphone. Sir, may I have your phone number? You are the most handsome man I have ever encountered, the striking foreign girl remarked. You are incredibly handsome. And your demeanor is quite charming. I apologize. I did not bring my phone, Nangong Sihua politely declined. Very well, the young lady replied, somewhat disappointed. My daughter is waiting for me over there. Forgive me. Nangong Sihua finished speaking and turned to leave, heading towards his daughter. The foreign girl was taken aback.
What?
He actually has a daughter. He looks like he is barely in his 20s. Daddy, I want that flower crown, Lili said, but she couldn't comprehend his words. Little Qingli looked up at her father and said, Daddy, can you take me to buy it? Nangong Sihua took his daughter's hand and went to purchase the flower crown. The foreign girl remained, curious to see what kind of daughter such a handsome father would have. To her delight, the little girl was simply adorable. Moreover, the tenderness emanating from the handsome man when he interacted with his daughter was utterly enchanting. Alas, he was already married. The foreign girl left with a sense of regret. Little Qing Li acquired 3 flower crowns. Nangong Sihua paid for his daughter. Daddy, can you squat down? Little Qing Li tugged at her father's sleeve. Nangong Sihua complied and squatted down. Little Qing Li placed the flower crown atop his head. Beneath the setting sun, their shadows elongated. Daddy looks so good. Little Qing Li praised. Nangong Sihua, in high spirits, affectionately patted his daughter's little head. Little Qing Li then adorned Dong Ju with a crown, who remained expressionless while donning it. He has one too. Finally, Nangong Sihua adjusted the crown on his daughter's head. With the flower crown in place, Little Qing Li walked through the lavender fields with her tiny legs. Nangong Sihua captured numerous photos of his daughter.
Daddy,
A hot air balloon is in the sky. Little Qing Li exclaimed, pointing at the floating balloon. Would you like to ride in it? Nangong Sihua inquired gently.
yes.
Little Qing Li nodded vigorously. She also wanted to soar into the heavens, to touch the fluffy clouds and bask in the golden sun. All right, Nangong Sihua said, taking his daughter to board the hot air balloon. After finding the launch site and paying the fare, he placed Little Qing Li in the basket. She gazed curiously at the balloon, wondering if it could really fly her into the sky. As the balloon ascended slowly, Nangong Sihua supported his daughter while she stood on a small stool to view the scenery below. The hot air balloon drifted gently towards the sunset. Daddy, can we float in front of the sun? Little Qing Li excitedly asked. No, the sun is very far away from us, Nangong Sihua replied. So far that we could never reach it. Little Qing Li looked at the sun with a hint of disappointment. So, Grandpa Sun, is that far away from us? Young master, if you were to stand in front of the sun, you would be scorched, Dong Ju interjected. Just like the dried mangoes you fed him today. Little Qing Li gazed at Dong Ju with a shocked expression. Then I don't want to go in front of the sun. She didn't wish to be roasted. The 3 of them enjoyed their time together, while chaos reigned back in the capital. The Nangong family was in utter disarray. Ever since Nangong Sihua announced himself as the founder of SN, the companies collaborating with the Nangong family rushed to terminate their contracts, preferring to pay the penalties than continue their partnerships. The Nangong family's enterprises were left in turmoil, as Nangong Rahai exploited personnel dismissals and appointments for his own financial gain. Nangong Sihua was overwhelmed, struggling to manage the company's affairs. And then news from the hospital arrived. The doctor called to report that Meng Rulan's face was completely infected. Nangong Sihua attempted to contact Nangong Rahai, but he consistently failed to reach him. With no other choice, he hurried to the hospital. The old man valued familial bonds above all. He needed to present a dutiful image before him. At that moment, Nangong Rahai was using the bribe money he received at the company to buy gifts for his new lover. Upon hearing that her father had arrived, Xia Rulan stood up excitedly. Finally, her father was coming to rescue her. The officers escorted Xia Rulan out.
Dad.
Can I go home now? She asked eagerly.
Rulan.
How did you offend young Master Nangong? Xia Zhenggang's eyes darkened. Young Master Nangong? That's the one from the street. Xia Rulan recounted the incident from the street.
Fool.
Xia Zhenggang erupted in fury. Dad, why are you so angry? Nangong Sihua has already been expelled from the Nangong family. He's just a stray dog now. What's there to fear? Xia Rulan defended herself, a hint of fear creeping into her expression. If it were before, she would never have dared to provoke Nangong Sihua. But now that he had been ousted from the family, what did the Xia family have to worry about? He had just been expelled, yet he immediately proclaimed himself the founder of SN. SN. That's a company we can't afford to offend. Xia Zhenggang slammed his hand on the table in frustration. What kind of company is SN? Our entire Xia group doesn't even measure up to a fraction of it. This foolish daughter will be the death of me. Even though Nangong Sihua had left the Nangong family, he was still not someone to be trifled with. And she was foolishly courting trouble. The person I spoke with told me that you offended young Master Nangong, and no one dares to release you. Just stay in there and reflect. Xia Zhenggang recalled the words from that night when Director Zhang spoke to him. Mr. Xia, it's not that I can't help you. Do you know who your daughter has offended? Director Zhang said leisurely. Director Zhang, please spare me the suspense. Who exactly has Rulan offended that even you dare not release her? Xia Zhenggang smiled obsequiously. Young Master Nangong, Director Zhang stated plainly. Xia Zhenggang was taken aback. His daughter had actually offended young Master Nangong.
No wonder.
Dad, you can't just leave me here. If my mother in heaven finds out. She wouldn't rest in peace. Xia Rulan wielded her trump card. Whenever she wanted something her father wouldn't give, mentioning her deceased mother always worked. Xia Zhenggang gazed at his daughter, who bore a striking resemblance to his late wife, and sighed deeply. Stay put and behave. Don't cause trouble. I'll go plead with young Master Nangong, he said. Okay, hurry back, Dad. Xia Rulan urged. At the hospital, Nangong Sihua looked at his mother's face. Covered in pus and emitting a foul odor, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He restrained the urge to vomit and inquired of the doctor what had happened. The doctor indicated that no specific issues could be identified. Confused, Nangong Sihua thought to himself that his mother could not possibly be in this condition without reason. Sihua, how is Rulan? An elderly voice called out. Chapter 55. It turns out Dongju is so handsome. Hearing the voice, Nangong Sihua put on a sorrowful expression. Grandparents. My mother, he sighed heavily. Meng Mu supported her husband, who leaned on a cane, as they entered. Oh dear, what has happened to my Rulan? She lamented. Where is Rahai? With Rulan in this state, where could he be? Meng Mu gazed at her daughter, with concern. Dad is dealing with matters at the company. Recently, Nangong Sihua has been making some moves, and I've barely managed to get away, Nangong Sihua explained helplessly. Hearing this, Meng Fu immediately became enraged. Just like that ungrateful daughter. Just as insufferable. He fumed. Why is your mother hospitalized? ISNT it, because Nangong Sihua started to say, but then paused. It was better to leave some things unsaid to allow for imagination. It often proved more effective than stating them outright. Why is Rulan hospitalized? Is it because of Nangong Sihua? Mingmu immediately thought of whether Nangong Sihua had caused her daughter to end up like this. Grandpa and Grandma, it's not like that. After all, he is still my brother and my mother is his aunt, Mingfu exclaimed. Nangong Sihua mastered the art of eloquence, having learned it from his mother since childhood. It must be his doing. Mingfu's father fumed. That rebellious girl back then never liked Rulan, constantly targeting her. Her son is just like her. Nangong Sihua reveled in the anger of the two elderly figures before him. Although he sometimes found his mother's methods rather unrefined, they were undeniably effective against certain individuals. Grandpa and Grandma, please don't be angry. What if it affects your health? Nangong Sihua said with a caring tone. How thoughtful of Sihua, Mingmu said, feeling a sense of comfort. It was worth the affection she had showered upon him since childhood. As Nangong Sihua saw the old couple moved by his words, a smug smile crept onto his lips. Sometimes, a few kind words can be more touching than tangible gestures of concern. Years ago, when his father feigned death and left the Nangong family, his mother had lived with him, but it was always his grandparents who provided financial support. His mother would occasionally return, buy a few things and say a few sweet words, which would deeply touch his grandparents, making them feel that she must be suffering outside, thus showering her with money. The Meng family was indeed a scholarly lineage, with some cultural depth. His parents squandered his grandparents' money without restraint, but the elderly never voiced their discontent. Far away in another country, Nangong Sihua was not oblivious to the affairs back home. He simply chose not to care. As long as they did not provoke him. At that moment, Nangong Sihua was with his daughter, sampling the local delicacies. Xia Kingley's expression while tasting the food was indescribable. Daddy, when are we going back?
She asked, distressed.
She missed the roasted duck, big meatballs and sweet and sour ribs from home. Shall we go back tomorrow? Nangong Sihua comforted her by patting her little head. If it's not good, we want to eat it, he added. Dongjue beside them was also unable to stomach the meal. It really is awful. Nangong Sihua took out his phone to search for nearby Chinese restaurants and was pleasantly surprised to find one. Let us go eat something else, he said, picking up his daughter. Is there sweet and sour ribs? Xia Kingley inquired. Sigh. Big meatballs would be fine too, she added, lowering her expectations. There should be, Nangong Sihua replied, though he was uncertain. Since it wasn't too far, the three of them walked over. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the proprietress, with a strong Jiangqing accent, warmly welcomed them. This way, please. Nangong Sihua glanced around the restaurant's decor, noting the typical Jiangqing style, indicating that the owner was from that region. To his surprise, most of the patrons were foreigners. Suddenly, he spotted someone he recognized, Mu Yuan.
Mu Yuan noticed them as well.
Xia Kingley and Dongjue were busy looking at the menu, with Dongjue reading the dish, names aloud for Xia Kingley to hear. She pointed with her tiny fingers at what she wanted to eat. Our fried rice is quite good. The proprietress recommended. One order, please, Nangong Sihua replied. All right, please wait a moment, the proprietress smiled. Xia Kingley patiently rested her little head on her hands as she awaited her meal. I want 2 bowls of rice, she declared. Dongjue, seeing her posture, mirrored her by resting his own head on his hands. Dongjue Gij, don't move, you have grass on your head, she remarked. Noticing the bits of grass on Dongjue's head from earlier, he responded with a nasal likely from the flower crown he had just worn. As Zai Qingli reached out her little hand to remove the grass, she accidentally pressed a small bump, causing a crisp sound. Dongjue's mask fell off, but he quickly caught it. Zai Qingli gazed at him in astonishment. Dongjue Gij, you're so handsome, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. She had once asked Shitsi Gij why Dongjue wore a mask. Shitsi had told her it was because Dongjue was unattractive and wore it to avoid feeling inferior next to him, a handsome youth. Now she realized Shitsi had deceived her. Dongjue was actually very good-looking. Good-looking? Dongjue touched his face, looking at the little lady. Her bright, dark pupils reflected his visage. He hadn't looked in a mirror for many years, and he had almost forgotten what he looked like. Yes, you're really handsome, Zai Qingli affirmed, nodding her little head vigorously. Nangong Sihua also regarded Dongjue, acknowledging that he was indeed quite handsome, though his face didn't quite match his decisive temperament.
Dongjue,
who exuded a ruthless air, possessed a gentle face. His features were delicate, with dark brows and red lips, carrying a hint of scholarly charm. Feeling somewhat bashful under the gaze of the little master and the young lady, Dongjue donned his mask again. Zai Qingli remained enchanted by Dongjue's beauty. She resolved to tell Shitsi how handsome Dongjue was the next time they met. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan, seated at a nearby table, appeared shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's really too similar. He suddenly stood up, accidentally knocking over the cutlery on the table, which shattered on the floor. Sir, are you alright? Did you hurt yourself? A waitress hurriedly inquired. I'm fine. Mu Yuan stumbled over to Nangong Sihua's table. Dongjue immediately became alert, while Nangong Sihua held Zai Qingli close and gripped a needle. Watching Mu Yuan intently. Good day, Mr. Nangong, Mu Yuan said, trying to compose himself as he observed the wary expressions of the two and the bewildered child. Mr. Nangong. There's no need to be tense. I merely spotted an acquaintance and wanted to say hello. Mr. Mu's reaction doesn't resemble that of someone encountering an acquaintance. Nangong Sihua replied. No one would believe that Mu Yuan was so agitated merely because he saw him. The one who truly excited him was likely Dongjue. Mr. Nangong. Sometimes it's better to keep certain things to oneself, Mu Yuan remarked, his gaze drifting toward Dongjue. Dongjue, in turn, shot him a frosty glare, his hand inching toward his waist. I mean no harm, Mu Yuan said, exasperated. After scrutinizing Mu Yuan for a moment, Nangong Sihua finally lowered the needle in his hand. The dishes have arrived. Chapter 56. Zai Qingli overestimated her appetite. The dishes they ordered had come. There was egg fried rice, a steaming plate of fried rice, each grain distinct, accompanied by shrimp, peas, corn, and finally garnished with fresh green scallions. The fried rice looked utterly delicious. Zai Qingli was already salivating. Alongside it were sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and lotus root soup with ribs. Your dishes are ready. Please enjoy, the proprietress announced. Thank you, Nangong Sihua responded politely. Little Qingli, brimming with anticipation, could hardly wait to start eating. However, both her father and brother Dongjue were preoccupied, casting glances at the elderly gentleman nearby. Little Qingli glanced at her father and then at brother Dongjue. What are the adults up to? Ultimately, it was Mu Yuan who conceded. My apologies, he said, settling the bill before departing the restaurant. Only then did Nangong Sihua and Dongjue relax their guard. Have you been waiting long? Nangong Sihua remarked, observing her daughter's eager demeanor. Daddy, I want to eat egg fried rice. Little Qingli gazed intensely at the dish, insisting on 2 bowls. Nangong Sihua served her only a modest portion. 2 bowls? Are you not concerned about bursting your stomach? Dongjue filled each person's bowl with soup, nearly emptying the pot of ribs into little Qingli's bowl. Nangong Sihua looked at the 2 ribs in her own bowl and then at Dongjue, who blinked as if inquiring. Is there an issue, young master? Nangong Sihua smiled, reassured that his subordinate cared for Xing'e even more than himself. Dongjue watched the inexplicably content smile on his young master's face, wondering what had caused it. Little Qingli happily consumed her egg fried rice, while Nangong Sihua occasionally offered her morsels of fish. Before long, however, she was full. The little glutton who had insisted on 2 bowls had barely finished half a bowl, along with a few greens and ribs. Nangong Sihua chuckled at his daughter's expression of wanting to eat, yet being unable to. Who was it that claimed they wanted 2 bowls?
He teased.
Alas, I overestimated my belly, little Qingli lamented, gazing longingly at the remaining dishes. I truly wish I could fit them all in my tummy. Nangong Sihua shook his head in exasperation, realizing he had a foodie daughter. It seemed he must work even harder to provide for his little gas tank. With plenty of food left on the table and having eaten little himself, the remainder was devoured by Dongjue, who found the bowl too small and resorted to eating directly from the plate. Nangong Sihua occasionally served Dongjue more vegetables, concerned he might not have enough, and inquired if he wanted another serving of egg fried rice. Dongjue nodded in agreement, observing his subordinate voraciously devouring the rice. Nangong Sihua felt the need to exert himself more in his endeavors. He had over a dozen subordinates, and aside from Nanyu, who ate less, the rest were all gluttons. Now, with a foodie daughter added to the mix, he had to work diligently. Dongjue was committed to the clean plate campaign, ensuring every morsel was consumed. Confirming his subordinates were satisfied, Nangong Sihua went to settle the bill. Carrying his now sleeping daughter outside, a gentle evening breeze caressed them. Little Qingli, feeling a bit drowsy after her meal, was gently encouraged by Nangong Sihua to walk a little to avoid any discomfort from sleeping on a full stomach.
Shengya.
Shall we take a stroll? If you sleep now, your tummy might hurt. Nangong Sihua squatted down, speaking softly to his daughter. Okay, little Qingli nodded, patting her own cheeks and then grasping her father's long fingers as they strolled together. Nangong Sihua slowed his pace to match hers. Little Qingli noticed brother Dongjue trailing behind and reached out her other hand to hold his. Brother Dongjue, I'm holding your hand, she said sweetly.
Dongjue.
Feeling awkward walking alone behind them, worried he might lose the little master. If I take 2 big steps, will the young master be able to keep up? He pondered, aware that little Qingli's legs were quite short. Thus, he took careful, small steps. Nangong Sihua suddenly found their arrangement a bit peculiar, the 2 of them holding onto their daughter, who was nestled in the middle. There was an indescribable sensation about it. Passers-by cast astonished glances at Nangong Sihua and Dongjue. Wow, what a handsome pair! Mu Yuan, lingering nearby, observed the trio's familial silhouette. Could it be? What kind of relationship do they share? Sir, shall we return? Mu Yuan's confidant suggested. Yes, when we return, investigate Nangong Sihua and his background, Mu Yuan instructed. Understood. Also, look into their relationship, he added. Yes, sir. Nangong Sihua carried his now-asleep daughter back to a small wooden cabin in the lavender fields, where they would spend the night. He had intended for her to lie down and gaze at the stars, but the little piglet had fallen asleep. Oh well, there will be many more opportunities. Dongjue occupied another cabin, resting with his hands behind his head, gazing at the skylight in the roof. The stars twinkled above. Quite beautiful. What a pity that the young master has already fallen asleep. As the evening breeze swept through the lavender fields, it created waves of purple, with the moonlight softly cascading over the land, as if tenderly kissing the violet earth. Halfway through her slumber, little Qingli stirred, seeking water. Daddy, I want to drink water, she murmured sleepily. Nangong Sihua, having been lightly sleeping, awoke immediately at her movement. All right, he said, rising to pour a glass of warm water for her. Little Qingli eagerly grasped the cup he offered, drinking deeply. Slow down, don't choke, he chided gently. Once she finished, he returned the cup to its place. Having drunk a bit, little Qingli felt her drowsiness fade slightly. She gazed through the skylight at the stars. Daddy, what are stars made of? She inquired. Why do they keep blinking at us? Nangong Sihua contemplated explaining that the stars were distant celestial bodies, but reconsidered. She wouldn't he understand that. Instead, he opted for a more whimsical explanation. Each star is a little spirit, searching for the person they wish to protect every night. Is that so? Then which star is protecting me? Little Qingli asked excitedly. Look at the night sky. The star that blinks at you the most is the one, Nangong Sihua replied. Upon hearing this, little Qingli widened her eyes, scanning the sky. Nangong Sihua reclined on the bed, tenderly observing his daughter as she searched for stars. As little Qingli spotted a star, she glanced around, noticing they were all blinking at her many times. Eventually, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted back to sleep. Nangong Sihua gently tucked her in once more. The next morning, the first thing little Qingli did upon waking was look at the sky. Oh no, the sun has come out. The stars have all gone home. I can only wait until tonight to see them again. Outside, Nangong Sihua was on the phone. Yes. SN announces it will never cooperate with the Rick family. Understood, young master. Jiangju's voice came from the other end of the line. Once this news is disseminated, those wishing to collaborate with the Rick family must weigh the implications, considering whether such an action would offend SN. Furthermore, one must contemplate the cost-effectiveness of offending SN in pursuit of an alliance with the Rick family. The answer is undoubtedly that it is not worth the risk. Chapter 57. Indeed, no one is flawless. The heavens remain just. Recently, the Rick family has been preparing to bid on a project, and SN is also involved, remarked Nangong Sihua. Understood. Jiangju immediately grasped the young master's intent. Typically, when SN participates in a project bid, other companies stand little chance, as SN boasts formidable strength, professionalism, and exceptional efficiency. Thus, SN has earned the reputation of being the company that others least wish to encounter during a bidding process. As Nangong Sihua was about to end the call, Jiangju suddenly called out to him. Young master, regarding Nanyu. Jiangju hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. Nangong Sihua frowned. What about Nanyu? The Nan family has come to seek him. Urging him to return, Jiangju disclosed. The Nan family had inexplicably approached, insisting that Nanyu acknowledge his lineage. Jiangju believed the Nan family harbored ulterior motives. However, should Nanyu return, it would afford his deceased mother a legitimate identity, no longer merely regarded as someone else's mistress. Hence, Nanyu found himself in a profound quandary. I understand, Nangong Sihua said, pressing his forehead. Upon hearing this, Jiangju recognized that the young master had already formed a resolution. With the young master taking action, he felt reassured. After terminating the call, Nangong Sihua rubbed his temples. Having raised Nanyu himself, he was acutely aware of his character. He was exceptionally kind and gentle to everyone, except when it came to himself. After 2 decades of not allowing him to return, the Nan family sought to bring him back now. Something must have transpired there. Nangong Sihua scrolled through his contacts and sent a few messages. Just as he was about to call Tangli, he heard his daughter's soft voice calling for him. Nangong Sihua immediately turned towards the small wooden house. Dongju had run laps around the lavender field before returning. After showering, he sought out the young master, who was in the kitchen of the wooden house kneading dough, while Xiao Qingli sat on a small stool beside him, assisting in washing vegetables. Dongju looked on with surprise. The young master could cook. When had he learned this skill? Thus, Dongju retrieved his long-unused phone, located the group chat for handsome youths, and sent his first message to the group. The young master can actually cook. Tangli. Wow, Dongju actually sent a message. This is worth commemorating. Shicai. Tangli is at the main point? Shicai. The crux is that the young master is cooking. Tangli. How interesting. Tangli. Dongju, you should take the young master out to eat instead. Dongju slowly typed a question mark. Shicai. What the young master cooks might just poison me. Song sure. That sounds terrifying. Hua. Shocking. Feng. Indeed, no one is flawless. The heavens remain just. Shue. You make me want to taste the young master's cooking. Out of pure curiosity. Is it really that potent? Dongju looked up at the young master. Should he intervene? Nangong Sihua set his phone on a stand, determined to follow the tutorial and ensure it would taste delightful. While waiting for the dough to rise, he began to prepare the filling for the dumplings. A pinch of salt. Yet another pinch. Nangong Sihua felt a surge of frustration. Couldn't they provide a more precise measurement? This was quite unfriendly to those unfamiliar with cooking. Thus, he added what he interpreted as a pinch. Dongju observed curiously from behind, while Xiao Qingli had finished washing the vegetables and was now gazing up at her father, who bore a serious expression. After mixing the filling, Nangong Sihua tasted it with chopsticks. Why did it taste slightly bitter? What had gone awry? He looked curiously at the filling in the bowl. There was no way bitter filling could be edible, so he decided to grind some more meat to adjust the mixture. Dongju volunteered, eager to assist. Nangong Sihua did not wish for his daughter to go without dumplings, so he yielded his place. Could Dongju manage? Of course. He could not, but he had just watched the young master's video. With pursed lips, Dongju added an egg, salt, oyster sauce, and various seasonings. Nangong Sihua watched closely. He had also added those ingredients. How different could the taste be? After mixing, Nangong Sihua skeptically tasted a bit with his chopsticks. The flavor was indeed different. Subsequently, Dongju diligently consulted his phone for a tutorial on rolling the dough. So, it was that simple. Dongju grasped the dough and began to learn from the video. Before long, he had rolled out several dumpling wrappers. Nangong Sihua watched in astonishment at his subordinate. Why was it so effortless for him? Xiao Qingli stood atop her stool, her chubby little hands skillfully wrapping the dumplings. Surprisingly, she was doing quite well. Daddy, your dumplings split open, she remarked, glancing at her father's creation. Nangong Sihua reached out to pinch the opening closed, only to have it split even wider. He had no choice but to wrap another layer around it. Dong Ju worked quickly and soon finished rolling out the wrappers. He then prepared an enormous dumpling for both Xiao Qingli and Nangong Sihua, the size of a palm. While cooking, Dong Ju glanced at the tutorial and earnestly boiled the dumplings. The father and daughter could only watch eagerly from the side. After much effort, Dong Ju managed to cook the 2 large dumplings before moving on to the smaller ones. Finally, he placed everything on the table. Young master, it's ready, he announced. Excellent, Nangong Sihua praised, looking at Dong Ju with admiration. Xiao Qingli happily devoured the oversized dumpling crafted by Dong Ju. Nangong Sihua took a bite, as well, and found it quite delicious. The father and daughter relished their meal, and seeing their joy, Dong Ju felt a flicker of happiness himself. It turned out that sometimes, witnessing others' happiness could bring one joy, especially when watching the little one enjoy a meal he had prepared, filling him with satisfaction. After finishing his meal, Xiao Qingli had only eaten half of her dumpling. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Nangong Sihua picked it up and, as he read, his brows furrowed tighter. The Nan family was indeed harboring such intentions. A pang of sympathy surged within him. Shinger, we must return today, he informed his daughter. Xiao Qingli had longed to return, eager to see Nanyu and the others, as well as to enjoy roast duck. Nangong Sihua used his phone to book afternoon tickets. After eating half of the large dumpling, Xiao Qingli could no longer continue, and Dong Ju finished it off with a few bites. Subsequently, Nangong Sihua took his daughter and Dong Ju back to the manor to pack their belongings. Outside the manor, Rick held a gift box, accompanied by Knive. They had come to apologize. The butler explained that the young master and little young master had already gone out to play. Rick had no choice but to wait at the entrance. Knive was already growing impatient. Were it not for her father's threat regarding her allowance, she wouldn't have come at all. And to make them wait for so long was simply barbaric, a complete disregard for etiquette. Rick was also drenched in sweat, continuously wiping his brow with a handkerchief. Where on earth was Mr. Nangong? It was already noon, and the heat was making Rick feel faint. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a vehicle. Was Mr. Nangong returning? Sir, there is someone at the door, the driver remarked. Nangong Sihua glanced over and replied, It's Rick. Ignore him, just go inside. He then closed his eyes, lost in thought. Chinger was playing with the beads in her hands. Rick watched as the car ruthlessly sped past him. Mr. Nangong, it's me, Rick, he shouted. I'm here to apologize. Despite Rick's loud cries, the car showed no sign of stopping, even accelerating away. No, he had to see Mr. Nangong today. Rick continued to wait. About an hour later, the car callously drove by him once more. Nangong. Before he could finish his words, the vehicle had already disappeared into the distance. Chapter 58. Young Master. You must not abandon Nanyu, the butler quietly observed as the car faded away. He wondered when the young master might bring the young master's son back to play again. His own son had once been a subordinate of the young master. After his untimely death, the young master had summoned him to manage the estate, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful old age. Thus, he was genuinely grateful to the young master, wishing him and the young master's son a life of prosperity. As the plane landed in the capital, it was already late at night. Tang Li had been waiting at the airport to greet them. Qing'er had already fallen asleep. Young master, please, Tang Li whispered. Nangong Sihua, cradling his sleeping daughter in the back seat, was assisted by Dong Ju and Tang Li in organizing their belongings before heading home. In the car, Tang Li contemplated saying something but refrained, noticing that the young master's son was still asleep. It wasn't until they arrived home that Nangong Sihua placed his daughter in her room and proceeded to the study, summoning Nanyu. Nanyu is at the bar, drowning his sorrows, accompanied by Shitzi and Shui, Tang Li informed him. Nangong Sihua frowned. A bar? Drowning sorrows? Tang Li observed the young master's expression. Young master. Nanyu went there because he was feeling incredibly down, he attempted to explain. His mother's situation has always been a thorn in his heart. Seeing members of the Nangong family reminds him of her, naturally making him unhappy. Take me to find him, Nangong Sihua declared as he stood.
Ha!
Tang Li was momentarily taken aback. The young master intended to seek out Nanyu? If the young master were to see Nanyu in such a drunken state, he would undoubtedly reprimand him. Young master, wait for me, Tang Li exclaimed, hastily following as Nangong Sihua left the study. Tang Li drove Nangong Sihua to the bar. And even before they stepped inside, the deafening music could be heard. Nangong Sihua frowned but still entered. Tang Li sent a message to inquire about Shitzi and Shue's whereabouts, receiving a photo in return. Upon entering, Nangong Sihua was met with swirling clouds of smoke, thunderous music, and the clinking of glasses. He covered his mouth and nose, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Young master, Nanyu, and the others are over here. Tang Li quickly led the way. Nangong Sihua nodded coldly. At a table, Nanyu was downing drink after drink, as if determined to remain intoxicated. Nanyu, drink less, Shitzi exclaimed, snatching the drink from Nanyu's hand. Nanyu, his vision blurred by alcohol, lunged to reclaim it. Give it back. I paid for it, he slurred.
No.
You can't drink anymore. I'm telling you, the young master is back, Shitzi insisted, restraining the drunken Nanyu. Shue, quickly pull him back. Shue tried to grab Nanyu, but his drunken strength was formidable. The young master? Nanyu paused, seemingly contemplating something. Yes, he is back, and he is looking for you, Shitzi warned. So you can't get any more drunk. The young master will genuinely be upset. The young master had once stated that casual drinking was acceptable, but excessive intoxication was entirely unacceptable, a mockery of one's own body. Even if the young master is here, it doesn't matter. I'm going to drink until I'm senseless tonight, Nanyu declared, flinging his arms dramatically. You're really courageous when drunk, Shitzi commented. Who would have thought that a tipsy Nanyu would be so bold? I can't wait to see his expression when he sees the young master, Shui added. A cold laugh suddenly pierced the air. Nanyu felt a chill run down his spine, his body stiffening. Young master. Shitzi pushed Nanyu off him, and Shui released her grip. Both standing up to respectfully greet Nangong Sihua. Dressed in a long robe of jade green, Nangong Sihua stood in stark contrast to the vibrant bar, radiating an ethereal presence. Young master. Nanyu obediently stood and called out. As Nangong Sihua turned the beads in his hand, his icy gaze swept over the three. Just as he was about to speak, Nanyu suddenly lunged towards him. Nangong Sihua looked at his subordinate in surprise, momentarily halting his motion with the beads. The three were astonished, witnessing Nanyu's boldness fueled by alcohol. Young master, I feel really terrible, Nanyu sobbed. Nangong Sihua raised a hand. The three braced themselves, anticipating the young master would cast Nanyu aside, but instead, he merely patted Nanyu's back gently. This gesture only made Nanyu cry louder. Akin to a child who had been strong outside but finally broke down in front of their parents. The expression on Nangong Sihua's face was indescribable. His innocent daughter had never cried like this. Yet here was his subordinate, weeping uncontrollably. All right, stop crying, Nangong Sihua said softly. You've soaked your clothes. Nanyu obediently stood to the side, like a child who had misbehaved. Nangong Sihua glanced at him. We'll talk when we get home, he said before turning to leave. Shitzi and Shui hurriedly assisted the somewhat inebriated Nanyu to follow. In the car, Nangong Sihua closed his eyes to rest, leisurely turning the beads in his hand. Nanyu sat beside him, behaving like a docile quail. Shui and Shitzi drove the other car back. They hadn't drunk any alcohol, having come merely to keep an eye on Nanyu. Upon returning home, Nangong Sihua settled onto the sofa, while Tang Li stood beside him. And the three who had gone to the bar lined up in a row. You have quite the audacity, Nangong Sihua said coldly. The three lowered their heads even further. Is there no wine at home? Must you go to a bar to drink? He continued. There is a wine cellar at home stocked with a variety of wines. Is the liquor in the bar more fragrant than that at home? How many pairs of eyes are already fixed upon them? The bar is a chaotic mix of people. What if one were to fall victim to a treacherous plot? Young master, we were wrong, both Shicai and Shui immediately confessed. Only Nanyu gazed at Nangong Sihua with tear-filled eyes. Young master, please don't abandon me, Nanyu choked out. Nangong Sihua rubbed his forehead. No, he replied patiently, refusing to bicker with a drunken fool. You cannot forsake me, young master, Nanyu insisted stubbornly. Nangong Sihua turned to Tang Li, who understood immediately. Come, Nanyu, let us return to rest, Tang Li said as he supported Nanyu back. Prepare him a sobering soup, Nangong Sihua instructed with a calm demeanor. Yes, young master, Tang Li affirmed. As they walked away, Nanyu murmured to himself, The young master no longer wants me. He is disappointed in my drinking. Nangong Sihua regarded Shui and Shi. You both should return to rest as well. We shall discuss matters tomorrow, he stated matter-of-factly. Understood, they replied hastily before departing. Nangong Sihua sat on the sofa for a while, recalling that Nanyu's mother was also from Jiangcheng, presumably part of the Gu family there. Yet, he had found Nanyu on the streets of Yancheng. The Nan family resided in the capital, while the Gu family remained in Jiangcheng, leaving Nanyu and her mother to wander the streets of Yancheng. Only Nanyu knew the truth of what had transpired. After a time, Nangong Sihua rose to ascend the stairs. After bathing, he entered the study, lit sandalwood incense, and began transcribing Buddhist scriptures, while also attending to certain matters concerning his enterprises. The sky gradually brightened. Although Nangong Sihua had not slept throughout the night, he felt relatively well. He stood by the study window, watching the sun rise slowly. Chapter 59. To his surprise, the gentlest among them, Nanyu, displayed remarkable courage when intoxicated. The Bai family also resided in Jiangcheng. It seemed a journey there was in order. Yet, he pondered whether to take his daughter along. Leaving her behind felt unsettling, but taking her might be too taxing. Perhaps it would be best to consult Sheng Air first. Noticing the time, Nangong Sihua went to check if his daughter was awake. Xiao Qingli was already up, selecting her outfit. Today, I will wear the yellow dress, she declared. Upon entering, Nangong Sihua saw his daughter with her fluffy hair, looking up to choose her clothes. Have you decided which one to wear? He asked with a smile. Yes, this yellow one. Xiao Qingli pointed to the dress adorned with several embroidered spring flowers, looking particularly bright and adorable. Very well. Nangong Sihua took the garment down, and then carried his daughter to wash up. Sheng Er, Nanyu has been feeling quite down lately. Could you perhaps keep him company? He inquired while brushing her hair. What happened to brother Nanyu? Why is he unhappy? Xiao Qingli asked with concern. Brother Nanyu has encountered some distressing matters, and he is not in good spirits. If you could spend some time with him, perhaps it would lift his mood. Nangong Sihua replied gently. I will stay with brother Nanyu all day, Xiao Qingli promised. Nangong Sihua nodded approvingly. Your hair is done, now go play. He looked on contentedly at his daughter's bun. Xiao Qingli dashed off to find Nanyu. At that moment, Nanyu was curled up under his blanket like a turtle. Heavens! What had I done last night? He lamented, recalling how he had cried and clung to the young master. Shui appeared at his door with porridge and honey water. He had just heard Nanyu's frantic outburst. Why won't you open the door? Shui called. Nanyu remained nestled under the covers, unwilling to face the world. Last night, Shui had witnessed his embarrassing antics. Brother Shui, Xiao Qingli announced, her little legs moving toward him. Shui looked at the plump and adorable little lady. It seems the little lady had an adventure with the young master and has become even more cherubic, he mused. Clad in yellow, she resembled a sweet osmanthus honey cake. Little miss, did you miss brother Shui? He asked, crouching down. I did, Xiao Qingli replied sweetly. I brought gifts for you all, she added. What a wonderful little lady, Shui remarked, lifting her into his arms. Ah, the sweet scent of milk and osmanthus wafts from you. Has brother Nanyu woken up?
Xiao Qingli inquired.
Yes, the little lady knocked on his door, Shui answered. The little lady knocking on the door must make it hard for Nanyu to keep you waiting outside, she giggled, just as she reached out her chubby hand to knock. The door swung open from within, revealing Nanyu in a silk nightgown, his hair in disarray as he looked at the little lady and Shui. Oh, I knocked for ages and you didn't open. Now you do, Shui teased. Nanyu smiled sheepishly. Come in, he gestured. With one hand balancing the tray and the other holding the little lady, Shui made his way inside. Honey water and porridge, he announced, placing the tray on the small round table in the room. Nanyu, you didn't black out, did you? Shui asked with a grin. Ha ha ha. I had quite a few mortifying moments last night, crying while hugging the young master and declaring I didn't want him anymore. Nanyu exclaimed, attempting to flee in embarrassment. Others soon arrived to check on Nanyu. Except for those training in the north, everyone else was present, including Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. Despite their work obligations, when Nanyu finally emerged, he was met by a room full of friends. What brings you all here? He inquired. As good brothers, we are here to check on you, Zhu replied, reclining on Nanyu's bed. There wasn't enough space on the sofa, so I had to lie down here. I heard that when you were drunk, you said it didn't matter if the young master came. You'd drink regardless, Zhu noted. To think that the gentlest among us, Nanyu, showed such audacity when intoxicated. That wasn't me, Nan, protested. How do you know? He asked, his smile somewhat strained. How would he face the young master now? You can guess, they teased. Nan covered his face, vowing never to drink again. Last time, he hadn't acted like this. We're here to tell you that if something weighs on your heart, don't keep it bottled up. Let it out. And we'll face it together rather than suffer in silence, Jiangzhu advised, patting Nanyu's shoulder. Indeed, it's just the Nan family. I could help you deal with them all, Shi chimed in. Yes, I'll assist you, Dongju added coolly from beside the sofa. We are brothers who have faced life and death together. Whatever it is, speak up, and we shall support you, Hua declared. Jiang Mei kicked him. Who are you calling brothers? She retorted. Siblings, then, he corrected, not daring to provoke Jiang Mei further. Thank you all, Nanyu said, touched. No need for thanks. You replied coldly. Little Li has gifts for you all, Xiao Qingli announced, raising her hand from Jiang Lan's embrace. Since all the older brothers and sisters are here, I should give them the gifts now, she said, aware of how busy they usually were. I'll go get them, she added, stepping down from Jiang Lan's hold. I'll accompany you, Shi followed her. Everyone eagerly awaited at the entrance, speculating what gifts the young master might bestow upon them. Before long, Xiao Qingli entered, pushing a large suitcase that obscured her petite figure entirely. From a frontal view, one might have mistaken the suitcase for a sentient entity, seemingly capable of moving on its own. This entire box is filled with gifts, Xiao Qingli announced. Jiang Lan assisted in opening it, revealing a treasure trove of presents, each adorned with a name tag. Upon seeing the elegant, flowing script, everyone murmured, "Ah, it is indeed the young master's handwriting." However, one name stood out. Inscribed in a notably cute and endearing style, it was the character for Moon. This is for Brother Beijing's, she clarified. All right. I'll hold on to it for him since he isn't here. Xiao Qingli rummaged through the gifts, all wrapped in vibrant, multicolored paper. She had drawn recognizable symbols next to each name, making it easy to identify who each gift was for. For instance, the tag for Beijing's featured 2 large swords. Hao Yu and Song Hai haven't returned yet. I'll give it to Brother Beijing's for them, she noted, observing a tag with a cloud and a strawberry design. This one belongs to Brother Shui, she said, noticing the snowflake motif on the tag. Shui happily accepted his gift. And this is for Brother Nanyu, Xiao Qingli stated, handing him a gift with a cute little cat drawn on the tag. The others, who had yet to receive their gifts, gathered around Xiao Qingli, who distributed each present in turn. Eventually, everyone held their respective gifts, including Shui Bao. Feng glanced at his tag, which depicted a tiger. Why is a tiger drawn for me? He questioned, puzzled, as he found no connection to the majestic creature. I was told to draw that, Xiao Qingli replied candidly. The smiling tiger, Shi chuckled. Who doesn't he know that Feng always wears a smile, yet perhaps plots mischief in his heart? Laughter erupted among the group. Ah, the young master truly is something else. I learned all of this from him, Feng remarked. Shi, ever observant, noted, young master. It seems you favored the Moon's name, neglecting ours. That's simply because Brother Yu's name is the easiest to write, Xiao Qingli explained matter-of-factly. The others realized, it's a matter of names. Fine, we shall promptly change ours to 1 and 2. All right, let us commence our duties, Song Shi declared as he rose. The others swiftly followed suit. Nanyu, the young master has granted you a day off, Tang Li announced. Nanyu paused. Very well. The young master had granted him a paid leave, leaving him with a twinge of unease regarding the money earned, as his daily wage was considerable. In the end, only Nanyu and Xiao Qingli remained in the room. Nanyu took a sip of the porridge and honey water that Shui had brought, while Xiao Qingli watched him with her endearing, pleading gaze. Amused by her expression, he offered her a taste of the honey water. It's sweet and delightful, she exclaimed. Nanyu gently patted her small head. After finishing their meal, Nanyu cradled the young master in his arms to seek out the young master, only to discover that he had already departed. Thus, it was left for him to care for the child alone. Nanyu summoned someone to bring breakfast for Xiao Qingli while he heated milk for her, allowing it to cool to a suitable temperature before pouring it into a bottle. At the dining table, Xiao Qingli was already using a small spoon to savor her wontons, indulging slowly, with a look of pure contentment. Nanyu placed the milk before her. Thank you, Brother Nanyu, she chimed sweetly. Where would you like to go today, young master? Nanyu inquired with a smile. Let us first deliver the gifts to Brother Beijing's, Xiao Qingli pondered. Very well, Nanyu nodded in agreement. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Qingli held the milk bottle in one hand and clasped Nanyu's hand with the other as they made their way to the back mountain. Since Beijing's would be staying at the training camp for an extended period, he resided there. Upon arriving, they found Beijing's training outdoors with a group of individuals he had taken in. Some were abandoned infants, others were homeless children, and some were orphans he had encountered during missions. The group comprised both boys and girls, ranging from 18 years old to as young as 4 or 5. Beijing's tailored their training according to their unique talents. But one crucial skill was mandatory for all: the ability to defend oneself. Without even the slightest capacity for self-protection, any other skills they possessed would be rendered meaningless. For these individuals, their time here meant they no longer had to worry about survival. If they fell ill, a doctor was available to care for them. Aside from the rigorous training, they had never been deprived of anything. They could learn a trade, and upon mastering it, they would serve the young master for a decade, after which they would be free to choose whether to stay or leave. Nanyu, Beijing's called. Turning to see Nanyu approaching, with the young master in tow. The sunlight bathed the little one, clad in soft yellow, in a warm glow that was almost blinding. Brother Beijing's. Xiao Qingli squeaked with her cherubic voice. The young master has come. Beijing's hurried over. Yes, I brought gifts for you from my outing with my father, she announced. Thank you, young master, Beijing's replied, touched. It is not the gifts that matter, but the thought behind them. Don't mention it. These two are for Zhang Hai and Hao Yu. Please pass them along, Xiao Qingli instructed, pointing to the gift boxes. Ah, everyone is so busy. Yet little Li has nothing to do, Beijing's acknowledged with a nod. Nanyu glanced at the trainees behind him. We shall not disturb you any longer, he said.
Goodbye.
Brother Beijing's, Xiao Qingli waved her chubby little hand. Beijing's watched their retreating figures, feeling warmth spread within him. The others gathered closer. So, she is the young master. One remarked in awe. How envious. Another chimed in, eyes brimming with longing. The young master can obtain anything she desires without effort, while we must toil endlessly just to survive. Some are simply born fortunate. Beijing shot a stern glance at the trainees. Back to your positions and continue training, he commanded. They complied immediately. Beijing's gazed at the gifts, his spirits soaring with anticipation, wondering what the young master had chosen for him. When Xiao Qingli and Nanyu returned to the living room, the butler approached. Young master, a Miss Tang Jingshu has requested to see you. Aunt Jingshu, please invite her in. Xiao Qingli exclaimed, settling onto the sofa. Certainly. Moments later, the butler ushered in a visibly weary, red-eyed Tang Jingshu. Aunt Jingshu, what troubles you? Xiao Qingli inquired, leaping off the sofa in concern. Nanyu poured a glass of water for Tang Jingshu. Thank you, she replied politely. Darling, could you please go and see Linji? Tang Jingshu stated the purpose of her visit.
Huh?
What's wrong with Brother Linji? Xiao Qingli inquired, puzzled. If Brother Linji wants to see me, he could just come play with me. Linji has been in an accident and is currently in a coma, murmuring your name incessantly. Therefore, I wish for you to visit him. Tang Jingshu shared about her son's condition, tears streaming down her cheeks once again. Perhaps if he hears that you have come, he might be inclined to awaken. Aunt Jingshu, please don't cry. Lili will go with you, Xiao Qingli declared, producing a handkerchief her father had prepared for her to wipe Tang Jingshu's tears. Thank you, darling, Tang Jingshu expressed her gratitude. Nanyu embraced Xiao Qingli and accompanied Tang Jingshu to the hospital. In the luxurious hospital room, Yu Xiaoyan sat by his son's bedside. Upon seeing Tang Jingshu enter, he said, Jingshu, why are you back? Didn't I ask you to rest at home? His concern was palpable. Jingshu had not slept for days while caring for their son, and he feared for her health. I'm fine, Tang Jingshu replied, lacking in spirit. Darling, Mr. Nan, please have a seat, Tang Jingshu invited. The opulent room featured a sitting area. Thank you, Miss Tang, Nanyu responded, holding Xiao Qingli, who was clutching a bouquet of flowers. One should not visit a patient empty-handed, he added, having taken Xiao Qingli to buy the flowers beforehand. What brings you here? Yu Xiaoyan's tone was somewhat brusque, given his long-standing rivalry with Nangong Sihua. Xiaoyan, it was I who asked the darling to come. Tang Jingshu interjected, playfully swatting Yu Xiaoyan. Why are you being so fierce? What if you frighten the child? How would I explain that to Mr. Nangong? Immediately subdued by his wife's playful reprimand, Yu Xiaoyan felt deflated. His wife was siding with the daughter of his adversary, while their son lay in a coma, murmuring the name of his rival's daughter. Brother Nanyu, I want to get down, Xiao Qingli announced. Nanyu gently set her down, and she toddled over to the bedside. Brother Linji, Lily has come to see you, she said sweetly. Yu Linji showed no response. Xiao Qingli reached out to grasp his uninjured hand, yearning to say something, but an icy sensation coursed through her entire being. This was the feeling she always experienced when Brother Linji touched her. Brother Linji? Xiao Qingli called softly. Yu Linji's fingers twitched slightly, causing Xiao Qingli's eyes to light up with joy. It really is Brother Linji. But where did he go? Her expression shifted between happiness and concern. At that moment, Nanyu spoke up. Miss Tang, I have a modest understanding of medicine. May I take your child's pulse? He inquired gently. Aunt Jingshu. Brother Nanyu is quite impressive, Xiao Qingli declared proudly. Brother Nanyu, please heal Brother Linji quickly, she urged. Mr. Nan, if you would. Tang Jingshu concurred. Yu Xiaoyan was somewhat displeased. Could someone trained by Nangong Sihua truly be trustworthy?
Xiaoyan.
It was I who called the darling here, Tang Jingshu insisted. Very well, but let us proceed with caution, Yu Xiaoyan replied begrudgingly. Nanyu held Yu Linji's hand, taking his pulse. After a brief moment, he released it. How is he? Tang Jingshu asked anxiously. I have a method to awaken your son, but it depends on whether you are willing to trust me, Nanyu replied with a confident smile. Really? I am willing. Whatever Mr. Nan requires, please ask, Tang Jingshu affirmed eagerly. Doctors have stated that there is little hope for Linji to awaken, and that he may very well become a vegetable. In that case, considering your acquaintance with our young master, I can offer you a 10% discount on the fees, Nanyu smiled. The young master had mentioned that he would not charge for treating family, but could offer a discount for others, depending on their relationship. It would typically be impossible to offer Yu Xiaoyan any discount, given their rivalry. However, since Tang Jingshu had divorced Yu Xiaoyan and maintained a good rapport with the young master, a 10% discount was granted.
No.
Who knows if you are reliable? Yu Xiaoyan objected vehemently. He would never allow Nangong Sihua's associate to treat Linji, fearing he might sabotage the treatment. Nanyu immediately grew serious upon hearing this. One could question his financial standing or even his character, but his medical skills were beyond reproach. Mr. Yu, my medical expertise is well regarded in the medical community, particularly in the capital, he stated earnestly. Miss Tang, please discuss this among yourselves before deciding. If the family of the patient is unwilling to cooperate, I would rather not proceed, Nanyu added. Mr. Nan, you need not concern yourself with him. I will decide on Linji's matters, Tang Jingshu stated firmly. Jingshu. Yu Xiaoyan began to protest, but she warned, be quiet. If you don't hush, you will be asked to leave. Yu Xiaoyan obediently fell silent. Very well. Please adhere strictly to the medical advice and refrain from indiscriminate medication, Nanyu instructed. He was wary of the possibility that they might secretly administer other medications while he was treating the patient, which could lead to complications. He had previously encountered a situation where a patient's family had secretly given the patient medication prescribed by another doctor, nearly costing the patient's life. He had worked tirelessly to save them. We will certainly follow Mr. Nan's instructions, Tang Jingshu assured him. Nanyu nodded, taking out his silver needles for disinfection. He inserted one needle into a specific acupoint and then removed the monitoring equipment from Yu Linji. Yu Xiaoyan was about to voice his concern, but upon seeing Nanyu's focused expression while inserting the needles, he promptly fell silent. Even without medical training, he understood the necessity of concentration during acupuncture. Any slight deviation could lead to severe consequences. Tang Jingshu watched anxiously as Nanyu continued to insert needles until Yu Linji was covered in them. Afterward, Nanyu paused, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Brother Nanyu, wipe your forehead, Xiao Qingli offered, handing him her handkerchief. Thank you, young master, Nanyu replied, appearing somewhat fatigued. After a while, he began to slowly remove the needles. An hour later, he had completed the task. Mr. Nan, why hasn't Linji awakened yet? Tang Jingshu asked, her anxiety mounting. Nanyu glanced at his watch. He will awaken in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Yu Linji slowly opened his eyes. Tang Jingshu, who had been gazing intently at her son, was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness spilling forth. Just as she was about to rush forward in excitement, Nanyu quickly intervened, saying, please refrain from overwhelming the patient, Miss Tang. Control your emotions. All right, Tang Jingshu replied, wiping her tears. Yu Xiaoyan felt a surge of excitement within. Their son had finally awakened. Yu Linji, now in the form of Shui Lingzi, scanned his surroundings. Xiao Jinlian, he attempted to call out, but found himself unable to produce any sound. Okay, this body is severely injured, he thought. Upon seeing Xue Lingzi awaken, Xiao Qingli tentatively called out, Brother Linji? Upon hearing the phrase handsome brother, Xue Lingzi realized that Xiao Jinlian had recognized her. Consequently, she subtly moved her fingers in acknowledgement. Xiao Qingli gazed at Xue Lingzi in astonishment, truly captivated by the handsome brother. Nanyu had already prepared the prescription. Miss Tang, here is the prescription. The method of decoction and precautions have been clearly outlined, he explained meticulously. Do remember not to take any other medications, as it could be detrimental to the patient if the two medicines conflict. Excellent. Tang Jingshu exclaimed as she received the prescription with the reverence of one receiving a treasured artifact, promising to administer it to Shaolin as prescribed. After all, she had witnessed the remarkable prowess of Mr. Nan's medical skills. Despite Mr. Xiao Yan's efforts in seeking numerous top-tier Western doctors, none could awaken Shaolin, yet Mr. Nan achieved what others could not. Nanyu retrieved his phone and opened the calculator. Miss Tang, my acupuncture session typically incurs a fee of 3 million, while the prescription is usually 1 million. With a 10% discount, the total comes to 360,000. He presented his phone to Tang Jingshu. Very well. Please provide me with her card number, she replied promptly, pulling out her phone. Xiao Shu, allow me to handle this, Yu Xiao Yan interjected, placing his hand over hers. He then turned to Nanyu. No need for a discount. I shall pay you 500,000. Yu Xiao Yan was not keen on being indebted to anyone. Mr. Yu, offering a discount to Miss Tang is my prerogative. If you wish to assist her, the amount remains 360,000, Nanyu asserted. Yu Xiao Yan. Are you truly refusing the payment? It seemed that those nurtured under Nangong Sihua regarded money with utter disdain. Nanyu insisted on claiming only what was rightfully his, leaving the rest untouched. Ultimately, Nanyu received 360,000, while Tang Jingshu expressed her profound gratitude as she bid farewell to him and Xiao Qingli. Before departing, Xiao Qingli turned to Xue Lingzi and said, Handsome brother, I will come to see you when I have the time. Xue Lingzi could only respond with a slight nod of her head. Once outside the hospital, Nanyu looked at the young master. What would you like, little master? Brother Nanyu will buy it for you. Brother Nanyu, let us go eat hot pot. Xiao Qingli suggested, her appetite piqued. Very well. Nanyu pulled out his phone to search for nearby hot pot restaurants, discovering one with promising reviews, albeit a bit far. He summoned a vehicle to take them there. Upon arrival at the hot pot restaurant, they found it teeming with patrons, likely requiring a lengthy wait. Nanyu, not wanting to take the young master to dine elsewhere, decided it would be better to return later when the dinner rush had subsided. He bought Xiao Qingli a jianmingguizi to alleviate her hunger. As she nibbled on it, he remarked, Little master, let us engage in something meaningful. What is it? Xiao Qingli blinked inquisitively at Nanyu. You shall find out shortly, he replied mysteriously. Nanyu led Xiao Qingli to a snack store, where he purchased all the snacks within. The staff were taken aback. Completing the transaction would certainly cost a hefty sum, perhaps tens of thousands. Was there an impending apocalypse prompting this hoarding of supplies? Nanyu paid and provided them with an address for delivery. Upon seeing the address, the staff were astonished that a customer requested delivery to such a location. Chapter 62, ensuring everyone enjoys candy and milk sticks. However, the customer is always right. Wherever the customer wishes the delivery, they must comply, especially as this was their largest client since opening. Nanyu then took Xiao Qingli to a bakery, where he bought every loaf of bread available. The staff were bewildered. Was something significant about to occur? The end of the world? A cataclysmic event? A biohazard crisis? Regardless, they thought, a fool would refuse to profit from such wealth. Nanyu cheerfully paid and provided them with another address. The staff, upon receiving the address, were momentarily surprised but assured him they would deliver without fail. After completing his purchases, Nanyu and Xiao Qingli took a taxi to a roadside in the countryside, where a makeshift tent was erected with snakeskin bags and plastic sheets. Xiao Qingli looked around, puzzled. Brother Nanyu, why are we here? To do something good. He replied gently. Brother Nanyu is here. A ragged child shouted upon seeing Nanyu, igniting excitement as others emerged from the grass. Brother Nan. They all cheered. Yes. I've come to see you, Nanyu smiled, and I have gifts for you on the way. The other children noticed Xiao Qingli. Is this Brother Nan's child? How adorable. A group of tattered children looked at her curiously, as if she were a little princess. No, she asked my sister, Xiao Qingli corrected earnestly. She's a sister. One astonished child exclaimed, having assumed that brother Nan was married. I heard from my grandmother that brother Nan is already 28 and should be married by now. She warned us that if brother Nan gets married, we should no longer disturb him, as he would have his own family to care for. Yes, yes. I'm called Li Li. What's your name? Xiao Qingli insisted on being let down by Nan Yu and adorably stood on the ground. My name is Yam, given by brother Nan, the boy replied. Yam. Nice to meet you. Xiao Qingli extended her small hand for a handshake. Yam, looking at her fair and delicate hand and then at his own grimy one, hesitated. My hands are dirty, he said bashfully. What if I soil sister Nanyu's hand? Xiao Qingli blinked at him, then grasped his hand directly. We must shake hands to be friends.
Friends.
Yam was momentarily taken aback by the gesture. Xiao Qingli released his hand, then pulled out candies and milk sticks from her small bag to share. This is a milk stick. It's delicious.
Here, take one.
Good treats should be shared with new friends. Though she only had 3 for the day, she was eager to share. Thank you, Yam said, touched. He had not expected brother Nan's sister to be like a little angel, unlike others who scorned them for their dirtiness and status as beggars. Can I have one? A little girl asked timidly, eyeing the milk stick with longing. She wanted to take it home for her sick brother, hoping it might help him recover sooner. Xiao Qingli handed the milk stick to the girl. These are all for you, she proclaimed as she emptied her bag's contents for them. However, being still young, the snacks provided by Nangong Sihua were limited, and many children remained without. Next time, I'll bring many, many more, Xiao Qingli promised, vowing to bring all her home snacks to share with everyone, ensuring that everyone could enjoy candy and milk sticks. Thank you. I haven't had candy in ages. A little boy exclaimed joyfully as he savored the sweet treat. It's so sweet. I wish I could eat candy for a lifetime. I intend to bring some back for my sister to taste. I will save some for later. A group of children engaged in lively discussion about how to manage the candies and lollipops in their possession. Nanyu lifted Xiao Qingli into his arms. What will you do with your share after distributing the candies and lollipops, young master? Nanyu teased her. Today, Li Li will not eat. It's merely one day without it, Xiao Qingli replied softly. Brother Shan Yao and the others have not had any for quite some time. Li Li is willing to share with them. Suddenly, Li Li felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Every day, she could indulge in lollipops and candies. Her father would pack them into her little bag each morning. She assumed that all the other children received candies and lollipops every day, but it turned out she was mistaken. Many children went without lollipops and candies. Thus, such delightful treats must be shared with everyone. The young master has done remarkably well, Nanyu said gently. A child bathed in love does not hesitate to share their affection. After a brief wait, the snack and bread delivery vehicle arrived. Sir, the items you requested have been delivered. Please verify, the driver announced. Thank you, Nanyu responded courteously. Shan Yao, Fu Ling, Zisu, and Bai Shu, please distribute these among everyone. For those who are absent, set aside their portions, Nanyu instructed. Understood, brother Nan, Shan Yao affirmed. Everyone, form a line.
No cutting.
Shan Yao shouted to the children behind him. Okay. The children replied in unison. Nanyu stood in the shade holding Xiao Qingli, observing as they distributed the items. Xiao Qingli watched with delight as Shan Yao and the others shared spicy strips. They look so delicious, but my father won't let me have any. He says little ones can't eat them, that I must wait until I grow up, she mused.
Yet.
Lili was already 2 years old. She was a big girl now. Nanyu gently covered Xiao Qingli's eyes. If you don't see it, you one-tea crave it. Brother Nanyu, where are Shan Yao and the others' parents? Xiao Qingli asked curiously. Most of them are orphans. They have no mothers or fathers, Nanyu explained. Here, the majority of the children are orphans. Their parents are either gone or have abandoned them. Some are fortunate to have grandparents or siblings to rely on, but most are utterly alone. He sets aside a portion of every income to buy them food and pay for their education. Having once wandered the streets himself after his mother's death, he recalled a day when he saw a child eating a lollipop and yearned for one too. At that moment, he wished someone would give him a lollipop. He would do anything in return. But no one did. The child had looked at him with disgust, uttering, "Little beggar. How filthy." Soon, the child's parents noticed him and recoiled in horror, quickly whisking their child away. Thankfully, he encountered the young master, who took him off the streets and gave him a home. Thus, he wishes to assist others in need. Hearing that they lacked parents made Xiao Qingli's heart ache. Brother Nanyu, she whimpered, wrapping her arms around him. Shan Yao and the others are so pitiful. Although I have a mean mother, I have the best father in the world. They have no one to feed them. Little master, please do not cry, Nanyu hurriedly comforted her. Do not weep. I do not know how to respond. Observing the young master's reddened eyes filled with tears, Nanyu felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Shan Yao and the others are quite happy. They face each day with optimism, believing tomorrow will be better, he reassured her. Do you truly believe that? Xiao Qingli asked with teary eyes. Indeed, this is the most challenging time. Every day that follows will be sweet, Nanyu consoled. Xiao Qingli turned to look at the children joyfully sharing snacks. All right, I believe you, Brother Nanyu, she nodded. Nanyu produced a handkerchief to wipe her tears. After the snacks were distributed, he took Xiao Qingli and departed. Shan Yao watched them with a twinge of reluctance. Brother Nan, see you next time. Shan Yao called out. Nanyu returned to the hot pot restaurant in the city with Xiao Qingli. The dining rush had passed. Upon seeing Nanyu enter, a staff member greeted them warmly. Sir, this way please. Thank you, Nanyu replied politely. As they sat down, Nanyu scanned the menu. Little master, choose what you'd like to eat, he offered his phone to her. Xiao Qingli selected her favorite dishes, while Nanyu ordered a dual-flavored hot pot base. The dishes arrived promptly. Just as they finished cooking, the butler called. Young Master Nan, there are visitors at the Nan residence, the butler informed. Very well. I shall return shortly, Nanyu replied, momentarily taken aback. What's wrong, Brother Nanyu? Xiao Qingli noticed his solemn demeanor. It's nothing, little master. Please enjoy your meal, Nanyu responded, regaining his composure as he served her dishes. Xiao Qingli, captivated by the delicious food in her bowl, quickly immersed herself in the meal. After Xiao Qingli was full, Nanyu took her home. The Nan family awaited them at the entrance. Nan Hao was growing increasingly impatient. How dare this illegitimate child keep him waiting outside for so long? It was truly outrageous. Were it not for the young master's influence, he would have torn the door down. The lady of the Nan family wore an equally displeased expression. Why was she the one tasked with persuading this illegitimate child to return? The mere sight of him reminded her of that seductive woman. She had only come out of necessity and wished nothing more than for this child to perish outside. This child was indeed fortunate, having been taken in by the young master. She regretted not having been harsher. Just then, Nanyu approached, holding Xiao Qingli, feeling a wave of disgust as he looked at Nan Hao and his wife. Xiao, you have finally returned, Nan Hao greeted with a false smile. The lady of the Nan family begrudgingly followed behind. Mr. Nan and Mrs. Nan, please take your leave. Do not tarnish the young master's grounds, Nanyu said coldly. They were the ones responsible for his mother's death, causing her a life of misery. He wished he could eliminate them. Had his mother not implored him on her deathbed to refrain from seeking vengeance against the Nan family, he would have retaliated long ago. Xiao Yu, no matter what, I am still your father. If I have erred in the past, let us move past it. Your aunt has also come. Let us be a family once more. Nan Hao said, attempting to smile. A family? Perhaps Mr. Nan should first bring back all his other children from outside. That would be a true family reunion. Nanyu retorted sarcastically. Nan Hao had over 20 children outside. Upon hearing this, the lady's face twisted in shock. She had no idea how many children her husband had fathered with other women. One day, she vowed to track down those vixens and their offspring and eliminate them all. The husband's only child can only be his own son. Nan Hao's complexion shifted between shades of purple and blue. Nanyu summoned the butler, instructing him to lead the young master inside to avoid tarnishing his eyes.
No.
Lili wants to stay by Brother Nanyu's side. What if they bully him? Xiao Qingli sensed that Brother Nanyu harbored a strong aversion towards these two individuals. If such a gentle person as Brother Nanyu dislikes them, they must surely be villains. What if the villains mistreat Brother Nanyu? She must help him bite back. Nanyu gazed tenderly at the young master. Fear not. Brother Nanyu will protect you, he said with a smile.
No.
Xiao Qingli protested, clinging tightly to Nanyu's neck, as if attempting to meld into him. Xiao Yu, come home with father. I will surely make amends for all the years of neglect, Nan Hao stated, tears glistening in his eyes. Indeed. I will treat you as my own child, added Madame Nan. Nanyu perceived their nauseating hypocrisy. I will not go to the Nan family, he declared. His current home was delightful, filled with the young master, the little young master, and cherished companions. Xiao Yu, you must consider your mother. Do you wish for her to remain excluded from the Nan family lineage? How can she rest easy underground? Nan Hao wielded his trump card, knowing well that Nanyu valued his mother greatly. Do not mention my mother. Her entire life was ruined by you, Nanyu exclaimed, his eyes reddening with fury. Had it not been for his deception, she would not have been labeled a mistress by others, subjected to scorn and forced to live in hiding, ultimately starving to death on the streets. Xiao Qingli observed that the two villains were on the verge of making brother Nanyu cry. So she shouted towards the courtyard, "Help! Someone is bullying brother Nanyu." At the sound of her cries, Shui Bao was the first to rush in. "Young master, I'm here." The butler, armed with a broom, emerged with the intent to drive the two intruders away. Shui Bao flapped his wings and pecked at Nan Hao and his wife. "Get out. This is a broom for cleaning the toilet," the butler declared fiercely. Nan Hao and Madame Nan, unable to retaliate, had no choice but to flee in disgrace. "Brother Nanyu, it's all right now. The bad people have been chased away." Xiao Qingli comforted him. Nanyu replied with a heavy nasal tone. If only Nan Hao had not deceived his mother. She would have married a man who truly loved her, leading a simple yet blissful life together. "Brother Nanyu, don't cry. When Daddy returns, he will make the bad guys pay for you," Xiao Qingli consoled, patting Nanyu's back with her tiny hand. Nanyu affectionately rubbed his face against the young masteress. The butler, panting and clutching his waist, nearly strained his back. Shui Bao also made a determined effort to fly onto Nanyu's shoulder. Recently, Shui Bao had been learning to fly, but without guidance from Snow Eagle. It was particularly challenging. Shi Ci kindly provided Shui Bao with a tablet to watch videos of birds in flight, which he obediently watched until he felt nauseous. He had only managed to fly a short distance and not very high. Seeing the butler struggling with his back, Nanyu approached and gently patted a specific spot on his waist.
Ouch.
The butler winced, then twisted his waist. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Nanyu took the little master inside. Xiao Qingli's daily lessons now consisted solely of recognizing characters. Other subjects were optional. Some lessons were reserved for when Nangong Sihua felt her daughter was older. With the young master absent, Nanyu took on the responsibility of teaching. Time passed unnoticed. Nangong Sihua and several others returned home one after another. After finishing her reading, Xiao Qingli plopped down on the sofa to watch cartoons. Upon hearing her father's footsteps, she immediately jumped off the sofa.
"Daddy,
"You're back. I missed you so much," Xiao Qingli exclaimed as she dashed over to embrace her father's leg. Nangong Sihua picked up his daughter effortlessly. "What did you do today, Sheng'er?" he asked gently, knowing she was waiting for him at home and not wanting to delay too long. "I went to the hospital to see the handsome brother." Xiao Qingli began counting on her fingers. "Handsome brother?" Nangong Sihua questioned, puzzled that she had met a new handsome brother while he was away. He glanced at Nanyu for clarification. "Young master, it's Yulinji," Nanyu explained. "Oh, it's Yulinji," he realized, recalling that he had indeed received news that Yuxiu Yan's enemies had caused an accident involving his son, Yulinji, which was quite serious. Chapter 64. Indeed. The most pampered boys are the luckiest, yet the most troublesome. Yuxiu Yan was searching for doctors everywhere. "Is there anything else?" Nangong Sihua showed little interest in the affair involving Yuxiu Yan's son. "I did something good with brother Nanyu." Xiao Qingli continued counting on her fingers. "We delivered supplies to Shan Yao and the others." Nangong Sihua was puzzled again.
who is Shan Yao?"
"Young master. They are some children I previously supported," Nanyu interjected. Nangong Sihua nodded in acknowledgement. "Daddy, can I bring the leftover milk sticks, candies, and little cakes from home to them next time?" Xiao Qingli asked eagerly. "Of course," Nangong Sihua replied, nodding.
"Yay."
"Daddy is the best," she cheered, wrapping her arms around her father's neck joyfully. She intended to bring a plethora of snacks next time. Nangong Sihua smiled as he carried his daughter towards the study. Passing by Nanyu, he added, "You should come up too. There are some matters regarding your mother that you should know." Behind him were Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju, who had just returned from work. "With the young master here, we can hardly compete for the little young master," Jiang Zhu lamented. "You could always have one of your own," Jiang Lan suggested with a smile.
"No.
"I intend to remain single for life." Jiang Zhu immediately rejected the notion. Moreover, he had no girl he fancied. Besides, the child would likely not be as adorable as the little young master. It is said that daughters resemble their fathers, and his looks could not compete with the young masteress. What if he had a son? My goodness, it was simply unimaginable. Others gradually returned home as well. During dinner, Nangong Sihua announced his intention to take Nan Yu and his daughter to Jiang City. Shi Ci was the first to express his discontent. Young master, you're biased, he protested. You took Dong Ju with you last time. This time you're only taking Nan Yu. It's unfair. Nangong Sihua glanced at Shi Ci with an air of nonchalance. Do you have an issue with that? Shi Ci immediately shrank back, but still attempted to protest. Can't you take one more with you? Young master, please? He began to act coy. Nan Yu, help me. Shi Ci tugged at a dazed Nan Yu. Nan Yu, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by Shi Ci's pull.
Huh? What?
What do you mean what? You're going to Jiang City. And I want to go too.
11 ci wind.
Nangong Sihua, observing the antics of his subordinates, could only shake his head in exasperation. Nan Yu felt equally helpless. Young master, perhaps. Just let them go. Nangong Sihua relented. Very well. Shi Ci cheered, excitedly picking up his bowl again. Young master, I want to. Jiang Zhu chimed in eagerly. Young master, I. Shui also expressed his excitement. You all don't want to go. Nangong Sihua abruptly interrupted their forthcoming conversation with a singular declaration. His visit this time was for a matter of significance, not merely for leisure. What purpose would it serve to bring along so many people? The others immediately fell into a state of dejection. When would the young master ever take them out? They yearned to accompany both the young master and the little young master on their escapades. This time, it truly was a boon for Shi Ci. Indeed. The boys who indulge in a bit of charm tend to have the most fortunate lives, and also the most mischievous. Throughout the night, Shi Ci reveled in his delight, his spirit soaring high. Oh dear, I get to play with the young master and the little young master. Aren't you envious? His antics provoked the ire of the others, who could barely restrain themselves from delivering a good thrashing. You think you can flaunt it, huh?
Xwiswa shouted.
Exactly. Hua added. They had gone. And yet he still boasted in front of them. Tang Li and Song Shi sought out Nangong Sihua in the study. Within the study, Xiao Qingli sat diligently at a small writing desk, practicing her calligraphy with utmost concentration. Each stroke was executed with great care. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, was engrossed in managing documents on his computer. Young master, Tang Li and Song Shi announced as they knocked on the door. Without lifting his gaze from the screen, Nangong Sihua softly inquired, What is it? Tang Li cast a glance at the little young master, aware that some matters were not suitable to discuss in her presence. Nangong Sihua raised his eyes to regard his subordinate, then turned to his daughter. Sheng, would you kindly go and play with Nan Yu and the others? He asked gently.
All right.
Xiao Qingli immediately dropped her pen and dashed out to join her friends. Watching his daughter's cheerful retreat, Nangong Sihua let out a resigned sigh. What a troublesome little scholar she is. Speak, he commanded, as he began tidying up her calligraphy sheets. Her writing is quite rounded, he noted. Young master, there have been some irregularities with the Nangong company lately. Tang Li reported earnestly. Oh? Nangong Sihua turned his attention from the sheets to Tang Li. It appeared that many members of the board were initially opposed to Nangong Sihua assuming the role of executor. Yet, overnight, they had all seemingly rallied behind him. According to my investigations, now, whatever Nangong Sihua asserts is followed unconditionally by the others. They are exceedingly compliant, Tang Li explained. This is highly unusual. What could have prompted the entire board to shift their stance so dramatically overnight? It is inconceivable that the residual authority of old master Nangong alone could effect such a change. The members of the board are notoriously duplicitous. Akin to crafty old foxes, Nangong Sihua mused, furrowing his brow. Could there be something peculiar at play? I am well aware they would prefer that Nangong Sihua not inherit the company, as it would allow them to carve up the assets for themselves. How could they suddenly heed his commands? Tang Li, Song Shi, keep a vigilant eye on matters concerning Nangong Sihua. Nangong Sihua instructed as he placed his daughter's writings into a wooden box. Should there be any developments, notify me immediately. Understood. The two responded solemnly. You may leave now, he added, and they exited the study, seated in contemplation. Nangong Sihua supported his head with one hand while the other absent-mindedly turned a string of prayer beads. He pondered deeply. Was it possible that those individuals had been manipulated into compliance by some peculiar means employed by Nangong Sihua? Perhaps through sorcery or other arcane methods. He recalled that the most adept practitioners of sorcery hailed from the southern regions. He was not well versed in such mysticism. But he remembered that Shui was from the southern lands. He decided to have Shui investigate the southern area while he addressed the affairs in Jiangcheng. At that moment, within the Nangong residence, Old Master Nangong looked upon Nangong Sihua with admiration. Although he was uncertain of the methods Sihua had employed to secure the board's allegiance, such a development was undeniably favorable. He had not anticipated his grandson to possess such formidable capabilities. Sihua, you have done exceptionally well this time. It seems that before long, I shall be able to entrust the entirety of the Nangong family to you. Hearing his grandfather's praise, Nangong Sihua humbly replied, "It is all thanks to your guidance, grandfather." This response further delighted Old Master Nangong. The future of the Nangong family appeared to be glowing with promise. Nangong Sihua cast his gaze down at the documents in his hand, his disheveled hair obscuring his cold, piercing gaze. One day, he would ensure that all would heed his every command, including Nangong Sihua, transforming the imperious into a stepping stone for his own success. The mere thought of it filled him with an exhilarating sense of joy. As night deepened, Nangong Sihua perused the collected materials on the Bai and Gu families. The Bai family was renowned for their legacy in incense making, particularly their famed jasmine incense, which offered a unique fragrance that varied with the emotions of those who inhaled it. However, many years ago, they not only lost a significant competition but were also accused of plagiarism. Consequently, the Bai family fell into decline, taking with them the art of incense making in Huagua, with many ancestral recipes gradually fading into obscurity. In their stead, foreign perfumes became prevalent, as the populace grew more familiar with these products. Shortly after the competition, the Bai family's eldest daughter mysteriously vanished, her whereabouts remaining unknown. The Gu family, too, was a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine in Jiangcheng, currently adopting a low profile. Nan Yu's mother, Gu Nian, was regarded as the most talented among her generation. 30 years prior, when Nan Hao fell gravely ill, the Nan family sought her expertise. It was during this time that Gu Nian met Nan Hao. The circumstances surrounding her subsequent disappearance remain unclear.
Nangong Sihua sighed.
Both women were the most gifted of their family's crafts. Had life not been fraught with such unpredictability, they would undoubtedly shine brightly in their respective fields. He couldn't help but think of his adorably naive daughter and felt a twinge of concern. Chapter 65. The young master and Nan Yu are too indifferent. The following day, Nangong Sihua set off for Jiangcheng with his daughter, Shixi. And Nan Yu. Shixi bore the marks of a bruise on his face, appearing somewhat pitiful. Those individuals had truly struck hard. "My handsome face," he lamented. They must have been envious of his striking looks to have targeted his visage. Nan Yu tossed him a tube of ointment. Delighted, Shixi eagerly accepted it and hurriedly applied it to his face. The four of them arrived at the airport and boarded their flight. Upon landing in Jiangcheng, Shixi dragged 3 suitcases, his back laden with a large backpack, his face bright with excitement as he surveyed his surroundings. Nangong Sihua carried his daughter in front, while Nan Yu pulled her own suitcase. "Shixi, why are you bringing 2 suitcases? What's inside?" Nan Yu inquired curiously. "Clothes and shoes, along with some accessories," Shixi replied proudly. "I must look my best for this trip," Nan Yu remarked. "There's no need to bring so much, we're only here for a few days." Shixi insisted, "I am the visual representative among us. I must look handsome." The 4 of them arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. "Young master, when did you purchase this place?"
Undicesimo exclaimed in surprise.
"I forgot."
Nangong Sihua responded nonchalantly.
"Who keeps track of such things?" Nan Yu interjected. "It seems the young master bought it 10 years ago. This is an ancient residence. At one time, someone wanted to buy it to demolish and rebuild, but the young master, seeing that it was well preserved, felt a twinge of reluctance and decided to acquire it instead. After purchasing it, he had it renovated." Shixi gazed upon it with envy, lamenting that he did not even have a place of his own. As Nangong Sihua led his daughter inside, he noted that it was not dirty, as it was maintained by regular cleaning. The ancient residence featured 3 entrances and exits. Behind there are an attic, a pavilion, a rockery, and a lake, all nestled within a considerable expanse. Upon arriving at the room designated for their stay, Nangong Sihua observed that it required a thorough cleaning before it could be occupied. "Young master, you and young miss should rest first. I will clean with Shixi," Nan Yu suggested, rolling up her shirt sleeves. "You go prepare the meal." Nangong Sihua contemplated for a moment and replied, knowing that among the 4 of them, Nan Yu was the most skilled cook. Nan Yu paused, recalling the meals prepared by the young master. Perhaps he should take charge of it, she agreed. "Very well," Nangong Sihua nodded. placing his daughter on the ground before rolling up his own sleeves to fetch a basin and cloth. Little Qingli also rolled up her tiny sleeves to assist her father. Shitzi brandished a broom energetically. His steadfast support. Little Qingli exclaimed, diligently wiping the chair with her cloth while Nangong Sihua continued to clean earnestly.
Shengya.
Would you mind sitting here? He asked, concerned that his daughter might tire herself out, gently placing her on a stool. Why, I want to help Daddy. Little Qingli protested. Puzzled. Would you be willing to sit here as the supervisor? Only the most capable individuals can undertake such a task, Nangong Sihua said with a smile. Really? Little Qingli hesitated. Am I truly that remarkable? Indeed, our Sheng'er is the most extraordinary. This task is meant solely for you, Nangong Sihua stated with utmost seriousness.
All right.
Little Qingli declared with renewed determination. I cannot let Daddy's expectations down. Nangong Sihua watched as his daughter obediently sat, then resumed his cleaning. After a while, Little Qingli dozed off on the stool. By the time Nangong Sihua and Shitzi finished tidying up, she was sound asleep. Oh dear. Has Daddy noticed that she has fallen asleep? She thought, though she had not intended to doze off. Fatigue had overwhelmed her. Observing his daughter's sheepish demeanor, Nangong Sihua refrained from mentioning her slumber. Sheng'er, shall we check the kitchen to see if Brother Nanyu has finished preparing the meal? He suggested, taking her hand. Little Qingli replied, her little legs scurrying to keep up with her father. Daddy hasn't caught me slacking. I mustn't fall asleep again. Shitzi trailed behind them, looking utterly exhausted. I could starve to death. I'm so hungry. I'm about to develop a six-pack. In the kitchen, Nanyu had prepared 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, dompa pork, spicy crab, lotus root and corn rib soup, stir-fried water bamboo, and bok choy. He had also steamed rice. Worried that it might not be sufficient, considering that Shitzi had once resorted to eating directly from the rice cooker. Upon seeing their arrival, Nanyu announced, Young master. Young miss, dinner is ready. Shitzi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food. Let me help, he exclaimed, hastily grabbing the soup pot without a cloth.
Ouch.
It's so hot.
Ah.
I'm burning, he shouted as he hurried to the living room. But there's a cloth right here, Nanyu remarked. He doesn't have such foolish subordinates. Nangong Sihua quipped. Wow, Brother Shitzi is so impressive. Little Qingli marveled. The three fell silent for a moment before carrying the remaining dishes to the living room. Inside, Shitzi continued to blow on his reddened fingers. I'm burning, he lamented, holding up his hand for them to see. Nanyu glanced at his friend, who resembled a fool, and chose to ignore him, while Nangong Sihua did likewise. Shitzi, observing their indifferent backs, turned to Little Qingli. Young miss, look. Little Qingli studied Shitzi's hand seriously. Brother Shitzi, I'll blow on it for you. It will feel better, she said earnestly. Thank you, young miss, you're the best. Shitzi replied, touched. The young master and Nanyu are far too cold. Little Qingli puffed her cheeks and blew on Shitzi's fingers twice. Sheng'er, come eat. Nangong Sihua called out. Okay. Brother Shitzi, it's time to eat. Little Qingli scampered to the dining table. Delicious crab and meat, here I come. The four gathered at the table. Let's eat. Nangong Sihua said calmly. Shitzi quickly grabbed his chopsticks and reached for the dompa pork. This meat is delectable. It melts in the mouth. Nangong Sihua served his daughter a bowl of soup. Drink a bit of soup first.
All right.
Nangong Sihua then donned gloves to help Little Qingli crack open a crab before finally beginning his own meal. After finishing the soup that her father had provided, Little Qingli eagerly dug into the rice mixed with dompa pork and crab meat. This is truly delicious. As they reached the end of the meal, Nangong Sihua, Nanyu, and Little Qingli set down their chopsticks. Shitzi glanced at them, confirming they were done. Then all the leftovers are mine. He promptly embraced the rice cooker and began to feast. Nangong Sihua was unfazed by this spectacle and even offered Shitzi all the remaining meat. Go on, eat up. It's not as if I can deny you. Thank you, young master. Shitzi grinned as he devoured his meal. Eventually, he leaned back in his chair, satisfied. What bliss! Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua had already taken his daughter outside for a post-meal stroll. After their activity, it was time for a bath and rest. Little ones must not stay up late, or they won't grow tall. In the dead of night, while everyone was deep in slumber, Nanyu awoke from a nightmare. Thirsting for water. Just then, he noticed a shadowy figure sneaking past his window. Instantly alert, he wondered if they were plotting against the young master. Grabbing a needle, he swiftly climbed out the window and onto the roof to approach the shadowy figure from behind. Just as he was about to launch his attack, the moonlight revealed that it was Shitsi. With a sigh of exasperation, Nanyu put away the needle and gave Shitsi a light pat. Shitsi jumped in fright, about to scream, but Nanyu swiftly covered his mouth. If you shout so loudly, what will happen to the young master and young miss? Upon realizing it was Nanyu, Shitsi calmed down, still shaken. What on earth are you doing out here at this late hour, sneaking around? Nanyu inquired. I don't need to. There's an adult at home to ensure we don't drink. I was just feeling hungry and thought about grabbing a midnight snack, Shitsi replied sheepishly. Nanyu stared at him in disbelief. He had consumed the most at dinner. But you ate so much for dinner. How could you be hungry already? Nanyu exclaimed in astonishment. Well, I digested, went to the restroom, and then I was hungry again, Shitsi explained, patting his belly. Your digestion is impressive, Nanyu remarked. But why are you dressed like that? He asked, noticing Shitsi's meticulously styled appearance, adorned with jingling silver accessories. I must always maintain my image as a handsome young man, Shitsi declared, as if it were self-evident. After all, I am the face of the group. I must always pay attention to my appearance. Nanyu surrendered to his friend's antics. Are you going or not? Shall we go get some crayfish? Shitsi enthusiastically invited. Considering that he couldn't sleep anyway, Nanyu decided it was better to accompany Shitsi and keep an eye on him to prevent any mischief. I'll go change out of my pajamas, Nanyu said. Okay. After changing her clothes, Nanyu followed Shitsi as they departed. In another room, Nangong Sihua sighed helplessly, pondering how the entire day revolved around food. Shitsi led Nanyu to a late-night snack stall. Boss, bring us 10 pounds, no, 20 pounds, of spicy crayfish. Shitsi bellowed as he took a seat. And another grilled fish, along with 20 skewers of grilled beef. He continued to place his orders with audacious confidence. Nanyu pressed down on his hand. That's far too much. We won't finish it all, she remarked. We can finish it. Crayfish hardly have any meat, Shitsi countered. Make that 20 skewers of grilled shrimp too. Nanyu sighed inwardly, thinking it might just be too much for him. The owner observed the two young men ordering such a copious amount. That's enough for 5 or 6 people. Are you sure you can eat all that? He inquired with a thick Jiangqing accent. It feels like we haven't eaten in 3 days, Shitsi claimed. No worries, boss. If we can't finish, we'll just take it home, he declared with bravado. All right then, just wait a moment, the owner replied. Moments later, a large plate of crayfish was served, accompanied by grilled river shrimp. Would you like some wine, young men? The owner asked enthusiastically. No, there's an elder at home who won't allow us to drink, Nanyu answered, recalling the last time he had gotten drunk. Shitsi shared his reluctance, having no desire to return home to scolding, thus he also declined the wine. The owner's gaze turned more curious. These young men appeared to be in their 20s, yet were so obedient to their elders, a rarity indeed. It's not often one sees such obedient youngsters these days, the owner chuckled. Shitsi and Nanyu exchanged glances. We have no choice. Our master really gives us a beating, Shitsi replied, emphasizing the severity of their situation. Shitsi picked up a crayfish, savoring it. Delicious, he exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight. Nanyu, hurry up and eat. It'll taste terrible if it gets cold. He offered a crayfish to his friend. Nanyu took a bite, only to find it overwhelmingly spicy. Oh my, it's so hot. Why did you order it so spicy? She exclaimed, her face reddening. Spicy is what makes it delicious, Shitsi insisted, inhaling deeply. Crayfish are meant to be enjoyed spicy. Just then, a beautiful young woman approached, holding her phone. Excuse me, handsome. May I add you on WeChat? Nanyu, momentarily stunned by the spice, struggled to think of a reason to decline. Sensing his discomfort, Shitsi swiftly intervened. He*s taken. Nanyu nodded in agreement, following his friend's lead. The young woman hesitated, her gaze flicking between Nanyu and Shitsi, before realization dawned on her. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, she said, clasping her hands in apology. Best wishes to you both. With that, she hurried away. Shitsi and Nanyu exchanged bewildered glances. What did she wish us for? Shitsi shook his head, dismissing it. Whatever. Eating is what matters. After a while, Nanyu, despite feeling full, craved more. The crayfish were simply addictive. Meanwhile, Shitsi was nearly driven mad by the spice, but continued to devour them. So spicy, so delicious, he exclaimed. Once Nanyu set down her chopsticks, Shitsi cleared the remaining food in a flash. Eventually, Both found themselves quite stuffed, struggling to climb the wall on their return. Wait, why are we climbing the wall? Nanyu suddenly questioned. They've all gone to bed early, she noted. I don't know. It just feels more exciting this way, Shitsi replied. The thrill of sneaking out for a late-night snack was what made it worthwhile. All right then, Nanyu conceded. Back in their room, they washed up and went to sleep. The next morning, Nangong Sihua and Xiaoqing rose early. Nangong Sihua first took his daughter for breakfast at an old tea house known for its traditional morning fare. Seated by the window, they enjoyed a picturesque view of the lake, still shrouded in mist, evoking a sense of being enveloped in a romantic haze. Faint sounds of opera drifted through the air. Shinger, what would you like to eat? Nangong Sihua asked as he perused the menu. Xiaoqing scanned the options.
Daddy.
I want this one and this one. I want to eat this pear dish too. All right, Nangong Sihua nodded. I'll have these, along with a pot of tea and a basket of vegetarian dumplings. Thank you, he said, returning the menu to the waiter. The second floor was not only occupied by Nangong Sihua and his daughter, there were also other early risers enjoying tea. I heard the Bai family is participating in the incense competition this year, an elderly woman remarked. Indeed, it begins in just a few days. Recently, the Bai family has acquired a large quantity of fresh flowers, responded an elderly man at the same table. Alas, they haven't participated in so many years. I wonder if they will succeed this time, the elderly woman lamented. This competition is held in Jiangcheng. If they fail, it would be quite embarrassing.
Oh.
Why worry about such things? Just eat. Afterward, we can go for a stroll, the elderly man replied. At our age, we should be more concerned about our health rather than fretting over such matters. Nangong Sihua listened intently. The incense competition, a world-class event. The Bai family must be feeling immense pressure. If they win, the art of incense in Huagua could regain its prominence. If they lose, it may further diminish in popularity. He rhythmically turned a set of prayer beads between his fingers. Daddy, the buns will get cold. Xiaoqing reminded him when she noticed he wasn't eating.
All right,
he replied, taking a bite of the bun. Xiaoqing swung her little legs joyfully as she ate. Most of the patrons were elderly, and they couldn't help but be drawn to the adorable Xiaoqing. What a lovely little girl, like a fairy, one elderly woman exclaimed. How old is your daughter? Young man? Another asked. Nangong Sihua pointed to himself, slightly puzzled. Are they calling me? Young man? He thought, realizing they were indeed addressing him. My daughter is 2 years old, he answered. 2 years old? Oh my, she is simply beautiful. The elderly woman beamed. And you, young man, are quite handsome as well. No wonder your daughter is so lovely. Xiaoqing turned to the elderly woman. Grandma, she called out sweetly. Oh, what a good girl. The elderly woman chuckled, her joy evident. The other elderly patrons turned their attention toward them. What a beautiful little girl. Here, have some candy. It's delicious. This osmanthus cake is delightful too. And this one. Nangong Sihua was taken aback by such exuberant attention from the elderly. They are excessively friendly, he thought. Overwhelmed, he cradled his satiated daughter and made a hasty exit. As they stepped outside, Nangong Sihua let out a sigh of relief. Father, we forgot to pack food for Brother Nanyu and Brother Shitsi, reminded Xiaoqing. Let us procure some elsewhere. Nangong Sihua said as he took his daughter to another tea house to order takeout. 10 baskets of soup dumplings and 2 servings of congee, he instructed. Pardon me, sir. Are you certain you wish for 10 baskets? Each basket contains 9 dumplings, the server kindly cautioned. Indeed, Nangong Sihua nodded. Shitsi can consume 6 or 7 baskets by himself. The server thought it must be a large family at home. With a hefty bag of takeout in hand, Nangong Sihua led his daughter back. Upon reaching the entrance, they were startled by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig.
Ah!
My face! Came Shitsi's shrill cry. Nangong Sihua's expression remained impassive. He wondered what mischief his foolish subordinate had gotten into this time. Xiaoqing looked on, bewildered. What has happened to Brother Shitsi? Inside the room, Shitsi stared at the pimple on his face, despair evident in his eyes. His once striking visage had been marred by this single blemish. Had he known, he would have refrained from indulging in those spicy crayfish. Next door, Nanyu was jolted awake by Shitsi's scream. Is it New Year? Why is there a sound like a pig being slaughtered? Xiaoqing stood at the doorway knocking. Brother Nanyu, Brother Shitsi, it's time for breakfast, she called. Father, and I have brought you delicious buns. Delicious? Where are they? Shitsi exclaimed, bursting out of his room. Nangong Sihua watched silently. Nanyu also emerged from his quarters. Young master, little young master. Good morning, Nanyu greeted with a smile. Please wash up first, Nangong Sihua instructed before leading his daughter away, noting their disheveled appearances. He was not in the mood for conversation. Shitsi observed the retreating figures of the young master and little young master. Nanyu, do you sense that we are being disregarded? He pondered. Just take a look at your own disheveled state, Nanyu retorted, equally critical of himself. We must hurry and wash up. Once they had freshened up, the two entered the living room, Shitsi's eyes gleaming at the sight of the buns on the table. Thank you, young master, he exclaimed, grabbing a bun and shoving it into his mouth, only to be scalded by the hot broth. Nangong Sihua regarded his subordinate's foolishness with a deep sigh.
Xiaoqing listi flatalau.
Brother Shitsi is so silly. Hurry and eat. Once you're full, we will head to the Bai residence, Nangong Sihua instructed. Understood. After their meal, the four made their way to the Bai household, which stood firmly closed. Nangong Sihua instructed Nanyu to knock on the door. After 3 knocks, someone finally answered.
Who are you?
We are currently closed to guests, a boy of about 11 or 12 inquired. We are here to pay a visit on behalf of young master Nangong Sihua, Nanyu replied gently. Please wait a moment, I will ask. But my father may not wish to see you, the boy said before shutting the door. After a while, a refined man emerged. Young master Nangong. It is an honor to meet you. I am Bai Yusong, the head of the Bai family, he said, extending his hand with a smile. A pleasure. Nangong Sihua replied as he slightly grasped the man's hand. Please come in, Bai Yusong gestured. Nangong Sihua, with his daughter in tow, followed by Yusong inside, with Nanyu and Shitsi trailing behind. In the living room, Bai Yusong brewed a pot of pine needle tea. Mr. Nangong, please give it a taste, he offered, pouring tea for Nangong Sihua. Thank you. Tang Ma, prepare some snacks for the young lady that she loves, Bai Yusong instructed, looking fondly at the adorable Xiaoqing Li. Word has spread that young master Nangong has been blessed with a lovely daughter. Today, she is truly a picture of grace. Thank you, Xiaoqing Li replied softly. You are too kind, Miss Nangong. May I inquire why Mr. Nangong has come to the Bai residence? Bai Yusong asked, curious. He hoped the visit was not merely to make friends, for he knew that young master Nangong was not one to seek friendships lightly. I have come to inquire about a certain individual. May I ask how Miss Bai Linglan is related to you? Nangong Sihua began. Bai Linglan? She is my aunt. Why do you ask? Bai Yusong responded, puzzled. Aunt Linglan is the youngest sister of my father, but she has been missing for many years. I am seeking a jasmine flower that she personally cultivated, Nangong Sihua elaborated. This. Bai Yusong hesitated. Mr. Bai, please state any requests you may have. I will do my utmost to accommodate, Nangong Sihua said, studying him. Both monetary and other forms of compensation are acceptable. Mr. Nangong, you misunderstand. It is not that I am unwilling, but my father's belongings pertaining to my aunt have been locked away, and I am powerless to access them, Bai Yusong explained. After my aunt's disappearance, my father locked away all her possessions, including the courtyard where she once resided, forbidding anyone from entering. It is said that Aunt Linglan was once my father's favorite sister. However, something must have transpired, for my father's temperament changed drastically, and he forbids any mention of Aunt Linglan, locking away all her belongings. May I meet Mr. Bai? Nangong Sihua inquired. I can take you to see my father, but I cannot guarantee he will meet with you, Bai Yusong replied. He has a rather peculiar temper and has rarely shown himself in recent years. Thank you. Shitsi Nanyu. Please wait here, Nangong Sihua instructed. Understood. Nangong Sihua followed Bai Yusong to a rather desolate courtyard. Bai Yusong approached and knocked on the door. Father. Young master, Nangong wishes to see you, he announced. After a moment of silence, there was no response. Father? Bai Yusong called again. Young master Nangong has come to pay his respects, Nangong Sihua added. What business does young master Nangong have with Bai? Came the elder's frail voice from within. I seek a jasmine flower that Miss Bai Linglan personally cultivated, Nangong Sihua explained his intent. Seeking on behalf of another, the elder paused, then erupted in fury, seemingly hurling a teapot against the door. A loud crash followed, the sound of shattering porcelain echoing from within. Nangong Sihua hurriedly covered his daughter's ears. Were you frightened? He asked, glancing at Xiaoqing Li. No, she shook her head. Grandfather inside is quite fierce. Leave. That scoundrel Mu sent you, didn't he? Get out. The elder shouted. Father. Mr. Nangong is holding a child. Please do not frighten her, Bai Yusong quickly interjected. The commotion within paused, as if the elder was trying to regain his composure. Mr. Nangong, you should leave. I will not allow that scoundrel Mu to touch my sister's belongings. The elder's voice was strained. Is it not enough that Mu has harmed Linglan? Bai Yusong looked helplessly at Nangong Sihua. I apologize for the intrusion, Nangong Sihua said softly. It appeared that alternative methods were needed. Bai Yusong led Nangong Sihua back to the living room. Mr. Nangong, may I ask why you seek the jasmine flower cultivated by my aunt? Bai Yusong queried, perplexed. And who is this scoundrel Mu? Nangong Sihua did not conceal anything from Bai Yusong, revealing that Mu Yuan sought to exchange a precious national treasure for a single jasmine flower. Bai Yusong's eyes widened in understanding. So that was the case. What sort of relationship could Mu Yuan possibly have with his aunt? To go so far as to barter a priceless artifact for merely a flower that she had personally nurtured? Was it not acceptable if the flower were not from his aunt? The Bai family possessed countless jasmine flowers. With the national treasure's return, Yusong would surely exert every effort. How about this? Mr. Nangong can stay at the Bai residence for the time being while I discuss this matter with my father, Bai Yusong suggested thoughtfully. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Nangong Sihua expressed his gratitude. Please, Mr. Nangong, do not mention it. Should anything arise, feel free to instruct the housekeeper directly, Bai Yusong replied with a smile. As Bai Yusong had other matters to attend to, he instructed the housekeeper to assist Nangong Sihua in settling in. Once the housekeeper had departed, Nanyu and Shitzi eagerly approached to inquire, Young master, what happened? Nangong Sihua shook his head. It seems Mu Yuan harbors some grievances with the Bai family. Old Mr. Bai is reluctant to part with the flower. We must inquire with Mu Yuan about what transpired between him and the Bai family. Only by understanding the circumstances can we find a way forward. Nangong Sihua dialed Mu Yuan's number. Mu Yuan, what history do you have with the Bai family? Old Mr. Bai is unwilling to give you the flower, he stated directly. Mr. Nangong, since you are at the Bai residence, could you please let Linglan take the call? Mu Yuan replied excitedly, yearning to personally apologize to Linglan. Miss Bai Linglan has been missing for many years. Are you not aware? Nangong Sihua frowned. No. Judging by Mu Yuan's demeanor, he must have held deep feelings for Bai Linglan. How could he be oblivious to her disappearance for so long? Missing? I had no idea Linglan forbade me from inquiring about her whereabouts, Mu Yuan stammered, his panic rendering him almost incoherent. When did she go missing? Where is she now? What should I do? Nangong Sihua interjected. First, tell me about your connection with the Bai family. All right, I will explain. Mu Yuan composed himself and began recounting his tumultuous relationship with the Bai family and his love-hate saga with Bai Linglan. Nangong Sihua listened impatiently to his tales of romance, thinking to himself, what a cad. Nanyu and Shitzi leaned in, straining to catch every word. Indeed, it is quite melodramatic. Once Mu Yuan finished his story, Nangong Sihua promptly ended the call, unwilling to grant him another moment to speak. Where is Xing'er? He wondered aloud, scanning for his daughter. Where could she be? Wasn't she just at my feet a moment ago? Nanyu and Shitzi immediately began searching as well. Little young master? Shitzi called out from the sofa. Little young master? Nanyu searched behind the vase. After scouring every nook and cranny, they still could not find the little girl. This is bad. The little young master is missing. Shitzi exclaimed in a panic, clutching his head. Nangong Sihua glanced at the ajar door. I suspect she has run off to play. I will go find her. He recalled the fragrance his daughter had chosen today. By following the scent, he would locate her. Meanwhile, little Qingli had arrived at old Mr. Bai's courtyard. This must be the place. Inside resides a rather fearsome grandfather. She pushed against the door, but it was locked from the inside. Oh, dear, it won't budge. Determined, she trotted over to the dog hole in the corner and began to squeeze her round little body through. Oh no, I'm stuck. Little Qingli grunted, trying her best to wriggle through. Come on, Qingli can do it. Suddenly, she felt something pushing her from behind. With a pop, she successfully entered.
Meow.
A tabby cat followed her through. Little Qingli gazed at the cat, realizing it had assisted her. Thank you, kitty, she said, petting the tabby.
Meow.
The cat nuzzled against her and then pawed out a small dried fish it had hidden in the corner, pushing it toward little Qingli. It seemed to say, You must be hungry. Please eat. Looking at the dried fish, little Qingli thought it must have been a treasure the cat had hoarded for a long time. I can't eat this. You should, she said in her sweet, childish voice. The tabby cat continued to watch her intently. Why won't you eat? You mustn't be picky. I didn't catch anything today. You can only have this. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Who is there? Is little Hua back? Old Mr. Bai queried, having heard rustling in the bushes. Little Qingli panicked. It's the fierce grandpa. Qingli must hide. Meow, the tabby called out. Old Mr. Bai parted the bushes, astonished. Why is there a child here? Little Qingli, seated among the foliage, met his gaze. Oh no, I've been discovered. The tabby cat attempted to grab little Qingli and present her to old Mr. Bai, as if to say, look, I brought back a little one. After a moment of silence, old Mr. Bai reached down and lifted little Qingli. She complied, being carried without resistance, while the tabby followed closely behind. Who are you? And why did you crawl through the cat hole? Old Mr. Bai asked sternly, his demeanor rather forbidding. Little Qingli, undeterred by his severity, responded, I'm Qingli. I had no door to enter. Otherwise, why would I crawl through the hole? Old Mr. Bai was taken aback by her calmness in being caught. Are you the daughter of Nangong Sihua? Yes, Nangong Sihua is my father, little Qingli nodded. Old Mr. Bai looked at the little girl, feeling a headache coming on. You should return quickly. You are not welcome here. He was certain that Nangong Sihua had sent her, attempting to use the child as a bargaining chip. Not a chance. He would not be fooled by such tactics. I want to go back unless you promise not to be fierce with my father, little Qingli declared. Pulling out all her snacks from her little bag, milk sticks, candies, and jelly. These are all my snacks. Seeing the treats and the sincerity in her eyes, old Mr. Bai found himself at a loss for words. The child appeared quite fond of her father. The tabby cat pawed at old Mr. Bai's trousers, as if urging him to accept the child's offerings, lest she feel disheartened. Old Mr. Bai glanced at the cat, exasperated. Who is actually in charge here? Meow. The tabby mewed in a placating manner. Fine, I will accept these, and I promise not to be fierce with your father. Old Mr. Bai relented. Hastened to send away the child. Thank you, Grandpa Xiong. Little Qingli expressed her gratitude in a soft, sweet voice. Mr. Bai, what on earth is Grandpa Xiong? The cat. Cat, Lily is leaving, but tomorrow I shall bring you some dried fish. Little Qingli crouched down to pat the tabby cat. Today the cat had aided her, and she wanted to show her appreciation. With that, little Qingli scampered away on her tiny legs. Seeing the little one depart, the tabby cat hurriedly followed, mewing anxiously, as if inquiring where she was headed, for her nest was not in that direction. Cat, Lily must return. Papa will be worried if he cannot see her. Little Qingli comforted the tabby cat with another gentle stroke. Chapter 69. What to do? He yearned to kiss Miss Nangong. She also wished to play with the cat a little longer, but she had to return. Papa would be anxious if he could not find her. Old Mr. Bai observed the scene of parting between the child and the cat with a perplexed expression. Was it really that serious? Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Mr. Bai, may I inquire if my daughter is with you? Nangong Sihua asked politely. Just when old Mr. Bai was about to respond with impatience, he looked down to see the little bundle gazing at him with wide eyes, as if saying, You promised Li. You must not go back on your word, or else Li will not play with you anymore. The words he was about to utter were swallowed back down. Yes, old Mr. Bai replied, his tone considerably softened. Nangong Sihua heard the affirmative and said, Thank you, Mr. Bai. Shinger, shall we go home with Papa? With a cheerful okay, little Qingli dashed toward the door. The tabby cat followed closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, little Qingli found herself struggling with the door, only to be surprised when the tabby cat leaped up to nudge the latch, and the door swung open.
Thank you, cat.
You are truly amazing, little Qingli praised. Nangong Sihua observed his somewhat dirty daughter and inquired, What have you been up to? Papa, hug. Little Qingli stretched her tiny, chubby hands toward her father. Nangong Sihua lifted the little dirty darling into his arms. What have you been doing, Shenge? He asked gently. I came to see Grandpa Xiong and asked him not to be fierce with Papa anymore, little Qingli replied earnestly. I gave him all my snacks. Nangong Sihua noticed the grass clinging to his daughter as clothes. Did he promise? He asked, intrigued.
He did.
And he even knows the cat, little Qingli declared proudly. My dear Shinger is truly remarkable. She knows how to protect her father. Nangong Sihua gazed at his daughter, resembling a little flower, and felt his heart soften. Yes, yes, yes. Lily protects Papa, little Qingli exclaimed proudly. By the way, Papa, tomorrow we must buy some dried fish for the cat, as it helped me today. Little Qingli leaned against her father's shoulder, looking at the tabby cat trailing behind. Oh, what did it help you with? Nangong Sihua inquired with curiosity. Little Qingli recounted how she had gotten stuck in the cat tunnel and how the tabby cat had nudged her out. Haha, Nangong Sihua couldn't help but chuckle.
All right.
Tomorrow Papa will take you to buy plenty of cat treats.
Um,
Little Qingli nodded vigorously. She then turned to the tabby cat and said, Cat, tomorrow Li Li will bring you lots and lots of snacks. The tabby meowed in response, its eyes sparkling as if to say, how did I end up with such a beautiful little one? The tabby cat followed little Qingli all the way back to her residence before reluctantly parting ways. As soon as Shitzi spotted little Qingli, he rushed over. My little young master, where have you been? I was so worried, he exclaimed, clutching his heart. Nangong Sihua cast him a glance and said, cease your theatrics. Shitzi immediately stood obediently to the side. Young master, please. Nangong Sihua carried his daughter to the bathroom, where he used a towel to wash her. From now on, you must inform Papa whenever you go anywhere, all right? Otherwise, Papa will be very anxious if he cannot see you. What if someone were to take such a tiny baby away?
he said. All right.
Lily will make sure not to worry Papa next time. Lily cannot be an unfilial child. Little Qingli nodded earnestly. I must tell Papa whenever I go anywhere. Otherwise, it would be unfilial of me. Li is a dutiful child. Unfilial? Where did you hear that? Nangong Sihua asked, somewhat taken aback. Such words. Where did his daughter learn them? From the television, little Qingli replied. Nangong Sihua decided that in the future, he would strictly monitor what his daughter watched on television. After her bath, Nangong Sihua dressed little Qingli in her pajamas and dried her hair halfway. Go play with Shitzi and Nanyu. Papa will prepare your clothes for tomorrow,
he said.
Little Qingli nodded. As Nangong Sihua watched his daughter step out the door, he took out a wooden box. This was originally meant to be a gift of incense for old Mr. Bai, but he had not had the opportunity to present it today. He opened another wooden box and took out the incense within to scent his daughter's clothes. Downstairs, Shitzi and little Qingli were playing on the sofa, while Nanyu was cooking in the kitchen. By the time Nangong Sihua came downstairs, Nanyu had already finished preparing the meal. Young master, today we have your favorite large meatballs, Nanyu announced, dressed in a white shirt with a gray apron tied around her waist as she carried out the dishes.
Wow.
Lily wants to eat 2 bowls of rice, little Qingli exclaimed joyfully, holding up 2 fingers. Upon hearing this, Shitzi looked at little Qingli's stomach. Young master, if you eat 2 bowls, aren't you afraid of bursting your belly? He teased with a grin. Lily's tummy is very big and can hold a lot. Little Qingli retorted. Let's compare. Shitzi challenged. Shitzi, don't be so childish. Go into the kitchen and bring out the dishes, Nanyu said, exasperated. Shitzi, for once, complied without protest and went to fetch the food. One must not offend the chef when dining out, otherwise there would be no good food to enjoy. Nanyu had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. After dinner, Nangong Sihua took his daughter for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Little Qingli walked ahead with her tiny legs, while Nangong Sihua sauntered behind. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by some murmuring. This scent seems a bit off. What went wrong? Little Qingli, hearing the noise, craned her neck to look. It's Uncle Bai. The scent of grapefruit is too overpowering, masking the fragrance of jasmine, Nangong Sihua remarked. Bai Yusong was startled. Who is speaking? Oh, it's young Master Nangong. You understand fragrances as well? Bai Yusong exclaimed in surprise. I have a rudimentary understanding, Nangong Sihua replied. Bai Yusong regarded him with skepticism. You sounded far from rudimentary just now. You could identify what was in the scent with a mere whiff. Uncle Bai, don't use so much sandalwood, little Qingli added. Miss Nangong, I only used a tiny bit of sandalwood, and you could smell it too, Bai Yusong said, looking at the little chubby figure standing on the ground. Of course. If Uncle Bai uses so much, Lily will definitely be able to smell it, little Qingli affirmed. Miss Nangong is so little, yet understands fragrances. Young Master Nangong, Miss Nangong is truly exceptional, Bai Yusong exclaimed excitedly. Nangong Sihua was certain that he had never formally taught his daughter the art of perfumery. She had merely observed him during his crafting sessions, during which he casually imparted some related knowledge. No, my daughter does not know how to create perfumes, Nangong Sihua stated. She simply watches me while I work, and I occasionally share some insights with her, he clarified. Bai Yusong was even more astonished. A prodigy. What should I do? I feel an overwhelming urge to kiss Miss Nangong. He had witnessed a genius. Nangong Sihua noted the fervent gaze Bai Yusong directed at his daughter and bent down to lift her into his arms. Bai Yusong composed himself. Miss Nangong, would you be interested in learning perfumery? I would be delighted to teach you, he eagerly proposed. What is perfumery? Young Qingli inquired innocently. It is the process of creating the delightful scents that your father uses to fragrance your clothing, Nangong Sihua explained. Qingli can learn, but my daddy knows how. So, why should I learn from Uncle Bai? Little Qingli pondered. Daddy can teach her, she concluded. Chapter 70. The Bloodline of Bai Linglan. Bai Yusong replied, well, your father is an amateur. I am a professional. Of course, he could not voice such sentiments aloud, for it might anger young Master Nangong. He also could not assert his superiority over Nangong Sihua, as that would appear immodest. It's just that your father is preoccupied with other matters, and I specialize in this field. I can truly teach you a great deal, Bai Yusong insisted. However, Qingli shook her head, still disinterested.
No.
I want to stay with Daddy. Young Master Nangong. Miss Nangong has a remarkable talent for perfumery. We must not allow this gift to go to waste, Bai Yusong remarked, attempting to persuade the little girl's father. Mr. Bai, my daughter is not unwilling to learn. She simply does not wish to learn from you, Nangong Sihua replied, affirming that his daughter only wanted to learn from him. Bai Yusong conceded, very well. Such a prodigy will not be within our reach. As Nangong Sihua observed Bai Yusong's forlorn demeanor, he excused himself and departed. Bai Yusong felt a twinge of sadness before retreating to his chamber to recombine his scents. Less grapefruit and a touch less sandalwood. Once adjusted, he reignited the mixture. The fragrance was just right. Crafting perfume requires an exquisite balance of each note to create a harmonious aroma. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a profound sadness. He had been overshadowed by two individuals who were not even perfumers, one of whom was just a child. After years of diligent study, he found himself outmatched by a mere youngster. It was utterly disheartening. The following day, Nangong Sihua took his daughter to a pet store to purchase treats for their pet. Hello, how may I assist you? The attendant greeted warmly. We want to buy snacks for the cat. Little Qingli replied sweetly. Certainly, please follow me. The attendant led them to the feline section. These are all treats that cats adore. Freeze-dried snacks, cat sticks, and canned food, the attendant elaborated. Neither Nangong Sihua nor Qingli had experience with cats, so they decided to procure a bit of everything. Eventually, Nangong Sihua returned home with 2 large bags of cat treats. Qingli gazed at the bounty, thinking, these snacks will last the cat a long time. The attendant watched the father and daughter depart, imagining that the cat in their household would undoubtedly lead a blissful life. Upon arriving at the Bai residence, Nanyu had already prepared breakfast. Young master, little young master. Breakfast is ready, Nanyu announced. I made yam and pork congee and vegetable porridge along with steamed buns. Wow, let me wash my hands and eat. Little Qingli exclaimed, scampering off to clean up. Where's Shitsi? Nangong Sihua inquired. He is still asleep, Nanyu responded, glancing upstairs. Last night, Shitsi had sneaked out for a late-night snack and had intended to invite Nanyu, but he was too exhausted to accompany him. Nangong Sihua sighed. Let him be. Once Qingli finished washing her hands, she obediently sat at the table, waiting for her meal. Nangong Sihua served her a bowl of congee, then filled another for Nanyu. Be careful, it's hot, he cautioned. Thank you, young master, Nanyu replied, accepting the bowl with both hands. Qingli did not require her father's assistance. She puffed her cheeks to cool the porridge before taking a sip. Nangong Sihua watched his daughter with tender affection, marveling at how adorable she was. Eat slowly. Don't burn yourself. Okay, little Qingli nodded. Suddenly, a familiar shriek echoed from upstairs.
Ah!
My face. Nangong Sihua calmly continued his meal. Qingli, startled, dropped her bun. Nanyu sighed in exasperation. It's too early for him to be yelling like that. Daddy, my bun fell. Qingli lamented, gazing mournfully at the fallen snack. It's all right. Nangong Sihua consoled her, gently patting her head before retrieving another bun for her. Qingli happily accepted it and took small bites. Once they finished breakfast, Nangong Sihua took his daughter, carrying the 2 large bags of treats and gifts, to the residence of old Mr. Bai. Upon arriving at the courtyard from the previous day, Nangong Sihua knocked on the door. To his surprise, it was unlocked. Come in, a voice from within invited. Nangong Sihua was pleasantly surprised to find such an easy entry today. Good day, old Mr. Bai, he greeted politely. Old Mr. Bai responded coolly, allowing them entry out of respect for Xiaohua. Little Qingli hugged the tabby cat, exclaiming, Cat, Daddy and I brought you lots of treats. The cat purred happily, licking Qingli affectionately. Oh, my beautiful little one, Qingli said, pulling out freeze-dried chicken. This is very delicious. She offered it to the cat, who who eagerly accepted it, its eyes glimmering with satisfaction, proud that its offspring had learned to hunt. Old Mr. Bai, seated at the stone table, regarded Nangong Sihua. Yesterday, Yusong came to discuss your intentions with me. I must advise you not to be deceived by Mu Yuan, that scoundrel, he cautioned. Who would believe that a person named Mu would be so generous as to trade a national treasure for a jasmine flower? Ridiculous. A thankless wretch, now feigning deep feelings.
Bah.
Nangong Sihua acknowledged, I inquired about the grievances between the Bai family and Mu Yuan yesterday. It is clear he is not trustworthy. Since he proposed this transaction, if he dares to renege on his promise, I have ways to ensure he fulfills it. How about this, old Mr. Bai? I will use my influence to help you locate your sister, and you provide me with the jasmine flower. Would that be acceptable? Nangong Sihua suggested a deal. No need. Linglong has long since passed, old Mr. Bai replied sorrowfully. Nangong Sihua's eyes widened in astonishment. She has died? Does old Mr. Bai have any other wishes? He refrained from discussing Bai Linglong further. Yes, came the somber response. Mr. Bai gazed at Nangong Sihua. Please speak, he urged. When Linglong departed, she was with child, and I remain oblivious to whether her offspring still graces this world, Mr. Bai sighed. Years ago, Linglong hastily left the Bai family, already 4 months pregnant at that time. I cannot fathom why my sister felt such an urgency to depart. By the time I received news of her, she had already passed away. I am unaware if that child was ever born. I have searched, yet found no trace. Given the formidable influence of young Master Nangong, I wonder if he might assist in uncovering the truth. Mr. Bai, allow me to make an attempt, Chiyu interjected. Investigating events from so long ago does pose considerable challenges, particularly given the uncertainty regarding whether Bai Linglong gave birth to that child. If she did not, no amount of digging would yield results. Therefore, we can only proceed with the trial. Very well, Mr. Bai acquiesced. Though the child bears the surname Mu, he is also my sister's sole bloodline. Regardless of the outcome, I shall present the jasmine flower to young Master Nangong. Should the Mu family renege on their word, I shall seize the opportunity to rectify that matter through young Master Nangong. After discussing the jasmine flower, Nangong Sihua presented Mr. Bai with a gift. This is a fragrance crafted by Chiyu, a modest token, but consider it a gift of introduction from me, he stated. Thank you, young Master Nangong, Mr. Bai replied, accepting the gift and inhaling its scent. He then looked at Nangong Sihua with astonishment. Is this truly a fragrance created by you, young master? Indeed, Nangong Sihua answered, his tone calm. This aroma resembles the long-lost floating life as a dream, Mr. Bai remarked, still in disbelief. Floating life as a dream is an ancient fragrance, said to grant the dreamer a chance to meet their most cherished person in a dream. Such a rare essence, Chi would not dare to present to you lightly. Nangong Sihua explained. I am truly grateful, young Master Nangong, Mr. Bai expressed joyfully. Daddy, can I feed the cat with the canned food? Xiao Qingli asked her father. Holding a can. Yes, but once the cat has eaten the can, it cannot be fed anything else, or it may overindulge, Nangong Sihua replied. Helping his daughter open the can. All right, Xiao Qingli nodded and crouched down to continue feeding the cat. Young Master Nangong has raised his daughter exceptionally well, Mr. Bai praised. Even such a young child knows to offer treats to coax her father not to scold her. Truly a delightful and well-behaved child. Indeed. Nangong Sihua smiled warmly at his daughter as she fed the cat. He naturally tended to his daughter's upbringing with great care. Nangong Sihua and Mr. Bai conversed further about the intricacies of fragrance crafting, and before they realized it, noon had arrived. Young Master Nangong, let us have lunch here, Mr. Bai invited warmly, his gaze filled with admiration for Nangong Sihua. He had not anticipated that young Master Nangong was also a master perfumer, capable of recreating even the long-lost scents that others could not. He yearned to summon that rebellious son of his to witness what true genius looked like. I mustn't impose. Nangong Sihua replied graciously. Mr. Bai ordered dishes prepared in the style of the capital and summoned Bai Yusong. Bai Yusong appeared bewildered. Father actually invited me to dine with him. In his memory, the last time they had shared a meal was in his childhood. Since turning 16. He had mostly dined alone, save for the occasional family gatherings during the Mid-Autumn Festival and New Year. As he entered his father's courtyard, he was astonished to see both young Master and Miss Nangong present. Just yesterday, his father had dismissed them, and now they were seated together, sipping tea and conversing. What had transpired in just one night? Yusong, come here, Mr. Bai beckoned upon seeing his son. Father, Bai Yusong greeted respectfully. If you have any questions regarding fragrance crafting, you may inquire with young Master Nangong, Mr. Bai suggested.
Ah,
Bai Yusong's mouth fell open in surprise. His father meant to say that young Master Nangong was a master of perfume.
what?
Why are you gaping like a fool? Young Master Nangong can recreate the long-lost floating life as a dream. Mr. Bai scolded gently, observing his son's dazed expression. Floating life as a dream, Bai Yusong exclaimed, astonished. Young Master Nangong, please accept me as your disciple, he implored, admiration shining in his eyes. Nangong Sihua paused, holding his teacup. I do not take disciples, he replied coolly. What if I have questions regarding fragrance crafting? I promise it won't take much of your time, Bai Yusong asked, his face lighting up with hope. Very well, Nangong Sihua replied nonchalantly.
Daddy.
Lily is hungry. Xiao Qingli rushed over to her father. Feeling hungry? Have a little snack. Lunch will be ready shortly, Nangong Sihua consoled, handing her a piece of chestnut cake. The dishes will be ready soon, Mr. Bai assured. I should have instructed earlier, so the child wouldn't have to endure hunger. Xiao Qingli climbed into her father's embrace, nibbling on her snack. The tabby cat lay at Nangong Sihua's feet, watching Xiao Qingli. Before long, the dishes were finally served. Young Master Nangong, please do not stand on ceremony, Mr. Bai invited. Please, Mr. Bai, Nangong Sihua gestured for the host to begin. Very well, and Miss Nangong, do not hesitate to partake as well, Mr. Bai added. During the meal, Bai Yusong posed various questions to Nangong Sihua about fragrance crafting, receiving precise answers each time. His admiration for Nangong Sihua soared to new heights. Young Master Nangong is truly extraordinary, he declared, announcing that henceforth, Nangong Sihua would be his idol. After the meal, Nangong Sihua took his daughter and his two subordinates to bid farewell. As matters had been settled, it was no longer convenient to stay at another's residence. Returning to their own abode would be far more comfortable. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Nangong Sihua called Feng, instructing him to investigate the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the Bai family's young lady years ago. The prior inquiry had only established her disappearance without delving deeper. Understood. Young master, when will you be back? We all miss the little young master, Feng cheerfully inquired. It will take some time, Nangong Sihua replied. The matters concerning Nanyu have yet to be resolved. Very well, Feng acknowledged regretfully. It seems we won't be seeing the adorable little young master anytime soon. What about Nangong Sihua? Nangong Sihua asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Nangong Sihua has not exhibited any peculiar behavior lately, rest assured. We are keeping a close watch, Feng reassured. All right, Nangong Sihua was about to end the call, when Feng suddenly remembered. By the way, young master, Yuxiyuan's ex-wife has been frequently visiting to see the little young master, claiming her son misses him. I see, Nangong Sihua frowned. Yuxiyuan's son misses my daughter? After hanging up, he pondered. His daughter had developed quite the friendship with that Yulinzi. Although he had personal grievances with Yuxiyuan, he had never forbade his daughter from associating with Yuxiyuan's son. However, the fact that Yuxiyuan's son was so attached to his daughter was less than pleasing to him. At this moment, Xiao Qingli followed Shitzi to the pond to gather lotus seeds for consumption. Shitzi indulged himself in the lotus seeds, musing that Nanyu had mentioned they could help alleviate internal heat, thus he aimed to consume a few more to reduce the acne blemishing his visage. The inflamed red spots were undoubtedly a detriment to his attractiveness. Xiao Qingli, sitting amidst a pile of lotus pods, busily peeled the seeds. Brother Shitzi, these are meant for Brother Nanyu and Father. You mustn't touch them, she pointed out to a heap of lotus pods. Brother Nanyu and Father haven't had their share yet. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua and Nanyu were seated in the study. Nanyu, avoidance is not the most prudent approach, Nangong Sihua remarked, presenting the information he had gathered. Nanyu's forehead tensed, veins protruding, seemingly repressing a tempest of inner rage. It became evident that the mischief was orchestrated by that woman. He and his mother had faced ostracism and bullying wherever they went, all instigated by her financial machinations. Ultimately, they had been left to wander the streets. Young master, I seek vengeance to procure justice for my mother, Nanyu declared coldly. Indeed, infiltrating the Nong family under the guise of the Gu family's grandson is the optimal strategy. Nangong Sihua had already devised. The Gu family, a lineage steeped in traditional medicine, boasted extensive connections that few dared to offend, as one never knew when they might require their assistance. Years ago, Gu Nian had willingly severed ties with her family for the sake of their reputation. not because she was cast out. It was surmised that the Gu family held her in high regard, particularly the elderly patriarch, who had cherished Gu Nian above all. Thus, upon Nanyu's return to the Gu family as Gu Nian's child, it was unlikely that he would be treated poorly. With this arrangement, the Nong family would think twice before antagonizing Nanyu, knowing his ties to the Gu family. Furthermore, Nanyu's retribution against the Nong family would be more efficient with the Gu family's backing. "Thank you, young master," Nanyu expressed, moved by the depth of Sihua's planning on his behalf. "No need for gratitude. When the time comes, I will summon you to assist you. And the Nong family has already placed our people within," Nangong Sihua replied. "If you still cannot manage the Nong family under these circumstances, do not dare to claim you were brought forth by me." Nangong Chiu. Chapter 72. Enduring mutual torment throughout life could be a blessing in disguise. He had already orchestrated all he could for Nanyu. The rest lay solely in Nanyu's hands. Although he could bring about the downfall of the Nong family overnight, some enmities must be resolved by Nanyu himself, or he would remain forever shackled by his burdens. "I shall not fail the young master's high expectations," Nanyu proclaimed, kneeling on one knee. With such support from the young master, if he could not handle the Nong family, he would lose all face before him. It would be better to buy a block of tofu and end it all. "Tomorrow, I will take you to visit the Gu family," Nangong Sihua announced. "Yes." Nanyu nodded in agreement. The young master was truly benevolent towards him. Surely, heaven had deemed him worthy to have been rescued by the young master. For the rest of his life, Nanyu was determined to follow the young master faithfully. "Prepare yourself and go," Nangong Sihua said, noticing his subordinate's tearful demeanor and promptly ushering him out. "At your age, still crying? Do you think you're a child?" After Nanyu departed, Nangong Sihua perused his phone contacts. Locating the entry labeled Bingpa, he dispatched several messages, instructing him to investigate the location where the Bai family's eldest daughter had gone missing years prior. Having completed these tasks, Nangong Sihua fell into quiet contemplation regarding his next steps. He had yet to clarify matters on Nangong Sihua's side. With Nanyu and Yu at the Nong family, he was down 2 aides and contemplated whether to recall Bingpa. However, recalling Bingpa's temperament gave him a headache. "Daddy, Brother Shitzi and I picked lotus pods. They're delicious," Xiao Qingli exclaimed as she entered, clutching several lotus pods. Nangong Sihua looked at his daughter, who was running towards him with a joyful expression. "Daddy, try some," she urged, holding out the peeled lotus seeds. Nangong Sihua squatted down, embracing his daughter. "Here," Xiao Qingli offered the prepared seeds for him to taste. Nangong Sihua chewed thoughtfully, noting a slight bitterness. "My dear, you forgot to remove the lotus hearts." "Daddy, is it tasty?" Xiao Qingli inquired. Indeed, he nodded. "When shall we go see the cats?" "Lily misses them," she asked. I long to see them too, but once I'm home, I won't be able to see them," he replied. "I'll take you as soon as I have some time, alright?" He was rather busy lately and feared he wouldn't have ample time to spend with his daughter. Xiao Qingli obediently nodded. Nangong Sihua seated her at the writing desk. "Now, it's time to practice the characters you were meant to learn today." He presented her with a calligraphy workbook. Xiao Qingli diligently picked up her brush to practice. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Nangong Sihua glanced at it. It was a message from Bingpa. The F family was also involved in those events. He mused, observing his daughter practicing intently. He stepped outside to call Mu Yuan. "Mu Yuan, does Miss Bai Linglan know anyone from the F family?" he inquired. "Yes, Maisai and Linglan are acquainted," Mu Yuan replied. Maisai met Linglan while traveling in Hua country, and they became good friends. "The F family had a hand in Miss Bai Linglan's disappearance," Nangong Sihua stated. "Miss Bai Linglan left in haste while pregnant, and I suspect she was threatened, prompting her urgent departure. A mother would not forsake her unborn child to wander, unless coerced. It is likely she left the Bai family under duress." "Pregnant?" Linglan was with child.
Mu Yuan exclaimed, shocked.
He had been unaware of Linglan's condition. If Linglan had vanished, did that mean she was now living somewhere with the child? "How could you be so ignorant?" Nangong Sihua retorted coldly. His beloved had been missing for so many years, and he had no knowledge of her pregnancy. He didn't even know if she were still alive. Scoundrel.
I. Mu Yuan stammered.
Momentarily at a loss for words. He had a child with Linglan and needed to find her and their child quickly to reunite their family. "I will mobilize all my resources to find her, and I will uncover the truth about the F family," he vowed. "Very well," Nangong Sihua replied curtly before hanging up. He refrained from informing Mu Yuan that Bai Linglan was already deceased. Let him uncover the truth himself. It was a debt owed to Bai Linglan. Scoundrel, indeed. No man is worthy of trust. When my daughter grows up, any rogue who dares to deceive her will find it far more than a mere journey to Tea country for reformation. I will ensure he suffers beyond imagination. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Mu Yuan pondered for a moment before angrily seeking out Mai Sai. In her room, Mai Sai was engaged in skincare, fretting over the wrinkles that were beginning to appear. She had heard that women from Hua country aged slowly and was curious about their beauty regimens. She refused to be outdone by that Hua woman. With a loud bang, the door swung open forcefully. Mu Yuan entered, his expression somber as he fixed his gaze on Mai Sai. Mu, what is the matter? Mai Sai asked, her initial joy fading into trepidation as she observed the dark look on his face. What happened? How could you promise me that back then?
Mu Yuan exclaimed fiercely.
As long as I marry you, I will never see Linglan again. You and your father will spare the Bai family and spare Linglan. He grasped Mai Sai's collar, shouting, tell me, where is Linglan?
I
don't know, Mai Sai stammered, nearly on the verge of tears. What had happened? Had someone revealed something to him? I don't know. A fine I don't know, Mu Yuan retorted, releasing her. Mai Sai immediately crumpled to the ground. Do you think I truly hesitate to harm you? You rely on those your father left you, continuously using the Bai family to threaten me, Mu Yuan stated, staring at Mai Sai. Before her father's death, he had entrusted Mai Sai with several individuals, each reportedly meticulously trained. Mai Sai had stationed them around the Bai family, leveraging the lives of its members as her own insurance, binding herself to this family for a lifetime. I warn you, if you dare to lay a finger on the Bai family, I will make the entire F family pay 100-fold, Mu Yuan declared coldly. Mu, why can't you let go of that woman? Can't we just live a good life together? Mai Sai cried. After all those years, she believed she could make him love her and forget Bai Linglan. But despite the passage of time, he remained infatuated with her.
Why?
Is Bai Linglan really that extraordinary?
No.
From the moment you and your father coerced me into marrying you, I declared that I, Mu Yuan, would love only Bai Linglan for my entire life. Mu Yuan asserted resolutely. Ha ha ha. Mai Sai laughed through her tears. The man she loved for a lifetime still did not love her in return. Sadly, Mu would never see Bai Linglan again. In this life, he could only belong to her. Perhaps enduring this mutual torment for a lifetime was better than nothing. Mai Sai, I ask you once more, where did you force Linglan to go back then? Mu Yuan crouched down, his voice softening. Mai Sai looked at him, calm as if nothing had transpired. I don't know, I know nothing, she maintained her facade of ignorance. What could he do to her? Mu Yuan rose and walked towards the door. Lock her up. No one is to bring her food or water without my command, he instructed.
Mu.
Aren't you afraid I will truly take action against the Bai family? That is Bai Linglan's home. Mai Sai shouted. How could he treat her this way?
Macy.
If you harm even one person from the Bai family, I will kill 10 people here, Mu Yuan threatened. Chapter 73. Dong Ju departs for Jiang City. He was no longer the powerless Mu Yuan of yesteryears. Do the math for yourself, he concluded before leaving. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, followed by the sound of a lock clicking into place. Mai Sai collapsed on the ground, weeping. Outside, Mu Yuan instructed his confidant to investigate the events of that year, particularly who had secretly visited the Bai family to seek out Linglan. Mu Yuan took out his phone and dialed Nangong Sihua. Young master, Nangong. I have a request, Mu Yuan spoke earnestly. Yes, came the cool voice from the other end of the line. Mu Yuan briefly explained how Mai Sai had concealed individuals around the Bai family, thus threatening their safety. His own power was insufficient to resolve the situation. But young master, Nangong could intervene. Very well, but I have conditions, Nangong Sihua replied. He had no intention of doing Mu Yuan a favor without recompense. And there were matters where Mu Yuan's involvement was preferable. What conditions? Please tell me, Mu Yuan urged. He was willing to agree to any terms, whether monetary or otherwise. I need your assistance in retrieving the national treasures of Huagua from overseas auction houses. 1 treasure for 1 person. How does that sound? Nangong Sihua proposed. As a citizen of Huagua, many overseas auction houses were not open to him, and even if they were, he could not enter the core auction areas where true treasures were sold, including numerous relics from Huagua. Typically, auction houses would not sell national treasures to Huagua citizens, thus necessitating Mu Yuan's involvement. Having resided in F country for many years, Mu Yuan also possessed its nationality, making him the ideal candidate for this task. Understood. Mu Yuan agreed. After hanging up, Nangong Sihua pondered that capturing individuals was Dong Ju's specialty. Collaborating with him would save considerable time. Nangong Sihua sent a message to Dong Ju. At home, Dong Ju, who had been lounging idly, immediately leapt up upon receiving the summons to Jiang City, rushing upstairs to pack his belongings. Returning home from work, a few individuals saw Dong Ju stuffing snacks into his suitcase. Dong Ju, where are you off to? Shui inquired. The young master has summoned me to Jiang City for a mission, Dong Ju replied coolly, continuing to pack snacks. Why are you taking snacks if you're going to Jiang City? Hua questioned, puzzled. Just because I'm going to Jiang City doesn't mean I shouldn't take my snacks, Dong Ju retorted, cramming his suitcase full of treats while leaving only a small corner for his clothes. The others exchanged glances. All right then. Sighing, they envied Dong Ju for getting to see the young master. The absence of the young master made the house feel desolate, and without him around, they could only entertain themselves with their phones. It was indeed quite dull. Moreover, with Shi, the Joker, also missing, the atmosphere felt even lonelier. When will they return? Dong Ju gazed at his overflowing suitcase, standing still for a moment before grabbing Shui Bao, the onlooker, and tossing it inside. The young master liked this bird as well, so it would accompany him. Wait, you aren't really planning to put Shui Bao in the suitcase, are you? Shui asked in surprise. Dong Ju nodded earnestly. Of course. The young master will certainly miss this bird. No, pets can't be placed in suitcases for transport. They won't pass security checks, Shui explained. Pets must be shipped separately. After hearing Shui's words, Dong Ju pulled Shui Bao out of the suitcase and went upstairs to retrieve a rabbit plushie that Xiao Qingli often hugged, placing it inside instead. He closed the suitcase and sauntered away. Make sure to take some pictures of the young master to share in the group. Hua shouted after Dong Ju's retreating figure. It's better than nothing if we can't see him in person. Dong Ju gave an indifferent thumbs up without looking back. Stop gawking. Even if you look, you can't go, Shui urged. Who has cooking tonight? I want spicy, stir-fried meat. That would be you. Yesterday was Hua, Zhonglan announced. Shui froze momentarily, realizing it was his turn so soon. What do you want? Tonight, Chef Shui will whip up a feast for you, Shui declared grandly. Buddha jumps over the wall. Braised pork knuckle. Pineapple fried rice. The others eagerly placed their orders, all craving spicy stir-fried meat. All right, I'll make it right away, Shui said to himself, despite only knowing how to cook spicy stir-fried meat and some vegetables. The others looked on in exasperation. Why did they even bother to take their orders? At 8 p.m., Jiang City Airport. Nangong Sihua held his daughter as hand, followed by Shi and Nanyu. Why hasn't Dong Ju come out yet? Shi inquired, jumping up to look around. He should be here soon, Nanyu remarked, glancing at the time. Daddy, is Dong Ju brother lost? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Xiao Qingli blinked her large eyes, scanning the crowd for Dong Ju's figure. He shouldn't be lost, Nangong Sihua reassured. Although Dong Ju had never visited Jiangqing before, it was quite unlikely for him to lose his way in an airport. The four of them waited for another 10 minutes without catching sight of the others. At that moment, Dong Ju dialed Nangong Sihua. Young master, where are you? I can't find you. Dong Ju's voice carried a hint of grievance. He had searched high and low for the young master and the little young master. What is this place? Didn't the young master say to wait at the entrance? Where is the entrance? I'll send you my location, Nangong Sihua replied with a sigh. After hanging up, Nangong Sihua sent their coordinates to Dong Ju. You really got lost, Shi remarked in surprise. After another 10 minutes, Dong Ju finally appeared. Brother Dong Ju, over here. Little Qingli called out in a sweet voice, waving her chubby little hand. Spotting Nangong Sihua and the others, Dong Ju hurriedly quickened his pace. Young master. Little young master, Dong Ju exclaimed, nodding at his two friends. Nanyu took over his suitcase. Let's go. The young master has reserved a private dining place here. And we've been waiting for you, Nanyu said with a smile. Dong Ju nodded. And the five of them got into the car bound for the private restaurant booked by Nangong Sihua. This establishment was quite renowned locally. It was said that the owner's ancestors had served as imperial chefs and, upon retirement, returned to Jiangqing to open this restaurant named Life's Flavors. Upon arriving at Life's Flavors, they were greeted by a quaint decor with a wooden sign bearing the restaurant's name, marked by the passage of time. Said to have been inscribed by the first owner. Nangong Sihua, cradling his daughter, led his subordinates inside. The waiter guided them to a private room. Sir, here is the menu. The waiter handed each of them a menu. Nangong Sihua ordered several dishes that his daughter loved, along with a few vegetarian options. Shi Xi ordered everything he fancied, ultimately adding 2 pots of rice. Nan Yu and Dong Ju also selected a few dishes. After ordering, Dong Ju fixated his gaze on little Qing Li, feeling as if it had been ages since he last saw the little young master. The food arrived promptly, and Shi Xi glanced at his small bowl. Nothing beats a big bowl of rice, he lamented, and Dong Ju shared the sentiment. The group engaged in casual conversation about mundane matters. Nan Yu, don't be afraid while at the Nan family. We are here to support you. Shi Xi comforted Nan Yu, holding a piece of pork knuckle. Indeed, don't worry, Dong Ju added, then took a bite of the pork knuckle. Delicious. Tender. Falling off the bone, and bursting with flavor. Observing his 3 subordinates and his foodie daughter, Nangong Sihua ordered 3 more pork knuckles. Shi Xi and Dong Ju each received 1, while Nan Yu and little Qing Li shared 1.5. Xing after finishing this, you can't eat anymore, otherwise, your stomach will hurt, Nangong Sihua admonished his indulgent daughter. And you 3 as well, he added, eyeing his subordinates.
All right.
Yes, they replied. It wasn't until Shi Xi and Dong Ju finished eating that the 5 of them leisurely returned to the old residence. Upon returning, Dong Ju immediately opened his suitcase. A treasure trove of snacks appeared before little Qing Li's eyes. Wow, spicy strips. Shi Xi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the snacks.
Oh my...
Dong Ju is so thoughtful, even bringing us snacks from home. My bunny. Little Qing Li joyfully exclaimed as she picked up a rabbit plush toy. Dong Ju nudged the suitcase toward her. All of this is for you, he said. Just as Shi Xi reached for a pack of spicy strips, Dong Ju mercilessly swatted his hand away. These are for the little young master. You can't take them. Shi Xi immediately felt displeased. Dong Ju, how could you hit me? We are brothers. You won't even let me have a pack of spicy strips? He protested indignantly. They had been good brothers, growing up together. These are for the little young master, Dong Ju clarified. So there's none for you. The little young master can't eat spicy strips. Just ask the young master.
11 ci argued.
The little young master is too young to eat spicy strips. Dong Ju contemplated for a moment, then pulled out all the spicy strips and tossed them to Shi Xi. He then handed the remaining biscuits, jelly, and potato chips to little Qing Li. Thank you, brother Dong Ju. Little Qing Li exclaimed, thrilled with her large bag of snacks. She planned to save them for her father, so he could enjoy them slowly. Dong Ju patted her little head. If you like them, I'll bring more next time. Xing it's time for your bath and bed. Nangong Sihua reminded her. It's already 10:30. If you don't sleep soon, you won't grow taller. Little Qing Li trotted towards her father with her snacks. Daddy, can you save these snacks for me? You said children shouldn't eat too many snacks at once. If I save more, I can share with Shan Yao and the others. All right, Nangong Sihua replied, lifting the snacks in one hand while cradling his daughter in the other. Dong Ju recalled that Shui and the others had asked him to take a photo. So, he quickly pulled out his phone and snapped a picture to send to the group chat. Hua. Finally, I see the young master and the little young master. Shui is the one next to them, Shi Xi. Shi Xi made a half appearance in the frame. Why does he look a bit chubby? Jiangzhu. I think so too. Jianglan. Looks like Shi Xi has been living well. He's only been gone a few days and he has put on weight. Nanyu. He goes out for late-night snacks every night, sleeps until noon, and doesn't exercise. Nanyu reported him online.
Sue, no wonder.
Shi Xi felt his phone vibrating incessantly. As he munched on spicy strips, he pulled out his phone to check the messages. I've gained weight? Impossible. I haven't eaten that much. He rationalized to himself that it must be the angle Dong Ju took the photo from. Besides, people always appeared heavier on camera. I haven't gained weight. I'm such a disciplined person. How could I possibly be fat? Shi Xi insisted. Nanyu, huh? Shui, hee. Hua hee. Shi Xi felt a surge of indignation. Is there no love left for me? He resolved to prove to them tonight that he absolutely would not indulge in late-night snacks. In the dead of night, a sneaky figure quietly slipped out again. The next day, Nangong Sihua took Nanyu, Dong Ju, and his daughter to the Gu family's residence. Meanwhile, Shi Xi remained fast asleep. The 4 of them arrived at the Gu family home, where the current head, Gu Yun, also the elder brother of Gu Nian, came out to greet them. Young Master Nangong, hello. Gu Yun extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Gu. Nangong Sihua gently shook Gu Yun's hand. And you must be Miss Nangong, Gu Yun said, glancing at the little bundle held by Nangong Sihua. The news of young master Nangong having a daughter had long circulated, especially since he had bestowed half of his assets upon her. Half of his assets. The worth of a 2-year-old little darling surpassed that of this middle-aged man. "Hello, uncle," little Qing Li chimed, tilting her little head to greet him. Guyan chuckled and then turned his gaze to Nanyu. Noticing him for the first time, Guyan found the young man somewhat familiar. "And who might you be?" "Hello, Mr. Gu, I am Nanyu," he introduced himself. This should be his uncle. He had heard his mother mention having 2 uncles when he was young. The elder was mature and steady, while the younger was more spirited, and they also had a gentle and intellectual aunt. "Nice to meet you." Guyan couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. "You look quite familiar. Have they met before?" Guyan glanced at Dongju, the question lingering on the tip of his tongue. "Dongju," he remarked coolly. Guyan observed Dongju, noting his distinctive personality. He surmised that these 2 were indeed the protégés of the young master of Nangong. It seemed there were 4 of them, arranged in the cardinal directions. "Young Master Nangong, this way please," Guyan said as he led the 4 individuals into the parlor. "What brings you here today, young Master Nangong?"
Guyan inquired.
Pouring a cup of tea for Nangong Sihua. "I have come regarding your younger sister," Nangong Sihua stated directly.
"Ah? Oui?"
Guyan expressed his confusion. "What has she done?" "Mr. Gu, I am here for Gu Nian," Nangong Sihua clarified. "Xiao Nian." Guyan murmured instinctively upon hearing his sister's name. It had been a long time since she last returned home. "Do you have news of Xiao Nian, young Master Nangong?" Guyan asked excitedly. Years ago, Xiao Nian had left the Gu family of her own accord to protect their reputation, and since then, there had been no word from her. He knew she was in hiding, determined not to tarnish the family's name. "Your younger sister passed away many years ago," Nangong Sihua revealed. When he found Nanyu by the roadside, Gu Nian had already died. At that time, little Nanyu was buried in the desolate outskirts of Yen City, and after finding him, Nangong Sihua helped to relocate Gu Nian to the cemetery. "What? How could this be? She's dead." Gu Yun's eyes reddened in an instant. Xiao Nian was gone. Xiao Qingli blinked at Gu Yun. "Uncle is very sad." "What does dead mean?" Nanyu also felt his eyes welling with tears. That winter, their mother had starved to death. "Mr. Gu, please accept my condolences," Nangong Sihua said softly, casting a concerned glance at Nanyu. "Thank you, young Master Nangong, for your understanding." Gu Yun wiped away his tears. "Where is she buried?" "I want to bring her back." No matter what, he longed to have his sister home. "In Yen City," Nangong Sihua replied. It appeared that his investigation was thorough. The Gu family had indeed treated Gu Nian well, and with Nanyu being Gu Nian's child, the Gu family would not neglect him. "There is one more piece of news I wish to share with you, Mr. Gu," Nangong Sihua said, glancing at the somewhat anxious Nanyu. Nanyu felt a flutter of unease, his palms sweating. "Your younger sister left behind a child," Nangong Sihua continued. Guyan was momentarily taken aback. "I found him on the street and brought him back today for a family reunion." Upon hearing this, Guyan instinctively turned to Nanyu. No wonder he looks so familiar. He resembles Xiao Nian, he thought. Nanyu felt a surge of nervousness, unsure how to respond. His mother had left to avoid implicating the Gu family's reputation, and when the young master found him, he had asked whether Nanyu wished to return to the Gu family. After a moment's hesitation, little Nanyu had shaken his head, fearing rejection from the Gu family. Thus, he had not set foot in the Gu household for many years. "Child, you have suffered," Gu Yun exclaimed, embracing Nanyu.
"You are home now."
Xiao Nian's child is also part of the Gu family. Dong Ju felt a pang of emotion witnessing the scene, pondering the whereabouts of his own family. Thankfully, he had the young master and little young master as well as Tang Li and the others. Observing the heartfelt reunion, Nangong Sihua decided not to intrude any longer, as he and Dong Ju had matters to attend to. "Shinger, can you stay here with Nanyu?" "Father and Dong Ju need to step out for a moment," Nangong Sihua asked, holding his daughter. "Okay," Xiao Qingli nodded obediently. "Daddy, come back soon to get me." "All right," Nangong Sihua replied, beckoning Dong Ju. Dong Ju immediately rose to his feet. "Young master, where are you going?" Nanyu called out anxiously as he saw them preparing to leave. "Why aren't you taking me with you?" Although the Gu family were his relatives, it was only in the presence of the young master that he felt truly at home. "I have some matters to attend to. You take good care of Shinger," Nangong Sihua explained. "Don't act as if you're abandoning him." Relieved, Nanyu nodded. "Yes, little young master is still here. The young master will return." Guyan stood up, wiping his tears. Child, I will call your uncle and aunt back shortly. Oh, you even have a cousin, Guyan said affectionately. Thank you, Uncle Nanyu replied, lifting Xiao Qingli in his arms. Now I will take you to see your grandfather. He has missed your mother dearly over the years. When you see him, please refrain from mentioning your mother. I fear he may not handle it well. Guyan advised carefully. The old man was frail and could not bear emotional shocks.
All right.
Nanyu said, following Guyan with Xiao Qingli in his embrace. Brother Nanyu, are you going to live here from now on? Xiao Qingli asked. That uncle you called uncle must be your family, so this is your home now. Why do you ask? Nanyu replied, looking at Xiao Qingli. Because Brother Nanyu has his own family now, and family means living together, right? Xiao Qingli stated. Families should always be together. If Brother Nanyu lives here, will little young master be happy or sad? Nanyu asked with a smile. Well, I'm both happy and sad, Xiao Qingli pondered, stroking her chin. I'm happy that Brother Nanyu found his family, but sad because I want to be able to see him often. Xiao Qingli expressed her concern. Before, I could see Brother Nanyu every day at home. If Brother Nanyu lives here, I want to be able to see him anymore. Don't worry, little young master. Wherever you are, alongside the young master and Shitsi, is where Brother Nanyu truly belongs. Once he finishes his tasks, he will return home, Nanyu reassured gently. He would return once he resolved matters concerning the Nan family. As for the Gu family, he would visit often. Okay, Brother Nanyu, come back soon, Xiao Qingli said, hugging Nanyu's neck. All right, Nanyu promised. Guyan brought Nanyu to the door. Father, I have brought someone to see you, Guyan announced, knocking on the door.
Who is it?
An aged voice called from within. Footsteps approached, and with a creak, the door opened. Who wishes to see me? The old man inquired. Nanyu gazed at the elderly man clad in a white tang suit with a head of white hair. This was his grandfather. Father, this is Xiaoyu, the child of Xiao Nian, come to see you, Guyan said, gesturing towards Nanyu. Xiao Nian, that troublesome girl, has finally returned, the old man exclaimed, his eyes instantly glistening with tears. All these years, he had not seen her, believing she had forgotten about him. Father, Xiao Nian hasn't returned, but her child is here to see you, Guyan said, struggling to hold back his tears. Xiao Nian will likely never come back. Hearing that Gu Nian had not returned, the light in the old man's eyes dimmed. After a moment, he regained his composure and looked at Nanyu. Xiao Nian's child. Look how much you've grown, the old man said, pulling Nanyu closer for a closer look. You resemble Xiao Nian quite a bit. Good child. It's wonderful that you are home. The old man patted him, speaking warmly. Grandfather, Nanyu choked out, barely able to contain his emotions. Rest assured, grandfather is here. In the future, any matters can be discussed with him, and he will take charge, declared the elder Gu. He could not save his daughter, but he was determined to protect his granddaughter. Is this your child?
How old is she this year?
The elder Gu suddenly turned his gaze towards Xiao Qingli, who appeared bewildered. She was not the child of Brother Nanyu. She was her father's daughter. Grandfather, this is the child of our family's young master, Nanyu explained, somewhat amused yet exasperated. Oh, so she is not your child, the elder Gu expressed a hint of disappointment. Such an adorable child, and she is not from our family. Father, the young master of the Nangong family is actually Xiaoyu's savior, Gu Yun interjected. The young master nurtured Xiaoyu very well and personally brought her back. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the young master is like a second parent to Xiaoyu. This favor will be remembered by our Gu family, and we shall find an opportunity to repay it, even if we can never fully repay such a debt. The young master of the Nangong family? The one from the capital, Nangong Sihua? The elder Gu was taken aback. Is he the notorious, cold-hearted Buddhist figure?
Indeed.
He has treated me very well and taught me many things, Nanyu affirmed.
Ah.
I shall prepare a grand gift and personally thank the young master of the Nangong family one day, the elder Gu vowed solemnly. Xiao Yun, have you notified Xiao Yi, Xiao Xiao, and Jing Yan to return? Xiao Yu is back. It's time for the family to gather together. They have all been called. They should be back shortly, Guyan replied. Meanwhile, Nangong Sihua and Dongju were surveying the area around the Bai family estate. According to the information provided by Bing Pe, there were a total of 15 members from the F families surrounding the Bai residence. As they were finishing their reconnaissance, they encountered Bai Yusong. Nangong, young master. Are you here to see me? Bai Yusong exclaimed as he ran over. Nangong Sihua remained silent, observing the enthusiastic Bai Yusong. Nangong, young master. I am currently adjusting the fragrance for the upcoming competition. Could you offer me some guidance? Bai Yusong implored. The Bai family cannot afford to lose this fragrance competition. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Sihua agreed. After all, if the Bai family lost, it would be a disgrace not only for them but also for the nation of Huagua, of which he was a citizen. Accompanying Bai Yusong to the Bai family's fragrance workshop, Dong Ju utilized the money Nangong Sihua had given him to purchase the necessary items for that evening. As Bai Yusong and Nangong Sihua engaged in earnest discussion, dusk fell upon them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. I advise you, Bai family, to concede early, for my father is participating, and you are destined to lose, a brash girl proclaimed in halting Mandarin. Indeed, my father's defeated opponents. Another male voice chimed in. Bai Yusong's face darkened. If it weren't for... Nangong Sihua directed a cold glance at Bai Yusong.
Who are they?
They are the children of the perfumer Meyer from M country, who once defeated the Bai family, Bai Yusong explained. But he won through despicable means. He added indignantly. Although he was quite young at the time and hardly remembered the details, the incident left a lasting impression on him. Had it not been for Meyer's underhanded tactics to obtain their family's ancestral formula for Wenxin to create perfume and subsequently accuse the Bai family of plagiarism, they would never have lost. After their defeat, the Bai family's status plummeted, and the art of fragrance in Huagua fell into decline. After listening to this, Nangong Sihua picked up 2 small stones from the ground and aimed them at the 2 who were still mocking the Bai family. The stones sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Thud! The stone struck them squarely on their foreheads, causing both to stumble and fall unconscious to the ground. Chapter 76. She needs delicious food to forgive father. Bai Yusong was left dumbfounded. This is extraordinary. The distance between them and those 2 troublemakers was at least 50 meters, and to knock someone out with just a flick of his wrist was nothing short of remarkable. Could the master truly take him as a disciple? Dispose of them, Nangong Sihua said, wiping his hands clean with a handkerchief. Just then, Dong Ju, who had accompanied Nangong Sihua, had appeared out of nowhere, dumping a large pile of items he was carrying and effortlessly tossing one of the unconscious individuals out. Bai Yusong thought to himself, even those around the master possess such formidable prowess. After Dong Ju finished disposing of the person, he returned to Nangong Sihua with another large bundle of items. Young master, everything has been purchased, Dong Ju reported. Bai Yusong observed the masked youth, sensing an aura of intimidation, and discreetly shifted his position. What could he possibly need all that rope for? It seemed rather ominous. Mr. Bai, I shall take my leave now, Nangong Sihua stated. Allow me to escort you, Mr. Nangong, Bai Yusong quickly offered. Thank you. Nangong Sihua nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Yusong took the lead like a devoted subordinate while Nangong Sihua followed with an air of calm elegance, with Dong Ju trailing behind, laden with items. As they reached the door, Bai Yusong stood at the entrance, watching the 2 formidable figures depart. Safe travels, esteemed gentlemen. Though your methods may be ruthless, they are undeniably satisfying. He secretly wished Nangong Sihua could teach him the art of throwing stones at adversaries. It seemed so impressive. But no, as a refined gentleman, how could he resort to such violence? Back at the Gu residence, Xiao Qingli, who had been enjoying fruit on the sofa, immediately leapt down upon seeing her father. Daddy, why did you take so long? Lily has been waiting for you forever. She pouted, wrapping her arms around her father's leg in a soft, endearing manner. I apologize, my dear. Daddy kept you waiting, Nangong Sihua comforted as he lifted his daughter into his arms. Then you must buy me something delicious, or Lily will be upset. Xiao Qingli insisted, adopting an expression that suggested she would be hard to please. All right, what would you like? Daddy will buy you anything, Nangong Sihua replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. I want to eat crayfish. Brother Shitzi says they are delicious. Xiao Qingli exclaimed joyfully. Brother Shitzi says they are really tasty, but I haven't tried them yet. I will get you the biggest lobster, Nangong Sihua promised, carrying his daughter out. Young master, you are abandoning me. Nanyu lamented pitifully. Could it be that the young master would truly forsake me? Nangong Sihua glanced back at him. You will stay here with the Gu family and enjoy time with your family. I have not abandoned you, he said with exasperation. You are already in your 20s. Why do you still act so immaturely? What will you do in the future?
Fine.
You all must not secretly leave without telling me, Nanyu retorted stubbornly. If the young master dares to leave without me, I will cry and create a scene until I am heard. Understood, Nangong Sihua nodded. He then turned and took his daughter to buy lobsters. Nanyu watched their retreating figures with a heavy heart, wishing to return as well. Nangong Sihua ordered several lobsters online, intending to prepare a simple yet flavorful steamed lobster for his daughter that evening. This certainly cannot end in disaster. The left-behind child, Shi finally saw someone return. Young master, little young master, Dongju, you have finally come back. Shi exclaimed, leaping from the couch and dashing toward Nangong Sihua. Do you have any idea how terrified I was when I woke up to find the house empty? Shi feigned sorrow, though in truth, he felt quite pleased knowing he had the house to himself. He ordered milk tea and barbecue through a food delivery app and even raided little young master's snacks. Finally, he sprawled on the couch, indulging in a film, feeling utterly content. Nangong Sihua ignored his theatrics. Go bring in the lobsters from outside, he instructed. Upon hearing the mention of lobsters, Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement.
All right,
He chirped, scampering to the door to retrieve the lobsters. Today was a fortunate day. They would feast on lobsters tonight. There were 3 foam boxes, each containing 2 lobsters, each boasting long claws. Wow, there are even abalone and mantis shrimp at the bottom. Shi exclaimed in delight as he opened the box. It seemed tonight would be a seafood banquet. Just as Shi reveled in the joy of a seafood feast, little Qingli stormed over, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Brother Shi, did you steal my snacks? She demanded, hands on her hips, her voice tinged with anger. Every last one of her treats had vanished. Shi stammered, glancing around nervously. Dongju, hearing little Qingli's words, immediately paused his task and turned to Shi with a frosty gaze, as if inquiring, did you truly steal them? Brother Shi, no lying. Little Qingli insisted, her small face serious. You must tell me if you want to eat. Some of the snacks were already expired, and I was going to throw them away. She added in exasperation, and you didn't leave any for me. That's just too much. Dongju, upon hearing this, cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. What are you planning to do? Shi said, retreating warily. I warn you not to act rashly. I'm quite formidable. Dongju seized Shi's arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the floor. Shi let out a yelp, collapsing on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Dongju was far too ruthless. He squatted before the still fuming little Qingli and pulled out a handful of beautiful floral hair clips. Here you go, he said. Earlier, while buying ropes, he had passed a shop filled with colorful trinkets and thought little young master would appreciate these hair clips, so he purchased them. Thank you, brother Dongju. Little Qingli beamed, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Dongju's face flushed instantly, leaving him momentarily frozen. Little young master kissed his cheek. It felt rather embarrassing. Are you still angry? Dongju asked, trying to steady his excitement. If she was still upset, he would gladly give Shi another beating. I'm not angry anymore, little Qingli replied, shaking her head. However, she resolved not to speak to brother Shi for the rest of the evening. Though small, she was a principled little dumpling. Dongju gently patted her head. As long as you're not angry, that's good. Though the angry little young master is also quite adorable. Being upset isn't good for your health. Once he confirmed that little Qingli had calmed down, he stood to assist the young master with dinner. Get up and move these to the kitchen, Dongju nudged Shi, who was still sprawled on the floor. I can't. You've made me suffer internal injuries. I can't get up. Shi protested. Why must I do as you say? Don't I have any pride? Dongju replied with a faint hint of threat. He was well aware of his own strength. He wouldn't sustain any injuries. Merely feel a bit of pain for a couple of days. I'll go right away, Shi said, immediately getting up to carry the boxes of lobsters to the kitchen. Dongju accompanied little Qingli slowly to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Nangong Sihua was preparing green onions, ginger, and garlic according to a tutorial video. Young master, how should we handle these? Shi asked as he brought the lobsters into the kitchen. Steam them all, Nangong Sihua instructed. Steaming was the simplest method. High-quality ingredients often required the most straightforward preparations, and he wouldn't be able to manage anything complicated anyway. All right, Shi said, taking out the lively lobsters to prepare. I'm a bit scared. These lobsters are so large and still alive, Shi said pitifully, calling out to Nangong Sihua. The latter glanced at the large lobsters. He, too, felt a twinge of apprehension. Had he known, he would have asked Nanyu to return and cook dinner before coming home. I'll do it, Dongju declared, approaching like a savior. Dongju, you're my hero,
Undicesimo exclaimed.
After watching the tutorial, Dongju efficiently handled all the ingredients. preparing them effortlessly and placing them in the steamer. Young master, little young master, just wait for the food to be ready, Dongju said confidently. He could manage this with ease. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Nangong Sihua took little Qing Li and stepped outside. Shi Xiai was left in the kitchen, tending to the fire. Dongju then prepared a dipping sauce and brought it out. He called for Shi Xiai to bring the steamed seafood. Shi Xiai, not daring to oppose Dongju, obediently fetched the dishes. The three of them enjoyed dinner immensely, but the most voracious eater, Shi Xiai, felt rather glum since little young master was ignoring him. I feel so miserable. Little young master, will you at least acknowledge me? I promise to inform you beforehand next time I eat your snacks, Shi Xiai pouted at little Qing Li. He recognized his mistake and vowed to tell little young master first, next time. Humph. Little Qing Li haughtily turned her head away. She had promised herself not to speak to brother Shi Xiai tonight. Young master, I'll compensate you double, Shi Xiai exclaimed. Don't ignore him. At this, little Qing Li turned to look at him immediately. Wow, that would be a lot of snacks. Nangong Sihua, noticing his daughter was about to acquiesce, swiftly fed her a piece of shrimp meat. Only double? It's not that easy to agree, he interjected, stifling her words. Triple. Shi Xiai raised the stakes, seeing that little Qing Li remained unmoved.
10 times.
Nangong Sihua personally helped elevate the offer. All right, 10 times it is, Shi Xiai agreed. As long as little young master would speak to him, he would be willing to offer even 20 times that amount. Despite only having 1,000 yuan left to his name, he resolved to make it up to little young master, even if it meant living on dirt for the latter half of the month. Perhaps he could borrow some of Dongju's salary to splurge a bit. After dinner, Nangong Sihua settled little Qing Li down for bed before taking Dongju with him as they stepped outside. In a nearby residential complex, Nangong Sihua and Dongju stealthily infiltrated the area like phantoms. The two of them, agile and nimble, ascended to the 7th floor, carrying ropes. The lights within the apartment were off, indicating that the occupants were likely asleep. Dongju opened the balcony door and stealthily entered the room. 3 minutes later, Dongju emerged, having secured someone. Young master, I have already administered the insect poison, he reported.
Nangong Sihua replied.
Retrieving a small cloth doll, exactly the kind that children play with, which he had asked for from his daughter. This was his first endeavor with the puppet poison, and he was uncertain of its success. Kneeling down, Nangong Sihua guided the maternal spirit within the doll. The gagged individual collapsed to the ground. Listen closely. Obediently walk outside and wait by the van, Nangong Sihua commanded. Dongju, untie him. A glance from Nangong Sihua prompted Dongju to comply, freeing the captive, who then ambled outside with a stiff demeanor. Dongju had already sealed his mute acupoint, rendering the captive unable to cry out, while his body refused to heed his commands. Who on earth were these two? What strange methods they employed? Nangong Sihua and Dongju surveyed the room, discovering one chamber adorned with photographs of the Bai family captured from various angles. Dongju retrieved a black bag, filling it with the images before they returned to the van, where the bound individual awaited. How frustrating it was, just moments ago. The security guard had regarded him as if he were a fool. He yearned to scream for help, yet no sound escaped his lips. Dongju secured the captive in the vehicle before setting off for the next target. In the dead of night, Shi Xiai, plagued by an upset stomach, had yet to sleep when he witnessed Dongju ushering a string of individuals inside. Good heavens! The young master and Dongju were out abducting people at such an hour. Young master, that's 12 in total. We still need 3 more, Dongju reported. We shall continue tomorrow night, Nangong Sihua replied, removing his black gloves. Why are you still awake? He inquired, observing Shi Xiai clutching his abdomen. I have an upset stomach, Shi Xiai lamented. With a sigh, Nangong Sihua instructed, go to the living room and find the lotus wood box I placed there. There's a green vial inside. Take 2 pills, and you'll be fine. Concerned that his daughter might experience discomfort from the unfamiliar environment, he had prepared some medicinal pills.
All right, 11 ci nodded.
Heading to the living room in search of the remedy. Having secured the captives, Nangong Sihua felt drenched in perspiration and decided to indulge in a bath. In the bathroom, he let his damp hair cascade over the wooden tub, the water rising to his waist. Drops glided down his elongated neck, tracing a path to his chest before vanishing beneath the surface. The slender, pale waist was faintly visible beneath the water. After soaking for a while, Nangong Sihua opened his eyes, his phoenix-like gaze softened, lacking some of its usual sharpness, now imbued with a touch of languor. Emerging from the tub, He dried his body with a towel and changed into his nightclothes, towel drying his hair until it was half dry. Finally, he stepped into the pavilion to allow his hair to air dry. The evening breeze was cool yet gentle, and the moonlight draped the earth like frost. As he gazed at the lotus flowers in the pond, a profound tranquility enveloped him. Young master, unable to sleep? Dong Ju approached, inquiring. Nangong Sihua nodded. Dong Ju regarded the young master, who appeared like a celestial being under the moonlight, and hesitated before asking, "Is there something on your mind?"
Indeed.
"There are matters weighing on my heart," Nangong Sihua confessed. "Who in this world is free from burdens? Since the birth of my daughter, my worries have multiplied." "Young master, is there anything I can assist you with?" Dong Ju asked earnestly. "I shall call upon you if necessary," Nangong Sihua replied nonchalantly. "Dong Ju, have you contemplated the future?" "The future? I have," Dong Ju responded.
Oh?
Nangong Sihua's interest peaked. To remain by the young master's side, to help raise the little young master, and then in old age, to be cared for by him, Dong Ju stated with utmost sincerity. Haha, Nangong Sihua chuckled lightly. "Letting my daughter care for you. It seems all of you share this sentiment. Do you not intend to marry?" Nangong Sihua inquired. "No, your child is my child," Dong Ju replied. He had no desire for marriage, as he was content with his current life. He believed the young master, and the little young master would not abandon him in his old age. "Very well, if you choose not to marry. Then let Sheng O care for you in your twilight years," Nangong Sihua laughed, respecting their choices. Life was theirs to lead, and they should choose the path they desired. Yet, the burden of caring for their daughter might be somewhat heavy. Nangong Sihua ran his fingers through his now dry hair. "Let us return to rest," he gently suggested to Dong Ju. Dong Ju nodded. Chapter 78. A Child, a Cat, a World. The following day, after breakfast, Nangong Sihua prepared to visit the Bai family. Having arranged with Bai Yusong the previous day, they would continue their exploration of perfumery today.
Shengya.
"Today Daddy is going to the Bai family. Would you like to join me or stay home with Shi? Nangong Sihua asked his daughter. "I want to go play with Daddy," little Qingli replied cheerfully. "All right," Nangong Sihua affectionately patted her little head. After finishing her breakfast, little Qingli accompanied her father to the Bai family home. At the Bai residence, Bai Yusong awaited Nangong Sihua's arrival with eager anticipation. Why hasn't young master Nangong arrived yet? After their discussion yesterday, he had garnered numerous new ideas and was eager to exchange thoughts with Nangong Sihua. "Meow. How did you know Pear is here?" Upon hearing little Qingli's cheerful voice, Bai Yusong hurried out to greet her. Little Qingli was taken aback as the little tabby cat dashed toward her. The tabby cat incessantly licked little Qingli. "Where have you been, little one?" she exclaimed, attempting to lift the tabby cat. After struggling for a moment, she realized it was too hefty to carry. The tabby cat, nurtured by Mr. Bai, had grown into a rather large feline. If it stood, it would likely be taller than little Qingli. "Kitty, wait until Pear grows a bit bigger to lift you. For now, you should walk on your own." She gently patted the cat's little head. "Young Master Nangong, you have arrived." Bai Yusong greeted warmly. "Miss Nangong is here too. Please come inside." Holding his daughter's hand, Nangong Sihua entered. "Sheng Daddy has matters to discuss with Uncle. You can play here for a bit," he instructed. "Okay," little Qingli nodded. With a loving pat on his daughter's head, Nangong Sihua followed Bai Yusong to the perfumery room. The tabby cat tugged at little Qingli's skirt, beckoning her to follow. "Where are you taking Pear?" she inquired. The tabby cat led the way, and little Qingli waddled after it. After walking a short distance, the tabby cat paused and turned to ensure little Qingli was keeping up.
"Meow," it said.
"Don't walk so slowly, you don't want to get lost." The tabby cat guided little Qingli to a pond, which was brimming with water caltrops. "Kitty, why are we here?" little Qingli asked curiously, peering around. "Is there something tasty here?" The tabby cat meowed in response, pointing a paw towards the pond. Little Qingli blinked at the water, wondering what treasures lay beneath. The tabby cat intently stared at the water surface when a seemingly dim-witted fish slowly swam into view. The tabby cat extended its sharp claws, and with a splash, it emerged with a large carp in its mouth. Little Qingli was left wide-eyed in astonishment. "Kitty, you're amazing." The tabby cat placed the fish on the ground, one paw firmly pinning the lively creature that flopped about. "Cuddle, hurry, and eat," it seemed to say. However, Xiao Qingli failed to grasp the tabby cat's intention and instead squatted down, curiously observing the fish. She even reached out to poke it, causing the fish to wriggle vigorously in response. Observing this, the tabby cat swiftly swatted at the fish's head. "See, you little rascal." The fish immediately ceased its movements. The tabby cat nudged the fish towards Xiao Qingli once more. "Cuddle. Do eat quickly, or else the prey will lose its freshness." After a while, Xiao Qingli finally comprehended the cat's message. It was urging her to eat. "But I don't eat raw fish," Xiao Qingli explained. "You go ahead." Noting Xiao Qingli's reluctance, the tabby cat set the fish aside, then dipped its paw into the water to wash it clean before grooming its fur. The cat and the little girl sat together by the pond, occasionally interrupted by the flight of a dragonfly and the chirping of the nearby willow trees. After a while, Xiao Qingli felt her legs growing numb from squatting and stood up to stretch her little legs. "Cat, shall we play somewhere else?" she suggested. "Meow," the tabby cat replied, picking up the large fish and walking ahead of Xiao Qingli, who followed closely behind. "Where is the cat taking me now?" The tabby cat led her to a jujube tree. Looking up at the red, ripe jujubes, Xiao Qingli thought they looked delicious. "Meow," the tabby called out again. Assuming the cat desired to eat, she hugged the tree, attempting to climb up to pick some. "Wait, Cuddle, I'll get them for you," she said, struggling to reach the jujubes with her short legs. Both the cat and Xiao Qingli yearned for the sweet fruit. The tabby cat observed patiently as Xiao Qingli, clinging to the jujube tree, raised her left foot. Can't reach." She then tried her right foot, but to no avail. Suddenly, Xiao Qingli found herself lifted off the ground. In a moment of surprise, her little legs continued to flail.
Huh?
"Why am I flying?" she exclaimed, realizing her feet were no longer touching the ground. Bing Hua, holding the legendary Little Master, leaned closer to her face. You are even cuter than in the pictures," he noted, finding her adorably silly.
Who are you?
Xiao Qingli inquired, puzzled by the boy in the oversized hat who had lifted her. Bing Hua, with one hand, typed a few words on his phone. "Hello, Little Master, my name is Bing Hua." He held the screen up to Xiao Qingli's face. It took her 3 minutes to decipher the words. "I don't know you," she replied, still bewildered. "I am one of the Master-S people," Bing Hua typed again. "One of Daddy-S people?" This message was simple enough for Xiao Qingli to understand quickly. "So, he knows Daddy?" "Yes," Bing Hua confirmed with another message. "Hello, Bing Hua. I'm Xiaoli," she responded cheerfully. Since this brother knew her father, couldn't he possibly be a bad person? "Do you want to eat jujubes?" Bing Hua asked in text, having noticed her desire to climb the tree moments ago. Her short legs made her efforts especially endearing. "Yes, the cat wants to eat too." Xiao Qingli nodded. Bing Hua acknowledged her with a nod, then took a step back while holding Xiao Qingli and kicked the jujube tree. The tree shook twice, and then jujubes began to rain down.
Wow.
"It's a jujube rain," Xiao Qingli exclaimed joyfully as she watched the fruit tumble down. "Bing Hua, put me down. I want to pick up the jujubes." She fluttered. Bing Hua gently set her down, and Xiao Qingli squatted to gather the jujubes one by one, placing them into her little bag. Bing Hua assisted her in collecting the fallen fruit. After they finished, Xiao Qingli planned to take them home to share with her father. "Cat, let us go find Daddy," she called out. Bing Hua observed the harmonious scene of the little girl and the cat walking ahead. The little master was truly adorable. As they approached a more populated area, Bing Hua put on his black mask and lowered his hat further over his face. "Daddy, I brought you jujubes," Xiao Qingli announced, looking up at her father, who was currently busy. "Can you wait a moment to eat?" Nangong Sihua gently replied as he looked down at his daughter. Xiao Qingli obediently walked to the side to wait. Concerned that his daughter might be bored, Nangong Sihua handed her some fragrant items to play with. Xiao Qingli happily took a small spoon, adding various powders into a porcelain jar as she followed her instincts. Bing Hua stood quietly in the corner, watching her. The tabby cat lay at Xiao Qingli's feet, dozing peacefully. As the sun grew increasingly fierce, time slipped by unnoticed, reaching midday. Nangong Sihua and Bai Yusong had concluded their discussion. Turning back to check on Xiao Qingli, he found her asleep, her head resting on the table. With a gentle smile, he picked her up. Xiao Qingli groggily rubbed her eyes awake. "Daddy," she called in a sleepy voice. Nangong Sihua replied softly. "That is what I made for you, Daddy." She pointed to her concoction. "Thank you, Shinger," he said, taking a whiff of what she had prepared. Curious about his daughter's creation. Initially, he thought she was merely playing, but upon closer inspection, he was taken aback by the delightful fragrance. "What's wrong?" Xiao Qingli asked, noticing her father's surprise. "Do you not like the smell?" she inquired, puzzled. "I do," Nangong Sihua assured her, finding a burner to light the incense. A wisp of blue smoke slowly rose, spreading an enchanting aroma that relaxed the heart and evoked a sense of joy. Bai Yu's song felt a wave of happiness swell from within, as if he were floating on clouds. Young Master Nangong, this incense is extraordinary. Bai Yu's song exclaimed excitedly. Miss Nangong is truly a genius, able to concoct such a fragrance. Meanwhile, the little girl, labeled a genius, remained nestled against her father's shoulder, yawning lazily like a sleepy kitten. In the corner, Bing Hua's eyes glinted with surprise. Is this what happiness feels like? It's rather nice, a bit warm. Since childhood, he had been unable to perceive emotions, never understanding joy or sadness. His parents had always regarded him as a monster. In his youth, he was labeled a troubled child, and as he grew older, he became known as an oddity. Only the little master and Nanyu did not disdain him. Nangong Sihua wore a tender smile, cherishing the gift from his daughter, who wished for his happiness. Miss Nangong, could you share the recipe with me? Bai Yusong asked, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Xiao Qingli. She gazed back at him, confused.
What is he talking about?
What recipe? Daddy, Xiao Qingli called out, seeking help as she did not understand the uncle's words. Uncle Bai wants to know how Sheng'er made this incense, Nangong Sihua explained. I don't know. Xiao Qingli shook her head. She imitated her father's mannerisms. Bai Yusong was immediately disheartened. It seemed that Miss Nangong had merely stumbled upon it by chance. Nangong Sihua gently patted her daughter's small head. Then shouldn't Daddy be a bit frugal with it? Once it's used up, it will be gone, she remarked, gazing at her daughter. This fragrance must be used sparingly, for it is a special gift for my daughter. No need to worry. Lily can create more, Xiao Qingli chimed in. If Daddy likes it, I'll make lots and lots for him. So Daddy can use it without concern, no need to be frugal. Bai Yusong's hope was rekindled in an instant. No, Miss Nangong, could you please finish your thoughts in one go? His heart fluctuated like a pendulum. Mr. Bai. I must take my leave, Nangong Sihua stated. Having been there for quite some time, she realized she had not spent quality time with her daughter. Where would you like to play today, Sheng'er? She inquired as they walked outside. Nangong Xiaozhu, Miss Nangong, I have a humble request. Bai Yusong called out to the pair. Nangong Sihua turned back, holding her daughter. He hesitated. Could I ask Miss Nangong to represent us in the upcoming fragrance competition? The Bai family cannot afford to lose, and neither can the Huagua. Bai Yusong pleaded earnestly. If they lost this time, the Bai family would truly be in jeopardy. The fragrance culture of Huagua would diminish in international standing, and the locals would gradually forget the heritage of this art. The loss of such a magnificent cultural tradition would be an immense pity. Nangong Sihua did not immediately agree for her daughter, but instead sought her opinion. Sheng'er, would you like to participate in the competition? She softly asked. Xiao Qingli looked at her father. What competition, Daddy? She inquired. Nangong Sihua briefly explained the fragrance competition to her. Xiao Qingli seemed to grasp the essence. She understood that she would represent Uncle Bai and, if victorious, could assist many people. Bai Yusong, fearing Xiao Qingli would decline, said, Miss Nangong, I implore you. He spoke with a tone of desperation. As long as you participate, I will agree to any conditions. All right, Lily will participate. Xiao Qingli nodded in acquiescence. Though still a child, she wished to help others. Oh, Miss Nangong, I truly adore you. Bai Yusong felt an overwhelming desire to embrace Xiao Qingli and shower her with affection. However, upon noticing the cold demeanor of Nangong Xiaozhu, he refrained. Sheng'er, have you made up your mind? Nangong Sihua asked seriously. There are wins and losses in competitions. If you lose, you mustn't cry. He was concerned that if his daughter lost, she would be disheartened. So he sought to prepare her. Daddy, Lily is a big girl now. I won't cry. Xiao Qingli asserted proudly, considering herself a big child, brave and resolute. Nangong Sihua chuckled softly at her declaration. A 2-year-old child hardly qualified as a big kid. Since you wish to participate, then let us proceed. Mr. Bai, what identity will Sheng'er have in the competition? Nangong Sihua inquired. He did not wish to imply that Sheng'er would participate as Bai Yusong's apprentice, as he believed Bai Yusong had yet to reach the level to be his daughter's master. Bai Yusong glanced at the 2-year-old and then at Nangong Xiaozhu. No, I truly wish for Miss Nangong to be my apprentice, but with such an esteemed figure as Nangong Xiaozhu present, I wouldn't dare to voice it. Besides, with Miss Nangong's talents, she might surpass me as a master sooner than I expect. That would be quite embarrassing. What if Miss Nangong participates as my father's disciple? Bai Yusong tentatively suggested. Good. Nangong Sihua nodded in agreement. Your father's disciple identity is indeed the most suitable. Thank you, Miss Nangong and Nangong Xiaozhu. We shall visit my father now, Bai Yusong said. Such a significant matter warranted informing his father. Upon their arrival at the elder Bai's courtyard, he initially believed his son was merely jesting. To have a 2-year-old child participate in such a crucial competition seemed ridiculous. Even if Miss Nangong concocted an extraordinary fragrance, it could merely be a fluke. Unless Miss Nangong can recreate the fragrance from before, I cannot wager the future of the Bai family and the entire fragrance art on such a gamble, Elder Bai stated sternly. His skepticism was not a slight against Miss Nangong but rather a rational concern regarding the absurdity of a toddler competing. Nangong Sihua understood Elder Bai's apprehension and gently addressed her daughter, Sheng can you recreate the fragrance you made for Daddy? Of course. Xiao Qingli nodded eagerly. Nangong Sihua exchanged a glance with Bai Yusong, who promptly fetched the necessary items for the fragrance creation. He eagerly anticipated Miss Nangong's ability to recreate the previous scent. Wait, was he too easily trusting? When Miss Nangong said she could recreate it, he believed her instantly. Perhaps it was because she was the daughter of a distinguished figure. Had it been any other child, he wouldn't have dared to trust so recklessly. Bai Yusong returned with the fragrance-making supplies. Xiao Qingli grasped a small copper spoon and began her work. Bai Yusong was taken aback by the sight. Chapter 80. His daughter is his most important person. Just as Bai Yusong was about to speak, he felt a chill run through him. He stiffly turned to look at Nangong Sihua, who shot him a warning glance, signaling him to remain silent and not disturb her daughter. Bai Yusong obediently quieted down. Elder Bai observed Xiao Qingli's seemingly casual technique and wondered if it would truly yield results. It appeared rather akin to a child's game. After another 15 minutes, Xiao Qingli offered a porcelain jar to her father. Daddy, it's done, she declared, her expression bursting with pride. My little Sheng is truly remarkable, Nangong Sihua praised, ruffling her daughter's hair. Xiao Qingli beamed with pride. Daddy is amazing, and Lily must be amazing too. Noticing the lingering hesitation on Elder Bai's face, Nangong Sihua took a deep breath and lit the incense that Xiao Qingli had crafted. The fragrance gradually filled the air. Upon inhaling it, Elder Bai's expression transformed into one of astonishment. This scent was indeed miraculous. Father, you would not regret taking Miss Nangong as your disciple. Bai Yusong whispered in his father's ear. Look at Miss Nangong. She is not only adorable and talented, but also wealthy, with a powerful father. We might even be considered fortunate to have her. Yusong, prepare for the apprenticeship banquet tomorrow. Though time is tight, make it as comprehensive as possible. Elder Bai instructed his son, rising from his seat. With the fragrance competition approaching rapidly, they could only arrange a simple affair for now. After the competition, regardless of the outcome, they would hold a grand celebration. Understood, father, Bai Yusong replied as he set off to prepare. Elder Bai turned to Xiao Qingli. Miss Nangong. Thank you, he said earnestly. No need to thank me, Grandpa Xiong. Xiao Qingli replied cheerfully. Why did Grandpa Xiong thank her? Mr. Bai gazed at the bewildered little Qingli. Alas, she is still but a child. It would be unwise to burden her with the significance of the competition. It is best not to place any pressure on Miss Nangong. Mr. Bai refrained from saying more, gently patting her small head. Mr. Bai, I shall take Xinga home now, Nangong Sihua declared, lifting his daughter into his arms. With matters settled, he wished to take her out for some amusement. Very well, Mr. Nangong, please do as you wish, Mr. Bai replied, as he too had to ponder what gift to bestow upon his future disciple. He wondered what would please the young one. He could not afford to be careless. After all, he had taken on a charming and talented apprentice. Nangong Sihua stepped outside with Binghua and his daughter. He made a quick phone call to Shitzi, inquiring if he wished to join them for some fun. Without hesitation, Shitzi packed up and headed out. Shitzi dashed over, his face lighting up with surprise as he laid eyes on Binghua, who appeared utterly disenchanted. Shitzi, a chatterbox by nature, would soon inundate him with incessant chatter. And, as expected, upon spotting Binghua, Shitzi slipped into his loquacious mode. Binghua, it's been so long. I missed you terribly. When did you return? How long will you stay this time? You should come live with us again. It would be comforting for all of us. We worry when you hide away and don't show yourself. Shitzi rambled on, tugging at Binghua's sleeve. Binghua, after a moment of endurance, could no longer tolerate the incessant prattle. He pulled out his phone and typed 2 words, shut up. Shizi's face fell immediately. How could Binghua be so heartless? Did he not understand how much he worried for him? Binghua was a man of few words, introverted and solitary. Even as a child, he had suffered in silence when bullied, burying himself in isolation day after day. All right, enough of that, Nangong Sihua interjected, exasperated by Shizi's incessant chatter. Binghua's greatest dread was Shizi's nagging. Shizi, far too verbose, found himself at a loss, realizing that Binghua was akin to a socially anxious individual meeting an extroverted counterpart. It was no wonder Binghua felt overwhelmed. Shizi, determined to fit in, forced himself to silence his eager tongue, not out of a desire to refrain from nagging, but out of concern for Binghua, who had grown increasingly withdrawn, neglecting communication and companionship. Little Qingli perched on her father's shoulder, observing her two older brothers. Binghua, too, cast a glance at Qingli, who, alongside Shizi, was engaged in a flurry of animated chatter, only to find that Binghua was attentively focused on the little mistress. Though the young lady is undeniably adorable and charmingly silly, could he not listen to me first before gazing at her? Qingli made a playful face at Binghua, emboldened by his lack of fear, and attempted to frighten him with a mock growl. I am quite fearsome indeed. Binghua, witnessing Qingli's endearing antics, couldn't he help but let a faint smile tug at his lips. Although somewhat awkward, it was the first time he felt an urge to smile. Shizi, feeling excluded, resolved to forcibly integrate himself into the moment. He made a silly face to scare Qingli, who burst into delighted laughter. Binghua glanced at Shizi, who was making ridiculous expressions. What an eyesore. You are far less charming than our little mistress. The three of them soon reached the riverside and boarded a traditional wooden boat adorned with delicate white drapes. The vessel was laden with snacks and a tea set. Nangong Sihua rolled up his sleeves to brew tea, his movements graceful and refined, akin to a noble scion of a distinguished family. Little Qingli leaned over the window, captivated by the colorful goldfish swimming in the river, their vibrant hues enchanting to a child's eye. Binghua observed the plump little Qingli, fearful she might tumble overboard, and reached out to grasp her collar for safety. Meanwhile, Shizi munched on snacks. Shizi, Binghua, tea. Nangong Sihua poured each of them a cup. Thank you, young master, Shizi replied, elegantly raising his cup to sip. Though typically boisterous and carefree, they had been taught proper etiquette and manners by Nangong Sihua in their youth. Binghua typed with one hand, Thank you, young master. Father, where's my milk? Little Qingli pouted, feeling slighted. Why is there none for me? Nangong Sihua produced a prepared bottle of milk for his daughter. You are still too young for tea. I have prepared milk for you. He handed the bottle to her. And she beamed, exclaiming, Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. I love you most, Daddy. Yes, Daddy loves Sheng the most, Nangong Sihua said, cradling his adorable daughter. Little Qingli happily sipped her milk while nestled in her father's embrace. Daddy, how do you make the incense you gave me? Nangong Sihua inquired curiously, observing his daughter, who seemed to rely purely on instinct. I don't know, Little Qingli shook her head. When I made incense for you, I thought only of you, Daddy. You are the most important person in my life. You give me food and care for me so much. I love you the most. I hope you will always be happy. I'm so glad I listened to Grandpa and came to find you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have such a wonderful daddy. Nangong Sihua said nothing further, merely gazing down tenderly at his daughter, who swayed her small legs joyfully with her milk. A radiant smile adorned his face, brimming with happiness. His daughter was indeed the most significant person in his life. He was grateful that when she sought him out, he did not turn her away, otherwise he would have lost the one person in the world who loved him the most. As a blood relative, she was the only one who had steadfastly chosen him.